Chapter 100 The Perfect Assembly Line Operation. Could it be self-destruct device? Might it be explosives? Lin Xi and Ye Chen were intercepted, unable to approach immediately. Suddenly, a shadow flashed Wu Fei, startled and enraged, clutch at his neck and collapsed to the ground, blood seeping through his fingers. Sasha searched for the shadow but found nothing. Of course, have found nothing. Lin Xi had instructed King Bao to release Momo and, after swift strike, retracted the space, not seeking a fatal blow, but Moralito helped them. The assailants surrounding Lin Xi and Ye Chen were no match for Thetwo, and appeared here firearms were devoid of ammunition. Indeed, they were Qing Bao had confiscated bullets. Lin's fireball and Ye Chen's lightning cascade dupont the occurs like raindrops, eliciting cries of anguish, while numerous instruments synthi hall shuddered. A few individuals clad in lab coats dashed to the hall. As Ye Chen charged towards Wu Fei, have found himself inexplicably immobilized, as if ensnared by an unseen force. Lin Xi, with her bare hands, yanked a pin thiron cage imprisoning Lin Wuwu bring them back letting tassing on escape. Lin Wuwu burst forth from the cage, roaring as it pursued the flaying figures. Wu Fei gazetted, his ears filled with fervor and ultra-standard evolved being, capture it. An invisible force surged towards Lin's mind instantly recognized Taza psychocatic, yet after a brief pause, she returned to normal. Is the tall? Damn it, Lindsay Hayden Jiradim for far too long. Shunli should have Firi tendrilled Hayden's narratishand, igniting giant flames. Controlling the spread off the fire, Lindsay demanded, speak. Whole order auto capture? Wu Fei watched in horror shishant Bernard before his eyes, shrieking in agony, yet this fervor remained undiminished toward you. Is this a fire ability? How did he manage it? You can resist psychocatic Sari Al the master of Tadager? You Orelson ultra standard evolved being? Come, let me studio properly I can enhance your abilities. Azure job murderous intent coursed through Lin's Ishi had Bernard Minatodiath, yet she had never encountered, lunatic. His madman spoke Fartamic, and keeping Heim alive would be an inconvenience. Gathering a fireball in her hand, she prepared to discreetly incinerate him, on Lito be out pased be Ye Chen, wa plunged dadadrinto Wu Fei shart. Ye Chen declared in a low voice, no survivor samong festaf here eliminate tethamal, burnt the bodhi saswal. Lindsay cast a glance at Ye Chen, wondering if this person frequent changed his mind. Hadn't the previous lie instructed her to leave Sumi live? With a sudden shift? Ye Chen regretted bringing Lindsay into Thai's affair heated notch wish for her to expose it to Theslanatics. According to Wu Fei, both Lin Xi and Lin Wuwu were regarded as exceptionally unique would be these individuals, and he could no talo this information talik. All research material share must be destroyed. Lin's secrets must remain hidden forever. Lin Xi was reluctant to have Lin Wuwu, nor did Ye Chen want Lin Xi to take action. Thus, it became a perfect assembly line. Lin Wu, was responsible for cap 2 ring individuals, Ye Chen for eliminating them, and Lin Xi for incinerating their remains. This building was constructed against a hillside. I thought he hill was not particularly high. Flooding had submerged much of the structure. Remarkably, however, waterproofing ways exception water had not seeped inside, and in Seth water transformed into us, it posed no threat to the building. Lin Xi marveled at the quality of the waterproof materials. Ye Chen, irritated, retorted, cold it be any worse? This new material is settering the construction off days, and it has been stolen here. Lin Xi and Ye Chen discovered the control room, where they indeed found explosives, along with numerous batteries theses of fold computer towers. Lin Xi scrutinized the batteries, finding themedly familiar. The Cyrenilla developed bethebe each can story up to 100 degrees of electricity. A household in the basic han applied to purchase and take not power high wattage appliances boot can meet basis electricity needs. Once depleted, they can be exchanged for flacarged batteries at the power center using points, Ye Chen explained her. These wasamething the than existed in her previous life. Piquing Lin's interest duis the base havia power center? Ye Chen checked the battery codes, relieved to find they were still intact thiovident, lin been destroyed it. The code swooped all of them to trace the inventory records at the base. Noticing her keen interest, he elaborated, it's essentially a power station. Given the current nuclear technology, generating power is feasible, but must consider potential future disasters. Thus, their research institute has kept Thescalio to power stations minimal to maintain mobility, preventing the entire base from being compromised in the event of an incident. Utilizing these high-capacitive batteries as power carriers minimizes the need for extensive wiring, allowing for more agile response to disasters, enabling newly constructed buildings to be powered swiftly. Lin Xi in agreement indeed, underground wiring could be damaged by mutated rodents or insects, making repairs laborious and time-consuming. Moreover, reducing the amount of wiring would conserve significant resources. In addition to the control room, the all-solicate laboratory. Upon entering, the claw marks and discolored blood stains and sent shivers down spines. Ye Chen Paletta out swiftly Joey on theater Sarah Riving, soon let them handle these. Do I wish to inspect the house? What will be that point? She couldn't take anything with her. Lin Xi felt no interest in tired Delfinda Placidus with Wuwu. You go keka fan of missing personnel from the base are still alive. Ye Chen's gaze shift head slightly okay. Lin Xi thin found Asmal conference room with Lin Wuwu, laying down a blanket on Theflo ran sitting down. She entered her space mentally, confirming that Bothimo moaned lightning weren't harmed, and exited with relief. As Lin Xi stepped out, fearing she might nitra turn homie on timey and that him moaned lightning might go hungry, she brought team in 5 lit lomos into the space, settling them in Lin's territory. Lin Wuwu treated them obelehow sees its domain, even having Qing Bao assist in place in Jatapazatetha 3 surrounding shops off Disneyland. Fear and Jai would find the space too small, I top tetazi to pana thir mobile house nearby, providing amply room for an a potential little subordinate tesit might recruit. After all, she had purchased 5 sits. As expected, Lin Wuwu hadel reedy beg and tow himper having been confined in such as Malaron cage had been unbearable. Even after dispatching the villains, it still felt Tatramindu's injustice, a seef no amount of fissy cream could placate it. Itat tempteto bury it shed beneath Lin Wu's arm but felt it ways inappropriate, so instead, it lukejapat Lin's eye with pishablees, longing to transform into Katan Nessaline harems, but o'day it cold not. Wick online intensified its frustration. Thegriadager, feeling wronged, re-stead it shed in Lin's knee, exhaling heavily, its furry faces scrunched up, as if pleading for comfort with the 5 bold letters written across it. Lin's quickly embraced it, planting a kiss on its forehead, gently stroking the tiger's neck. Do not fret, that villain has been reduced to wishes. Let's uhoderes to bully our. Chapter 101. News from Qin Yuansi. Ye Chen pushed the door open and entered, concerned that Lin Wuwu might be hungry. He first took a bag of food from the storeroom to bring to her. Lin Wuwu paused momentarily, caught between the desire to continue her playful antics and the urge to sulk, ultimately opting to persist in her charm. Indeed, she soon heard Ye Chen's affectionate greeting. Oh dear. Whose little darling is this? TSK. A true man should endure a bit of hardship. What's the big deal? Who hasn't faced adversity? And yet here you are, sulking. Aren't you embarrassed? Lin Wuwu, the grand old tiger, was quite sensitive about her pride, and Ye Chen's words provoked a mix of irritation and exasperation, prompting her to butt her head towards him. Why Ye Chen lost his balance, and with a yelp, he fell to the ground, inadvertently tripping Lin Wuwu with his long legs. He pinned her head with his arm, teasingly asking if she had submitted. Naturally, Lin Wuwu was defiant, rolling over and using her imposing physique in an attempt to pin him down, leading to a playful tussle between them. Lin Xi couldn't help but chuckle, recognizing that this was far from their first playful skirmish. It was no wonder that Wuwu enjoyed playing with Ye Chen and Joey. She never engaged with Lin Xi in the same way, who could never provide her with such delightful experiences. Wrestling with a large tiger was indeed quite taxing, and when Ye Chen grew tired, he resorted to tempting Lin Wuwu with food. Do you know what this is? You little rascal. It's beef jerky, and over here we have sausages, and in this black bag are braised eggs, along with braised chicken wings. Have you ever tasted braised chicken feet? They're absolutely delicious, incredibly fragrant. I specifically brought this for you. Which one would you like? You can't take them all, just one for each of us. Lin Wuwu seriously contemplated her options and ultimately chose a braised chicken foot, as she had never tried one before. Lin Xi watched as Wuwu was swayed by Ye Chen's words and selected a braised chicken wing to save for her. It was indeed a curious phenomenon. No matter how good the food at home was, it could not compare to the allure of outside delicacies. Even a mere chicken foot from the outside world was regarded as a remarkable treasure. Under Lin Xi's reproachful gaze, Ye Chen beamed with delight. See, she's quite happy now. Who has the luxury to be overly sentimental? If she did, a little practice would make all her troubles vanish. Although Lin Xi did not agree with his sentiment, it was evident that Wuwu was no longer feeling wronged. She and Ye Chen were enjoying self-heating meals, each with 2 boxes, supplemented by individual self-heating hot pots filled with sausages and luncheon meat. Lin Wuwu happily gnawed on her chicken foot, crunching away, not bothering to spit out the bones, seemingly oblivious to the flavor. Halfway through, Lin Xi suddenly recalled why the battery seemed familiar. It resembled those from Qin Yuansi's laboratory. She inquired, "Now that this matter is settled, are you planning to return to the base?" "Of course. I found several surviving ability users, and I intend to escort them back. Would you like to accompany me to the base?" Ye Chen replied, looking at her. Lin Xi hesitated. She wished to see Qin Yuansi, but bringing Lin Wuwu along might attract unwanted attention, especially if others were to take an interest in her. Ye Chen followed her gaze and quickly understood. It's better to wait a while. In the early days of the base's establishment, a few unruly individuals inevitably slipped in. Once I root them out, you can visit with peace of mind. Lin Xi considered this and asked, "Do you know anyone from the research institute? Are you acquainted with Qin Yuansi?" Ye Chen, cheek stuffed with food, quickly swallowed upon hearing her question. "You know Professor Qin? He is my father's colleague and quite renowned at the base. His research is particularly valuable. Are you his student?" Lin Xi recalled what Wu Fei had mentioned, piecing together that Ye Chen's father might be linked to the research institute, and wondered if she could leverage this connection to find Qin Yuansi. "Not exactly. He is my uncle, a family friend. I only know he entered the research institute, but after the communication blackout, I lost track of him. Is he in good health? Is he being well taken care of?" Ye Chen could tell from the barrage of questions that Qin Yuansi was someone Lin Xi deeply cared about, and he found himself curious about when she had begun to show such concern for him. "Don't worry. Professor Qin is a treasured asset of the base, as are many researchers. When the base was first established, they were all brought in and settled. They have dedicated personnel for protection, and ordinary people are not permitted to approach them. Their accommodations are in a separate area, and their meals are assured. The security level is comparable to that of the elders." Upon hearing this, Lin Xi genuinely felt relieved for Qin Yuansi in a world ravaged by the apocalypse. Having such a sanctuary meant he could focus on his research without worry. "When you go to the base, please convey a message to him. Tell him I am doing well and not to worry about me. After the extreme cold passes, I will visit him. By the way, could you help me bring something for him?" Ye Chen readily agreed. "No problem. Just hand it to the people on the 17th floor, and they will deliver it for me." As they continued to eat and chat, the conversation turned to the children at the base. Lin Xi curiously asked, "What can those children who have lost their parents do at the base?" Ye Chen observed the young girl before him. He noted how her eyes would widen innocently when she was curious, resembling a Persian cat, stirring a warm feeling in his heart. At the base, those over 15 are considered adults and have designated job positions. They can learn construction from masters or agriculture from experts. They can also choose to take assessments to join the military or medical teams. The base does not support idleness. Children under 15 are housed together in schools, with curriculum adjusted to half-days. Those over 10 may run errands and assist dormitory supervisors with younger children, earning points for themselves. Given the current environment, they cannot enjoy the luxury of a traditional education. Children over 5 learn survival skills and how to care for younger siblings, while also practicing planting techniques, like growing potatoes and sweet potatoes. Blending learning with play. Those 5 and under are supervised by the dormitory teachers. All of these children's supplies are allocated by the base and managed by the school, with oversight from the inspection office. Lin Xi nodded in understanding. She realized there were so many intricacies involved in caring for children. In her past life, she couldn't have imagined such arrangements in her own base. It seemed she truly lacked the aptitude for leadership, and some matters were best left to the capable. "But does the base have so many tasks to handle?" Ye Chen chuckled. "Of course. The base has a heavy burden. Don't forget where the supplies for the distribution points come from. A portion is from pre-apocalypse stockpiles, but a significant amount has been produced by the base. They have retained some production lines for essential supplies. The more they can conserve the stockpiles, the better, especially since we don't know what natural disasters may lie ahead." Lin Xi was thoroughly impressed. She had always thought the leaders were extravagant, yet she had not realized they had begun developing production at the base in her previous life. Aside from basic processing and manufacturing, most bases were merely surviving on dwindling resources. Chapter 102. The devious and cunning Luo Qingzhou. Seeing the two engrossed in conversation, Lin Wuwu felt slighted and stubbornly squeezed between them to assert her presence. Before Ye Chen could express his annoyance, Zhao Hui burst in through the door with a loud bang. "Captain, why are you holed up here while there's so much happening outside?" "Oh, sister, you're here too. accompanied by Su Qiuming's loud calls, "Captain, where are you? Someone's looking for you." Ye Chen had never felt as exasperated with his comrades as he did today. "Get out! Get out! What do you want with me? Can't you handle things on your own? I'm just a parent looking after a child." Just then, he caught sight of Luo Qingzhou striding towards him, and Ye Chen quickly stood up, thinking, "Oh no." Luo Qingzhou relaxed upon seeing Ye Chen standing there. But his heart had raced when he heard his subordinate report that Ye Chen had once again ventured out alone into danger in previous times. It might have been acceptable, but in this day and age, to venture into a den of tigers without a companion was reckless. If something were to happen, how would he explain it to the old commander? Is that a tiger I see? Ye Chen wanted to prevent Luo Qingzhou from noticing Lin Xi and Wuwu. So he promptly pulled him outside, closing the door behind them. "Lin Xi, why do I feel like we're sneaking around?" Luo Qingzhou lowered his voice to reprimand him. "Is it true that no one can manage you anymore? Did you get approval for this reckless act?" He didn't want to raise his voice too much in front of others. After all, he had to maintain some semblance of authority as the captain. Leaning casually against the wall, Ye Chen nonchalantly defended himself. "I didn't do it intentionally. I couldn't just stand by and watch an innocent civilian get taken away, could I? Plus, this was a fantastic opportunity. After following them for so long, I finally located their main camp and rescued several ability users and some mutated animals. You should have seen how miserable they were. If I had delayed even a moment longer, I doubt I could have saved them." Luo Qingzhou was all too familiar with Ye Chen. He had played with him since he was a child. Amidst Ye Chen's babbling, he quickly caught on to a key phrase: innocent civilians? The way he emphasized it made it clear he didn't want him to see. Luo Qingzhou calmly replied, "Oh, really? You're quite the hero, aren't you? In just a few days, you've managed to infiltrate the enemy's base. But what happened to the people there? Did you leave without a single survivor? You aren't suggesting you let them escape, are you?" Ye Chen's eyes darted around before he confidently declared, "That's classified information. No comment." Luo Qingzhou found himself laughing in disbelief, extending a finger to gesture at him a few times before giving a thumbs up. "You can do it? Ha! Now let me ask you, who are those innocent civilians inside? Are they male or female?" Ye Chen evidently grew anxious, retorting without hesitation, "What business is it of yours? Why should you care? Oh dear, are you about to be dismissed? Why the sudden urgency?" Luo Qingzhou remarked nonchalantly. "So it seems they are indeed female. I mean, if you were on a mission, why bring along a young girl? Just to sit and drink tea together. Who is sitting around drinking tea? Who brought a girl?" "Don't spread nonsense," Ye Chen quickly denied, his face flushing crimson. This is still too young. A mere hint was enough to make him lose his composure. Luo Qingzhou brushed off the dust from his clothing and said, "If there is nothing to it, then let it be that I never claimed otherwise, so why the rush to conclusions? I hardly have the inclination to meddle in your affairs. As long as there is an aunt looking after you, that should suffice." He had his own matters to attend to and didn't wish to be entangled in trivialities. At most, he might report a little. With a cold snort, Luo Qingzhou departed, realizing that Ye Chen had wasted a good part of his day, leaving him to work late into the night. Ye Chen exhaled in relief. Luo Qingzhou was too astute, and their familiarity made it exceedingly difficult to keep anything from him. A balance of half-truths was just about manageable. He sought to keep Luo Qingzhou away from Lin Xi, for with his sharp intellect, he might very well deduce that she was the one in question. Ye Chen was uncertain of how Luo Qingzhou would regard that individual. Hence it was best to keep him uninformed. Upon returning to the conference room, he discovered Lin Xi tearing open a packaging of chicken wings for Lin Wuwu, all the while murmuring, "Are they really that delicious? I specially prepared chicken legs for you, yet I haven't seen you eat many." Lin Wuwu was nestled against Lin Xi, practically pushing her off balance. He couldn't help but chuckle, clearing his throat. Let me arrange for someone to take you home first. Oh, and you can hand over the items for Professor Qin to him too. You can head back now." Lin Wuwu sprang up on the spot. We can go home. We can go home. I want to turn into a cat and roll around on the big bed. By the way, Wuwu, that person just now was named Luo Qingzhou, the most cunning and treacherous of them all. Remember, if you see him in the future, keep your distance and hide your tail well, or else you'll be caught in an instant. Understand? Lin Wuwu tilted her head at him. What do you mean? I don't understand. Anyway, I just want to go home and roll around. A tiger's roar echoed. The soldiers inspecting in the laboratory paused, puzzled. Why does it sound like a tiger? Besides these pitiful mutated animals, they are even experimenting on tigers. Truly outrageous. Lin Xi observed Ye Chen with a thoughtful expression. Was Ye Chen advising her to be cautious and avoid that person named Luo? It mattered little. The less contact with official personnel, the better. As for Ye Chen, it was a case of unfortunate coincidence. Ye Chen sought a large off-road vehicle, while Lin Wuwu insisted on running alongside it in the snow for a while before finally agreeing to sit quietly inside. The driver was a young soldier named Xiao Song, whose serious demeanor made Lin Xi feel as if she were his superior, as he diligently drove for 7 hours before reaching Panshan community. Arriving at the community at 4 in the morning, Lin Xi greeted him. Thank you for your patience. I'll be right back with some things. Yes, Xiao Song replied earnestly. She had prepared the items for Qin Yuansi, but couldn't simply conjure them out of thin air. She needed to return home first. Lin Xi took Wuwu upstairs and immediately came back down. She grabbed a large bag containing a down jacket and pants, 2 sets of woolen sweaters and trousers from the country, 2 pairs of warm snow boots, 10 pairs of wool socks, 2 wool scarves, 2 pairs of wool gloves, 2 leather hats, 2 large boxes of American ginseng, and 2 large boxes of tea leaves, along with 2 1-liter thermoses. The soldier helped Lin Xi place the bag in the vehicle and saluted her as he prepared to leave. Lin Xi handed him another 1-liter thermos filled with instant coffee made with hot water. He had been driving for too long and needed something warm and invigorating, along with 2 large packets of individually wrapped bread that wouldn't freeze when eaten. I want to invite you up. You wouldn't go anyway. This is from Ye Chen. Remember to drink some coffee and eat enough before driving. All right, huh? Yes. Although surprised, Xiao Song responded earnestly. Chapter 103. Central Military Base. Lin Xi finally returned home satisfied. Inside, Lin Wuwu had already transformed back into a cat, racing around the house. Lightning furrowed his brow, confused as to how the boss had suddenly vanished, only to have a tyrannical cat appear. Momo retreated to his little tent. Stepping on a soft mat and sighing contentedly, he preferred familiar surroundings, while the little ones didn't mind. Wherever their mother was, that was home, and they would eat and sleep wherever they went. Lin Xi felt much more at ease upon returning home. After comforting the anxious Lightning, they all had a little something to eat before resting. After washing Lin Wuwu, who had turned into a cat and smelled of milk, Lin Xi finally had time to freshen up herself. That night, Lin Wuwu ran around Lin Xi's room, leaping about, evidently not wanting to be alone. Lin Xi indulged her, and Wuwu even feigned a stomachache, curling up in her arms, allowing Lin Xi to rub her belly for quite a while before finally contentedly dozing off by Lin Xi's bed. Xiao Song returned to the supply point and saw a convoy preparing to depart at the entrance. He hurriedly handed the bag to Ye Chen. Captain, this is the bag. Miss Lin asked me to bring it to you. She also said you asked her to give me this. His voice trailed off. Feeling a bit timid. Ye Chen, looking at the thermos and the remaining half bag of bread, understood Lin Xi's old habits. Maintaining a neutral expression, he replied, Yes, I asked her to give it to me. Is there a problem? Xiao Song stuttered. Oh no, no problem. The coffee is quite sweet, and the bread is delicious. Ye Chen mimicked Lin Xi's serious demeanor. All right, go rest. Yes. Xiao Song quickly left. Ye Chen chuckled to himself. Scaring people while maintaining a stern face was quite amusing. Wu Wei approached, coming to relieve Ye Chen from duty, and playfully nudged his shoulder. Ye Xiaogo, what are you sneaking a laugh about? I heard you took a girl along on your mission. Who is she? Have I seen her before? Ye Chen shot him a disdainful look. Shanju, I'm not saying you, but all you do is gossip. You should focus on your work instead of being a busybody. You are useless at everything except for gossip. You ought to be a tabloid reporter. It would be a waste of your talent. Wu Wei pouted. What is so great about it? Didn't you just encounter a dead mouse? Ye Chen beamed with pride. Hey, why do you think you didn't run into one? Hee. I have every reason to be proud. Hee. Wu Wei placed a hand on his shoulder. Then tell me, is there someone or not? I promise not to tell anyone. Hee. Guess for yourself. I'm off. Everyone, prepare to depart. Ye Chen dismissed him. Moving on to Wu Wei watched his retreating figure, arms crossed, thoughtfully stroking his chin. Teske. He didn't deny it. That means he is feeling guilty. Hiss. No denial plus guilt equals admission. I must inform the others. Ye Chen interjected. Didn't we agree not to tell anyone? Wu Wei laughed. Ha. Do I look like that kind of person? The central military base is located 1,000 kilometers north of North City, flanked by mountains, with plains extending in other directions. Surrounded by imitation ancient city walls, approximately 20 meters high with a top width of 12 meters and a bottom width of 28 meters. The entrance features a massive alloy gate that rises from underground. In the event of danger, the gate can be shut, and heavy stones will fall to prevent mutated animals or enemies from breaching the entrance. Ye Chen set off at 5 in the morning. Driving on the icy surface was inherently slow, and with injured personnel, they made numerous stops, only arriving at the base by noon the following day. Ye Chen led the convoy to the entrance, where the massive gate was closed and heavily guarded. After scanning their wristbands to confirm everyone's identities, the gate swung open, allowing the convoy to enter. Inside was an open area enclosed by walls, with watchtowers and shooting points established around. The convoy took several minutes to reach the inner city gate. The inner city gate was equipped with large sensors that could identify entrance without needing a scan. Ye Chen transferred the injured supernatural beings to the subordinate inspection department, leaving further follow-up to them. As for Wu Fei's matter, he decided to discuss it with his grandfather at home first. His current residence was a 2-story small building situated in the core area of the base, benefiting from his father's research institute. Even his grandfather did not enjoy such privileges. Currently, the research institute held the best accommodations within the base. The buildings here could not be constructed as tall as before the apocalypse, so the residences were relatively small, emphasizing practicality and compactness. A small building, belonging to the research institute, covered only about 100 square meters and was a maximum of 2 stories high. But it featured 2 levels of basements, uniformly heated by the research institute. The roof was a glass-enclosed sunroom, filled with foam boxes serving as a small vegetable garden, though nothing grew well during the extreme cold. Upon entering, Ye Chen began to shout, "Mom, I'm back. I brought you gifts." His mother rushed out from the kitchen, examining him for a moment before saying, "You've lost weight. Why did you take so long to return? I knew you were coming back, so I made you some food. Are you hungry?" "Yes, I am." Ye Chen handed over some skincare products to his mother. "Mom, here, your gift, exchanged for many points." His mother shot him a sidelong glance. Unable to suppress her scolding, "What time is it, and you're still spending money wastefully? You shouldn't buy such things for me. Why not buy something for the young lady instead? Now, go wash your hands and face. Dinner is ready to— "Oh, I understand. What about my grandfather? Is he still at the command center?" As he washed, he inquired. Ye mother patted his clothing and remarked, "Your grandfather comes back infrequently and spends his days napping in the office. You're back at just the right time. Please persuade him. At his age, health is of utmost importance." "All right, I'll go find him shortly." Ye Chen replied. Ye mother brought out the dishes and sat beside Ye Chen. Watching him eat, observing his hearty appetite, she couldn't help but feel a pang of concern. "Are you eating well out there? How long can you stay at the base this time?" Ye Chen grinned. "Mom, don't worry, I can definitely fill my stomach. My cooking skills are quite impressive. Besides, no one could possibly deprive me of food. I'm just afraid you might be like your grandfather, giving your portion to others." Ye mother hesitated, letting out a sigh. Ye Chen swiftly changed the subject. "What about Dad? He's hardly home these days. You might as well sell him to the research institute for all the good he does." Ye mother chuckled at his words and playfully swatted him. "Your father still cares about you. What a heartless little rascal you are, daring to slander him behind his back." Just then, Ye father arrived home. Taking off his clothes and changing his shoes, "Where does this little rascal come from, talking bad about me every day?" Chapter 104. The embarrassing 18 Arhats. Ye Ming had taken leave from work, specifically to be home for his son's return. Upon seeing his father, Ye Chen immediately exclaimed warmly, "Dad, hurry, come enjoy the delicious meal Mom prepared. It's absolutely delectable. Anyone who dares speak ill of my father will get a thrashing. I've already eaten in the courtyard, but I can still manage a little more. Yuehua, let's join our child for a bite. I had a late meal, so I'm not hungry right now." Nonetheless, Ye father and Ye mother each took a small bowl of rice to accompany Ye Chen. Content after his meal, Ye Chen reclined on his grandfather's rocking chair, swaying gently as he said, "Dad, tomorrow I want to meet Professor Qin Yuansi. Could you help me arrange it?" Why do you want to see him?" "He's busy. Don't disturb him." Ye father refused to assist. Ye Chen protested, "It's not a disturbance. Someone asked me to bring him something. I have to deliver it." Ye father adjusted his glasses. "Who? I haven't heard of him having any close acquaintances. You wouldn't be involved with some spy nonsense, would you? There were quite a few spies infiltrating before the apocalypse, and after, they began to stir trouble. The research institute was a hotspot, and Ye father remained vigilant. Ye Chen grew anxious. Hey, that's not true. Do you think your son is that foolish? Dad, why are you so nosy? Just tell me if you will arrange the meeting. Arrange. If young Master Chen speaks, how could I not arrange it? However, I haven't heard of any young ladies at his place. Why are you so eager to meet him? Ye father muttered under his breath. Dad, Ye Chen shouted, growing indignant. Mom, can you please manage him? He's supposed to be an intellectual. Yet he behaves like a gossiping old fool. What nonsense is this? Ye father straightened up, defiantly stating, You acknowledged me as an intellectual. Where do you think I would gossip? Clearly, people envy me. Speaking of my son. It's you? What a promising young man, finding a little lady. I thought you might bring her home, which is why I rushed. Ye Chen was nearly exasperated, wondering who this person was, his mouth far too loose. And Yue Hua shielded her son, lightly smacking Yi Ming. You take things at face value too easily and still call yourself a researcher. Not professional at all. Turning to her son, she said, I've scolded your father. Don't be upset. Now tell me, is the young lady pretty? Is she of good character? How old is she? What kind of family does she come from? Ye Chen. After finishing his meal, he went to deliver soup to his grandfather. Standing at the entrance of the command center with an insulated container. Once the guard received the approval for entry, he escorted him to the second floor. The simple office contained a desk, a filing cabinet, a wooden sofa, and a single bed. Ye Chen touched the bedding of the single bed, feeling a twinge of worry. It was far too thin, and even with the heating, it wouldn't be warm enough. A sound of footsteps approached, accompanied by an energetic and loud voice. Ungrateful little brat. You finally remembered to come back. As the fourth elder entered, his sharp gaze fell upon Ye Chen. Instead of feeling chastised, Ye Chen smiled. This spirited old man, though fierce, was indeed his beloved grandfather. Judging by his booming voice, it was clear the old fellow was still in good health. Are you going to hold on to your grievances? I personally brought you soup. What grandson is as filial as I am? And yet you scold me. The fourth elder observed his grandson, standing tall and vigorous, and felt a sense of satisfaction. Humph, whether I am reasonable or not. What can you do about it? How could Ye Chen retaliate? He had to appease the elder. All right, drink your soup first. What kind of grumpy old man scolds his own grandson? As the fourth elder relished his grandson's attentiveness, he took the opportunity to ask, after being out for so long, have you behaved yourself? Ye Chen straightened his face, expressing his displeasure. How could I misbehave? That has never happened. I am very disciplined. Did Luo Qingzhou report me? Don't listen to his nonsense. He always makes a mountain out of a molehill. The fourth elder sipped the soup, his eyes narrowing in delight. Did he file a complaint against you? He barely keeps up with you. That was also true. Luo Qingzhou had always cleaned up Ye Chen's messes since childhood. Ye Chen pursed his lips and remained silent. The fourth elder then asked, What have you discovered this time? What else could it be but internal traitors? Grandpa, you don't even know. Ye Chen launched into an extensive report. The fourth elder pondered for a moment. Do you have any leads? Ye Chen, filled with confidence, replied, Of course. Following the trail of construction materials, many new technologies from our base have passed through there. We need to investigate how these items were smuggled out, whose hands they passed through, and who approved them. It's not difficult to investigate. I just want to do it methodically without alarming the snake. The fourth elder concurred with his reasoning. Then why are you leaving no witnesses? That doesn't seem like your style. You haven't seen how cruel their methods are. The soldiers who went to clean up the aftermath couldn't bear to look at the remains, with rivers of blood. Besides, I don't trust their confessions. They would love to see us in chaos, as you said. We must stabilize first. If I bring them back, and they drag a few elders down with them, what then? With so many clues, I prefer to investigate myself. Ye Chen was well aware of the situation. The fourth elder nodded gravely. That does make some sense. Leaning in closer, he whispered, Is it true that you were keeping silent because you saw someone you liked and, in a fit of rage, eliminated them? Here we go again. He knew it. While eliminations might occur, it had nothing to do with romance. He wished for it, but it simply wasn't the case. Ye Chen took a deep breath. Grandpa, do you think I'm that kind of person? The fourth elder distanced himself slightly, seriously saying, "How would I know? I've never seen you in a romantic relationship, by the way. Have you brought her back?" Ye Chen, hands on his hips, indignantly retorted, "I haven't even been in a relationship, so how could I bring someone back? Grandpa, who have you been listening to? For someone of your age, how can you gossip like the old men at the village entrance? Ruining my reputation, be honest, who is it?" The fourth elder regarded him with a disdainful gaze. "Reputation? What reputation do you have? Do you know what your group is called? The 18 Arhats. TSK, 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 how embarrassing. Your father, at your age, had a whole flock of young ladies chasing after him. I heard you've been disowned. Now there are only 17 Arhats left. I find it quite an honor. Turns out you were just a useless little brat. Go on, go on. Looking at you disgusts me. People often say that grandparents miss their grandchildren when they are away, but after just 30 minutes, he was already feeling disdain. Well then, Grandpa, remember to come home for dinner tonight." Ye Chen left in a huff. The fourth elder observed his dejected figure, muttering to himself, did I hurt his pride? That shouldn't be the case, however. Knowing shame and striving to improve is a good thing. Chapter 105. The Battle of the Bounty Hunters is on. Ye father arranged for Ye Chen to meet Qin Yuansi, but not the following day. Rather, that very evening, as Qin Yuansi came to the Yi residence for dinner. Qin Yuansi arrived alone, usually engrossed in his research, living and working at the institute. Ye father had a good relationship with him and often invited him to dine together. Ye Chen felt slightly awkward upon seeing Qin Yuansi, anxious that his father might speak out of turn. The fourth elder had also returned, and with a glance, he could tell that Ye Chen was feeling particularly guilty. Except for Ye Chen, the evening gathering was quite enjoyable. Ye father and Qin Yuansi engaged in a lively discussion about their work, while the fourth elder occasionally chimed in. Ye Chen conversed with Ye mother in hushed tones. Qin Yuansi inquired about Ye Chen's views on some newly developed tools and equipment. Ye Chen spoke with enthusiasm, truthfully expressing that many new materials are only fully understood through the experiences of those on the front lines. Moreover, Qin Yuansi mentioned a mutated spider they had received previously. Its silk was remarkably strong, but unfortunately, there wasn't enough of the sample for thorough research. Ye Chen readily agreed to bring him more if they encountered any in the future. After dinner, Qin Yuansi expressed his intention to leave, and Ye father suggested Ye Chen accompany him. Ye Chen then breathed a sigh of relief, picking up the large bag that Lin Xi had given him. Qin Yuansi was a man wholly devoted to his research. Completely oblivious to why Ye Chen insisted on escorting him. "It's just a few steps. There's no need for you to see me off. Your return is a rare occurrence. Do take the time to visit with your family." Ye Chen said with a smile, "Professor Qin, the items in this bag were entrusted to me by Lin Xi to deliver to you. It's rather heavy. Allow me to escort you home." Qin Yuansi, upon hearing Lin Xi's name, was suddenly filled with surprise and joy. "Lin Xi? You know Lin Xi? How is she? Is she safe? Has she come to the base?" Ye Chen chuckled, walking as he spoke. "She is doing well. She has awakened her fire abilities and is faring quite nicely. She resides in a community with a few friends who can look out for one another. They have also formed a combat team called the Battalion Team, currently consisting of 3 members who take on missions to earn points. She is quite formidable and occasionally collaborates with us. This time, knowing I would return to the base, she asked me to bring you some things. She mentioned that once the extreme cold passes, she will come to see you and ask you to take care of yourself." Qin Yuansi nodded repeatedly as he listened. "Indeed, I know she has always been capable, but I still worry greatly. I had someone inquire about her but received no news. I feared she might have returned to Haishur, so I even sent someone there to investigate. Oh, how I wish I had asked you sooner." He sighed, adding, "In truth, when I return to the country, I hope to keep an eye on her. But who would have anticipated encountering this apocalypse, rendering it impossible to gather even a whisper of information? Moreover, the most vexing part is being confined here, unable to venture out and search for her. Haha, how could they possibly let you out? Who would bear the responsibility if something were to happen?" Ye Chen found Qin Yuansi to be a rather naive and earnest researcher. He said in an exaggerated tone, "You are fortunate indeed that you did not venture outside. Just imagine, if Lin Xi were here and unable to find you, what would she do? She would be compelled to scour the world for you, unaware of the dangers she might encounter. Communication disruptions make finding people exceedingly inconvenient, but fear not. For now, you needn't rely on others. You can simply reach out to me for any matters. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuansi felt a shiver of apprehension. You are absolutely right. I am relieved that I did not leave. Please tell her that I am here waiting for her. It will be convenient for her to find me. Ye Chen escorted Qin Yuansi back to the research center, where Qin Yuansi handed over a large bag of items he had prepared in advance. Asking Ye Chen to deliver them to Lin Xi that night, he stealthily climbed back into his room with the hefty bag, oblivious to the two pairs of eyes watching him. Isn't Xiao Qin your colleague? Does he truly have no daughter? Could it be that he has a sister? Dad, what are you doing? Why do you care if Qin Yuansi has a sister or not? You fool, you know nothing. Chen laughed at Qin Yuansi like a blooming trumpet flower. Can you guess why? The way you put it does seem a bit curious. I heard he might be looking for some relative. Is it a boy or a girl? I have no interest in their family relations, nor does it concern me. Let me tell you, this is serious. You must investigate. His relative is likely found, and I bet it's a pretty young girl. Dad, how do you know that? Because I am clever, while you are not. Humph. Ye Chen, needing to remain at the base for a time to investigate the mole, did not wish anyone else to deliver items to Lin Xi. He planned to personally present them to her, knowing it would surely delight her, chuckling to himself. After that day, having taken 2 long bus rides, Lin Wuwu settled down for a few days. Lin Wuwu resumed staying up late, playing games and snacking, showing no desire to revert to her tiger form. Lightning followed her gloomily, dissatisfied that her capable leader had turned into a pampered cat. Just thinking about it made her uncomfortable. Momo had been quite busy lately. The little kittens were becoming increasingly adept, albeit wobbling as they walked, but that did not hinder them from mewing while they ambled. All 5 of them crawling about the place, with Mo periodically carrying them back to their nest. Lin Wuwu, go help your little brother with the kids. Lin Xi poked her. She had been slacking for several days, living joyfully to the point of envy. Wu. I have 2 little brothers. At Lin Wuwu's command, Lightning immediately dashed off to take care of the 5 kittens. All right, I almost forgot she had 2 little brothers. Lin Xi, did you receive my message? The intercom was calling for Lin Xi. Zhao Ziyong received news that the troops had discovered a nest of mutated wild boars, and due to the Bataillon team's impressive track record, they invited the team to join in the hunt in 3 days, with a reward of 1,000 points. Lin Xi agreed and suggested including Su Guangqing, as his mental abilities needed further practice. As for whether to bring Xiao Xiao, that was up to him. 3 days later, Lin Xi, Lin Wuwu, Lightning, along with Zhao Ziyong and Su Guangqing drove to the designated location. A series of tents had already been erected. Besides the military, there were also several teams of ability users present. As Lin Xi's earthy yellow off-road vehicle entered the camp, it drew the attention of many in the face of calamity. There were few who could maintain such a well-preserved imported off-road vehicle. The 3 of them donned American-style gear, carrying firearms, and brought along a tiger and a dog, exuding a powerful aura both in spirit and attire. Though Zhao Ziyong did not seek to draw attention, his presence was impossible to ignore due to the palpable killing intent emanating from him. Lin Xi appeared relaxed. After all, she was merely there for a hunt, feeling no pressure in contrast to the grave expressions of others, radiating a sense of carefree confidence. The most anxious was Su Guangqing, who was participating in such a hunt for the first time, his demeanor tense and strained. Chapter 106, Mutated Wild Boars and Black Wolves. The one in charge was a tall soldier who instructed everyone to gather in the largest tent in 10 minutes to discuss the plan. Each team had a small tent, and the Bataillon team was assigned one as well, complete with a charcoal stove, which made it warm upon entering. Lin Xi asked Su Guangqing, "Can you sense how many teams there are?" He nodded, having sensed it as soon as they arrived. There are 5 military teams, and counting us, 5 ability user teams. Zhao Ziyong found it odd. If it's just wild boars we're hunting, why do we need so many people? Is there an unusually large number of them this time? Upon reaching the large tent, the tall soldier introduced himself. My name is Wu Wei, and I am the overall commander for this hunt. Initially, our intelligence indicated a nest of wild boars here, which led us to decide to eliminate them. However, we later received information that we are not the only ones targeting this nest. A pack of black wolves has also arrived. The noise inside the large tent grew as many began to murmur. Wu Wei scanned the various teams, his gaze settling on the Bataillon team. He had heard many say that the Bataillon members were quite formidable. Whether they truly were, he could not say, but their composure was undeniable, especially upon hearing about the black wolves without showing fear. Excellent. Thus, if any team wished to withdraw, they could do so now. However, If they chose to stay, they must remember to follow the command. Furthermore, our rule prohibits teams from competing for prey. All spoils will be distributed based on individual contributions, and inter-team shooting is strictly forbidden. Drones will be monitoring from above, and any violations will be met with immediate action. Wu Wei felt helpless. Every time they undertook a mission, the casualty rate among the teams often exceeded that of the military. And no matter how many times he emphasized this, they never listened, opting instead for individualism, and sometimes even squabbling among themselves. Given the choice, he would prefer to go alone rather than lead these teams. However, the base leaders hoped to teach more ability users how to cooperate. Since he had brought them, he hoped to return them all safely. If there are no objections, start a fire and prepare meals. We depart in 1 hour. Lin Xi raised her hand. I have a question. How many wild boars are there? How many black wolves? From which direction are the black wolves approaching? Are these black wolves the vanguard or the entirety of their force? Wu Wei's eyes showed appreciation. There are approximately 30 mutated wild boars. The smallest weighing 500 pounds, with the largest exceeding 1,000 pounds. Over 50 black wolves are approaching from the south, and we are uncertain if they have reinforcements. Our backup is on the way and will arrive in 4 hours. What? That's a lot. Why didn't you make that clear? A member from an unknown team had begun to panic. Wu Wei reiterated. The situation is indeed fluid, and we apologize for that. If you wish to leave, we will not hinder you and will offer 100 points. Lin Xi raised her hand again. I have another question. This area should contain numerous trees. Can we rule out the presence of mutated plants? Wu Wei paused. That cannot be ruled out, Miss Lin. Do you have any suggestions? Lin Xi pondered. There is no good way to eliminate that possibility, so we must exercise caution, especially with particularly well-grown plants. As for the black wolves, their individual combat power may not be daunting, but the danger lies in their mutations, which have made them more intelligent. If these 50 black wolves are merely testing our strength, there may be at least another 100 behind them. The thought of mutated trees had been suggested by Su Guangqing. Although he wasn't entirely certain, he had a vague feeling. I have a question. A member from another team spoke up. We have encountered mutated wild boars before. Bullets cannot penetrate their hide, and we can only target their brains through their eyes. The speed of black wolves surpasses that of wild boars. If they are similar in resilience, it will be challenging to aim, Wu Wei calmly replied. This is our first encounter with black wolves, but based on their mutations, they should not resemble the wild boars. Each team will be equipped with a sniper rifle and 10 specially made armor-piercing bullets. Teams that do not know how to use these will not need to claim them. Zhao Ziyong stepped forward to collect a sniper rifle and armor-piercing bullets. Then returned to the tent with Lin Xi. Once again, the meal consisted of individual soldier rations. Lin Xi placed several cans on the stove to heat up, ready to be consumed once warmed. Additionally, he had placed a few packets of 3-in-1 coffee in the kettle to invigorate them. Su Guangqing closed his eyes and silently tried to sense his surroundings, yet he still could not perceive the black wolf, which left him feeling somewhat dizzy. Lin Xi advised him, at the beginning, do not overuse your psychic abilities too frequently. It will improve after you level up. When we encounter danger, be sure to stick close to us. Try to shield yourself and minimize your presence. Su Guangqing nodded silently. He was eager to grow stronger and could not always rely on others. Zhao Ziyong tested a sniper rifle and praised it, exclaiming, this one is quite effective. I'm quite accustomed to it. Lin Xi rolled his eyes and pulled out 15 grenades, distributing 5 to each person. Old Zhao, if you find it unsatisfactory, you may return it to me. Zhao Ziyong quickly tucked them into his pocket, replying, grenades are not a matter of convenience. Su Guangqing also stowed his grenades in his pouch. Old Zhao had already taught him how to use them, though he had no desire to inquire about their origins. After they had eaten their fill, it was time to set out. Upon their arrival, they discovered that 2 teams of psychic warriors had withdrawn. Now, aside from the Decepticon team, there were the Eastern team and the Dawn team remaining. A young man in his 20s from the Eastern team asked Lin Xi, is your squad named Decepticons because of the mutated tiger? Lin Xi affectionately patted Lin Wuwu. Indeed. Another person, wearing a leather hat, boisterously remarked, your mutated tiger seems quite young. It doesn't even compare to a mutated wild boar. Lin Wuwu glared angrily at the individual. Lin Xi crouched down to whisper to it, we, as noble warriors, do not suffer losses before our eyes. If you can fight, then fight. If not, retreat. We shall greet them with bombs. And as for you, lightning, when the battle starts, stay back and hide to protect yourself. Your leader is formidable. You need not concern yourself with protecting me. Lin Wuwu puffed up proudly, thinking that any prey caught by the pooper scooper also counted as its own accomplishment. After walking for nearly an hour, they reached a snow-covered hillside. Where the slope was inclined, Wu Wei surveyed the surroundings. This area is spacious, with several vantage points. We shall lay an ambush here. 2 of the 8 teams would keep watch, while the remaining 6 would encircle the mutated wild boars from 2 directions. Lin Xi spotted a mutated wild boar that, judging by its size, was the small wild boar Wu Wei had mentioned, yet it resembled a mountain of meat, foraging for something to eat. Lin Wuwu and Lightning had already stealthily darted out. These 2 mischief-makers prompted Lin Xi to quickly pull Zhao Ziyong, instructing him to ready his weapon. Should Lin Wuwu find itself in trouble, immediate support would be necessary. Chapter 107. What exactly did Lin Wuwu do? Half crouching, Lin Wuwu silently approached its prey. When it was less than a meter away, the great tiger suddenly leaped forward, using its tremendous momentum to tackle the mutated wild boar, which immediately let out a loud howl. Lin Wuwu struck with its paw, delivering a powerful blow accompanied by a gust of wind. Yet the mutated wild boar, known for its tough hide and thick flesh, only bore a slight mark and remained uninjured. The wild boar rolled over and quickly regained its footing, lowering its head to reveal its sharp tusks as it charged at Lin Wuwu. Lin Wuwu was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time it had encountered something that dared to retaliate after being struck. In a fit of anger, it charged back at the wild boar. Leaping just before collision, its thick claws digging into the creature's back while its powerful jaws aimed for the boar's spine, piercing through its skin. However, despite its bulk, the wild boar was surprisingly agile, maintaining a low center of gravity that made it difficult to topple, and Lin Wuwu was unceremoniously thrown off. Shaken, Lin Wuwu shook its head, its ferocity rising. How could a proud Decepticon be bullied by a wild boar? It was simply intolerable. With a mighty roar, Lin Wuwu surged forward again, accelerating from the side to knock the wild boar down, its claws relentlessly tearing at its flesh. The wild boar, fierce in its own right, bled profusely but continued to charge at Lin Wuwu. Harnessing its wind abilities, Lin Wuwu delivered several powerful kicks, and as the boar collapsed, unable to rise, Lin Wuwu seized the opportunity to bite down on its thick neck, blood flowing freely as the wild boar struggled. Lightning, seizing the moment, rushed in to assist. After a considerable time, the mutated wild boar finally ceased its struggles, slowly succumbing to its injuries. Lin Wuwu then released its grip, shook its fur, and stood triumphantly atop the wild boar, letting out a resounding and powerful roar that echoed across the land. Only then did Lin Xi feel reassured to have single-handedly taken down a mutated wild boar. Even a smaller one was no small feat, proving that Lin Wuwu was indeed the most formidable. The other teams couldn't help but reassess the strength of the Decepticon team. The soldiers in the army expressed their admiration. Filled with envy, wishing to recruit Lin Wuwu into their ranks, Wu Wei approached Lin Xi, praising Lin Wuwu's brave performance and expressing a desire to reward it, additionally requesting its help in luring other mutated wild boars. With the scent of the wild boar on it, Lin Wuwu could easily attract others by simply making a round. Lin Xi did not agree nor refuse, leaving the decision to Lin Wuwu. Observing the foolish humans beseeching its assistance, Lin Wuwu, feeling magnanimous, graciously agreed. As Lin Wuwu dashed forward, Lightning wished to follow, but Lin Xi quickly restrained it. What nonsense! That is a massive wild boar, and a great tiger is in combat. You, a German shepherd, would just be cannon fodder. Stay here and keep watch. We'll need to deal with the black wolf shortly. Under Wu Wei's command, several teams set up ambush points. Lin Xi awaited Lin Wuwu's return, untroubled by its safety. With its innate speed and wind abilities, few could outrun Lin Wuwu, especially with Qingbao following closely. Lin Xi had advised Qingbao that if Lin Wuwu found itself in danger, it should first retreat into the spatial realm. Originally, Lin Wuwu had intended to make a quick tour to lure back a few wild boars. However, upon stealthily entering a cave, it discovered a multitude of wild boars engaged in a scuffle. Their tussle was not severe. One was atop while the other was below, and the bites were certainly not painful. They were merely play fighting, grunting softly as they did so. Curious, Lin Wuwu observed for a while. Realizing it had not been detected, which inflated its confidence. It then chose a plump mutated wild boar perched above and swiftly pounced. From its earlier battle, it had discerned that the wind blades were far less effective than its claws and sharp teeth against the wild boars. Utilizing its nimble movements, it capitalized on the boar's dazed states, taking bites here and clawing there, delivering minor damage but immense humiliation. Lin Xi waited for a while, noticing that Lin Wuwu had not returned. Feeling a hint of anxiety, yet sensing no danger, she patiently continued to observe with her binoculars. However, instead of spotting Lin Wuwu, she noticed the ground trembling violently, accompanied by a thunderous roar in the distance, raising a cloud of dust. No, it was not dust, but crushed ice being tossed into the air. Lin Xi immediately released her psychic energy, discovering that Lin Wuwu was being relentlessly pursued by nearly 20 mutated wild boars, each weighing over 1,000 pounds. In comparison, Lin Wuwu, at just over 300 pounds, was utterly outmatched. What mischief had it caused? Wu Wei was equally shocked. The mutated wild boars were wild-eyed, seemingly driven mad. What on earth had this tiger done? Had it disturbed their ancestral resting grounds? Regardless, he immediately notified the marksman to prepare, as the swirling snow would hinder visibility and affect shooting accuracy. Lin Wuwu was mainly frightened. Watching the wild boars suddenly go berserk, it had no time to flee. Fortunately, its wind abilities allowed it to maintain a lead. Yet the sheer scale of the scene was overwhelming, something it had never encountered before. It had done nothing wrong, merely provoked them a little. Why had the wild boars lost their minds and begun chasing it? Not only were they pursuing it, but the thundering sound of heavy bodies pounding against the ice behind it also caused a swell of panic. Glancing back, Lin Wuwu saw a veritable mountain of boars in pursuit, nearly stumbling in fright. With its legs flailing, it cried out, "A woo! Pooper scooper! Help! Help!" Lin Xi, witnessing its desperate escape and audacity to glance back, had no time to scold it. She leaped forward toward Lin Wuwu, shouting, "Be quiet! Don't yell, run faster. You could have covered more ground in the time you spent yelling." Fortunately, Lin Wuwu's speed exceeded that of the mutated wild boars. She unleashed a fire line directed at Lin Wuwu's rear, the flames scorching hot enough to create a large pit in the ice almost instantaneously. She continued to hurl large fireballs, creating uneven pits in the ice surface. The wild boars' tough hides were impervious to the flames for the moment. The quickest solution was to melt the ice, creating obstacles to trip them up and slow them down. Zhao Ziyong aimed his sniper rifle and fired the first shot, causing the nearest mutated wild boar to collapse, but the icy surface was slippery, and with momentum, the boar slid forward for a considerable distance like a small mountain. Nevertheless, it still tripped a few others barreling forward. Gunshots rang out continuously, and Qing Bao floated beside Lin Wuwu to shield it from stray bullets, finally managing to return safely to the ambush point. Chapter 108. The wisteria poison ivy has gained intelligence. The great tiger looked at Lin Xi with pitiful eyes. "Ah woo, pooper scooper, they are bullying me because they have more numbers." Lin Xi initially intended to inquire about the strange phenomena that had driven the mutated wild boars into a frenzy. However, upon gazing into its glistening, moist eyes, an unexpected surge of anger welled up within her. How dare it bully her dear Wu Wu? Pretending to retrieve an M32 grenade launcher from her weapon bag, Lin Xi swiftly readied it and aimed at the rampaging mutated wild boars approaching from behind. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deafening explosions reverberated, accompanied by plumes of smoke rising into the air. Wu Wei was momentarily taken aback. He distinctly remembered not possessing such heavy firepower. Zhao Ziyong, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "Hold back on the firepower. If the meat gets charred, how will we eat it?" "Put it down, put it down," Lin Xi retorted indignantly. "Who told them to bully our Wu Wu?" Lin Wuwu also tapped on the icy surface, exclaiming, "Ah woo, who told them to bully me?" Zhao Ziyong, rendered speechless, urged, Come, both of you take a seat. Leave the rest to us youngsters." "All right. I assure you, not a single one will escape." The bullets Wu Wei had fired were specially designed to penetrate the hide of the mutated wild boars, inflicting substantial wounds. However, to achieve a lethal shot, the best approach was to target the eyes for a direct hit to the brain. Yet, these specialized bullets had a powerful recoil. If not properly handled, one could easily miss the mark. Conversely, every shot Zhao Ziyong took was deliberate and deadly. Just from the sound of gunfire, Wu Wei could tell that the Batian whose side had an expert on their team, as they had sent over an additional 20 bullets. Lin, she felt constrained. She could neither unleash flames nor utilize heavy firepower, which dampened her spirits. At that moment, Su Guangqing informed her that he had sensed the presence of mutated plants. Lin, she had been so focused on the mutated wild boars that she had overlooked the mutated flora. She unleashed her mental energy but found nothing of significance, leading her to question, "Didn't you say it wasn't in this direction before?" Su Guangqing confidently replied, "I initially thought my senses were mistaken. But there truly are mutated plants nearby. They have a somewhat ethereal presence, but they should be close." Lin, she surveyed the surrounding environment, covered in ice and snow, littered with scattered rocks and trees. Though these trees lacked a strong life force. Just a little further ahead, towards the direction of the mutated wild boar's lair, there was no standing water, suggesting the ice layer in this area was not particularly thick. Delving into her memories, Lin, she recalled a type of mutated plant known as the purple vine, which, after mutation, became toxic and was referred to as the purple poison vine. It was not truly a wandering plant. Rather, its roots burrowed deep into the ground while its vines climbed about. During extreme heat, it could dominate an entire mountain, giving the impression that the purple poison vine could spread across vast areas. Upon detecting prey, it would ensnare the victim with its vines, while the thorns on the vines released toxins to paralyze the target, preventing escape, before dragging the prey back to its roots as sustenance. To encounter the purple poison vine so swiftly excited Lin Xi. Her fire abilities were the nemesis of mutated plants. In her previous life, she had never feared the purple poison vine, and in this life, these mutated plants had yet to reach their full potential. Observing Zhao Ziyong's side, she saw that the wild boars pursuing Lin Wuwu had all been taken down, and other teams had also subdued over a dozen. Wu Wei instructed them to regroup at the base of the mountain, stating that nearly 50 black wolves were lurking behind, blocking his retreat. It seemed that while they had been dealing with the wild boars, the black wolves had been watching, and now that the wild boar situation was nearly resolved, they intended to claim the spoils for themselves. The black wolves awaited them at the foot of the mountain. "Captain Wu, there should be a mutated plant on the mountain. I want to search for it. If we let it escape now, it will be exceedingly difficult to eradicate it later. Aside from myself, the other members of our team can handle the black wolves." Wu Wei already held a deep impression of the Batianhu team, especially after witnessing their response to the wild boar bullying their tiger. "Can you manage alone? I'll send a few fire-type members to accompany you." Mutated plants were often more troublesome than mutated animals. While animals could be shot, how does one combat plants with firearms? Aside from burning them to ashes, there seemed to be no other viable method. Lin Xi declined, asserting, "No need. I can handle it on my own." Su Guangqing expressed concern, as he had been the one to first mention the presence of mutated plants. "Shall I accompany you?" Lin Xi gently patted Lin Wuwu's large head, saying, "No need. You all, along with Wu Wu and Lightning, go take down the black wolves. Be cautious of their abilities." Ordinarily, Wu Wei would not permit her to ascend the mountain alone. But with a pack of mutated black wolves eyeing them hungrily, he had no choice but to allow Lin Xi to proceed alone. Lin Xi was well aware of how to locate the purple poison vine. It thrived on devouring ability users and mutated animals. With so many mutated wild boar carcasses littering the mountain, the purple poison vine would undoubtedly be drawn to the scene. Stealthily, Lin Xi returned to the earlier battleground, using her mental energy to inspect each mutated wild boar. Sure enough, she discovered purple-black vines clinging to the bodies of 2 small mutated wild boars, slowly dragging them away. The vines bore no leaves but had a few sparse thorns, suggesting they had not fully developed. Lin Xi summoned Qing Bao to help her locate the roots of the purple poison vine. This time, it would not escape her grasp. She intended to uproot it completely. She treaded lightly, following the vines. Qing Bao informed her that there were no root systems detected within 100 meters, urging her to proceed further. Despite her cautious steps, the purple poison vine sensed her presence. In an instant, 3 vines lunged at Lin Xi. She chuckled softly, seeking death. "Are we? You dare strike at me, unaware that I am your nemesis." Drawing her black blade, she ignited it with flames and executed a swift slash, severing all 3 vines simultaneously. The remaining half-severed vines retreated rapidly as if something had drained their strength. Lin Xi quickened her pace to pursue, and after a short distance, Qing Bao joyfully announced, "Found it." Following Qing Bao's guidance, She located the root system of the purple poison vine nestled within a small bush. To the untrained eye, no one would suspect that such a small area could conceal a purple poison vine. Lin Xi smirked, her fingertips igniting with flickering flames. Suddenly, the ice beneath her shattered, and a thick mass of vines and roots ensnared her limbs. Upon close inspection, there were around 40 to 50 vines, each at least as thick as 2 fingers. It was astonishing how so many vines could be hidden in such a small space. Lin Xi hurled a firebomb, and combined with her own flames, the entire mass of vines was reduced to ashes. With the loss of its vines, the purple poison vine ceased its entanglement with Lin Xi, its roots retreating into the earth. Humph! Trying to escape? Lin Xi grasped a handful of roots, wrapping them around her arm and pulling outward, but the purple poison vine severed the roots, leaving her grasping at air. It can sever its own limbs to survive. The purple poison vine, while lacking strength, had developed some cunning. Unfortunately for it, it had encountered Lin Xi. Chapter 109. Did Lin Wuwu lose to the mutated black wolves? Qing Bao cleared the soil within a 10-meter radius, revealing the massive main root of the purple poison vine. Although the vine was a deep purple, its roots were surprisingly lush and green. Keep running! Lin Xi seized the main root, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed it. The root thrashed in a futile struggle before finally falling still, reduced to ash. Amidst the ashes lay a vibrant green crystal, which Lin Xi recognized. It was an energy crystal, a form of new energy that could be refined into liquid energy for upgrading abilities. It had not been long since the apocalypse began, and yet energy crystals had already emerged. No wonder the purple poison vine had developed intelligence. Oh, it's a spirit crystal! Qing Bao exclaimed in surprise. Do you like it? It's yours. Lin Xi had always been generous with Qing Bao. Oh, let us put it in the well. The water will become stronger. Qing Bao nestled against Lin Xi's shoulder, gazing at the adorable Qing Bao. Lin Xi felt like an indulgent ruler. All right, I'll heed Qing Bao's advice. In the future, any spirit crystals we find will go into the well. Lin Xi caught faint echoes of wolf howls and tiger roars. Had the two parties clashed? She was not anxious. Lin Wuwu, while at a disadvantage against the mutated wild boars due to its size, would certainly hold its own against the black wolves. If it couldn't fight them, it could certainly outrun them. However, she still couldn't comprehend why that group of wild boars had inexplicably gone mad, relentlessly pursuing Lin Wuwu. How outrageous, despite her swift pace. It would take a bit of time to descend the mountain and regroup with the main force. Along the way, she heard nothing but wolf howls and tiger roars, with only occasional gunfire, indicating that the situation was manageable. Upon finally reaching the assembly point, she noticed the complex expressions on everyone's faces as they looked at her, a mix of smiles and something else. What does this mean? Just moments ago, they were all envious of me, and now it's changed so quickly? As Lin Xi approached, her pupils constricted, and she felt a pang of regret. If she had known, she would have returned later. Attempting to sneak away, she was intercepted by the stoic Zhao Zhiyong. Before Lin Xi could glare at him, she was met with a pair of fiery tiger eyes filled with fury. Upon seeing Lin Xi, the large tiger was overjoyed, rushing towards her. You're back, poop scooper. The tiger's mouth ran a mile a minute, and Lin Xi quickly grasped the situation. When they descended, they had encountered the black wolves head-on, and just as they were about to engage, reinforcements had arrived in the nick of time. Initially, the black wolves had intended to ambush them, but with the arrival of reinforcements, they found themselves caught in a pincer attack. The cunning black wolves immediately issued a command, scattering and fleeing. Lin Wuwu, initially brimming with confidence to confront the black wolves, ended up chasing after nothing, which only fueled its frustration and anger. The black wolves, surprisingly, could comprehend its words and, from a distance, hurled insults back, their language rather vulgar. In truth, Lin Xi was not particularly eager to learn the extent of their profanities. Lin Wuwu, of course, was even more incensed. Promptly retaliating with her own curses, naturally, Lin Wuwu was quite adept at verbal skirmishes, yet the issue lay in the sheer number of the black wolf's subordinates. Each uttering a word, they amassed into a cacophony of dozens. Lin Wuwu, therefore, found herself outmatched. Gazing skyward, Lin Xi never anticipated that Lin Wuwu would be bested by the mutated black wolf in this exchange. Thus, she pressed her large head against Zhao Zhiyong and Su Guangqing. insisting on their participation in cursing the black wolf alongside her. Moreover, she found Zhao Zhiyong and Su Guangqing's shouts to be rather feeble, utterly overshadowed by Shan Yan's. Now that Lin Xi had returned, another ally had joined the fray. Finally, she comprehended why others' gazes towards her had shifted from envy to a complex mixture of emotions. It was not merely complexity, but rather a clear reluctance to confront the foolishness of the situation. After all, who could deny that the foolish one possessed extraordinary combat prowess? Children must be guided onto the right path, lest they stray into chaos. Lin Xi stated firmly, I have long advised you to study more. Yet you refuse to heed my counsel. We shall not engage in endeavors that exploit our weaknesses to attack other strengths. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. We are advocates of reason. While we excel at combat, we do fall short in the realm of verbal confrontations. Therefore, if you could cultivate a few subordinates, perhaps they might practice specifically for this purpose. I believe numbers like 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 would suffice. They possess loud voices, sharp tones, and innate advantages. Su Guangqing coughed, his eyes expressing disapproval. Zhao Zhiyong gestured, indicating that she was leading the youngsters astray. Lin Xi shrugged her shoulders and made a gesture. You can? You can? If you can't, then no more chatter. The two hesitated. There was no choice. Lin Wuwu was stubborn, and they decided to humor her for the time being. Lin Xi then patted Shandian, whose voice had grown hoarse from the shouting. Feeling a pang of sympathy for the child, who had endured a work-related injury during their outing. After careful contemplation, Lin Wuwu acknowledged the validity of Shovel's words. With voices like 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, their incessant howling left her head buzzing, revealing their innate talent for the art of cursing. Regardless, it was fortunate that they returned unscathed and laden with rewards. With no casualties to report, Wu Wei expressed his satisfaction with the outcome. To celebrate, they planned to hunt down the largest mutated wild boar, treating everyone to a sumptuous feast. Upon hearing that they would be served boar stew that evening, the atmosphere was filled with joyous laughter. Lin Xi gathered the remaining vines and roots of the Zijing toxic vine, packaging them in a plastic bag to hand over to Wu Wei, asking, will you send these for testing? If useful, remember to credit our points. Wu Wei assured her, of course, we will send them for analysis. The base has regulations. Any newly discovered mutated species warrants a reward. I will transfer the points to your team shortly. Initially, he had believed Zhao Zhiyong to be the foremost combatant of their team, but he soon realized that Lin Xi, who could uproot mutated plants single-handedly, was indeed the true powerhouse of the Ba Tian who teamed out Wu Wei frequently collaborated with various ability user teams. Yet he held the Ba Tian who team in the highest regard. They were formidable, reliable, and though they occasionally displayed a hint of insubordination, it was largely inconsequential. Most importantly, they wielded immense power without causing trouble or seeking conflict, exhibiting a commendable sense of discipline. Although that large tiger had a somewhat foolish demeanor, its impressive strength more than compensated for this minor flaw. Lin Wuwu, however, was not pleased. Having been outmatched by the black wolf in their verbal clash, her enthusiasm for any endeavor began to wane. Lin Xi recognized her discontent. Once Lin Wuwu found joy, she would exuberantly frolic about, completely ignoring Lin Xi. Moreover, with so many people outside amidst the lively atmosphere of boar slaughtering, it was quite unlike Lin Wuwu to abstain from joining in the festivities. What's the matter? Lin Xi inquired, wrapping her arms around her and smoothing her furred awu. The next time I see it, I will surely bite it to death. Lin Wuwu seethed. Rarely did she experience defeat. Even if driven away by the mutated wild boar, Shovel would always help her reclaim her dignity. Yet, the black wolf had fled too swiftly for her to summon Shovel's aid, awu. Just thinking about it makes me furious. Lin Xi scratched her chin and said, do not be upset. The outside is quite lively. Would you not want to join in the merriment? Lin Wuwu lay atop the mat, silent as a wooden duck, refusing to utter a word. Chapter 110. The fragrant boar stew. Lin Xi felt compelled to say, they are slaughtering pigs outside. Are you really not going to take a look? They might even be preparing boar stew. If that is the case, I will take Shandian with me, Wu. Then I want to go too. Lin Wuwu rolled over and sprang to her feet. Initially, she had hoped for Lin Xi to coax her. But now that Shovel was set to witness the festivities without her, that was simply unacceptable. The atmosphere outside was vibrant. To facilitate transportation and conserve energy, the soldiers had to cut all the wild boar meat into portions. vacuum sealing it for transport. Several bonfires blazed outside the tent, with a group of cutters gathered around, while most onlookers reveled in the bountiful harvest. Several seasoned cooks were instructing a flock of young soldiers on where to slice, how to portion, which cuts were suitable for stir-frying, and which bones were best for broths. The young soldiers were diligently absorbing the information. Lin Xi listened intently for quite some time, mentally noting the techniques. Numerous stainless steel barrels filled with hot water, heated by melting snow, simmered nearby. Not a scrap of the wild boar's hide or tusks went to waste. Once cut, they were packaged using makeshift plastic sealing machines. The Baba folks have quite a few of these small machines. These would also be sent to the Research Institute to explore potential new uses. Wu Wei noticed Lin Xi's focused observation from afar. Where did you acquire these small machines? They are quite useful. Unable to restrain her curiosity, Lin Xi asked. These machines are not complex. They are easy to process at the base. If you desire one, you can exchange points for it. Teams receive discounts. Wu Wei assumed Lin Xi was interested. Lin Xi shook her head. We do not require one at the moment. She simply felt that the preparations made by the Baba folks were more comprehensive than she had anticipated. Wu Wei glanced at Lin Wuwu and remarked, the wild boar that your tiger killed is its reward. Would you like the whole thing, or shall I assist in portioning it? That would be greatly appreciated. We only need the bones and meat, no head or other parts. Although pig head meat is quite delicious, Lin Xi had no idea how to prepare it. It looked rather intimidating. Ha ha ha, then you may be missing out. I shall treat you to our chef's pig head meat when the opportunity arises. Wu Wei chuckled heartily, enjoying his interactions with the Ba Tianhu team. Lin Xi was indifferent, but Lin Wuwu firmly etched the idea of pig head meat in her mind. What was that? She had never tasted it before. Wu Wei informed Lin Xi that several large pots were already simmering with boar stew, urging her to be sure to sample it. Wu, what is boar stew? Lin Wuwu inquired, perplexed. Lin Xi, too, was uncertain. It was her first time tasting it, but that would not prevent her from pretending to know. The dish eaten during the pig slaughter is called boar stew. Lin Wuwu pondered for a moment and replied. Ah Wu, then I want to eat wolf stew. SK. Lin Wuwu had quite a petty mind, still fixated on the black wolf. It was merely a loss in their verbal exchange, and she could always retaliate next time. Was it truly worth such consternation? Lin Xi found it hard to comprehend. Very well, I will prepare it for you the next time we meet, though I have heard that wolf meat is rather unpalatable. It's tough and somewhat gamey. Lin Wuwu stubbornly retorted, Ah Wu, I shall have it, no matter what. Absorbed in thoughts of the black wolf, Lin Wuwu was soon distracted by the enticing aroma of the simmering boar stew. Casting aside her grievances, how delightful, Lin Wuwu's nose twitched, and she crouched before the cauldron with her mouth agape. A throng of people surrounded the large pot, lost in the delicious scent of the meat. Spotting a large tiger among the crowd, drooling at the pot, the master chef couldn't help but chuckle, giving it a piece of meat, which it devoured greedily. After enduring the apocalypse for so long, many had not witnessed such an abundance of meat. The joy of that night rivaled the festive spirit of the spring festival before the apocalypse. The cauldron simmered with a broth of pig bones, complemented by shredded pickled vegetables, fatty pork, pig intestines, vermicelli, frozen tofu, and potato chunks. Though it may not have been as refined as pre-apocalyptic cuisine, it was more than sufficient for the current world. Once ready, everyone gathered around the bonfire, cradling their bowls in blissful satisfaction. Lin Xi savored her portion, while Lin Wuwu had already polished off hers completely. Lin Xi then shared half of her meal with Lin Wuwu. In truth, Lin Xi believed that Lin Wuwu relished the ambience of togetherness. As they huddled by the fire, shared a meal, and engaged in jovial conversation. By 2 in the morning, everyone had finally turned in for the night. Lin Xi retrieved 3 sleeping bags, distributing one to each person, and providing Shandian with an extra blanket to keep it warm by the stove, instructing it to guard the camp. Since Shandian had joined, Lin Wuwu's reliability as a lookout had diminished. She was the epitome of disorganization, utterly untrustworthy compared to Shandian. As for Lin Wuwu, she simply nestled close to Lin Xi and lay down on the mat. The following day, Wu Wei delivered the packaged pork and bones to their tent. Along with the points earned by each team, Wu Wei credited the Ba Tianhu team with 1,500 points, the additional 500 being a reward, bringing their total to 12,000 points. The Ba Tianhu team ranked first among all teams. Wu Wei indicated that the military would remain stationed for a few more days. The ability user teams could leave or stay, with the spoils belonging to them. With the military's presence, all three teams opted to linger a bit longer. Although they had eradicated the wild boars on the first day, many other small creatures still inhabited the nearby mountains. Wild chickens, hares, and mutated sheep, which had doubled in size and could even breathe fire. In the following days, Lin Wuwu showcased her skills, bounding with Shandian across the mountains, returning with a catch each day. Lin Xi is not lacking in food and drink, so there was no need for her to go hunting. Zhao Zhiyong suddenly fell into a coma. Despite drinking well water, he remained unresponsive, likely on the verge of awakening his supernatural abilities. Su Guangqing spent each day exhausting his own abilities while awaiting Zhao Zhiyong's recovery, all the while keeping an eye on him. Wu Wei, who had always felt a kinship with Zhao Zhiyong, could hardly conceal his intentions upon discovering that Zhao was about to awaken his powers. He was eager to woo Lin Xi's younger brother. Lin Xi was quite infuriated by this. What was wrong with the people in this unit? Zhou was constantly trying to woo Lin Wu's little brother. And now Wu Wei was also attempting to charm her younger brother. Everyone seemed to be harboring such intentions. Wu Wei hurried over to visit Zhao Zhiyong. Oh, Brother Yong still hasn't awakened? Lin Xi shot him a cold glance and replied, You might as well give up that hope. He won't go with you, in life. He is my little brother, and in death, he will still be my little brother. Furthermore, Ye Chen has long set his sights on him, so you should save your efforts. Undeterred by Lin Xi's frigid gaze, Wu Wei forced a smile and said, Oh, Miss Lin, how well do you know Ye Chen? That's wonderful. I'm quite familiar with him too. We are childhood friends, so we must be family. Lin Xi could not comprehend the logic behind this familial claim. They were not close. This Wu Wei, who had initially seemed somewhat respectable upon their first meeting, was increasingly resembling Zhou and his gang. Rather foolish, though. I just heard someone mention that you two have collaborated many times, Wu Wei exclaimed. Lin Xi replied, expressionless, Please prepare your points. We can collaborate many times. Wu Wei felt a tinge of disappointment. Ah, I see. So this is purely a financial relationship. The way he said it felt rather strange. Lin Xi conjured a flame a foot high in her hand. Actually, you could become quite familiar with me. Do you need my assistance? Wu Wei hastily exited the tent, babbling, No, fire is not allowed inside the tent. Each tent costs 20 points. If it burns, you'll have to compensate. Chapter 111. If he doesn't beat the wild boar into a trumpet pig, he won't carry the Yi surname. After turning away, he silently lamented. Only last night, he had heard a soldier mention that this Miss Lin was a friend of Ye Chen's. Wasn't he merely probing a little? Yet he stumbled upon a significant revelation. When Ye Chen's name was mentioned, she exhibited neither shyness nor restraint. It was evident that Ye Xiaogo was infatuated, while the lady had no such intentions. Reflecting on his previous conversations with others, he winced. Ye Xiaogo would undoubtedly seek revenge upon his return. No, the information he gathered must remain accurate. He had to clarify matters with everyone. Ha ha ha, Ye Xiaogo was merely experiencing unrequited love. Ha ha ha. Ye Chen was still at the central base. Based on leads obtained from the illegal research facility, he traced this batch of new materials back to a survival base in Qing City. Indeed, a portion of personnel had been transferred from Beishir to this survival base. Upon confirming this news, he felt a slight sense of relief. Stabilizing the central military base was the best news. As the leading force, the central base retained not only the family members of each base's leaders, but also the most formidable scientific and military resources to strengthen control over the various survival bases. Since the apocalypse began, a new era had dawned, destined to witness the emergence of countless new phenomena. Robust scientific prowess was the ultimate trump card against this calamity. For instance, the new temperature-regulating clothing incorporating mutated plants was suitable for extreme cold and heat. And the manufacturing methods would only be shared with the research institutes of the 5 major military bases. As long as the raw materials were supplied, mass production could commence, and the finished products could be sold to the survival bases. Each survival base had to govern itself while remaining under control. So how to strike that balance was still being explored. Ye Chen listened to his grandson's report while studying the map. The survival base in Qing City? Which one is it? Ye Chen pointed it out. Right here, it's the number 8 survival base. Not too far. Then, what's your plan? Ye Chen asked without lifting his magnifying glass. Ye Chen had a scheme in mind. I need to conduct a discreet investigation. If things get too loud, it might raise suspicions. There's a military supply convoy heading over. so I'll take the opportunity to blend in. It won't draw attention. Ye Yuntian sat down and retrieved an unsigned document from his drawer. The establishment of the Supernatural Abilities Association will be approved shortly. As both a soldier and a supernatural being, take a look to see if there's anything amiss. Numerous issues concerning supernatural beings at the various bases had also been reported. Managing this new or rather advanced group had been a topic of contention for quite some time. After reading it carefully, Ye Chen replied, "These are suggestions proposed by multiple survival bases. It cannot be dismissed as there is indeed a problem. However, the association must be handled well. If not, it could become a weapon against the military. Thus, how it is established and managed must be approached with caution. I recommend someone to you, my brother Luo. He's cunning and perfectly suited for this task. How about you find someone to bring him back to alleviate your burdens?" Ye Yuntian shot him a glance over his reading glasses. Humph? Aren't you just trying to avoid trouble and find someone to take the fall? Ye Chen was indignant. I'm acting selflessly, promoting the worthy without avoiding the mundane. Just tell me if he will do. Even if he has flaws, he is still better than you. You ungrateful little rascal. You are utterly useless. Ye Yuntian glared at Ye Chen in frustration. He was quite handsome and not foolish at all. Yet he was still pining for someone. Ye Yuntian had thoroughly investigated and found out that Qin Yuansi had a niece, only 22 years old, a fire-type supernatural being, reportedly both capable and beautiful. He had secretly delighted in this for quite some time. However, upon hearing the latest news that this foolish boy was still infatuated, he felt utterly exasperated. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Giving Ye Chen another disdainful glare. Ye Chen was baffled by this glare. What was with this old man constantly finding fault with him? Was he not his only beloved grandson? Ye Yuntian inquired. When will you go to the number 8 base? I'll see when the military supplies are scheduled to depart. I'll head over a couple of days early to meet them on the road. It should be in the next few days. Ye Chen stood straight and replied honestly. Ye Yuntian remarked meaningfully, considering the situation over there. If you and your bunch of short-haired recruits head over, they will most likely become suspicious. Why not ask your friend to accompany you and help provide cover? Create some opportunities. Upon mentioning this, Ye Chen's confidence soared. He proudly perched on the edge of the table. You still don't know us? Whether it's armed shooting or superpower bursts, our team excels in both. He even gave himself a thumbs up. Tactical camouflage? That's from your era. Let me tell you, everyone in our team can easily disguise themselves as 18-year-old long-haired girls. You can rest assured. After so many missions, when have I ever needed someone else to provide cover? Just give the order, and taking down the number 8 base will be a matter of moments. Ye Yuntian's expression darkened as he looked at the wildly arrogant boy, unable to contain himself, and struck his head with the document. Ye Chen was stunned. Hey, what are you doing? Documents rained down like a storm, and he immediately covered his head and fled. Infuriated, Ye Chen ran into the hallway, peeking inside cautiously and whispering, "What's wrong with this old man? He's definitely in a bad mood. It must be menopause." Several rolls of documents were hurled out, and Ye Chen dashed away without a trace. Ye Yuntian strolled into the hallway, watching the retreating figure, shaking his head and sighing. Truly, hopelessly foolish. When Ye Chen returned home, he was met with his mother's concerned gaze, and he finally understood the situation. Goodness, it turned out to be the trouble caused by the wild boar's big mouth. If he didn't beat that wild boar into a trumpet pig, he wouldn't carry the Ye surname. The next morning, at the break of dawn, he set off for Beishur without taking anyone along, just packing up and heading north. The Baishanhu team had hunted for several days, and once Xiao Zhiyong awakened, the three of them drove back home. Throughout the journey, Lin Xi felt quite helpless. Xiao Zhiyong's awakening of Earth-type abilities was crucial. However, since he had just awakened, he couldn't control them well, causing dust to occasionally rise within the vehicle. Fortunately, Lin Wuwu was present. He opened the car window and used his wind abilities to blow the dust out. Su Guangqing reassured him. It's all right. Your little Xiao has water abilities. Just let him wash it down. If it were someone else's family, there wouldn't be enough water to clean it. Lin Xi laughed heartily. Old Xiao, that's not washing. That's mixing mud. Remember to have your little Xiao help me wash the car. Xiao Zhiyong, however, did not mind. He finally possessed supernatural abilities, and he felt more confident in protecting his two younger sisters in this apocalyptic world. Chapter 112. I'm still a child. Upon returning home, the first order of business was to restart the boiler, followed by a thorough wash-up for Lightning and Wuwu. The only ones not needing attention were Mo and its kittens. After several hours, once the temperature in the room had risen again, Lin Xi released Mo and the 5 kittens from her space. As soon as Mo emerged, it rubbed against her affectionately, meowing sweetly. The 5 kittens had already been a month old for several days. Mo had taken excellent care of them. Not only were they large, but they were also round and plump, each weighing at least 2 pounds as they walked. They did so steadily, likely a result of the extreme cold inducing their fur evolution, making them resemble rolling balls of yarn scattered about .2 dark. Indistinct masses darted around the room, their faces obscured, while 3 lively tabby kittens, adorned with beautiful stripes, mewed loudly as they scampered about. Lin Wuwu observed them solemnly, mentally assessing which of the furry bundles possessed the greatest potential for mischief. To distinguish between them, Lin Xi adorned each kitten with a collar of a different color. When pondering how to identify them, she realized she could simply ask Mo upon inquiring which one was Mo Xiaoyi. Mo promptly brought a tabby kitten over to her. The leader among the 5, Mo Xiaoyi was the largest, the loudest, the fiercest in skirmishes, and had the most pungent droppings. Lin Wuwu felt a tumult of affection and exasperation for the kittens. She held high hopes for Mo Xiaoyi, yet the exuberance of kittens proved to be quite overwhelming. After a brief interaction, Lin Wuwu found herself in need of a respite, longing for a comforting embrace. In this household, the most dependable was Lightning, who could assist Mo in caring for the little ones. The 5 tiny fur balls climbed over Lightning's body, playfully nibbling at its ears, tugging at its tail, and even dozing atop it, all while Lightning patiently showered them with affection. When Lin Xi chastised Lin Wuwu for her lack of patience with the kittens, she retorted, "Wu, I'm still just a child." Well, Lin Xi found herself at a loss for a counterargument. As the kittens grew, they could no longer subsist solely on milk. Lin Xi prepared a mixture of goat milk powder and kitten kibble, setting it aside for the little fur balls to enjoy. Mo's cat food and Lightning's dog food were stored separately in an area out of their reach. The wild boar meat and bones Lin Xi had received were stored in the spatial warehouse. And when she inquired if Lin Wuwu wanted to cook some for herself, Lin Wuwu's gaze became somewhat evasive. Lin Xi replied, exasperated, "I'll save the meat for you. We can make soup with the bones." "Oh, Wu, I want to save the meat for entertaining guests." Lin Wuwu felt a sense of relief. She was fine with cleaning up after the kittens, but the meat she cooked never seemed appealing. She yearned for the dishes prepared by Ye Chen. A tiger, yet still preoccupied with hosting guests. What a peculiar trait, Lin Xi mused. Halfway through preparing the soup, Lin Xi recalled a pressing concern. After the extreme cold comes the extreme heat. Shouldn't she stockpile more ice and chilled beverages during the cold snap? Although she had already accumulated popsicles and ice cream, such items would be in high demand during the sweltering heat. Moreover, her specialty, porridge, was best suited for the hot weather when appetites waned. The next day, she retrieved her extra-large rice cooker, setting it up in the dining room, preparing 5 pots of mung bean soup, 3 pots of lotus seed and lily bulb porridge, and 2 pots of preserved egg and lean pork porridge. With so many pots, the temperature in the living room rose significantly to prevent the kittens from tumbling into the pots. Lin Xi fashioned several large cardboard boxes into a barrier and sternly instructed Mo and Lightning that the little fur balls must not cross this boundary. The mutated boar bones proved quite challenging to stew. After simmering for a day and a night, the broth finally turned a rich, creamy white, fragrant and delicious. Lin Xi prepared 2 large bowls of hand-pulled noodles, ladled in 2 scoops of boar bone broth, topped with a generous piece of pork trotters, and arranged a plate of cold seaweed salad. A sip of the boar bone broth clung pleasantly to her lips, while the pork trotters were so tender they melted in her mouth. She and Lightning enjoyed a delightful meal together. Perhaps it was the energy contained within the mutated boar bones, but Lin Xi found the broth exceptionally satisfying and decided to serve a bowl to Mo and Lightning as well. The 2 little creatures savored it with great delight. After several days of busyness, Lin Xi poured the prepared mung bean and red bean soups into large stainless steel containers, entrusting Qingbao to place them on the rooftop platform to freeze before storing them in the spatial warehouse. As for the porridge, she decided against freezing it, as thawed porridge had an odd texture. She remembered she had 50,000 10-ton water storage tanks. Upon checking with her mental energy, she found they were still full, allowing her to freeze 30,000 of them. Wait a moment, Where did she usually get her water from in the space? Qingbao informed her that she had been drinking well water and using water from the depths of the large lake. Qingbao had also collected quite a bit of snow for the space, which now housed a small snow mountain. If Lin Xi wanted to freeze something, she could certainly do so. Still, why waste Qingbao's energy when she had such bountiful resources at hand? Qingbao, please take 3,000 of those water storage tanks and place them on the rooftop platform to freeze. But don't do too many at once. There's no rush, just take your time, she instructed. She also decided to freeze half of the various beverages she had selected. After several days of diligent work, just as Lin Xi was ready for a break, Ye Chen came to find her. As soon as he entered, he handed her a large package with a beaming smile, saying, Xi, this is from Professor Qin. He asked me to bring it to you. Lin Xi accepted the heavy package, feeling a tumult of emotions within her, and quickly bypassed the name Xi. Professor Qin was stationed at the base. What surplus supplies could he possibly spare for her? Ye Chen was truly inept at his tasks. He should have known better than to simply take what Professor Qin offered without any courtesy. Observing the complex expression on her face, Ye Chen chuckled. This is Professor Qin's heartfelt gesture. It would be a shame not to accept it. You have no idea how hard he searched for news about you, even considering coming out to find you. Fortunately, the base doesn't allow anyone to leave. What? Lin Xi was taken aback. With his frail physique, how could he survive leaving the base? Had he also been seeking information about her in her previous life? Confronted with the warmth and concern from an elder, Lin Xi felt her heart swell with emotions. Yet, she remained unsure how to respond, clutching the heavy package reluctantly. Ye Chen's gaze softened further. Professor Qin mentioned that these are all items he researched himself. Some raw materials were insufficient, and some costs were too high to promote widely, so he brought you these samples, believing they would be useful for you. He said you would appreciate these little things. Lin Xi lowered her gaze, whispering, Thank you for bringing this to me. Chapter 113. The comfortable RV. Seeing her emotions fluctuating, Ye Chen exaggeratedly remarked, You don't need to thank me. I'm merely reaping the benefits of your hard work. And Professor Qin has also provided me with some good stuff. Do I look any different? Lin Xi's curiosity was piqued, and she turned to look at him. It turned out he was wearing a temperature-regulating outfit developed by the Research Institute, capable of resisting both cold and heat due to the incorporation of a fiber derived from mutated bamboo grass. However, its current production was limited, and it wasn't available on the market yet. Professor Qin wasn't entirely devoid of social awareness. He intended for Ye Chen to look after Lin Xi, hence giving him the outfit. Since Ye Chen often traveled outside, he had immediately felt the benefits of the temperature-regulating clothing. Explaining why the central base treated each researcher from the institute like a treasure, as Lin Xi observed Ye Chen, she realized he appeared somewhat different now. His attire was no longer bulky, making him seem remarkably tall and straight-backed, reminiscent of a pine tree. She couldn't help but express her admiration. You look incredibly handsome. Ye Chen felt a twinge of disappointment. Lin Xi's expression when complimenting him mirrored that when she praised Lin Wuwu. By the way, there's another important task I'd like to ask for your help with. Of course, you'll earn points for it. Ye Chen recounted the situation regarding Base 8 to Lin Xi, considering her an involved party, assuring her it wouldn't be considered a breach of confidentiality. I don't want to bring too many familiar faces along since it's an undercover assignment. We wouldn't want to alert anyone. Lin Xi didn't agree immediately, stating she needed to discuss it with Zhao Ziyong. You're part of the same combat team. It's only right to consult him. Ye Chen smiled, his eyes crinkling, then please reply to me as soon as possible. I'll be waiting. Not refusing was tantamount to agreeing. Ye Chen had facilitated her connection with Professor Qin and helped transport items back and forth. It was only reasonable for her to assist him in return, though she hesitated to agree too quickly, feeling that something was amiss. When Lin Xi mentioned it to Zhao Ziyong, he too insisted on helping, even foregoing points, displaying an attitude as if the task were of little value. How amusing! The Ba Tianhu combat team accepted the assignment and arranged to depart with Ye Chen the following day. After gathering at the Pan Mountain community, they set off together. Since this was a joint operation involving 3 families, to prevent their hideout from being discovered, Lin Xi spent 500 points to ask Ye Chen to assign 2 individuals to watch over their residence, one on the 17th floor and one on the 24th. According to Ye Chen's reasoning, the Pan Mountain community served as a survivor settlement. The 17th floor was designated for soldiers on duty to rest, making it a safe spot. The 24th floor could also accommodate soldiers on duty, allowing them to take turns staying at Zhao Zhiyong's residence, and these minor arrangements hardly required any points. However, Lin Xi insisted on compensating the soldiers for their time, firmly paying the 500 points. As for transportation to Base 8, Ye Chen had mentioned providing a vehicle. Yet, Lin Xi owned a comfortable RV and preferred not to crowd into theirs, opting for her own means of transport. Though there were other teams with vehicles, Ye Chen didn't dwell on it. He simply brought the best military RV from his team, considering that if Lin Xi wished to use the RV, he could make it available. When Ye Chen arrived at the Pan Mountain community and saw the imposing steel beast before him, everyone was left speechless. Lin Xi, too, found the vehicle somewhat eye-catching. However, she reasoned that she couldn't let the entire team live in discomfort simply for the sake of appearances. After all, that would defeat the purpose of her rebirth. She, Wu Lingshu, Zhao Xiaoxiao, Su Guangqing, and Zhao Zhiyong could all comfortably fit inside this vehicle. The RV featured a renowned side-open expansion structure designed to create a small terrace, which Lin Xi had requested to be removed upon purchase. The world has descended into chaos, fraught with peril, where the beauty of any landscape pales in comparison to the imperative of survival. She yearns for a fortress that is both sturdy and enduring, one that adheres to its original design yet allows for lateral entry. The mere thought of it stirs her unease. Consequently, her mobile home is a robust and complete unit. Aside from minor adjustments, she has added a liftable double bed to the circular sofa in the reception area. The circular sofa can also be rearranged into a double bed, and with the addition of a separate bedroom. The vehicle contains 3 double beds in total. The seats in the rear of the driver's cabin have been replaced with a single bed. When Zhao Zhiyong and the others laid eyes upon it, they were momentarily stunned, though no one inquired about the source of her modifications. Much to her relief, Su Guangqing and Zhao Zhiyong conducted a thorough inspection of the vehicle's condition. The fuel tank was full, the water tank brimming, the electrical supply ample, the chassis intact, tire pressure normal, and the anti-skid chains complete, confirming it was ready for the road. Suppressing their astonishment, the two nonchalantly entered the driver's cabin. Zhao Zhiyong had no trouble driving, but Su Guangqing, having never operated such a large vehicle before, needed to learn the ropes. Lin Xi curiously observed the mobile homes of Ye Chen and his companions, which were white in color, blending seamlessly into the snowy landscape as a natural camouflage. Although Ye Chen was equally astonished by Lin Xi's extravagant modifications, he quickly regained his composure and, noticing her examining his vehicle, extended an invitation. "Would you like a tour? However, I must warn you, our vehicle pales in comparison to yours." Lin Xi was unbothered. It was her first encounter with a military mobile home, and she was eager to explore. As she surveyed the interior, she noted that their vehicle was slightly smaller than the Conqueror, featuring only 6 wheels. Upon entering, she found a central aisle connecting the cabin to the driver's area through a small door. On either side were 4 sets of booths, which could be converted into beds. Above the booths were fixed bedboards, which, when lowered, could also serve as sleeping spaces, with 8 beds available, along with a storage cabinet, washing machine, dryer, a washroom, and a restroom, but lacking a kitchen. This was a far cry from previous accommodations. These amenities were added post-apocalypse, as long-distance travel in extreme cold would be unbearable otherwise. This model was classified as medium-sized. Designed to accommodate 8 people comfortably, yet it could hold up to 16 if needed. As Ye Chen guided her through the vehicle, he explained, 8 can sleep on the beds, 6 can rest on the floor. And with 2 in the driver's cabin taking turns, that totals 16. In extraordinary circumstances, we could squeeze in even more. Of paramount importance were the vehicle's tires, chassis, wiring, air filtration system, and air conditioning, all developed by the Research Institute to withstand the cataclysm. Ensuring warmth and safety, Ye Chen withheld the fact that this vehicle had been originally intended for her. After her tour, Lin Xi intended to return to her own vehicle but was met with a crowd gathered around it. Zhou Yi was nearly pressed against it. "Wow, an Amadiro Conqueror, with 8 wheels. I can't believe I'm seeing one in person. Pinch me." Zhao Hui's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Truly the Ark of the Apocalypse. I never saw one before the end times, and now, to think I can actually touch it." Ye Chen, his expression darkening, pulled the 2 infatuated men apart. "What are you 2 doing? Have you no shame?" They both shook their heads in unison, responding, "Chun Shun, just take a good look. With such a magnificent beast, I'd have no shame in kissing it. You may not be embarrassed, but I am." back to your vehicle. That's an order, Ye Chen commanded, his gaze fierce. Reluctantly, Zhou Yi and Zhao Hui returned to their vehicle. Chapter 114. On the road, two others were pointing at the vehicle, and Ye Chen cleared his throat to regain their attention. Lin Xi was startled when she recognized one of them, noting the bruises on his face and a large, shiny bump on his forehead. Lin Mississippi, was he calling her? Did he recognize her despite that swelling? Who was he? She squinted, feeling a flicker of familiarity. Wu Wei smiled but inadvertently touched his injured face. Ouch, it's me, Wu Wei. It seems we shall collaborate once more. Lin Xi looked at him in disbelief. How did you get hurt like this? That day, the wild boar didn't injure you this badly. Wu Wei shot a sideways glance at Ye Chen. Oh, the night before last, I was ambushed by a dog, darn it. On that very night, Ye Chen had stormed into the dormitory and unleashed a beating on him, while a crowd of onlookers had gathered. Why? Ye Chen glared at him. Lin, she asked. With injuries like that? Aren't you going to take a break? The sight of him was quite distressing. She couldn't help but glance at the large bump on his forehead. Wu Wei sighed. There's no choice, as the best intelligence officer. The leaders insisted I participate in this mission. Ye Chen scoffed. Ha, how shameless. It's clear the team just wants to avoid looking at your injuries and pushed you into this mess. Wu Wei, hands on his hips and head held high, with the bump on his forehead glinting, declared. Can you deny that I am the finest at gathering intelligence? I assure you, no one in the base would dare contest my expertise. Would you? Ye Chen was momentarily speechless, rolling up his sleeves to confront him. You loudmouth, do you want a beating? Wu Wei huffed defiantly. You, ye little dog, are just good at sneak attacks. Lin Xi was taken aback by their exchange. Zhao Zhiyong, unable to endure any longer, opened the car window and admonished. Enough, you two. We are all comrades here. Have some decorum. Get in the vehicle. We need to prepare to depart. Inside the vehicle, the heater was set to a cozy 15 degrees. And Lin, she felt the warmth envelop her as she shed her down jacket, feeling quite comfortable. She wore a thermoregulating outfit, provided by Qin Yuansi, along with two high-capacity battery packs, resembling those for laptops, capable of storing up to 100 degrees of heat. With the new items, she gifted the unworn thermal garments she had previously purchased from the Research Institute in the United States to each of the four. Inside the mobile home, Lin Xi, Wu Lingshu, and Zhao Xiaoxiao found ample space. Lin Xi naturally claimed the private bedroom, while Wu Lingshu and Zhao Xiaoxiao shared the liftable double bed. The circular sofa area was left for Zhao Zhiyong and Su Guangqing. However, the circular sofa area also served as a communal space during the day. It was Zhao Xiaoxiao's first time in a mobile home, and her curiosity led her to explore every nook and cranny. Wu Lingshu, equally enthusiastic, had spent much of the post-apocalyptic period indoors and found this outing refreshing. Lin Wuwu, on the other hand, felt somewhat constrained. The mobile home was too small for her, and she couldn't transform into a cat at will. Lin Xi pretended to let her stay in the private bedroom but actually sent her to a safe space. Lightning and Momo were easier to manage, being smaller than Lin Wuwu. They could comfortably lie down on the carpet in the independent bedroom and along the aisle. The real challenge was with 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, who were now energetic and curious about the world, constantly climbing and exploring the vehicle. Fortunately, Zhao Xiaoxiao adored little animals, and upon seeing the fluffy bundles, she was overjoyed. Gathering them close, Momo lounged in a corner, observing the little ones. Poor Lightning found a corner to catch up on sleep, as managing 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 was quite a task. Early in the morning, they set out, and by noon, Wu Lingshu began preparing a meal. Although Ye Chen had stated that they would cover all meals during the journey, Zhao Zhiyong and Wu Lingshu still brought along some food. While the individual rations were filling, they could become monotonous, so they opted to cook something different. Wu Lingshu prepared instant noodles with bean sprouts and ham, adding a few pieces of braised meat and boiling some corn, which everyone found quite satisfying. Zhao Zhiyong and Su Guangqing took turns enjoying their lunch. Ye Chen and his group maintained a tight schedule, neglecting to stop for a proper lunch, likely eating in shifts as well. After her meal, Lin Xi lay on her bed, swaying gently into sleep, when she heard a ruckus at the door, with the little cat yowling loudly for quite some time. What was happening? Momo had abandoned the little ones. Lin Xi had noticed that when 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 were tiny, Momo had nurtured them with great care, treating them like precious gems, but now that they had grown, They seemed particularly noisy, and Imo appeared slightly annoyed. She opened the door to find Imo Xiaoyi squatting at her entrance, vociferously calling out. She picked up the fluffy bundle and walked to the sofa area, where she caught sight of Xiao chuckling softly. She poked the fluffy bundle with her finger, and it ceased its cries upon being held. Observing Imo with her 4 little ones, she had no intention of acknowledging Imo Xiaoyi, finding it rather peculiar. What was wrong with it, looking so distressed and seeking her out for help? Such a loud voice. Imo approached Lin Xi, meowing at her. Xiao whispered to her. After lunch, Aunt Wu started cleaning and I played with them. There are 2 little balls. Look, she pointed to Imo Xiaoyi, wants to hog both balls. When little 3 and little 5 came to take them, she gave them a beating, causing the balls to roll away. Little 2 and little 4 picked them up to play, but she pounced on them, giving those 2 a thrashing as well. Little 2 and little 4 were the 2 tiny black fur balls, timid and always trailing closely behind Imo, who seemed to favor them. Xiao continued. Little 2 and little 4 cried out as they were beaten, prompting little 3 and little 5 to come to their aid. Yet, Imo Xiaoyi truly held her ground, facing off against all 4 without losing. She couldn't help but chuckle. No need to say it. She got a beating from her mother. She's quite clever. Knowing to seek me out for protection, Imo looked at Imo Xiaoyi with a mix of exasperation and affection. She placed Imo Xiaoyi next to Imo, saying, "It is still young. Take good care of it. Of course, if you wish to give it another beating, that is also permissible." After effortlessly resolving Imo's domestic dispute, She returned to her bedroom, preferring to remain in her own secluded space. She delicately sensed the supernatural powers within her body using her mental strength. It appeared that the bottleneck at the 3rd tier was on the verge of breaking through. It seemed that before long, she would ascend to the 4th tier. This was likely due to the energy crystals. After placing the energy crystal obtained from the Zijing poison vine into the well, the energy of the well water indeed intensified. It seemed she would need to procure more energy crystals in the future. However, due to the extreme cold, most mutated animals and plants were in hibernation, with only a rare few capable of producing spiritual crystals. It would not be until the arrival of sweltering heat that they would truly thrive. Chapter 115. The flattering Imo Xiaoyi Ye Chen had mentioned that Qin Yuan intended to study mutated spiders. Xi was aware of a location where high-tier mutated spiders could be found, but it was not the right time for that. The silk of high-tier mutated spiders is impervious to water and fire, and could command astronomical prices if fashioned into bulletproof vests. Their exoskeletons could also be crafted into daggers, long swords, and armor. Unfortunately, capturing such creatures proved exceedingly difficult. The strength of the Battle Tiger team was still lacking, which was why Lin Xi insisted on bringing everyone along. Those confined at home would never produce high-tier supernatural beings. All high-tier practitioners were seasoned warriors, having tasted blood and battle throughout the years. She mixed the drinking water from the RV with the well water, hoping it would aid a few of them in quickly ascending to the 2nd tier. The 2 vehicles departed in the morning and traveled until nightfall, finally halting in a sheltered location. She first released Lin Wuwu from the space, allowing it to stretch its legs nearby. Lightning and Imo also brought 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 to frolic upon the icy surface. The 5 little creatures, likely due to their thick fur, were unbothered by the cold. Arriving in this new environment, they were not timid but instead eagerly explored, rolling about like fluffy balls on the ice. Zhou Yi's eyes sparkled as he rushed over, exclaiming, "Sister, how has your Wu Wu's little brother changed so much? Can you raise it? Do you want me to help take care of it?" Before She could respond, Lin Wuwu dashed over, baring its teeth in warning. Ye Chen carried a basket of firewood over and arranged it. "We'll spend the night here, Sir Fire. Let's cook something warm later." She glanced at Wu Wei and another person. They had driven 4 wooden stakes into the ice, surrounding the 2 vehicles, with a small box emitting red dots affixed to each stake. They took out a small machine and fiddled with it for a while. Seeing her attentive gaze, Ye Chen explained, "Wu Wei and Lu Yun are adjusting the alarm system. It will emit an alert sound whenever something approaches." Noticing that the firewood had yet to catch flame, She flicked her fingers, igniting it instantly. "Thank you, Shi. How did you know I needed your help?" Ye Chen's face lit up with joy in the glow of the flames. She frowned. Was he accustomed to calling her that during performances? Whatever, she decided not to quibble over it with Ye Xiaogo. Turning around, she caught sight of Wu Wei, whose face was lit up in a rainbow of colors by the firelight. So frightening, Ling Xi had prepared a large pot of rice in an electric rice cooker, while Lin Xi heated a pot of lamb soup from the refrigerator and combined it with the pork and potatoes that Ye Chen and the others had cooked in a large pot. Dining outdoors would risk freezing before they finished eating, so Lin Xi called Zhao Zhiyong to invite Ye Chen and the others to join them in the RV for a meal. Their reception area was certainly more spacious than Ye Chen's, as Wu Wei savored the lamb soup. He remarked, "In this bitter cold, nothing beats lamb soup. It warms the body thoroughly." After dinner, Ye Chen urged Wu Wei to stay behind and help with the cleaning. Ling Xi felt somewhat guilty. All she could do was cook and handle logistics, yet everyone seemed eager to help her. Lin Xi reassured her, "It's all right. Let them assist. They have no kitchen. When noon arrives, let them bring their rations over, and we can help them heat it up and return it warm," which could be considered helping them too. Ye Chen immediately responded, "That would be fantastic. I was hoping to find you. I just felt a bit shy. If we want to cook together, we'll have to stop the vehicles and start a fire, which is quite inconvenient. Do you have enough electricity? I can spare you 2 batteries. Just let us share a meal. We brought some delicious food as well. We'll move it over shortly." Ling Xi smiled silently, merely watching Lin Xi. Lin Xi eyed Ye Chen, pondering to herself, "This person really knows how to climb the ladder of convenience. All right then, rest assured, we will return the batteries. We only need to use the electricity." They brought over a large assortment of individual combat rations, which served as their food while traveling. Additionally, there were dozens of pounds of diced mutated pork, a bag of potatoes, and a box of flatbreads, which they consumed when enhancing their meals. That night, they all retired to their vehicles to sleep. Although an alarm system had been set up, Lin Xi still arranged for Lightning and Wu Wu to take turns on watch, one for the first half of the night, and the other for the second. However, Mo rushed over, wanting to take Wu Wu's place. This made Lin Wuwu quite pleased. It began to envision a wonderful life surrounded by its little brothers when 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 grew up. In the following days, Ye Chen and his companions frequently visited Lin Xi's vehicle for meals. The individual rations proved quite practical. Ling Xi helped to unpack a dozen packages of fried rice, which they prepared in several batches in a small pot, adding some diced meat and stir-frying a plate of spicy and sour shredded potatoes, garnering countless praises. Thus, each day they set off at dawn and rested at dusk. After 3 days of travel, they finally halted at a designated rendezvous point arranged by Ye Chen. Lin Xi allowed Lin Wuwu to take its little brothers for a stretch nearby. The snow here was still somewhat deep. After jumping down from the vehicle in a line, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 immediately vanished, swallowed by the snow. Lin Xi hurriedly dug Mo Xiaoyi out. Mo Xiaoyi appeared a bit dazed. Meowing charmingly upon seeing Lin Xi over the past few days, it had made quite an effort to gain her attention. Lin Xi found it amusing. This little bundle of fur was certainly clever. Ye Chen also helped to fish out one, while Mo quickly retrieved the remaining 3 little creatures. He looked quite envious and exclaimed, "You mustn't let Joey see this. He has been intent on snatching Lightning away. If he knew your Mo had such abilities, he would be incessantly chattering in your ear." That said, "Your little one is indeed extraordinary," Lin Xi warned him. "No matter how extraordinary, it is still my Wu Wu's little brother. Don't even think about it." Ye Chen defended himself. "I have no such intentions. Look, I even came to give you a heads up." Lunch consisted of fried noodles, made from the rations, enhanced with bean sprouts, diced shiitake mushrooms, and pork cracklings, and a spoonful of chili sauce was added, creating an enticing aroma. Ling Xi felt that eating fried noodles alone was too dry, but found it inconvenient to make soup. So she brewed a pot of ginger water with a bit of brown sugar. After a hearty meal, a warm bowl of ginger water was the perfect touch, leaving everyone utterly satisfied. Joey cradled the bowl, reluctant to set it down, declaring, "I wish to join the battle tigers, sister. Just take me in. If that doesn't work, I could always be a little brother to Wu Wu." Lin Xi replied, "Thank you. I graciously decline." No wonder Lin Wuwu has recently taken to calling itself Little Lord. It seems to have learned from you lot. Truly, you should teach it better. Chapter 116. Daring to bully Lin Wuwu after they finished lunch. Yet not a single figure had been spotted. Lin Xi was preparing to lie down when her heart suddenly raced. Was Lin Wuwu frightened? She grabbed her cotton coat and dashed outside at full speed, ignoring Zhao Zhiyong's calls from behind. Ye Chen noticed Lin Xi's sudden sprint and hurried over to inquire, "Brother Yong, what happened? Zhao Ziyang's expression was grave as he watched the direction Lin Xi had taken. I don't know. But she carries a heavy intent to kill. Ye Chen's face changed instantly, blurting out, Where's Lin Wuwu? Zhao Ziyang's expression darkened. He leaped into the vehicle, slung an assault rifle over his shoulder, and raced out alongside Ye Chen. Lin Xi ran swiftly, her cotton coat not even fastened, her hair flying in the wind. The supernatural powers within her flowed rapidly, and she notified Qing Bao. Go find Wuwu. The situation is urgent. Bring it into the space. At that moment, she could not concern herself with whether the space would be exposed. Boom! Lin Xi heard the gunfire and sensed Lin Wuwu. Several grenades suddenly appeared in her hand. She spotted Lin Wuwu sprinting, with a vehicle trailing behind it, a gun barrel protruding from the window. Damn it, my precious baby is being chased and shot at. Lin Xi was furious, and she hurled several grenades, causing a thunderous explosion that obliterated the vehicle. Ooh! The litter box. Someone's bullying me. Upon seeing Lin Xi arrive, Lin Wuwu leaped into her arms. Feeling aggrieved, it had been minding its own business, trying to catch a rabbit, when suddenly it heard a bang and nearly got hit, startling it. Those people had even threatened to capture it, and the memory of that incident still haunted it. Leaving it terrified, Lin Xi's heart raced as she held it tightly, scanning it from top to bottom, checking its claws and legs. Are you all right? Did you get shot? Don't be scared, Wuwu. It's okay now. I've blown them up. Lin Wuwu huffed heavily, saying, Ah Wu. There's another car. They want to catch me. They bullied me while you were away. Furious, Lin Xi chuckled menacingly. How wonderful. She would wait right here to see what dared to lay a hand on her Wuwu. She decided not to leave, stroking Lin Wuwu's fur and kissing its big head. Are you still afraid? Do you want me to send you back to the space? No. Lin Wuwu's tiny paws struck the icy surface with force. Ah Wu. I want to see them burn. Indeed, she is truly Lin Wuwu's cub. Let us witness the spectacle of their demise together. A silver-white SUV approached, halting 10 meters away from Lin Xi. Did that vehicle explode? What was happening? Two men armed with guns emerged from the vehicle, casting uncertain glances at the lone girl and her tiger companion. Were they the culprits? Lin Xi inquired, glancing down at Lin Wuwu. Ah Wu. It's them. Lin Wuwu replied angrily. Who are you? What are you doing here? What is the meaning of that vehicle? The two men aimed their guns at Lin Xi, unaware that the bullets had already been confiscated by Qing Bao. Lin Xi smiled with abandon, yet her eyes glimmered with a chilling light as she declared sharply, If you are so eager to know, shall I send you down to inquire with them? As her words fell, two flames descended upon them. The men were suddenly engulfed by fire, desperately firing their weapons, but to no avail. Lin Xi observed their writhing agony, even adjusting the flames to burn a little slower. Ensuring that Lin Wuwu could savor the spectacle rather than miss it in an instant, Lin Wuwu, now quite pleased, exclaimed, Ah Wu, see how you dared to capture me. You thought you could bully me. Lin Xi, glancing at her little one, felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had been concerned that Lin Wuwu might be frightened. However, she then heard a sound emanating from the vehicle. A survivor? Lin Xi swiftly hurled a ball of flame at the SUV, instantly igniting the entire vehicle. Ah, help, help, you madwoman! A young woman shrieked as she tumbled out of the car, appearing to be in her 20s. With disheveled hair and clad in a red down jacket, military boots adorning her feet. Her face was pale and her features twisted in terror. Humph, now you know fear. How is it that my Wuwu has not wronged you? Yet you dared to aim a gun at her. When you pursued my Wuwu, where was your fear then? I doubt you even know how to write the word for death. Lin Xi watched with delight, her fingers dancing as the flames flickered, tossing another fireball that was about to land upon the woman, but was suddenly blocked by a piece of metal that appeared out of nowhere. Oh! Another vehicle has arrived, and a man in military attire is approaching. He appears righteous and stern, but one must wonder if it is genuine or merely a facade. When Zhou Limin heard the explosions, he sensed something was amiss. This was a frozen wasteland. Not a soul could be seen, yet the explosions were deafening. When his subordinates informed him that the woman felt stifled and wished to take a stroll nearby, he realized trouble was brewing. Zhou Limin was unaware of how Li Xiaorong had provoked this formidable psychic, but he felt compelled to intervene. I beg you, spare us. We can discuss any grievances. Upon seeing him, Li Xiaorong stumbled towards him, exclaiming, "Kill her! She is a madwoman. She has killed Feng and the others. She is a murderer." Zhou Limin's temples throbbed as he stared at her incredulously. Did this woman truly not grasp that her opponent held enough power to easily eliminate both of them? Lin Xi scoffed, "What are you? The person I wish to burn. You think you can protect her?" Lin Wuwu pawed at her legs softly, whispering, "Ah Wu, that man isn't chasing me with a gun." In truth, it could have voiced this loudly, as no one but Lin Xi would comprehend. Lin Xi felt gratified. Wuwu was indeed an honest child, clear about grievances and kindness. Those who aimed guns at it incited its wrath, leading it to seek vengeance through Lin Xi, wishing for those men to be burned. Yet, before the innocent, it would explain things clearly, to prevent Lin Xi from mistakenly harming an unrelated party. For Lin Wuwu's sake. Lin Xi added, "Step aside, or I shall incinerate you as well." Zhou Limin inwardly lamented, yet he could only grit his teeth and endure. "Though I know not how I have offended you, we can apologize. We can offer compensation." "Humph!" Lin Xi sneered, "You dare to take liberties with your life." Energy surged through her body, and flames leapt forth, a meter long and clawing towards the two men. Zhou Limin unleashed all his psychic power, just managing to stave off the flames, though his hands were already blistered. Li Xiaorong screamed as she fled, but the flames repeatedly forced her back, as the fire threatened to engulf her. Lin Xi felt a tap on her shoulder. She turned to see Ye Chen, panting heavily beside her, his eyes darting. "Cici, just pause for a moment, just this once." Lin Xi was displeased. "On what grounds? And do not shout randomly." She did not relent, but also did not intensify her flames. Ye Chen whispered urgently, "This person is still of use. How about this? I'll buy him for 1,000 points. Is that so? Then it's not out of the question." Chapter 117. The wise do not fall in love. Lin Xi suddenly felt her thoughts broaden. Thus, a new method for earning points had emerged. She manipulated the flames to bypass the man, directing them toward the woman beside him. "Hey, wait." Ye Chen called out, "What now?" Lin Xi, feeling her temper was perhaps too forgiving, retorted, "You wish to buy this too? What on earth for? Why would he want that madwoman?" Ye Chen leaned in closer, whispering, "This woman's identity is questionable. We should keep her around. Of course, points must be collected. Let her pay up, then we can proceed like this and that." After hearing this, Lin Xi's gaze shifted toward Ye Chen, astonished at his true nature, truly worthy of the moniker Ye Little Dog. Lin Xi conferred with Lin Wuwu, who nodded generously, indicating that it could use points to allow the villain a few more days of life, but the points must belong to it. This surprised Lin Xi. Was this little creature saving up for personal expenses? Truly, it had not learned well. Nevertheless, considering the fright it had endured, Lin Xi acquiesced, even preparing a small notebook to help it keep track of its accounts. She shot a fierce glare at Ye Chen, blaming him for leading this crowd astray. Unbeknownst to him, Ye Chen could only blink innocently. When Zhao Zhiyong arrived, he stood by with his weapon drawn until Lin Xi and Ye Chen concluded their negotiations. Only then did he lower his gun, accompanying Lin Xi and Wuwu toward the RV. Observing Ye Chen escorting away the harbinger of death, Zhou Limin exhaled deeply, sinking onto the icy surface, while Ye Chen crouched beside him, inquiring, "How are you holding up?" "Exhausted from using my powers, but I'm all right." Zhou Limin placed his fire-scorched hand on the ice, feeling a significant relief. He chuckled wryly. "In this world, with psychics emerging one after another, what are we to do? Where did you find that harbinger of death? Did you see her kill?" She remained unfazed. "She must have taken countless lives, and you are not afraid of retribution." Ye Chen patted his hand reassuringly. "You need not worry. Should she wish to annihilate your base, I would certainly stand by her side to assist in her endeavor. I trust her. Whatever she intends to do, there must be a reason behind it." Zhou Limin lamented, "Ah, don't you see those huge blisters on my hand? You call this reassurance? I feel even less secure now. After all this, I discover you are merely a lovesick fool, truly toxic, indeed. The wise do not fall in love." As they engaged in hushed conversation, Li Xiaorong approached with tear-filled eyes. "Thank you for saving us. My father is the base commander, and I will repay you well. That woman is insane. She has killed many." Ye Chen's expression darkened immediately. You are the commander's relative? I have heard that all relatives of base commanders must reside in the central military base. Who are you to dare impersonate a commander's kin? Are you seeking death? How dare she label Lin Xi as mad? He believed this woman was the true lunatic. Li Xiaorong was momentarily at a loss for words, stammering as she struggled to respond. The commander's legitimate family members were all at the central military base. She was an illegitimate daughter, secretly remaining with her mother. Yet, she did not dare reveal this to many. Zhou Limin discreetly rolled his eyes, chiming in, she is merely boasting. There's no truth to it. Li Xiaorong nodded vigorously, gazing at Zhou Limin with eyes brimming with affection. Another beauty ploy? Ye Chen was taken aback, glancing at Zhou Limin with sympathy. Well, they seemed to be hitting it off. After an hour's rest, they would set off together to Base 8. Lin Xi's powers had ascended to the 4th tier. After this harrowing experience of chaos, running, and burning, her powers had unexpectedly leveled up. Lin Xi suddenly dashed off, with Ye Chen and Zhao Zhiyong in pursuit. The remaining individuals, though unsure of what had transpired, stood ready for action. Upon seeing Lin Xi return safely, they all breathed a sigh of relief. What happened? They gathered around. Lin Xi recounted how Lin Wuwu had been shot at for no reason. Everyone was outraged. Zhou Yi and Zhao Hui brandished their guns, ready to seek vengeance for Wu Wu'd. Wu Wei's expression darkened, and upon hearing Li Xiaorong's name, he furrowed his brows in contemplation. After a few cold snorts, he knelt to pat Lin Wuwu's head, reassuring, Wu Wu, don't worry, they won't last long. I will personally avenge you. We shall ignore that useless Ye Chen. Lin Xi was astonished that Lin Wuwu could bond so closely with this group. Truly remarkable. Wu Lingshu and Zhao Xiaoxiao were equally distressed, inspecting Lin Wuwu from head to tail, fearing they might miss any injuries. Lin Xi observed the flurry of activity upon their return, as Wu Wu eagerly sought to report to Zhou Yi and the others, expressing grievances against the wicked. Once again, within the embrace of Wu Lingshu and Zhao Xiaoxiao, she found herself indulging in playful antics, while also receiving the earnest concern of her younger brothers. It suddenly dawned upon her that Lin Wuwu harbored profound emotional needs. She relished compliments, craved affection, delighted in making friends, enjoyed playful banter, and took pleasure in treating others. Truly, she was ill-suited to a solitary existence, preferring the company of others, resembling a human more than a tiger. Ye Chen returned, accompanied by a convoy of 7 military trucks, fully laden. Among them, 4 large motorhomes contained 200 fully armed soldiers, followed by several off-road vehicles. Lin Xi and her companions trailed at the rear. Ye Chen approached Lin Xi's vehicle to elucidate the situation. It turned out that Zhou Limin and his team were tasked with transporting military supplies to Base 8. Their military base had noticed that the requested supplies at Base 8 significantly exceeded those of other survival bases. Even though various justifications were provided during inquiries, suspicions remained. Hence, Zhou Limin was sent to investigate the matter of their military supplies. As for the woman in question, she was indeed the daughter of the deputy base chief. With her legitimate family residing at the central military base, while this illegitimate daughter had made her appearance, she had taken a liking to Zhou Limin and sought every opportunity to approach him, which he exploited to investigate Base 8's affairs. Ye Chen recounted this to Lin Xi with an engaging flair, his tone rising and falling like a storyteller, and Lin Xi listened with rapt attention. Once he finished, Lin Xi remarked, "Is it appropriate for you to share such military secrets with me?" Ye Chen dismissed her concern. "This is top secret, but you are different. You are one of us. You mustn't divulge it to anyone, not even Lin Wuwu." Lin Xi politely declined, "Thank you, but I am merely a businesswoman." Ye Chen appeared somewhat disheartened. "Oh, I see. Perhaps I was being overly sentimental," Lin Xi confirmed with a serious tone. "Not perhaps, definitely," Ye Chen in good spirits replied. All right, so I was indeed being overly sentimental." Lin Xi nodded in satisfaction, but a lingering sense of unease tugged at her. Ye Chen interrupted her thoughts. "By the way, I've credited you some points. Please provide your ID number." To her astonishment, there were 2,000 points credited. Lin Xi brightened. "You're rather generous." "Not me. I never squander my points. I save them diligently. This is Zhou Limin's contribution. After all the help I provided him, how could he expect me to use my points?" Ye Chen asserted solemnly. Chapter 118. The terrifying horror film. Lin Xi took out a small notebook. Noting the time and recording the 2,000 points, Ye Chen curiously inquired. What's that for? Lin Xi, with a complex expression, replied, This is for Lin Wuwu. It's her points. She is saving up some pocket money at last. Ye Chen understood why she had shot him such a fierce glare earlier. Adios, not me. I truly didn't teach her to save pocket money. Who would be so cruel as to teach her that without teaching her something better? The previous day, in another motorhome, aside from Ye Chen at the wheel, Wu Wei, Zhou Yi, Zhao Hui, and Lu Yun were playing cards with Lin Wuwu, keeping a record of their points in a notebook beside them. Wu Wei, animatedly speaking, proclaimed, Do you know what's most important for a man? It's money. One must never be without it. Points, that is, imagine having no points at all when you want to buy something for a girl you fancy. You reach into your pocket, and alas, it's empty. How embarrassing is that? Therefore, a man must always save some pocket money. The others nodded in agreement, while Lin Wuwu tilted her head, appearing to understand only partially. Seeing her earnestness, Wu Wei casually ruffled her hair, lightly bumping his forehead against her head. You know, when you see a beautiful tigress in the future and want to gift her something, if you have no points, you'll have to ask Lin Xi. When Lin Xi questions you, Wuwu, what do you need points for? And you reply that you want to buy a gift for a beautiful tigress, do you think she'll be pleased? What will you do if she refuses to give you any? Thus, as he spoke, his gaze drifted towards the cards. Lin Wuwu uttered a soft sound of understanding, covering her cards. She realized she too needed to start saving pocket money. Due to insufficient space in Jolimin's convoy, they resorted to sleeping in military tents at night. Ye Chen stayed with them in the tents, while Lin Xi and her group remained in their vehicle. Despite the frigid conditions, there were indeed some advantages. Both humans and animals remained clean. How could it not be clean? The ground was covered in ice formed from pooled water, often accompanied by snow. Mostly frozen solid in remote areas. Nevertheless, Lin Xi and her companions took baths and donned clean clothes, settling into the warmth of their motorhome. Zhao Xiao, fearful of running out of water, kept wanting to fill the tank. Su Guangqing lay on the makeshift bed of the sofa, wrapped in a quilt, exclaiming, It's truly warm and comfortable in here. It's quite rare to be this cozy while out on the road. I think it's unparalleled. Those outside must be envious and may even come up with some nefarious plans. This referred to the team of ability users from Jolimin's side, who gazed at the motorhome with intense longing. Zhao Zhiyong sat cross-legged on the ground, diligently maintaining his weapon. It's not just envy. We must stay vigilant. Just keep your wits about you. Lin Xi, however, remained unfazed. If they dare to provoke me, I can send them straight to the heavens. Suddenly, simultaneous shrieks pierced the air. Zhao Xiao, Lin Wuwu, and Imo Xiaoyi each let out a cry. Everyone was startled, and Lin Xi, visibly annoyed, exclaimed, Lin Wuwu, you are not permitted to show Imo Xiaoyi horror films. Look how frightened it is. The foolishly bold Imo Xiaoyi, terrified, buried its head beneath its mother's belly, its rear end exposed and trembling. Lin Wuwu, equally frightened, leapt into Zhao Xiao's arms, who held her tightly. Lin Wuwu, feeling wronged, whimpered, Ah Wu. I'm scared too. Zhao Zhiyong, also startled by the screams, patted his chest. Xiao, you're already afraid of ghosts. Why watch horror films? Go to sleep. Reluctantly, Zhao Xiao released Lin Wuwu and climbed onto the pull-down bed to sleep, thankful that Wu Lingshu was beside her, which eased her fears. Lin Wuwu, looking pitiful, approached Lin Xi, resting her head on the edge of her bed. Ah Wu. I'm scared. Lin Xi truly couldn't comprehend how a former spirit beast could be afraid of ghosts. What was there to fear? The most terrifying thing has always been humans. The crux of the matter was that not only was she afraid of ghosts, but she also loved watching horror films, creating a vicious cycle of fear. Watching made her more afraid, and the fear compelled her to watch more. What a quirk! Lin Xi smacked her on the fleshy part of her body, exasperated. From now on, you are not allowed to watch horror films at night. She then proceeded to lock the door. Instantly, Lin Wuwu transformed into a cat, wrapping herself in a blanket, her eyes fixed intently on the edge of the bed, occasionally shuddering as if something beneath the bed might leap out to grab her. While Lin Xi and the others slept, they were unaware of several pairs of greedy eyes fixated on their vehicle. A man clad in a gray leather coat, tending to a fire, remarked, That vehicle looks so warm. If only we could have one too. Before the apocalypse, such vehicles were not inexpensive, let alone now, when they were priceless and rare. A bearded man in a military coat shook his head, a short-haired woman in her 30s. Her eyes flickering suggested, if we were to purchase it from them, do you think they would sell? Ha! You dare to think? If we had such a vehicle, would you sell it? Moreover, have you forgotten what Zhou Limin said? Those from the Bataillon team are all deadly beings. They are not to be trifled with, a tall, bald man warned. Yet the short-haired woman remained unconvinced. She had observed the so-called Bataillon team, 2 men, 3 women, and a mutated tiger, along with some useless cats and dogs. The expressionless, square-faced man appeared to be the strongest, likely the leader. Following him was a somewhat scholarly-looking man, whose abilities remained unclear. The remaining 3 women, regardless of who they were, appeared to live comfortably, exuding tranquility. Why should they? Only she understood the relentless effort she had put in to become powerful, how hard she had worked. She held disdain for those who relied on men for survival and had no desire to become one of them. Heaven had granted her abilities, and she had thrown herself into missions and battles, rising to a status that even men looked up to. Yet today, those 3 women filled her with envy. They seemed too pristine, too fragile, too serene. Their faces bore no signs of fear, anger, numbness, or humility. How could the weak live better than her? How could her efforts seem like a mere joke? Their existence felt like a mockery, as if to say, look, what you yearn for is but a trifle for us. Consumed by jealousy, she found it difficult to remain still. Zhou Limin also harbored concerns regarding these ability users provoking the Reaper. Each of them was proud and unruly, lacking organization and discipline, often inciting conflict among themselves. Yes, he could manage them within the base. But outside, they turned fierce, and many had perished at the hands of their own. What could he do? He genuinely felt pained by the loss of these ability users, for even if they could be saved and sent to the research institute, it wouldn't be a waste. And then there was today's Reaper. He needed to issue more warnings and could not stand idly by as his base S ability users perished needlessly. Chapter 119. Entering the base. What are you thinking about? So lost in thought. Ye Chen waved his hand in front of him. Zhou Limin came to his senses. I was thinking about your killing god. Don't you find her problematic? The murderous aura is too strong, and I fear for your safety. Ye Chen nonchalantly waved his hand. Are you referring to a male or a female? I have 2 killing gods. Moreover, stop worrying about me and consider your own affairs. What brings you here for an investigation? Zhou Limin finally remembered to ask him. Why? Ye Chen replied seriously. Military secrets? No comment. Who would take a group of unrelated individuals to handle military secrets? If you don't want to divulge, that's fine. I was just thinking. Although we're investigating separately, we can share information, right? Zhou Limin took the stainless steel bowl off the stove. Of course, sharing information is not a problem. Rest assured, I will inform you of anything I discover, but what you are investigating has nothing to do with me. Ye Chen was savoring his food quite delightfully. Zhou Limin, however, mockingly said with confidence, You truly are love-struck? Completely infatuated. Such a simple issue, and you can't even think of it. Don't you find it strange that there are so many incidents at Base 8? You have one, and I have one. If it were merely a coincidence with no connection, I would never believe it. Can you believe it? Ye Chen gazed at the flickering flames, suddenly enlightened. How did I not think of that? This issue will only escalate, and I fear something will happen. Leo, you have enough personnel? Quickly return and bring in more people. Zhou Limin looked at him with disdain. There are station troops over there. They just had a rotation 3 months at Geo. It's not as if the entire army has been wiped out. Bringing in too many people could easily alert the enemy. Besides, don't you have 2 killing gods? One can easily stand against 10. Ye Chen replied dismissively. Standing against 10 is not a problem, but can you afford the points? Mentioning the points, Zhou Limin panicked for a moment, having lost 2,000 points for nothing. His heart still ached. Almost forgot that it's not just a killing god. It's also a gold-devouring beast. Tell them not to act rashly. I'm broke? Ye Chen scoffed at him. What a virtue. Prioritizing money over life. Zhou Limin slowly turned to him, a smile on his face. You are consuming our rations, so hurry and pay the points. Otherwise, I'll go to the entrance of your base to demand payment. Ye Chen, Lin Xi and her companions had followed Zhou Limin for nearly 4 days before finally seeing a towering city wall. The walls of each base were standardized, and Base 8 was no exception. Lin Xi stood at the entrance, gazing up at the sturdy wall, which bore no resemblance to the dilapidated and worn-down walls from her previous life. So the overlords are so formidable, able to construct such a solid wall in such a short time. She thought of her small base, wanting to laugh but unable to die in places she was unaware of. Everything had changed. Could this apocalypse truly reach an end in this lifetime? Ye Chen instructed the others to handle the paperwork while he accompanied Lin Xi, who stood there with mixed emotions. The entrance was a massive alloy gate that opened as it rose from the ground. It would not easily lower unless there was danger in the event of a threat. Such as a tide of mutated beasts, the entrance would descend underground and be pressed down with massive stones. Thus, even with a multitude of mutated beasts, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to breach this point. Ye Chen slowly explained this to her. This type of barrier gate is used for daily travel, checking identities and processing documents to gain entry. He led Lin Xi to the queue. Lin Xi took a careful look. The entrance was wide enough for 4 lanes in each direction, with a sentry in the middle and small guardhouses integrated into the walls, heavily guarded both inside and out. After Zhou Limin verified their identities, they were allowed inside. Essentially, their convoy had blocked the entrance, allowing them to enter the inner side for registration first. Lin Xi and the others were given temporary registrations, stating they could not stay in the base for more than 15 days. If they exceeded that time, they would need to provide a reason and re-register. After the temporary registration expired, nothing could be purchased within this base. The registrar, upon seeing Lin Wuwu, was not overly surprised. After a brief exchange with Lin Xi, he took a photo of Lin Wuwu and presented her with a wooden token embedded with a chip, serving as her temporary identification. Essentially, it was to ensure proper management of their battle beasts. Killing and harming people was strictly prohibited within the base, and any issues could be reported to the inspection team. Ye Chen lamented. I was careless. We should have obtained an identification for it at our base. That way, no matter which base we go to, Wuwu could enter freely. Furthermore, carrying a badge from the central military base would surely give anyone pause before attempting to capture it. That sounds good. But can such a badge be obtained so easily? Doesn't it require certain conditions? Lin Xi asked, puzzled. Ye Chen looked at Lin Wuwu, who was curiously surveying the surroundings, and playfully patted it. You're overthinking it. It's a member of the Battle Tiger team, and isn't the Battle Tiger precisely the team from the central military base? What's the problem with Wuwu carrying a badge from the central military base? Right, Wuwu? The rest can be handled by him. Lin Wuwu was busy looking around, shaking its head to shrug off Ye Chen's hand, letting out a nonchalant "ah-woo." After completing the procedures, each person received a wristband resembling a sports tracker from before the apocalypse. Once back in the vehicle, the convoy resumed movement, passing through another gate after 5 or 6 minutes. This gate was equipped with large sensors that automatically recognized the identities of those entering, marking the official entry into the base. Upon entering, they found themselves in a spacious plaza clearly designed for assembly, conveniently located for swift entry and exit from the base. Instead of driving into the plaza, they turned and drove to the side. Lin Xi observed the roads, all standardized with 4 lanes in each direction, quite spacious for a base. There were no plants along the roadside, but streetlights illuminated the area. And the buildings on either side were not tall, the highest being only 4 stories. Lin Xi noticed a building with a sign indicating it was the Administrative Service Center, and adjacent to it was a school. The school bore a striking resemblance to those before the apocalypse, large in area, and through the iron railings, she could see groups of children inside. Seeing the corners of Lin Xi's mouth lift, Ye Chen knew she was in high spirits. Currently, all civil affairs have been centralized under the service center, encompassing utilities and housing, etc., and the school. The school is built right next to the Administrative Service Center, which shows considerable emphasis. Thus, Base 8 is not too shabby. Lin Xi felt quite pleased upon entering. Not really. You are just not well acquainted with bases. Once you've visited more, you'll understand. This was a rigid requirement established at the inception of the base. The Administrative Service Center must be adjacent to the school, and the school must operate under transparent management, Ye Chen explained to her. They passed by rows of housing. Interestingly, the architectural styles were not uniform. There were standard concrete and brick houses, but also wooden structures and homes built from stone, presenting a unique charm. Chapter 120. A base beyond expectations. As they ventured further in, there were even houses resembling honeycombs. From a distance, they appeared as little hills piled together, hardly resembling proper houses. Is that really a house? Wu Lingshu exclaimed. Ye Chen replied. Yes, those are honeycomb-structured houses. They may look chaotic, but they have a high seismic resistance. How do you know? Lin Xi turned to him and asked. Ye Chen gazed out the window. I heard it from someone. It's all theoretical. In practice, you have to test it to know. In the beginning, several experts nearly came to blows, each with their opinions, but time was of the essence, so they could only rely on their respective skills and try to follow their suggestions. As you can see, the further in we go, the more honeycomb structures there are, built during the initial phase. As the number of survivors increased and construction materials became scarce, they began utilizing local resources. Just like centuries ago, when there were no modern building materials, sturdy houses could still be constructed. Now, with the support of research institutions and some new adhesive materials available for construction, those ancient architectural masters, adept in both ancient and modern techniques, showcase their skills, creating various architectural designs and sending them to different survival bases. Lin Xi listened intently, exclaiming, "It can be done this way." Su Guangqing, looking out the window, was equally excited. As mutated plants proliferate, there should be ample timber, and wooden houses will likely become the majority. Combining steel structures with wood would result in excellent housing. Lin Xi still found it hard to believe. She had merely informed the overlords, yet such monumental changes occurred. Don't forget, with the collaboration of abilities from the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the construction of houses will not only be faster but also sturdier. And this can later be applied to the repair and reinforcement of the walls. Ye Chen spoke with shining eyes. Lin Xi had been in the base for less than an hour. Yet she had gone from shock to numbness, overwhelmed by the unexpected developments, far exceeding her expectations. They did not enter the military zone with Zhou Limin, but instead sought a guest house, parking nearby. This guest house was a 3-story wooden building, its exterior coated with a thick layer resembling crushed gravel, and upon entering, Lin Xi felt a wave of warmth. Ye Chen explained that the exterior coating was for acid and corrosion resistance, and the wooden boards were double-layered with insulation inside. The interior was sparsely decorated. The front desk featured a wooden counter, unvarnished, revealing the charred yellow wood grain formed by flames. Despite the limited conditions, it was quite unique. At the front desk sat a young man named Du, who had only one leg and leaned on a cane. On the wooden wall behind him were iron hooks, each holding a few keys. Zhao Zhiyong and Ye Chen each reserved 3 rooms, at 10 points per night, with no food provided, yet it was not overly expensive. Boss Du registered their names and time on a machine encased in iron, and then waved his hand. Xiao Lu, show the guests to their rooms. Lin Xi observed the machine's exterior, which appeared quite crude, roughly the size of 2 shoeboxes, its iron surface devoid of paint, yet it was capable of verifying the information contained in their wristbands. Shortly after, a youth of about 13 or 14 came running over, clad in a cotton hat and a thick, oversized cotton coat, cinched at the waist with a belt, and wearing old cotton shoes with several patches at the toes. Xiao Lu was thin but not short, his eyes lively and accompanied by a hint of a servile smile. Guests, please follow me upstairs. The lighting is a bit dim, so please be careful. During the early days of the last world's end, one could still encounter children like him, warmly guiding newcomers into the base, simply hoping for a piece of bread or a pack of instant noodles. Despite the constant threat of being robbed, for whether they encountered malicious individuals who might threaten their lives, the children could only leave their fates to chance. This time, things seemed much improved. Though still arduous, the stability of the base allowed most children to survive. As they walked, Lin Xi inquired, "Are you working here?" Xiao Li's eyes brightened. This female guest was quite amiable, and he wondered if she might offer him a tip. "Yes. We attend classes for half the day, and during the rest of the time, we can work to earn some points to buy food and necessities. Does the school not provide you with food and supplies?" "Of course they do. If the school didn't take care of us, we would have starved or frozen to death long ago. But there are simply too many people to look after." "This way, please." The small building had 10 rooms on the first floor, all doubles, with shared bathrooms and showers on each level. Their rooms were located on the second floor. "Here's the heating valve. Turn it on and it will warm up shortly. The beds have electric blankets, so it's quite cozy, and very clean." Xiao Lu enthusiastically introduced, "Is there heating as well? Is it from a boiler?" "Yes, the boiler is in the basement. Actually, there are rooms on the first underground level too." "Is that so? Are you familiar with the base?" Xiao Lu sensed the customer's curiosity. "Is this your first time here?" "Not familiar with the place. I can help you run errands and show you around. If you need anything, you can find me at the front desk. Lin Xi handed him 200-gram compressed biscuits. Considering it a tip, we 1T be going out today. After breakfast tomorrow, we'll take a stroll. How many points will that cost us? Xiao Lu was overjoyed to receive the compressed biscuits. As they were highly sought after by abilities users, he could sell them for at least an extra point. For a whole day of guidance, 2 points will suffice. I'll show you around for an entire day. Or, just 2 biscuits will do. 1 point could buy a pound of rice, but rice was limited in purchase. Besides, cooking rice required both water and fire. Abilities users favored carrying compressed biscuits during missions for their convenience. 1 point could not buy a single biscuit, yet a biscuit could be sold for at least 2 points. Xiao Lu worked diligently to earn points, cleverly exchanging them for biscuits. Lin Xi found his little cunning endearing. She preferred such children over those who wept and panicked, as they had a greater chance of survival. Lin Xi handed him 3 more compressed biscuits, adopting a serious expression. You must lead us well tomorrow, or I shall reclaim these biscuits. Giving him one would allow him to sell it at once. Xiao Lu nodded vigorously, perhaps truly believing he could save enough points to buy a new pair of cotton shoes. Lin Xi felt quite pleased. After all, she had endured far worse in her previous life. Zhao Xiao felt somewhat uncomfortable. Xiao Lu was only a few years younger than her, and she had already hidden behind Zhao Zhiyong. Wu Lingshu had also turned away. It had only been half a year. Yet these children were working in the cold to please others and earn money, if their parents were still alive. How painful that must be. She was once again grateful for her decision not to have children. Chapter 121. The guest house and canteen. Xiao Lu left in high spirits. Lin Xi reflected that it was fortunate to have brought a few people along, as it allowed them to recognize the changes in this apocalyptic world. What was there to feel sorrowful about? They could survive, work safely, and sleep soundly. Selling biscuits without fear of theft or being harmed was the result of countless individuals' tireless efforts. Indeed, Zhao Zhiyong was also greatly affected. That child was only a few years younger than his sister, and he could not fathom what his sister would endure if he were still abroad. Fortunately, his stoic expression concealed his thoughts from Lin Xi, whose indifferent demeanor made him feel a twinge of guilt. Ye Chen and the others had endured much, their minds forged strong through experience. So they were managing well. With the temperature plummeting and darkness descending early, everyone retreated to their rooms to rest. The room was rather small, merely 15 square meters, furnished with a wardrobe attached to the wall. A 70-centimeter table paired with a chair, and, surprisingly, a small mirror atop the table. It was understandable. The base, wary of earthquakes, dared not construct tall buildings, making every inch of space precious, hence the compact accommodations. Yet Lin Xi gazed incredulously at the 2 1-meter-wide beds. Thinking even a doghouse would be more spacious, having placed her backpack on the bed, Mo emerged from within, instantly filling the room. She, Lin Wuwu, Lightning, and Mo created quite the bustling scene. Such a large family could hardly be contained in 15 square meters. Ultimately, she locked the door and returned to her space, which felt infinitely more spacious. Lin Xi enjoyed a restful night there. Upon waking, Lin Xi felt refreshed. Her hair was shoulder length, which she found comfortable, and she had neatly braided it at the back. Wearing a black wool hat, she donned temperature-regulating clothing, a full black wool sweater and pants, a long military green parka with a fur lining, a deep blue cashmere scarf, thick blue jeans, and black combat boots. She slung on her black backpack, pretending it contained the Mo family of 6, and then led Lin Wuwu and Lightning out. After knocking on doors, they gathered in the lobby on the first floor. Though referred to as a lobby, it resembled a dormitory management office and was rather small. Lin Wuwu and Lightning had already dashed outside to play in the snow. When Ye Chen and the others descended, they too had changed into comfortable clothing, appearing more approachable. Guests, would you like breakfast? I can take you to the canteen. Xiao Lu eagerly approached, having ensured his face was clean by rubbing it with snow for quite some time. Ye Chen responded warmly, let us head to the canteen first. Just call us brother or sister while you're outside. Okay, brother. Xiao Lu readily complied. There were all types of guests. Some were stingy and liked to act superior, while others appeared amiable but were not to be offended. He had awaited this job for a long time, so he needed to be careful in his interactions. The survival bases were scattered across different regions, each housing several canteens offering mostly affordable food. The canteen was officially operated by the base, with a subsidized nature. Constructed of bricks and stones, entry required wristband verification to purchase meal vouchers, which could then be exchanged for food at small service windows inside. The dining area featured wooden long tables and benches. The cheapest option was a type of dry biscuit, yellow with a hint of black. For 1 point, one could buy 3, with a daily limit of 3 per person. Each biscuit weighed about half a pound, sufficient to satisfy an adult's hunger. The number of customers purchasing biscuits was the highest. They bought 3 to share, savoring the hard, coarse texture that was rather salty. Lin Xi glanced at them and immediately discerned they would not taste good, promptly averting her gaze. Lin Wuwu, however, was different. It held a strong expectation for any food it had not yet tried. This time, it had miscalculated. Its brows furrowed as it looked up at Lin Xi with an open mouth. Lin Xi shook her finger at it, forbidding wastefulness. If it insisted on eating what it had asked for, it must swallow it. After finishing their meal, Ye Chen and the others began discussing. There's plenty of salt, but why does it have a hint of bitterness? Could it be the quality of the salt? Perhaps they added too little grain or the bran ratio is too high. Not necessarily. Could they have included dried potatoes or sweet potatoes? Did they add soybeans? It's hard to tell. Let us take samples back for testing. Do they think they're Shinong tasting herbs? Zhao Zhiyong was taken aback. You all monitor this too? Wu Wei, struggling to swallow the dry biscuit, finally said, this is the base's lowest survival guarantee. It's normal for it to taste bad, but it must meet basic nutritional needs and storage duration. The Research Institute provides the formula, and the central base offers subsidies. Slight variations are normal, but significant discrepancies indicate issues. Thus, personnel on business trips must pay attention to the basic living conditions at each base. It's not much trouble. Ye Chen asked Xiaolu, does your school eat this? Xiaolu nodded, we have to eat it 5 times a week. You can't just eat it dry. Soaking it in hot water makes it much better. 5 times is tolerable. Though the taste is lacking, it can still ensure basic bodily requirements. Due to restrictions on food supplies, each person is allowed to purchase only 1 breakfast. Lin Xi opted for a bowl of corn porridge and 3 steamed buns, amounting to a total of 20 points, which is considered rather expensive. The corn porridge was quite thin, merely thicker than water. The buns were fairly substantial, filled with the meat of mutated beasts, although somewhat dry. They still had a meaty flavor. She was aware that the food here would not be particularly palatable, as she had already shared breakfast with Lin Wuwu and the others earlier in her space. Unable to eat herself and with Lin Wuwu refusing to open its mouth, she gave 2 buns to Xiaolu. Really? Xiaolu exclaimed, eyeing the buns and swallowing hard. Lin Xi nodded. Yes. Xiaolu devoured one, while the other was carefully wrapped in oil paper and stowed back in her pocket. Overall, the cafeteria offered inexpensive items in limited quantities, which were quite practical but truly lacking in taste. One could only say that they were edible enough to sustain life. The pricier items were indeed costly, but not necessarily of superior quality, merely comparable to the most ordinary fare from before the apocalypse. Zhao Zhiyong, accustomed to frugality, bought buns for his sister while he himself settled for a dark wheat bun. Lin Xi inquired of Xiaolu, are there any restaurants besides the cafeteria? Xiaolu shook his head. No, who has enough grain to run a restaurant these days? People can barely feed themselves. However, there is a market outside at noon, resembling small stalls where one can trade goods, and there are also vendors selling snacks. Like roasted potato slices. Would you like to go? Ah Wu, we must go. Hearing about food, Lin Wuwu was quite enthusiastic. Chapter 122. The emphasis on agriculture over commerce in the base. Then let us go. Ye Chen, having spent considerable time interacting with Lin Wuwu, could somewhat predict its thoughts. Nevertheless, the market was likely to be small-scale, akin to family-run workshops, with no significant trade activities. You know that too? Lin Xi glanced at him. Ye Chen smiled. The base currently does not support large-scale commercial activities. Why is that? Commercial activities rely on profit from price differences, which is feasible when resources are abundant. However, in the current context of scarcity, what reason does the base have to permit individuals to profit commercially? What use is it for someone to accumulate points if they remain dormant in their account? The principle behind the existence of survival bases is not to make anyone wealthier, but rather to allocate limited resources judiciously to enable as many individuals as possible to survive. Thus, the policy given to the base is to vigorously support production and manufacturing, enriching material reserves to guard against potential natural disasters. Su Guangqing, listening intently, added, this aligns somewhat with the past emphasis on agriculture over commerce, encouraging agricultural cultivation and industrial production. Wu Wei wholeheartedly agreed with his statement, slapping the table. Exactly. That is the essence. Presently, with low productivity and extreme scarcity of resources, we have regressed to an era of barter. Commercial pursuits should be abandoned. Consider this. The so-called point exchange system is essentially a direct transaction with the base's official channels. Subsequently, these items are redistributed by the authorities, such as subsidies for schools and minimum survival guarantees. Wu Lingshu nodded repeatedly. So, this apocalypse has caused society to regress, with the survival of the fittest and the law of the jungle essentially representing a decline in civilization. We too must follow this regression, Lin Xi mused thoughtfully. The policy is commendable, but can everyone implement it earnestly? TSK, how many livelihoods are you obstructing? Ye Chen chuckled. Of course it is impossible. Any policy is considered successful if the majority can implement it earnestly. As for the remainder, well, during an apocalypse, if they still yearn for wealth, they are merely courting disaster. Once verified, they can be promptly dispatched. Lin Xi tilted her head in contemplation, recognizing that the central base's policies were sound. But the execution depended on how each survival base adhered to them. The greater the central base's control over the various survival bases, the higher the likelihood of policy adherence. Yet, the reality was that the leaders of each survival base had become akin to local warlords. The central base aimed to enhance its control over these warlords through military and research power. Such discussions often became tedious, and Shaola had already grown impatient, accompanying the restless Lin Wuwu to wander the streets. After finishing their meal, Lin Xi and her companions also strolled about. The streets lacked substantial shops, but there were small establishments offering services such as appliance repair, fabric mending, vehicle maintenance, as well as woodworking and stonework. Catering to skilled trades. Lin Xi began to understand that those with a craft could still open shops, as trading goods was not permitted. So, where did the base's inhabitants procure their supplies? Naturally, they relied on supply points. Otherwise, those capable would resort to scavenging. Lin Xi had never seen a stonework shop, so she took the opportunity to explore, discovering a variety of stone-made containers, including stone bowls, stone pots, water storage jars, and stones used for construction. Although somewhat heavy, they were durable and reasonably priced. As she ventured further, most of what she saw were residential buildings, leading Lin Xi to feel there was little left to explore. Thus she headed to the market. The market was quite lively. From a distance, it resembled tents, but in reality, they were large wooden structures, akin to warehouses, providing shelter from the wind and snow. The interior was spacious, with small stalls on either side and a central walkway. Due to the cold, it was only open for 2 hours at noon, allowing those in need to enter. Lin Xi felt this resembled a night market from the past, which did not pique her interest. However, for Lin Wuwu, it was a first-time experience, excitedly exploring the first stall. Many vendors were startled by its presence, showcasing Xiao Li's cleverness as he adeptly calmed them, ensuring Lin Wuwu had a delightful time exploring. In truth, there was little to exchange, primarily sweet potatoes for rice, rice for potatoes, and flour. There was, however, a stall run by a woeful-looking woman accompanied by a small girl, trading dolls and doll clothes for goods, which piqued Qing Bao's interest. Lin Xi observed them closely, and the little girl promptly said, "Auntie, these dolls are brand new. I haven't even opened them yet. Take a look. It's quite a bargain." Lin Xi inquired, "What are you looking to trade?" The woman hesitated but eventually spoke in a hushed tone. "Do you have any cough medicine? Also, anti-inflammatory medicine. And perhaps some vegetables? The child needs to eat some greens." Lin Xi turned to see that the others had dispersed, so she reached into her bag and pulled out a black plastic bag. "Here, if you're willing, I'll take the dolls." The woman, who had not harbored much hope, after all, who would want these seemingly worthless dolls, was desperate as her husband was ill, and her daughter insisted on trading her beloved dolls for medicine. The black plastic bag contained a box of cough medicine, a blister pack of anti-inflammatory medication, a pack of fever reducers, a pack of cold medicine, along with 5 pounds of potatoes and a package of dried seaweed. The woman clutched the bag tightly, nodding vigorously, "Trade, trade." She wrapped up all the dolls, but when she reached for the doll in the little girl's arms, her hand paused. The little girl glanced at the doll, then quickly tucked it back into her cloth bag. Lin Xi maintained a stern expression. "That one, I don't want. You must take it out." The girl's eyes brightened, and joyfully, she reclaimed the doll. "Thank you," the woman murmured softly. Lin Xi said nothing and turned to leave. When she found Lin Wuwu, she discovered it was enjoying sweet potato and glutinous rice cakes, along with roasted potato slices and corn, while Ye Chen stood nearby paying with points. Lin Xi approached him. How many points? I'll reimburse you. Oh, they've eaten quite a bit. Just wait a moment, and after I finish tallying, I'll ask you for the amount. Why Ye Chen was reluctant to calculate with her so meticulously. Lin Xi, with no other option, trailed behind Lin Wuwu to prevent it from seeking Ye Chen to cover the bill again. This time, however, it had its eyes set on something splendid, a stall selling various knots. Lin Wuwu particularly fancied a large red knot adorned with gold. Lin Xi, indifferent, decided to purchase it. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Knots? Can you weave a knot like this one for hanging around the neck? She asked, tugging at the rope around Lin Wuwu's neck, which held a wooden tag. It shouldn't be too thick. It must look elegant, preferably with gold accents. Chapter 123. Abilities versus Ordinary People. The stall owner was a man who had previously dealt with knots. He could certainly weave a necklace knot, but the neck of this large tiger was rather thick. However, it was manageable as long as the price was right. He held up 3 fingers. It will take 3 days. To ensure it looks good, it cannot be woven with too thick a thread. It requires a certain width and length. He gestured with his hands to illustrate. Lin Xi asked, all right, how many points? 30 points. Come back in 3 days. But if you don't show up, I would have worked for nothing. Therefore, I must collect half in advance. Lin Xi handed him 20 points. I'll give you 40 points. But you mustn't skimp on the quality. It must be both beautiful and sturdy. If it isn't, I'll simply throw it away, and you can forget about the remaining 20 points. The stall owner was overjoyed, having gained an extra 10 points, which was quite a bargain. All right, I promise to make it look beautiful, worthy of your grand tiger. The market wasn't large, and after a while, they had seen all it had to offer. Ye Chen frowned, glancing around. It seems like all the people here are ordinary. I haven't seen any abilities users at all. Xiaolu quickly approached him. Ability users don't come here. They have their own places. Their own places? Where is that? Ye Chen casually inquired. In the very heart of the city, there exists a guild for those with extraordinary abilities. Their residences are quite splendid. However, entry is forbidden to us, as only the gifted may enter. Ye Chen wore a warm smile. That's true. What purpose would we serve by going in? Besides, I doubt there's anything of great value inside. It all seems rather similar. Xiaolu, shaking his head with pride, responded, that's not the case. I've heard that there are numerous delectable delights within, and the place is particularly luxurious. If only I possessed abilities too. Ye Chen exchanged a glance with Wu Wei, realizing that a visit there might indeed be warranted. The Guild for Extraordinary Individuals was established through a collective initiative from several survival bases. The emergence of these gifted individuals is a recent phenomenon. If regulations are too lax, conflicts can arise that are far more severe than mere disagreements. Conversely, if regulations are overly strict, it could jeopardize the very foundation of our nation. For each gifted individual represents a potential warrior. The guild was conceived as a means to manage the extraordinary through the extraordinary. The group returned to their mobile home, where they felt more at ease discussing matters. Xiaolu returned to school, and Lin Xi took the opportunity to release the 6 members of the Mo family from their spatial confines. Has the Guild for Extraordinary Individuals been approved? Wu Wei queried, appearing perplexed, as he had not received any prior indication. It's not merely a matter of approval. Ye Chen replied coolly, according to Xiaolu, this guild has been operational for some time now, and I suspect they began functioning even before receiving official sanction. Lin Xi attempted to place Mo Xiaoyi, who was trying to climb onto her shoulder, back on the ground repeatedly, patting its head absent-mindedly. She casually inquired, is there a problem with that? The others regarded her with expressions of complexity. Ye Chen observed the tilted head of Mo Wuwu and the bewildered Lin Xi, finding a peculiar resonance between them. This issue transcends the mere existence of a guild. The crux of the matter lies in the blatant distinction made between ordinary individuals and those with abilities without reporting to higher bases. Isn't there already a clear distinction between ordinary individuals and those with abilities? Lin Xi responded, perplexed. Wu Lingshu's expression turned grave. No, it hasn't been long since extraordinary individuals emerged. They too originated from ordinary people. How can such a stark division arise so swiftly, particularly in terms of ideology? It shouldn't have happened so quickly. Wu Wei pondered. Unless someone has constructed this framework intentionally, consciously segregating extraordinary individuals from ordinary ones. This could lead to a drastic transformation in their mindset. Lin Xi's thoughts were influenced by the inertia of her past life during the apocalypse, where extraordinary individuals indeed considered themselves superior, which ultimately led to her betrayal due to her benevolence towards ordinary people. Just the thought of it unsettled her. Ye Chen, sensing her distress, slowly remarked, "Extraordinary abilities far surpass those of ordinary individuals, and they can be referred to as superhumans. However, since superhumans originate from ordinary individuals, ideally, their initial interactions should be harmonious. Yet, as time progresses and the prowess of superhumans becomes more pronounced, a significant chasm will inevitably develop between them and ordinary people. To illustrate simply, our vertical leap can reach 3 meters, while an ordinary person cannot achieve such heights. When we embark on missions together, this disparity must be taken into account. How will they perceive it? Is it a matter of their inadequacy? Is it due to a lack of effort in training? Certainly not. The issue lies in our inherent differences that Wu Lingxu side. Over time, superhumans will form a distinct group, one that supersedes ordinary individuals. History teaches us that such superhumans will inevitably seek to dominate ordinary people, inciting resistance among them, which will lead to internal conflict. This process may be lengthy, but the outcome will be devastating. Consuming national resources significantly, Lin Xi found herself somewhat admiring their foresight. The apocalypse had only occurred for a brief period, yet they had already sketched a plausible trajectory for future developments. However, she wondered why no one had noticed this issue in her previous life. Perhaps some had, but it was too late for intervention. Zhao Zhiyong frowned. What nonsense! Haven't we coexisted peacefully with dozens of ethnic groups? What harm is there in adding one more? We can always coexist harmoniously. Ye Chen glanced at him, then at Lin Xi, hesitating to respond. Su Guangqing cleared his throat. It's different. One can draw parallels with the ancient conflicts between aristocratic families and commoners, a struggle marked by great duration and tragic sacrifices. Ah, does that not imply a regression to history? Zhao Zhiyong was taken aback that Wu Lingxu nodded. Exactly. As I mentioned yesterday, the apocalypse signifies the collapse of civilization and a regression in history. Therefore, any sensible ruler would avoid exacerbating the divide between extraordinary individuals and ordinary people, striving instead to ensure peaceful coexistence. As warriors protecting the nation, extraordinary individuals are crucial, while ordinary individuals form an essential part of production and construction. Wu Wei animatedly gestured as he spoke. Ye Chen cleared his throat. In simpler terms, if someone intentionally incites discord between these two groups, they are attempting to instigate civil war, harboring ulterior motives. With this clarification, Lin Xi and Zhao Zhiyong understood. If that's the case, it's straightforward. We find the instigators and eliminate them. Lin Xi declared impatiently. Zhao Zhiyong concurred, finding her reasoning sound. Chapter 124. The Luxurious Guild for Extraordinary Individuals. Wu Wei glanced at Lin Xi, then at Zhao Zhiyong, realizing that they made quite the pair. A true master and apprentice. While those manipulating events from behind the scenes could indeed be eliminated, what about the extraordinary individuals whose mindsets had already shifted? Would they all be eradicated? Sister, not all troubles can be resolved with fire. One must possess some political awareness. Thank goodness you are not the base leader. Otherwise, with your temperament, disaster would surely follow. Humph. Lin Xi's expression darkened, the flames on her fingertips flickering uncontrollably. Zhao Zhiyong quickly grabbed her arm, while Wu Wei, startled, hid behind Ye Chen. Sister, I was merely joking, he exclaimed as Lin Xi advanced menacingly. With a swift motion, she shoved Zhao Zhiyong aside, knocking Wu Wei off balance as she exited the vehicle. Exasperated by their obstruction at the entrance, Mo Wuwu hurriedly trailed after her. "Oh, caretaker, are you upset?" "No," she retorted, merely pricked at a sensitive spot. Wandering aimlessly, Mo Wuwu scampered through the icy terrain, its golden fur billowing with each step, resembling a fine silk garment. "Oh, you're lying. I only deceive tigers. I don't lie. I only burn people." Lin Xi found herself wandering without direction. She eventually settled on a nearby step. Withdrawing a small bottle of liquor, after taking a sip, she grimaced. It remained as unpleasant as ever. Moments later, Ye Chen found her, sitting beside her and extending his hand. "Here?" Lin Xi looked and was surprised to find a small piece of chocolate resting in his clean palm. As he offered it to her, she unwrapped it and took a bite, savoring its sweetness mingled with a hint of bitterness. Oh Wu Wu, eager as ever, squeezed between them, expressing dissatisfaction, prompting Ye Chen to shift aside. Lin Xi fed the remaining morsel to Lin Wuwu, who finally settled down. Ye Chen had sensed the intensity of her earlier rage, but since she was unwilling to discuss it, he refrained from probing further. However, the implication of Wu Wei's remark about her not becoming the base leader had clearly struck a nerve, revealing a depth of anger he had never witnessed before. Could it be? This thought sent a shiver down his spine. Impossible. Lin Xi's character was not flawed. Rather, the role of base leader was one not suited for everyone. The group had lunch in the cafeteria, where Lin Xi opted for a bowl of smoked meat noodle soup. The unique aroma of cured meat wafting through the air. The broth was rich, and the noodles were firm. Yet the meat consisted of just 3 thin slices, and they dared to charge her 30 points for it. Such exorbitant prices were beyond her means. Ye Chen explained that prior to the apocalypse, bases had endeavored to maximize their resource storage, resulting in most meats being either cured or dried, with vegetables often dehydrated as well. Consequently, fresh meat was scarce, save for that from mutated animals, driving the price of cured meat sky high. It's far too expensive. I can't afford it. The group resolved to prepare their own meals. After lunch, they agreed that Lin Xi, Ye Chen, and Wu Wei would first visit the guild for extraordinary individuals, while Zhao Zhiyong, Zhou Yi, and the remaining members, including Lin Wuwu, would refrain from joining to avoid drawing too much attention. Lin Xi ensured that Mo and the others were safely stowed in her bag, effectively placing the kittens into her spatial realm, with Mo remaining inside to ensure their safety. Now at the second tier, it could teleport up to 20 meters, making it a formidable asset. The trio moved swiftly, as the cafeteria was not far from the guild. Lin Xi sensed that both Ye Chen and Wu Wei had also reached the second tier of their abilities. In just half a year since the apocalypse, achieving the second tier was quite commendable, though none could compare to her, given her advantages. Upon arriving at the guild, the three exchanged astonished glances. Is this truly a guild? It resembles a vast upscale residential area. The buildings were grand and opulent, far surpassing their own modest accommodations. Even the central military base did not boast such imposing structures, with so few extraordinary individuals. How could they occupy such a vast expanse? Were they attempting to establish their own nation? Who was the leader of this base, and how could such matters transpire right under their noses? Each of their minds raced with different thoughts. The fully armed guard, upon seeing 3 unassuming newcomers, approached them with an air of authority, stating, "You cannot linger here. You must leave at once." Ye Chen, noticing the firearm holstered at the guard's waist, smiled wryly and replied, "I understand. We were invited here by someone who mentioned that only those with special abilities are permitted." The guard eyed them suspiciously and inquired, "Who invited you?" Wu Wei pushed Ye Chen aside and chuckled. "Oh, it was someone quite tall, rather stern-looking, with a fierce demeanor. What was his surname again? Chan, Li, or perhaps Zhou? Ah, I can't quite recall. Does this suffice?" As he spoke, an ice spike materialized in his hand. Lin Xi conjured a ball of fire, while Ye Chen summoned bolts of lightning. The guard's expression shifted to one of utmost reverence, as he bowed to them. "So, you are all special ability users. Please, come in. I assume this is your first visit? I have not seen you before. Are you here to visit the Ability User Guild? The training for this position is commendable. It is rare to encounter such courteous individuals in this post-apocalyptic world." The Ability User Guild was an edifice adorned in brown with golden embellishments, reminiscent of a leisure complex from the days before the cataclysm. As the 3 entered, they faced no obstruction. A young girl greeted them with a bow and escorted them to a reception room. Inside, they found comfortable fabric sofas, and shortly after, a middle-aged woman entered, introducing herself as Ms. Liu. She served them 3-in-1 coffee, which, though trivial before the apocalypse, had become a rare delicacy now. The trio inhaled the fragrant aroma of the coffee. Their acting skills now put to the test. Lin Xi exclaimed, "It smells delightful. Is this for us?" Ye Chen hesitated, torn between his desire to partake and lingering doubts. Wu Wei took a sip, exclaiming, "Ah, this is truly exquisite. Before the apocalypse, I only had freshly ground coffee. This is a far cry from that." Ms. Liu nodded gently, her smile radiating warmth. "I presume this is your first visit here. How may I assist you?" Without a moment's thought, Ye Chen replied nonchalantly, "We are here for the first time at Base 8. We heard about the Ability User Guild and decided to take a look. We have no other agenda." MS. Lu nodded in understanding, leaning slightly forward as she spoke amiably. Here, we provide free accommodation and food for ability users. If you require it, we can arrange that for you immediately, free. In this post-apocalyptic world, such generosity is hard to believe. You must have ulterior motives, Lin Xi interjected skeptically. Ye Chen admonished her. She, do not speak carelessly. Ms. Lu, seemingly bashful, covered her mouth and chuckled softly. In truth, the young lady is correct. We do have a slight ulterior motive. Our base leader places great importance on ability users, thus we strive to provide the best logistical support possible. We hope to attract ability users from various bases to reside here. And in return, you are to ensure the safety of the base. I see. However, those mutated creatures are quite formidable, and the mutated plants can drag people away. Lin Xi shuddered at the thought. Ms. Lu maintained her composed smile. Indeed, but our ability users are primarily tasked with maintaining order and security within the base. The battles against mutated creatures and plants can be addressed once your powers have grown stronger. Oh? Then who is responsible for eliminating these mutated entities? Wu Wei asked eagerly. That would fall to the military's unfortunate souls, he exclaimed, slapping his thigh. This is splendid. Aren't we always fighting wherever we go? Here, the work seems light, and the benefits are good that I wish to bring my family here. Oh, by the way, can family members of ability users join? Ms. Lu quickly replied, of course. I do not possess abilities myself. But my brother is an ability user, Ye Chen, displaying a more rational demeanor, remarked, this does sound quite appealing. May we take a tour? Ms. Lu nodded, certainly. Xiao Tian, please take the new ability users on a tour. I shall take my leave now. After arranging their departure, she graciously bowed once more. Xiao Tian, who had previously led them in, began showing them around. Xiao Tian informed them that the Ability User Guild holds monthly ranking competitions, and the top 3 participants are granted residence in the Villa District. Villas. Lin Xi's eyes sparkled with interest as she glanced at Ye Chen, who responded with a smirk. Xiao Tian guided them to the competition venue located on the basement level. Surrounding it were spectator seats, and at the center lay a professional-looking arena. Could this be a fighting ring? Lin Xi pondered, uncertain of whether there would be any fees involved. Beyond the Villa District, there were also spacious apartments, and the living conditions for ability users here were vastly superior. The cafeteria offered a rich variety of food, providing several free dishes daily, as long as they were consumed without waste. A dedicated supply point for ability users stocked many items not found outside, including medications. While Ye Chen maintained a facade of geniality, he was seething internally, questioning the competence of the base leader. Lin Xi, expressing her genuine desire to remain, lamented the thought of returning to their previous dwelling. Wu Wei, lost in thought, couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with Ms. Lu, yet he couldn't pinpoint what it was. The trio conveyed to Xiao Tian that their families were still at other bases, so they would need to leave for now, promising to return once they had gathered their loved ones. Xiao Tian understood perfectly, welcoming them to reside in the Ability User Guild soon, and presented each of them with a small bag of peanuts as a parting gift. They marveled at how few people still held such courtesy in this post-apocalyptic era. Lin Xi felt a deep reluctance to leave the community, genuinely wishing to stay. As she lingered near a row of villas, she noticed an inconspicuous small house in the corner, constructed from charred wood. Just then, a person emerged from the dwelling, equally unremarkable, however. Upon seeing him, Lin Xi's pupils constricted, and she discreetly turned away. Ye Chen glanced at her, and the group slowly departed, all expressing their reluctance and vowing to return. That evening, the group set up a sturdy tent in the parking lot and began preparing dinner using 4 gas stoves and a small coal stove. Ye Chen concocted a large pot of braised wild boar, adding mushrooms for flavor. Lin Xi used a mutated wild chicken and ginseng to make soup, though the chicken was a bit tough. The broth turned out well. Wu Wei crafted pumpkin cakes using pumpkin and glutinous rice flour, frying them in a small pan, while Lin Xi eagerly devoured them, occasionally yelping from the heat. Zhao Xiaoxiao stir-fried a large bowl of potato shreds, which, though roughly cut, did not detract from the taste. Zhou Limin stealthily approached, carrying a stainless steel bowl of steamed, pickled fish, which only required reheating. Coupled with 2 large pots of rice, the group enjoyed their meal heartily, realizing once again that cooking for themselves was far more economical. After dinner, Zhao Hui and Lu Yun heated some water on the coal stove to clean the dishes. Zhou Limin pulled Ye Chen aside to exchange information. What, are you sure? Zhou Limin furrowed his brow. Ye Chen scoffed. You really have a knack for this. Do you think the weapon loss is negligible? The military's firearms should not be in the possession of security personnel. Your laxity is astounding. Zhou Limin reciprocated the concern, acknowledging that while he sensed something was amiss, he understood the military base bore responsibility should anything go wrong. The base leader was sent by the military, and he was aware of the individual's character. Leaning towards the notion that he had been deceived, with the issue lying with Deputy Base Leader Li, however, after hearing Ye Chen's account of the Ability User Guild, he found it hard to believe. Oh, you don't believe me? Ask Wu Wei. Just see what kind of expression he gives you. Zhou Limin glanced at Wu Wei, who exuded an aura of hostility that startled him. Wu Wei, having finished his meal, felt a bit dazed but inexplicably recalled Ms. Liu, sensing something was off, yet unable to articulate what. Observing Ye Chen speaking, he hesitated to interrupt and noticed Lin Xi idly toying with a tiger nearby, prompting him to approach her. Lin Xi was taken aback by his perceptiveness, surprised that beneath his seemingly carefree exterior, he was quite astute. There is indeed something wrong, and it is quite significant, Wu Wei fretted. Scratching his head, I just feel something is amiss, but I can't put my finger on it. Sister, please tell me. Lin Xi had intended to inform them. Her surname is not Liu, it is Liu Shang. Wu Wei froze in realization, understanding precisely what had felt off. Her smile, her expressions, her choice of words, even her politeness. All bore subtle differences from women of Huagua. He could sense that slight anomaly, and if this conclusion was drawn, then his instincts were indeed correct. How could this be? But how did you know? Wu Wei asked incredulously. Lin Xi replied coolly, I know because I saw Liu Shengxiuren. Wu Wei's complexion paled instantly. His teeth clenched as he muttered, Liu Xiuren. She is the secretary of Deputy Base Leader Li. They ensnared the extraordinary individuals of the Flower Kingdom, subjecting them to inhumane experiments, while capturing ordinary citizens. Treating them as mere livestock, he flayed the skin from these victims and hung it upon the city walls, inciting countless extraordinary beings to rise against him. Regrettably, during that tumultuous time, each fought their own battles. Lacking the unity that would have come from a shared enemy, ultimately, he became a significant threat to the major bases, thus rallying all extraordinary beings of the Flower Kingdom to temporarily set aside their conflicts and eliminate the common foe. Lin Xi also joined the fray. Initially, there was a barrage of artillery, followed by a ruthless onslaught against all who managed to escape, regardless of age or gender. Mercy was not an option. Any hint of compassion might result in a child, no matter how young, plunging a poisoned dagger into one's leg. Alas, within that base, many of their compatriots remained, and ultimately, they could not be saved. Zhou Limin, upon noticing Wu Wei and hearing his words, felt as though he were suffocating. He urgently inquired of Lin Xi, How do you know this? Lin Xi replied, I often travel abroad. I can't recall where I saw this person, but at that time, he was known as Liu Shengxiuren. You may investigate as you wish, but I am determined to eliminate him. Oh, and this time, it's on the house. No points required. Zhou Limin was nearly driven to madness. Was this truly the moment to discuss points? With the forces of the common enemy wreaking havoc here, how could they afford to be complacent? Surely, there were not just one, but many common foes to be dealt with, each needing to be unmasked one by one. And as for the depleted firearms, there was no need to speculate. They had certainly ended up with the common enemy. Furthermore, the common enemy was harboring a group of extraordinary beings. No, she must not be allowed to kill indiscriminately. He grasped Ye Chen's arm tightly, regretting not bringing more allies upon realizing the presence of the common enemy. The leaders of both the primary and secondary bases, along with the political commissar, regardless of their guilt, ought to be detained for the time being, yet they could not raise alarms and risk letting them escape. He had merely come to audit the accounts. Ye Chen and the others would have no rest tonight. Encrypted telegrams were sent. Lin Xi suddenly felt a profound sense of happiness, that kind of joy that comes when the sky seems to be falling, yet a tall figure stands firm beneath it. The task of capturing the common enemy was in the hands of a group of professionals. She merely needed to provide the force, and so she cheerfully led her team, bringing her family along. Back to the small building, Zhou Limin stared in astonishment as she gracefully departed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Was she truly just leaving like that? Did she not care? Ye Chen expressed mild disdain. If you're not letting her burn people, Why would she stay? Did he expect her to watch him lose his mind? Calm down and don't let anyone see your panic. This is an excellent opportunity. We are in the shadows while they are in the light. Our advantage is substantial. Let us lie low for now, and in a few days, when the commanders arrive, we can strike directly. It's that simple. Upon hearing this, Zhou Limin experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, he still had superiors, he still had leaders, as long as he maintained composure and did not frighten anyone away. Reinforcements would surely arrive to handle the ensuing chaos. Thus, he felt a sense of resolve and, after establishing a code with Ye Chen, ambled away. Ye Chen and Wu Wei sent the highest-level encrypted telegrams. Even if Base 8 intercepted them, they would only decipher an entirely different message. The two remained vigilant. Awaiting a response from the central base, Wu Wei nudged Ye Chen. Thank goodness for Lin Xi. Otherwise, we might never have suspected that the common enemy's reach extended this far within the base. Even with various reforms, it wouldn't have been addressed at its core. Ye Chen remained silent. During their time at the Extraordinary Beings Guild, Lin Xi had spotted Luo Qingzhou at a glance, and she harbored a deep hatred for him. Did she foresee something? Lin Xi spent 2 leisurely days before taking Lin Wuwu to retrieve a knot. It must be said, the additional 10 points were well worth it. The vendor had crafted a piece using a blend of yellow, gold, and black, 1/2 centimeter thick and 3 centimeters wide. It felt substantial in hand. Once adorned on Lin Wuwu, it melded beautifully with his fur and patterns, enhancing his appearance. The wooden tag, however, seemed somewhat rudimentary, but it was merely a temporary label, so it was of little concern. They could always replace it later. Lin Xi cheerfully paid the remaining 20 points, much to the vendor's delight, as it constituted a significant sum for him. Upon returning to the parking lot tent, Lin Xi found several individuals gathered in a circle, engaged in animated discussion. Before she could approach, Lin Wuwu squeezed in, as wherever there was excitement, he must be present. Upon inspection, it turned out that the Administrative Service Center had merely released a new policy, a notice regarding the establishment of Extraordinary Beings Guilds across military and survival bases. Zhou rushed to her side, winking conspiratorially. Sister, guess how many leaders the Extraordinary Beings Guild will have? How many could there be? Perhaps 1 primary leader and 1 deputy. It wouldn't be impossible for it to resemble a tripartite division. Either. After a moment's thought, Lin Xi gestured an OK sign. 3, ha ha ha, sister. I knew you wouldn't guess. More or less? Let us just say, less. Feel free to take another guess, then. 5? Incorrect. 6? Incorrect. Lin Xi snatched the paper from him. Goodness gracious. There are 9 equal leaders, no distinction between primary and deputy, all matters decided collectively by the 9. In case of dissent, decisions are made based on majority vote. What's even more astonishing is that leadership is determined by strength. This means anyone who believes themselves powerful enough can challenge a leader, and if victorious, they assume the position. Lin Xi set the paper down. Whose idea was this? It seems rather malicious. Zhao Zhiyong concurred. Isn't it just? To be a leader, one must constantly enhance their strength. A moment's lapse could see one ousted. There's no sense of security whatsoever. Wu Lingshu found it amusing. This seems designed to prevent extraordinary beings from uniting. 9 leaders mean that each base's extraordinary beings will be divided into 9 factions, all on equal footing. The internal strife within the guild could become quite lethal. Even the Ba Tianhu team found this policy somewhat nefarious. Chapter 127. A lesson from history. On the other hand, Ye Chen and his group believed this policy to be favorable. If extraordinary beings could not unite, it would be easier for the military to manage them. Zhao Hui cheerfully remarked, "This is no problem at all. How wonderful it is, how democratic. 9 leaders managing together, eliminating a single voice of authority. It's beneficial for all extraordinary beings." Wu Wei wholeheartedly agreed. Exactly. Those extraordinary beings often boast of strength above all. Now, this satisfies them. As long as you possess strength, you can become a leader. What a splendid arrangement. However, which commander conceived this idea? They must be rather unscrupulous. Lin Xi and Zhao Zhiyong exchanged glances, sensing something amiss, yet they could not articulate their concerns openly. It was truly distasteful. Su Guangqing observed their clear division and chuckled. You two exemplify the classic case of the tail wagging the dog. Lin Xi sternly cautioned him to be mindful of his position. You are one of us. Ye Chen affectionately ruffled Lin Wuwu's fur, cheerfully declaring. I'm one of you too. Lin Xi maintained a stern expression. Thank you. Declined. Affected by this policy was also Lu Xiuren, or Lu Shangxiuren. His complexion flushed crimson as he overturned everything on the table in frustration. We crossed oceans to find a place to settle, exerting so much effort and resources to gain control over these extraordinary beings. Why must there be 8 additional leaders? Lu Baichuan remained calm. Brother, even with 8 additional leaders, it matters not. As long as you are here, they will remain under our control. Furthermore, as per this notice, conflicts among extraordinary beings will only increase, allowing us to provoke their disputes without needing to resort to other methods. Consequently, greater casualties will seem justifiable, and our specimens will only become more abundant. Lu Xiuren finally exhaled a breath of pent-up frustration. He had initially hoped to leverage the arrival of the apocalypse to achieve great things in the Flower Kingdom, akin to their ancestors. Yet, who could have anticipated that the higher-ups in the Flower Kingdom were already prepared, tightly securing each base? Nevertheless, it mattered little. This was merely the beginning. He possessed ample patience. From the moment he set foot on this land, he vowed to gradually consume this behemoth, fulfilling his ancestors' unfulfilled aspirations. It had been 3 days since they reported to the central base, during which their telegraph had received 2 messages. 2 hours after reporting to the central base, they received a response advising them to remain still and maintain caution. 6 hours later, the reply indicated that reinforcements were en route and on standby. Thus, within the parking lot tent, only Wu Wei and Ye Chen remained, taking turns guarding the telegraph machine, fearful of missing any news from the central base. Wu Wei repeatedly examined the notice, sighing intermittently. Ye Chen knew he was brooding over something unproductive and chose not to engage. Wu Wei, observing Ye Chen's stoic demeanor, decided to break the silence. Hey, that idea must belong to Luo Qingzhou. How devious. How was he involved in this? Was it you who recommended him? Oh, come on, think a little. Look at the prowess he is exhibiting. What about you? In principle, this matter should rightly fall upon your shoulders, does it not? What relevance does it hold for him? Ye Chen cast a cold glance in his direction. Wu Wei. Tread carefully with your words. You are my brother, and so is he. Wu Wei, with a tone dripping with sarcasm, retorted. Yes, he is your brother, but he is not mine. Have you not noticed that his prominence has overshadowed yours? Ye Chen, unable to contain his frustration, ran a hand through his hair. For the past few days, Wu Wei had incessantly nagged him, driving him nearly to despair. What merit does he possess that warrants such attention? Why should I covet it? You were never like this before. What has possessed you lately? The north wind. Wu Wei, exasperated, fixed him with an intense gaze. Do you possess no political acumen at all? When was it that we faced such times? The apocalypse, martial law across the territory. It is evident to any discerning eye that the real power within the central base currently resides in your grandfather's hands. And what of the future? Ye Chen, I ask you. What of the future? Can you exercise your mind for once? Without your grandfather, would the surname Luo have achieved such prominence? Ye Chen felt a deep sense of helplessness. He has earned it through his own merits. My grandfather has been continually undermining him, and you know that, moreover, speaking in such a manner. Where does that leave the Grand Elder? Wu Wei's spittle nearly sprayed his face. That is your grandfather's choice to align with the Grand Elder. Are you genuinely this naive or merely feigning ignorance? Just think, if your grandfather were to constantly cuddle up to that Luo fellow, would he ever gain significant trust? Such behavior would surely jeopardize his future. Alas, it is no wonder that they are family, both adept at weaving garments for others. Ye Chen wiped his face, feeling drained. If you persist in this manner, I shall return home to lodge a complaint. Wait a moment, are you harboring a bias against him because he once beat you up as a child? Wu Wei shouted furiously. Ye shall go. How old are you to still be whining about reporting to your parents? Have you never learned a bit of history? As long as you refrain from self-sabotage, you are the one with the brightest future. He is not like you. His mind is convoluted, and while he may currently call you brother, he might later resent you for being in his way. How can you be so naive, like a delicate little flower? Ye Chen tugged at his hair, feeling exceptionally vexed since the apocalypse began. Wu Wei had been intermittently losing his mind, and he felt utterly helpless. You know I have no interest in these matters. My enlistment was purely by chance. However, I cherish the camaraderie I share with these brothers. I shall reiterate, beyond that, I have no interest. Wu Wei glared at him in anger, and Ye Chen defiantly returned the gaze. Wu Wei smirked, deciding to administer some harsh truths, and continued with his sarcastic tone. Fine then. Even before we could walk, we were capable of turning the world upside down. Do you think I do not know you? Lin Xi and Lin Wuwu are remarkably eye-catching, and you only wish to protect them wholeheartedly? Do you not? You can manage that now, but what about later? Can one person truly stand against the entire machinery of the state? Oh, and let us not forget Luo Qingzhou. You claim your brothers. Very well, I believe you. I trust he can protect you, but can he shield Lin Xi? Humph. Lin Xi regards you with the same indifference as Lin Wuwu. There is not a shred of affection in her gaze. What do you think she will think of Lin Xi? Ye Chen, you must understand, this is the apocalypse. Safeguarding a person requires capital and conviction. You may possess it now, but that does not guarantee you will in the future. Ye Chen was truly infuriated, his dark eyes fixated on him. He despised Wu Wei for bringing Lin Xi into their argument, yet the latter's final words indeed struck a chord of unease deep within him. Otherwise, he would not have cautioned Lin Xi to be wary of Luo Qingzhou. The two continued to bicker, just as they did in their childhood. Another ambush. Do you believe I will mar your appearance? You have but a mouth left, and I shall see how you manage to disfigure me. Chapter 128. The one who cleans up the mess arrives the following day, when Lin Xi laid eyes on Ye Chen. She was taken aback, for he bore an enormous black eye on his left side. A glance at Wu Wei revealed he sported a matching black eye on his right. The two truly complemented each other. Zhao Zhiyong regarded the pair with a serious expression. What on earth happened to you two? When did you resort to fighting? Wu Wei turned his face away, muttering, just a sparring session. Ye Chen, with hands in pockets and eyes cast skyward, echoed the sentiment. Who fought? It was merely sparring. Upon hearing the term sparring, Lin Wuwu rushed over, her head tilted upwards, eyes brimming with eagerness. Oh, why wasn't I called for the sparring? This. Lu Yun and Joey promptly intervened to rescue their captain, engaging Lin Wuwu in a flurry of playful combat. Lin Wuwu, unfazed by the two, swiftly defeated them, pinning them to the ground and reveling in her triumph. Zhao Hui, observing the spectacle, laughed heartily. You lot should take a look. Wu Wu has grown tremendously strong. Even if she cannot win, she could easily squash you both with her weight. Lin Xi found it amusing as well, fearing that Wu Wu might inadvertently harm someone, and quickly called her over, inspecting her from head to toe. Indeed, she noted that Wu Wu's paws had grown larger, her legs sturdier, and her overall physique had become more muscular, easily weighing over 400 pounds now. Having seen her every day, it had not registered until she took a closer look. It dawned upon her that Wu Wu had genuinely matured. After offering her some guidance about not overwhelming family, lest someone be injured, they reached noon when the telegraph machine finally picked up a signal. Reinforcements had arrived, stationed just outside the city gates, and they would first send someone to communicate with them before making further arrangements. Ye Chen reported the meeting address and awaited their arrival in the tent. Since official representatives were coming, Lin Xi decided to excuse herself, taking her team to explore the base's supply point. An hour later, three figures stealthily made their entrance. Luo Qingzhou, Yu Xiaofeng, and Su Qiuming. Captain, I always said you should have brought me along. Upon seeing Ye Chen, Yu Xiaofeng beamed with joy. Su Qiuming, relieved at the sight of Ye Chen, felt reassured as well, observing Luo Qingzhou bringing his team along. Ye Chen felt somewhat awkward. Brother Luo, why did you come? Luo Qingzhou raised an eyebrow. I've marched day and night, risking my life to arrive, and yet you seem displeased. How could that be? I am merely concerned for your well-being. You, being of such an age, should not be overexerting yourself. Ye Chen's voice dwindled, and the others stifled their laughter. Luo Qingzhou did not entertain his idle chatter and directly inquired, What are your plans? Ye Chen's plan was simply to pass the chaotic mess on to him, but could he express such a thought? He cleared his throat. First, we must apprehend Lu Shangxiuren and his sister, the one in charge of the Esper Association, but we must be cautious of explosives. Based on experience, they are likely to have placed self-destruct devices in their stronghold. The most challenging part is identifying all the little traps. Given their usual patterns, they may have hidden people in the school. And what else? Luo Qingzhou asked, his expression devoid of emotion. Ye Chen felt he had a clear understanding and articulated his thoughts clearly. There are also those from the Esper Association, some of whom have been misled. This can be easily addressed by exposing Luo Qingzhou's illegal human experimentation, which would scatter them. However, there will undoubtedly be those who genuinely align with him, and such individuals can only be executed on the spot. Luo Qingzhou sighed internally. If this were a military operation, Ye Chen's suggestions held merit. I have brought 2,000 men, along with another 2,000 from the northern base, totaling 4,000. What are your plans? Ye Chen once again felt that profound sense of helplessness. It had only been a few days since the apocalypse began, yet one after another began to lose their minds. First Wu Wei, now Luo Qingzhou. Such matters had never before warranted his inquiry. Luo Qingzhou had always silently assisted him, arranging everything while he simply focused on the physical exertion of combat. Why was he now burdened with such concerns? Why? Ye Chen felt frustrated, causing his words to come out a bit harshly. Luo Qingzhou understood his temperament and recognized his feelings. He was fully aware of the idle gossip that had circulated since the apocalypse began. He had never anticipated that such sentiments would eventually reach Ye Chen. First, locate Zhu Xingjun, the base leader. With such a significant incident occurring, he cannot remain uninvolved. I have brought orders from above, instructing him to relinquish control of the military. If he complies, we will detain him. If he resists, we will execute him on the spot. The northern base has sent personnel to take over, and we will notify the city defense to open the entrance. The city defense at the entrance will be managed by 2,000 personnel from the central base. No one shall enter or exit. Anyone who dares intrude, even if they are military personnel, shall be executed on site. Li Guaning and Fang Yihua, one a deputy base leader and the other a political commissar, along with their close subordinates, shall be detained for the time being. His words were delivered with a nonchalant air, as if he were unaware of the tempest that such few phrases would incite. He gazed down at the slightly wilted Ye Chen and spoke softly. The most crucial aspect of this is the city defense at the entrance. We must not allow a single person to escape. If we secure the entrance, cleansing the rest will merely be a matter of time. The only variable is the cost we are willing to pay. Ye Chen looked at him, suddenly feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. In the corner, Wu Wei lowered his eyelids. Let me put it this way. Even if it costs the entire base, not a single life can be spared. Do you understand? Ye Chen was both angry and amused. Do you even realize what you are saying? Why should we risk the entire base? How can you utter such words? Luo Qingzhou did not respond but instead handed him a document. You must go find Zhu Xingjun now. This is a directive from higher-ups. If you wish to avoid jeopardizing the entire base and do not want to pay a heavy price, then you must act swiftly. Ye Chen, fuming, retorted. Why don't you go yourself? Wu Wei hurried over, snatching the document and dragging Ye Chen out. Come on, execute the order. Once outside, he whispered in his ear. Are you foolish? This is a matter for the emissary, a public affair. Hurry. First, summon Zhou Limin. He still has a small contingent of nearly 200 men. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and noticed Zhou Yi and a few others standing breathlessly in the tent. Their demeanor cordial as he remarked, Are you truly unconcerned about your captain? Do you not fear that he might end up in a dire situation? Or perhaps, are you all merely biding your time to take his place? Instantly, the group seemed to be swept away, as if chased by a dog, and hurriedly exited. Only then did Luo Qingzhou approach the hearth, warming himself by the fire, while indulging in a fragrant roasted sweet potato. Observing the ginger and red date tea still steaming on the stove, he couldn't help but exclaim, These individuals certainly know how to savor the pleasures of life. Lin Wuwu, completely unaware that her roasted sweet potato had been consumed, continued to saunter alongside Lin Xi. She instructed Zhao Zhiyong and Su Guangqing to take a quick tour of the Abilities Association to ascertain the number of people present. It was highly probable that Luo Qingzhou would settle those he brought here, as this was, after all, his stronghold. Lin Xi's objective was Luo Qingzhou and his sister. The remaining individuals were matters for the authorities to deliberate upon. Furthermore, in life, the most paramount aspect is happiness. She would not shoulder the responsibility of maintaining order in the apocalypse alone. Otherwise, what was the point in risking herself before the end of the world, merely to provide information to the leaders? If not to ensure they would conduct themselves properly this time around, avoiding past mistakes? The moment of reckoning had arrived, and if they could not manage this, it would truly be a hopeless endeavor. As if heaven were intent on obliterating Huagua. Chapter 129. Mo Xiaoyi's abilities. When the two returned, Su Guangqing's face appeared somewhat pale, likely due to the exhaustion of his abilities. He whispered, "It's impossible to distinguish between ability users and ordinary people." "There are roughly around 500 of them," Lin Xi inquired. "Are there any children?" Upon hearing her question, Su Guangqing's complexion grew even paler. "Very few." "I was especially vigilant," Zhao Zhiyong anxiously asked. "Could it be that they are all at school?" "How dare they?" Lin Xi pondered for a moment and confirmed this notion. What could they possibly fear? Before the apocalypse, they were already able to reach into schools. Now, it's merely the old ways. But children are easily exposed, unless there are teachers providing cover for them. Schools are bound to be disaster zones. Teske, Ye Chen must be feeling troubled. "Grateful with you?" Lin Xi's sense of happiness surged once more. As they made their way back, Zhao Zhiyong noticed military vehicles frequently passing by, prompting the group to retreat into their RV for safety. Aware that Luo Qingzhou was on his way, Lin Xi even switched parking lots to avoid a chance encounter. The vehicle was warm, and Wu Lingshu and Xiao Xiao busied themselves preparing food. Lin Xi locked the door to the independent bedroom, pretending that Lin Wuwu was asleep, while secretly storing her away in her space. Lightning obediently found a corner to rest, as managing the group of 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 had been quite taxing lately. Zhao Zhiyong and Su Guangqing immersed themselves in a melodramatic series, thoroughly engrossed, as they had been too busy before the apocalypse to indulge in such entertainment. Everything was harmonious until suddenly, Imo emitted a heart-wrenching scream, startling everyone, as they observed the frantic Imo. Lin Xi was equally perplexed by the commotion. She gently stroked Imo's back and asked, "What is the matter? Why are you so frightened?" "Meow meow," Imo cried out urgently. Unfortunately, Lin Xi could not comprehend its words, just as she was about to call for Lin Wuwu to translate. Imo brought over 4 little bundles for her to see. She glanced at the 4 little ones, noting their adorably plump forms. Wait, something was amiss. There should be 5. Oh no, 1 is missing. How could that happen? Where could it have gone? Lin Xi recalled that after they returned to the RV, she had released the little ones from her space, and there had indeed been 5. Mo Xiaoyi is lost. Quick, help me look for it. How could it be lost? Could it have fallen out of the bag? Lightning, go outside and check. No, there were definitely 5 when we returned. The group searched the RV thoroughly, even inspecting the nooks and crannies of the cabinets, but to no avail. This doesn't make sense. It should be in the RV. If it fell into a corner, it should be calling out. Sure. Everyone, keep quiet and listen for any meowing. Lin Xi extended her mental energy, enveloping the entire RV, and found it. Su Guangqing also noticed that Imo and Lightning seemed to have heard a sound. As they rushed to the door, upon exiting the vehicle, they found Mo Xiaoyi clinging to the edge of the RV roof, trembling and wailing pitifully. In a flash, Imo retrieved it, and the group finally breathed a sigh of relief. Back inside the RV, Mo Xiaoyi was still shaken, howling in Imo's embrace, while its mother and siblings licked its fur, yet it remained inconsolable. Lin Xi sighed, pulled out a cat treat, and placed it in a small bowl. Immediately, the 4 little ones abandoned their sorrowful brother and rushed over to lick it. Mo Xiaoyi twitched its nose, ceasing its cries, but upon seeing its siblings crowding the bowl, it became anxious in a flash. It materialized atop the bowl, only to be pushed down by Mo Xiaowu. The other siblings quickly surrounded it. Due to Lin Xi's astonishment, she overlooked Mo Xiaoyi's disheveled appearance. Am I seeing things? Zhao Xiao rubbed her eyes. Su Guangqing exclaimed in delight. I found it peculiar. How did it manage to escape and climb so high? Wu Lingshu also found it unbelievable. Is it a mutated creature as well? If so, she glanced at the pot on the stove. Hesitating, then we must ensure the lid is secured. If it got inside, it would be disastrous. The food can be replaced, but I worry for its little life. Zhao Zhiyong burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you'd be better off leaving the lid open. What if you lifted it in? Oh dear, there it is inside. Zhao Xiao could not bear to hear more. Brother, you mustn't speak of Xiaoyi. Wu Lingshu was frightened just imagining that scenario. If anything were to happen, it would be akin to a horror film. Su Guangqing consoled her. Don't listen to his nonsense. Mo Xiaoyi is mutated, not foolish enough to stew itself. Yet, despite his reassurances, Lin Xi remained genuinely concerned. Mo Xiaoyi was too small and lacked control over its abilities. One careless move, and it might indeed end up in the pot. When she turned to look at Imo Xiaoyi again, she realized it had been bullied. Exhausted from using its abilities, it was too weak to retaliate. As the siblings licked the cat treat, it had attempted to topple the bowl, only to be met with a flurry of playful punches. Once the treat was cleaned off, Imo was caught off guard. As it was usually Imo Xiaoyi who had the upper hand, who would have thought Imo Xiaoyi would be on the receiving end this time? By the time Imo arrived to mediate, the little furballs had already finished their playful tussle. Imo Xiaoyi, filled with indignation, knew that complaining to its mother would be futile, so it approached Lin Xi, looking disheveled. Meow, meow. The plaintive cries of the little furball echoed through the air. Lin Xi had no choice but to pick it up, smoothing its fur while retrieving a small bowl to pour some water for it to regain its strength. After a few licks, Imo Xiaoyi gazed at Lin Xi, mewling pitifully. What could she do? Should she discipline its siblings? This foolish child. What was it thinking? Wu Lingshu and Zhao Xiaoxiao were engaged in a discussion about whether the siblings possessed abilities. It was Lin Xi who finally spoke up. Whether they do or not is of little consequence. Our small team of ability users is sufficient, and we have mutated creatures as well if more come. It would be a pleasant addition, but if not, it's nothing to fret over. We'll take things as they come. In the team, only Wu Lingshu lacked abilities. Although she possessed a strong character and did not belittle herself because of it, she still harbored a longing for such powers. Lin Xi's words served as a form of comfort. Wu Lingshu said nothing, merely smiling and nodding in agreement. By nightfall, the group returned to the small building of the guest house. As Ye Chen and the others had vacated their rooms to reside in the military district, it was nearly 11 o'clock when Lin Xi had already fallen asleep in her space. Qing Bao informed her that Ye Chen was knocking at the door, compelling her to awaken and don her coat before stepping out to open it. Ye Chen gazed at Lin Xi as she opened the door. Her hair was disheveled, framing her cheeks, her face flushed, and her eyes glistening with a hint of drowsiness, rendering him soft and gentle. Chapter 130. Close the door and beat the dog upon opening the door. Lin Xi immediately sensed a heavy aura of coldness. It's so chilly. Would you like to come in? Sure. Once Ye Chen entered, Lin Xi felt the room grow increasingly confined. She sat at the edge of the bed while Ye Chen occupied the only chair in the room. Perhaps due to the warmth, Ye Chen relaxed, gradually sharing with Lin Xi, the base leader isn't a bad person. He is a commendable soldier, just not adept at managing the base. He relinquished some seemingly inconsequential powers in exchange for more supplies, intending to improve conditions for the people at the base and to ensure the ability users behaved better. This isn't surprising. Many bases in the past operated similarly. Soldiers often find themselves outmaneuvered by politicians, gradually losing their authority, bit by bit, until it vanishes entirely. Li Guaning, the deputy base leader, is inept but somewhat capable of utilizing others. Although his lifestyle choices leave much to be desired, no evidence of corruption has been uncovered. Or perhaps the time is too short for him to have engaged in such acts. Yet he crossed paths with Luo Qingzhou, and Ye Chen and the others managed to uncover this. The political commissar Feng Yihua was also influenced by the superficial tranquility, or perhaps he had never dared to contemplate that his base concealed a plethora of clandestine affairs. Lin Xi stifled a tremendous yawn. Were it not for his expression of both despondency and a hint of grievance, she would have had no desire to listen to his disjointed ramblings. Such vexatious matters, when absorbed in excess, could indeed tarnish one's mood. She slapped her face to rouse herself. When are we making a move? I merely wish to incinerate Luo Qingzhou and his sister. Beyond that, I am of no assistance to you. Ye Chen observed her demeanor, reminiscent of a cat valiantly staving off slumber. Feeling somewhat regretful for having disturbed her repose, he spoke softly. Our actions cannot remain concealed from him for long. We have already dispatched troops to encircle the Ability User Guild. We are set to strike around 3 o'clock tonight. If you are too fatigued, it would be best for you to rest. Upon hearing this, Lin Xi immediately perked up, her eyes widening like copper bells. You're making a move. What sort of move? Do you even know what his ability is before you dare to act? Step aside. Quickly gather the fire and wind ability users. If you disregard my words, you shall regret it. Ye Chen was not surprised by her knowledge of Luo Qingzhou's abilities, although no one in the base had witnessed him utilize them. Lin Xi's tone suggested they must be formidable. He felt a twinge of defiance. So, what is his ability? Lin Xi had already begun to braid her hair, casting him a sidelong glance as she replied, "Huh? It has poisonous gas, corrosive. In all likelihood, he is at least a third-tier ability user, so be cautious." Ye Chen abruptly stood, his expression shifting dramatically. Such an ability exists. Indeed, it is rare, and in the previous life, many of the ability users who attempted to hunt them down suffered grievous losses. Seeing her speak of such sensitive information in his presence filled him with a sense of being trusted. Yet he worried that she might be unable to conceal her tale well. "Wait, send a few people. I'll go to Zhou Limin to fetch some equipment for you, and don't bring Wuwu along. Stay close to me and Zhou Yi. It will draw less attention." Lin Xi contemplated for a moment and replied, "I, Lao Zhao, and Su Guangqing. 3 sets of equipment will suffice." Ye Chen rose to leave, but could not resist turning back to admonish her, "And Wuwu. Ensure someone looks after it so it doesn't wander off." "Understood. Now hurry along." Lin Xi found him rather tedious. No, these days had been far too monotonous. She felt drowsy at the same time each day. Lin Xi retrieved a bottle of coffee grounds, brewing a large thermos of it, sipping 1 cup and leaving the rest for Zhao Zhiyong and the others. The equipment delivered by Zhou Yi included masks, and once they donned them, it was nearly impossible to distinguish one from another, allowing them to confidently follow Zhou Yi onto the vehicle to find Ye Chen. Lin Xi merely concealed MOMO inside her bag, which she carried on her back, while the rest were sent into her space. Upon learning that Luo Qingzhou's ability was poisonous gas, Luo Qingzhou's brow furrowed in deep concern. He did not inquire how Ye Chen had come by this information, but simply asked, "Are you certain?" "I am certain." Ye Chen's gaze was resolute as he issued commands. "Gather the wind and fire ability users to prevent the gas from spreading. 20 snipers are to be positioned immediately, and we require an additional sniper." "Yes. Is the assault team ready? If we attack, Luo Qingzhou is highly likely to initiate self-destruction. Your task is to dismantle the explosives within the shortest time possible. Retrieve all computer and physical documents, and most importantly, the roster of clandestine affairs. I refuse to believe they have not kept records." "Yes. Luo Qingzhou is likely a third-tier poison user. No one is permitted to approach without my command. However, should an opportunity arise, the snipers may take action." "What progress have the Earth ability users made? Have the Earth mounds beside the cabin's basement been excavated?" "It is in progress. The basement is vast, and we have not fully unearthed it yet. We cannot delay any longer. I will lead a team inside. If Luo Qingzhou appears, all Earth ability users are to withdraw." Ye Chen turned to Luo Qingzhou. Beaming brightly, "Brother, I entrust the scene to your command." Luo Qingzhou's brows were tightly knit, but he could only acquiesce. "All right, I will follow your lead." He had intended to advise Ye Chen against putting himself in danger, but he understood that Ye Chen would not heed such counsel. With a slight sigh, he resolved to provide the necessary support. Ye Chen charged into the ability user guild alongside Lin Xi, where the guards at the entrance had long been taken away by the troops. Zhao Zhiyong crouched at a sniper position, observing the scene through the scope. Lin Xi and Ye Chen leapt a few times, swiftly reaching the small wooden cabin. Lin Xi sensed with her mental prowess that the cabin was unoccupied. Using a lock-pick, she opened the door and entered alongside Ye Chen. The interior of the cabin appeared exceedingly simple, starkly contrasting with the other houses in the ability user guild community. Ye Chen and Lin Xi hastily searched for hidden mechanisms. Inside the basement, Luo Qingzhou seethed with rage, unaware of where he had slipped up. He was unconcerned about anyone probing into the affairs of the ability user guild. As long as they could not locate the underground research facility, all blame could be shifted onto the ability users, and even onto the heads of the primary and vice base leaders. However, the exposure of his identity was an unforeseen circumstance, and he had never anticipated that they would find the entrance to the underground research facility hidden within the most inconspicuous of small houses. They were likely preparing to storm in. Luo Baichuan's eyes brimmed with worry. "Brother, shall we escape through the emergency exit? They have secured the city gate. Where can we flee?" Luo Qingzhou closed his eyes in anguish, unwilling to continue cowering like a rat. Luo Baichuan urged, "Brother, as long as we survive, there is still hope. We will surely find a way out. Let us go." Chapter 131. Luo Crispy Qingbao had already entered the passage to the basement when she hurriedly relayed this information to Lin Xi. Following the control switch to the basement entrance, she traced the electrical lines to discover the mechanism hidden within the wooden cabin. It was located just beneath a section of the floor. Lin Xi pressed down on that section, revealing an iron ring before her eyes. Just as she was about to pull it, she hesitated. For Qing Bao informed her that the individuals inside were retreating to another exit. With a determined yank, she opened the iron ring, exposing an entrance in the ground. Ye Chen? They have activated the self-destruct mechanism. You have 15 minutes to stop them. Ye Chen grasped her arm, his voice low. What are you going to do? Lin Xi's eyes sparkled with an unusual light as she gleefully whispered in his ear. He.s. fleeing through the tunnel. I am going to catch him. This time, I will definitely incinerate him. Though her words were ferocious, she appeared both smug and joyous, which Ye Chen found utterly endearing. He released her arm and whispered in her ear. Then hurry. Handle things here, and I will find you. I want to witness you burn him alive. This person is just like Lin Wuwu, enjoying watching her burn others? It's truly incomprehensible. Ye Chen dashed outside, signaling the assault team to begin immediately. They had thoroughly dissected the self-destruct mechanism from the last illegal research facility, and it was likely the same device this time, so they were quite adept at dismantling it. Satisfied that they were handling it well, Ye Chen promptly turned to seek out Lin Xi. Qing Bao's mist seeped into the ground as Lin Xi followed her guidance, tracking the progress above. The tunnel served merely as a conduit to another location, destined not to be very long. Within 300 meters, Luo Qingzhou and his loyal subordinates emerged from the exit. They were met with a barrage of gunfire. As Lin Xi had already set up her weaponry here, what a jest. When firearms are effective, why resort to hand-to-hand combat? It's not like we're filming a drama. Lin Xi spotted the demon, flames leaping from her fingertips. Luo Qingzhou, I've caught you. Luo Qingzhou was quite agile, using those beside him as shields against the gunfire, miraculously surviving. The demon's face was flat, his eyes narrow, instilling an unsettling feeling in her. Who are you? We bear no grudges. Why not let me go? By granting me this favor, I can provide you with an endless supply of resources and even enhance your abilities. Do you not desire that? Lin Xi's lips curved into a beautiful arc as she fixed her gaze on him. Not interested. Luo Qingzhou, seeing she did not immediately strike, spoke gently. There are only the two of us here. If you release me, no one will know I can even hand over a few people to you. Enabling you to claim credit and become a hero, I can assist you in becoming the powerful base leader. Surely you desire this? Lin Xi's expression darkened. How detestable to hear someone mention her becoming a base leader. This man truly was formidable, enticing her with titles and promises of gain. Clearly, he understood the allure of fame and fortune. Not interested. I merely wish to skin you alive, stuff you with straw, and hang you on the city wall for all to see, so you may witness the consequences of not being human. Luo Qingzhou's face darkened. Who is this person that knows of his most intimate desires? It seems the revelations surrounding him are inextricably linked to her. Arrogant. You shall pay the price for your arrogance. Lin Xi raised an eyebrow, pride radiating from her. Oh, then I shall see if I can roast you to a crisp today. Luo Qingzhou conjured black mist, which surged towards Lin Xi as if possessed of its own will. Lin Xi's flames surged forth, roaring toward the black mist. He certainly possessed some skill, likely a high-quality specimen, but alas, black mist enveloped Luo Qingzhou, gradually spreading. Wherever the mist touched, the stones beneath sizzled ominously. You truly are toxic. These extraordinary abilities lack any semblance of normalcy. Have you perhaps ingested too much of the poisonous waters from your homeland? Is there no adverse effect from this? Lin Xi unleashed a line of flames from her hands, deftly manipulating it until it transformed into a fiery net. The net advanced towards the black mist, gradually incinerating it, yet the flames themselves were also being consumed. In a contest of abilities, I shall not yield to you. Insignificant one. As Lin Xi conjured flames that soared nearly 5 meters high, weaving them into a larger net to confront the black mist, she suddenly found herself immobilized. Lin Xi glanced at her body and noticed 5 transparent threads binding her hands, feet, and torso. Controlling extraordinary powers? Indeed, nothing about this insignificant one is normal. Luo Qingzhou manipulated Lin Xi with his abilities, shouting, "Brother, kill her quickly." The black mist hissed as it advanced towards Lin Xi, who coldly laughed. Flames erupting around her, Luo Qingzhou let out a scream before collapsing. What does this mean? Lin Xi didn't have time to examine closely. A fireball was hurled fiercely at Luo Qingzhou, and fearing for his life, she interwove a fiery net to ensnare him. Within 5 seconds, Luo Qingzhou was reduced to a charred, blackened remnant. Lin Xi stared for a moment before turning her gaze to Luo Qingzhou, only to discover she had perished from a gunshot wound. She mused, how could Luo Qingzhou be so fragile, collapsing with a mere sound, without even a struggle? No need for thanks. Ye Chen approached slowly from a distance, his eyes shimmering under the moonlight. Lin Xi glared at him in frustration. What is there to thank for? With 2 more of me, I could have dealt with her myself. You've stolen my glory. She hadn't even utilized her treasured items or her ultimate weapon. Nevertheless, it was a relief that Luo Qingzhou was finally dead. No one would suffer a tragic fate at his hands again. Well, I once concerned myself with that. I saved you. After all, Ye Chen remained silent, for when he saw Lin Xi frozen in place, his heart nearly leapt from his chest. Lin Xi shot him a disdainful glance. Unwilling to converse with the child. Shall I escort you home? Absolutely unnecessary. Are you driving? Or do you intend to walk back? You could drive me. Aren't you busy? What about the other insignificant ones? Heh, if the sky were to fall, there are plenty of tall individuals to bear it. Many are ready to clean up the mess. Oh no, I think I've had too much coffee. I feel so invigorated. Really? How coincidental. I've also had coffee and feel quite energetic. I plan to celebrate shortly with a barbecue. Look, I even snagged a pack of barbecue seasoning. Care to join? Not going. Oh, if you're not going. That's fine. I've already made plans with Yonggu. We'll be grilling meat, seaweed, mushrooms, and potato slices soon. What are you going back for? So energetic? I don't believe you can sleep. I don't know how to barbecue. Ah, you can't even do that. If you can't, then you should learn. It sounds quite reasonable. If she doesn't know, she ought to learn. Then I'll go to the barbecue too. Call Su Guangqing along. Sure thing. Chapter 132. The barbecue event after the apocalypse, coffee has become a rare commodity. Suddenly consuming such a large cup, Zhao Zhiyong and Su Guangqing's eyes widened like bells, sparkling with clarity and alertness. Still near the Ability User Association, Ye Chen hesitated to drive over and instead located Zhou Yi, informing him of Luo Qingzhou's demise, asking him to wrap things up and summon Zhao Zhiyong and Su Guangqing. Zhou Yi felt as if the captain was abandoning them. Leaning on the car window, he inquired, Captain, where are you going? Aren't you taking me along? Ye Chen scolded him sternly. Have you finished capturing the insignificant ones? Shouldn't you report to Luo Qingzhou? I'm returning the Batian Hu personnel. If I don't deliver them back, I'll be penalized with points. Zhou Yi tearfully bid farewell to Ye Chen, utterly unwilling to report to Minister Luo and endure his sarcastic remarks. Cautiously, he approached the temporary command center, peeking inside, only to lock eyes with Luo Qingzhou. Reporting, thankfully, he had the presence of mind. Come in. Luo Qingzhou observed the lineup of individuals with their heads bowed. Luo Qingzhou and Luo Qingzhou were already dead, less than 300 meters from here, in the southwest direction. After Zhou Yi finished speaking, the group before Luo Qingzhou breathed a collective sigh of relief. Luo Qingzhou, hands clasped behind his back, strolled toward him. Where is your captain? He has urgent matters. Zhou Yi pondered briefly, responding firmly. The group behind Luo Qingzhou stared at him as if they had seen a ghost, with Wu Wei subtly miming a throat-cutting gesture, implying, what urgent matter could possibly be more important than the insignificant ones? Luo Qingzhou appeared to understand. Ah, indeed. Well, is he all right? Was he injured? In this weather? If he is hurt, it must be treated promptly, his tone laced with genuine concern. Zhou Yi reassured him. No, the captain is well. He requested the Batian Hu personnel for assistance. He must return them. At this hour, if he doesn't return them soon, he will incur points, which is quite unprofitable. Wu Wei could not bear to look, covering his face. This was clearly Ye Chen's ruse, and he had the audacity to use it on Luo Qingzhou, truly risking his life. Luo Qingzhou chuckled lightly, patting his shoulder. You're right. Your captain indeed has urgent matters. I see you all seem quite idle. You're all his good brothers and comrades, so you have no urgent matters, right? Come now, let us make haste. As per Chief Xing's instructions, let us sift through these materials once more. The few of them resignedly perked up, each clutching a stack of documents to review. Luo Qingzhou paced behind them, hands clasped behind his back. Who are the Ba Tianhu personnel? Ye Chen even went out of his way to return them. This is entirely inconsistent with his character. Luo Qingzhou recalled the figure he had seen earlier, agile and capable of keeping pace with Ye Chen. Surely, they too were an ability user, albeit somewhat petite and slender. Yes, if it were a girl. That would make perfect sense. Unbeknownst to Ye Chen, Zhou had thoroughly divulged his whereabouts, while he was in the tent, entirely focused on barbecuing. Whether the food was delicious or not remained uncertain, but it certainly smelled enticing. Lin Xi diligently learned the art of seasoning. Applying the spices was no issue, but alas, it was either too salty or too bland. Ye Chen suggested she might be overly adept at seasoning and should practice controlling the heat. Her spirits lifted, for this was her forte. In truth, the charred meat revealed to her that her true talent lay solely in controlling her flames. What was so remarkable about that? She stubbornly filled her hands with tiny flames, attempting to place the skewered meat upon her palms. Release it. Stop ruining the food. Here, grill this instead. Zhao Zhiyong snatched the skewer from her hands and placed a sweet potato in her palm. Staring at the sweet potato, she inexplicably recalled a phrase. Treasure in the palm. Su Guangqing suppressed a laugh, shaking his head. Ha ha ha. Ye Chen laughed unabashedly, bending over in amusement. Exposed in her shortcomings, Lin Xi felt somewhat embarrassed and could only glare at the one who laughed the most exaggeratedly. Ahem, what is so amusing? Let me share a joke. When my abilities first awakened, they wanted to test the extent of my lightning powers, but at that time, I couldn't control my abilities at all and ended up frying their machinery. Lin Xi was intrigued. What happened next? Later, they insisted the military compensate for the damages, but the unit wouldn't part with resources. Instead, they deducted points and confined me there, forcing me to charge an entire room of empty batteries. They threatened me, saying if I burnt one, I'd do 10. Oh, during that time, I was exceedingly cautious, rising each day to immediately commence charging. Observing Lin Xi's demeanor shift, her expression softening with a hint of amusement, Ye Chen continued, You wouldn't believe how much I despised my lightning abilities back then. I thought, if only I could wield fire powers instead. Zhao Zhiyong inquired, Why fire? Ye Chen sighed. Water abilities mean waking up to a row of water tanks. Wood abilities involve waking up in a greenhouse, instantly seeing seedlings. Earth and metal abilities reside at construction sites, ready to commence work upon waking. Fire abilities are the best. Every day I simply dry vegetables. Jerky, sweet potatoes, and such. As long as they aren't charred black, everything is manageable. Lin Xi began to understand. When abilities first awaken, control is tenuous, and their approach serves as a method to train flexibility in wielding powers. Making efficient use of resources without waste, Ye Chen had also brought a case of beer, and the group spent the night grilling, eating, and chatting, reveling until the early hours. Lin Xi, feeling slightly tipsy, stepped outside the tent, holding a beer in her left hand, raised it toward the sky, and poured some onto the ground. Unfortunately, as the drops met the icy surface, they crystallized into icy beads of beard. Ye Chen pulled her back into the tent, waving his hand before her face. What are you doing? You're not drunk, are you? Had I known, I wouldn't have let you drink. Lin Xi shook her head. I merely wished to pay homage to the souls of the departed. The demon has been slain by my hand. Yet, Ye Chen fell silent. He had descended into that laboratory, and those test subjects could no longer be considered human. They had transformed into grotesque, monstrous figures. Indeed, demons in every sense. Yet Lin Xi had never set foot in there. How could she comprehend such horrors? Ye Chen sighed, contemplating how to help her conceal the truth more effectively. With the primary villain eliminated, the next step is a thorough cleansing, addressing the 3 base administrators, the remaining insignificant ones lurking in schools and various places, and the underground research facility. The underground facility had not been dealt with and was instead open to all ability users for observation. After all, in this extreme cold, nothing could be ruined. Upon entering, none of the individuals emerged unscathed. Their faces were ashen, and they trembled with trepidation. The mere thought that they could be the next on the operating table was nearly enough to render them unconscious. Chapter 133. Departing from Base 8I in the face of calamity, life itself was precarious. Yet they clung to their mundane existence, the animosity of the citizens of Huagua towards them reaching an intolerable peak. Were it not for their annihilation of the nation at the dawn of the apocalypse, they would undoubtedly seek to eradicate them now. Furthermore, the relatives of those subjected to inhumane experiments wept inconsolably. Ye Chen, under the watchful eye of Luo Qingzhou, dealt with the myriad affairs and documentation arising from the base, teetering on the brink of collapse. With a resounding snap, he set down his pen and declared, "Shut down that research facility. It is distressing for us to witness, let alone for them. They are but ordinary people." Luo Qingzhou, without lifting his gaze, retorted, "They have been spoiled by a time of peace. Living in a dream world, it is imperative they see what awaits them in our absence. Spare me the talk of ordinary people. Which ordinary family can breathe fire and spew water?" Ye Chen was in agony. The city gates were barred. Not even a fly was permitted to approach, let alone himself. Daily, he was compelled by Luo Qingzhou to labor, perpetually on the verge of an outburst. The only moments of joy he experienced were during meals shared with Lin Xi. "I refuse to continue. If you pressure me further, I shall report and retire." Luo Qingzhou raised an eyebrow, sensing an imminent eruption, perhaps provoked by the cacophony of lamentations. "Surely, you do not believe that with the demise of the Lu siblings, all will be well?" Ye Chen crossed his arms defiantly, declaring, "Of course not. You are still here, are you not? You were not always like this." Luo Qingzhou frowned, responding, "You acknowledge the past. That was then. Did Zhu Jingju need to manage this chaos before? He merely had to tend to his own troops, but now he must bear the consequences of his ineptitude." Ye Chen found this assertion repugnant. He was merely deceived. You cannot speak of him in such a manner. "It is unjust." Leaning back in his chair, Luo Qingzhou chuckled in disbelief. "Chen Chun, you are not foolish. You cannot possibly fail to see reality. You are merely evading it. You must understand that ignorance is more perilous than malice. Sometimes those blinded by greed are more controllable than they appear. Look," Ye Chen abruptly stood, arms outstretched. "The truth is, you are far better suited to handle these matters than I. I am meant for the front lines. I do not comprehend why you insist on dragging me into endeavors for which I am ill-equipped. I do not know how to deal with Zhu Jingju, nor do I understand how to conduct a thorough purge. I am utterly at a loss regarding the plight of these unfortunate civilians. I can only assure you that I shall unhesitatingly eradicate those enemies, those mutated beasts and plants, even at the cost of my own life." As for the rest, he paced the room, gradually calming himself. "Why cannot we return to how things once were? Let me go. Allow yourself the same reprieve. I promise, I shall always support you." Seizing the opportunity, Ye Chen made his escape. For days, he had contemplated this issue, yet upon witnessing Luo Qingzhou's unwavering diligence amidst the absurdity of their situation, he realized it was Luo Qingzhou who was truly suited for the task. As for that individual, he would safeguard them himself. He would grow stronger, needing no external powers to protect Lin Xi. When Lin Xi encountered Ye Chen, she noticed his typically optimistic demeanor had been replaced by despondence. Reminiscent of Lightning's dismay upon discovering that Tiger had transformed into a tyrannical cat, she recalled his moniker, Little Dog Yi, pondering who had given him such an apt name. Ye Chen regarded Lin Xi with a mysterious smile, leaving her astonished. "Are you truly reveling in my misfortune?" Lin Xi's smile faltered as she retorted, "What are you implying? Am I that kind of person?" Ye Chen huffed defiantly, his mood evidently askew. He was either avoiding Luo Qingzhou or hiding from Wu Wei. And Zhao Zhiyong observed this keenly. He pulled Ye Chen close, chiding, "You lucky rascal. We rarely indulge in a feast, yet here you are, reaping the rewards. Come on with dishes of bamboo shoots stir-fried with cured meat, kelp and pork bone soup, stir-fried bean sprouts, and fried ham sausages." The fare was a delightful departure from their daily potatoes. "All right, the child is in a foul mood. We must cheer him up." Lin Xi rummaged through the cupboard for a few cans of happy water, sharing one with Ye Chen, whose spirits lifted slightly. The crisp, bubbly sound of the drink was a welcome melody, and as they savored their meal, Ye Chen announced his intention to depart within the next couple of days. Lin Xi, weary of her surroundings, had long desired to leave, but the city gates were heavily guarded, fortified with firearms and artillery, and she dared not approach. Zhao Zhiyong eyed him suspiciously. "The gates have been lifted? I was just there this morning, and it seemed unchanged." Ye Chen stared at him in disbelief. "Do not wander near the gates. They are merciless and will fire upon you without hesitation." "Surely not." Zhao Zhiyong replied, "Is the situation truly that dire? Can we even leave?" Ye Chen fell silent for a moment, then muttered bitterly, "I shall not be deterred. I intend to leave, and if necessary, I will take Luo Qingzhou with me. They would hesitate to fire upon us." "What do you mean, they would hesitate?" The conversation took a turn for the worse. Lin Xi took a sip of soup, remaining composed. "Actually, we could prolong our stay. The environment here is rather pleasant." Everyone nodded in agreement, expressing a desire to linger a while longer, reluctant to depart. Only Zhao Zhiyong chastised him relentlessly. "Have you lost your mind? You want to kidnap someone? With your abilities, why not ascend to the heavens? Who raised you to be so unruly? Where is your sense of discipline? It has only been a few days since the apocalypse, and those with powers are acting as if they have forgotten their own names." Lin Xi expected Ye Chen to be hurt by the scolding, but to her surprise, after Zhao Zhiyong's tirade, he seemed to regain his composure. He lunged at Zhao Zhiyong, exclaiming, "You are the best, Brother Yong. Indeed, it has only been a few days since the apocalypse, and everyone has forgotten their own names." "Hey!" Zhao Zhiyong shouted. "Let go. You are far too old to be acting like a rookie. If you do not release me, I will strike you." Lin Xi shook her head, perplexed by Ye Chen's erratic behavior, and left, uninterested in engaging further. Wu Lingshu, however, was acutely aware of the situation. She observed intently, her mind sharp. The military had been relentless in their pursuit of Ye Chen, either seeking him here or requesting him there. Were it anyone else, they would be riding high on success. Yet Ye Chen seemed to descend deeper into despair, and today he appeared to have reached his breaking point. She sighed inwardly. Ye Chen's temperament clearly did not suit such an environment, yet the reprimand from Zhao had seemingly brightened his spirits. Days later, Ye Chen led his team and the Batian who squad away from Base 8. Chapter 134. The unloving Lin Xi. Ye Chen did not actually attempt to abduct Luo Qingzhou. That day he filed a report with the central base, clarifying that the Lu siblings had been eliminated and inquiring whether the special forces should remain to assist Luo Qingzhou with related matters. He received no response until the following evening, when he was ordered to return. Luo Qingzhou personally came to see him off. Gaining some sense, are we? You even know to file a report." Ye Chen felt a twinge of guilt. Luo Qingzhou was genuinely looking out for him. Not only did he fail to appreciate this, but he also submitted a report that left Luo Qingzhou stuck with the aftermath. Remaining there felt exceedingly awkward. People circumvented Luo Qingzhou to inquire about various matters, and once he left, Luo Qingzhou's work would proceed more smoothly. Clearing his throat, he smiled proudly. "Brother Luo, you should know. I am quite adept at filing reports." Luo Qingzhou chuckled. "Well then, hurry along." Curiously, he had not encountered a single member of the Batian Hu squad. It was evident that Ye Chen had hidden them, wishing to avoid his gaze. Consequently, he refrained from probing further. However, as he observed the immense steel behemoths passing by, it was not difficult to surmise the squad's formidable prowess. Ye Chen claimed the Lu siblings had perished at his hands, yet it was evident that Lu Shengren had been charred to a crisp by fire abilities. When Luo Qingzhou inquired, Ye Chen evasively claimed the use of incendiary grenades. Thus, they had no choice but to acquiesce to Ye Chen's version of events. Both vehicles headed north, with Ye Chen stubbornly remaining in Lin Xi's vehicle. Only returning to his own for rest at night, a heavy snowfall ensued, causing their speed to diminish further. Yet, thankfully, in this vast, white expanse, they were alone. No matter how recklessly they drove, they were unlikely to collide with other vehicles. At most getting lost. After much contemplation, Lin Xi resolved to discuss matters with the other two families. The members of the Batian Hu squad settled onto the circular sofa, with Ye Chen joining them. Proving quite self-aware. "Are you convening a meeting? If it is inconvenient, I shall take my leave." Lin Xi nonchalantly replied, "It is nothing of great consequence. Feel free to listen in. You might even provide some valuable input." The discussion revolved around their recent entry into the base. Upon entering Base 8, Lin Xi discovered it to be far better than she had anticipated. Order still prevailed within the base, allowing for a semblance of normalcy and providing greater assurance of survival. While conditions were not ideal, considering the impending calamities of insect and beast plagues, the base represented the best option available. Originally, Lin Xi had planned to wait for the extreme heat to arrive and for the floodwaters to recede before heading to the base. However, at that time, the ground would be covered in mud, and even if dried by the scorching sun, it would become a series of small hills, proving unfavorable for vehicular travel. she intended to advance while hunting. Yet managing a family was undeniably inconvenient. It would be far more sensible to send everyone to the base first, while she herself ventured out to seek higher-tier mutated flora and fauna. Since they were bound to go to the base anyway, and given that the base was not particularly lacking, it would be wiser to make the journey sooner rather than later. At least traveling across the ice would be manageable. Albeit slower, it was still a flat surface. Before Lin Xi could finish her thought, Ye Chen animatedly expressed that they should have left long ago. Ye Chen's opinion was not taken into account. Lin Xi coldly dismissed his suggestion. After exchanging glances, Wu Lingshu and Su Guangqing said, Shi, we'll follow your lead. If you're going to the base, we'll go too. Zhao Zhiyong found himself being pulled aside by Ye Chen, who whispered in disbelief, Are you serious? Ye Chen patted his chest in assurance, Would I deceive you, Brother Yong? Water-based abilities are incredibly precious. After the extreme heat, what will so many people do for their water needs? Xiao going to the base would be like possessing a treasure. Not only must her safety be guaranteed, but her emotional well-being must also be ensured. I've heard that a poor mood can even affect water output. She could receive systematic training there, maximizing her potential. Lin Xi couldn't help but interject, Is it the kind where you open your eyes to find a row of water tanks? Ye Chen, Zhao Zhiyong, Zhao Xiao. Although all three families were reluctant to leave their warm and comfortable homes, relocating was ultimately inevitable. Concerned that they might struggle to transport their belongings, Ye Chen promised to help them procure 3 enclosed trucks. If gasoline was insufficient, they could exchange points. Lin Xi had previously stated that she would not charge points for this trip, yet Ye Chen still paid the Batian who battle team 10,000 points as travel expenses, bringing their total to 22,000 points. Ye Chen had been in high spirits these past few days, his eyes sparkling, perhaps due to the heavy snowfall. In any case, he appeared much more spirited than when he was at Base 8. Wu Wei, unable to bear his demeanor, felt an urge to provoke him. Ye Chen, relishing his good mood and eagerly approaching North City, chose to ignore it. Chen, what's there to be so pleased about? It's been so long, yet you're still pining after someone. Doesn't that bother you? Wu Wei mockingly taunted him. Ye Chen turned to him and replied, Not at all. Do you know why? Wu Wei leaned in. Curious, why? Ye Chen placed an arm around his shoulder. Honestly, I've never contemplated what it feels like to like someone. Perhaps it's a professional habit. Don't we always approach people with a sense of caution? Moreover, I'm not the type to be completely lost just because I see a pretty girl. Wu Wei scoffed internally. You don't even know who you are right now. Ye Chen grinned widely. The more I see her, the more I think, wow, this girl is so interesting, so unique, and so capable. Later, I discovered that her heart is soft, but she fears others discovering it, so she intentionally puts on a fierce facade to conceal her tender heart. Pretending to be ruthless, but do you know? When she smiles, she's incredibly adorable. Wu Wei recalled Lin Xi's radiant smile, shivering slightly. Are you foolish? Lin Xi's ferocity is not an act, it is her true nature. Ye Chen continued, To be honest, I don't mind whether she likes me or not. This apocalyptic world is so harsh. Simply encountering someone you like is already a stroke of luck. Watching her remain safe and happy brings me joy. Isn't that good enough? Besides, look, she doesn't dislike me. Haha, how naive. Wu Wei thought to himself. Chen, let me tell you something. She doesn't dislike you because she views you as Lin Wuwu's brother. You walking a road to nowhere. Eventually, you'll see her favor someone else, watch her be affectionate with another, witness her marry and have children. How will that make you feel? Ye Chen replied earnestly. That won't happen. She will never like anyone else. If she were to like someone, it would only be me. Wu Wei was taken aback by his seriousness, feeling as if he was being force-fed dog food, and curiously asked, How do you know? Because it seems she has suffered a great deal. She doesn't trust anyone. When faced with others' sincerity, she is at a loss for how to respond. How could someone like her ever fall in love? Therefore, she won't love me, nor will she love anyone else. It is quite fair. Ye Chen's smile faded, and he sighed gently, gazing tenderly at Wu Wei. Ruffling his hair, Little brother, I just know. You're still young. When you grow up and meet someone you like, you will understand. Wu Wei was momentarily stunned, filled with indignation, and punched him to the ground. Get lost. I'm older than you. During mealtime, only Zhao Zhiyong sighed, while the others stifled their laughter. You all are something else, fighting before departure, fighting on the road, and still fighting upon return. Is there no one to keep you in check? Thank goodness I left. If I had to deal with 2 soldiers like you, I would surely be driven to my grave. Chapter 135. The decision to relocate upon returning home, it felt as cold as an ice cellar. With a layer of white frost covering the floor, Lin Xi hurriedly stoked the boiler. Even if they were to relocate, they needed to rest for a few days before setting out. After several hours, a hint of warmth finally filled the room. Having been away for a while, the house had inevitably gathered some dust, prompting Lin Xi to tidy up the living room and bedrooms. Lin Wuwu lay obediently on the sofa. Watching television, at home, it preferred a feline form, allowing it to dart around freely. Now approaching 2 months old, the little ones were in the exploration phase and suddenly discovered a dominant cat. Without hesitation, the fluffy balls swarmed around Lin Wuwu, causing it considerable annoyance. Lin Xi wandered around the house, knowing she could easily clear everything with a wave of her hand, but such a display would raise suspicion. Moving using trucks was far more secure. As for food, aside from a little stored in the refrigerator, the rest was kept in her spatial storage, and she would need to retrieve it. These tasks required early preparation to avoid forgetting anything in the midst of chaos. A few days later, Ye Chen visited once more. He brought an alloy badge, metallic in texture, polished to a shine, about the size of half a palm, lightweight, and boasting an elegant, vintage design. The front bore the inscription Central Military Base. Alongside the words Mutated Tiger Lin Wuwu, embedded with a chip. The chip was registered in Lin Xi's name, akin to a supplementary credit card from before. Upon hearing this, Lin Wuwu joyfully nestled against Ye Chen, admiring the identification badge. Did you go to the central base again? Lin Xi inquired. Ye Chen fastened the badge onto Lin Wuwu, replying, No, I sent a message back earlier. This was personally crafted by Professor Qin. Someone was passing by in the past few days, so they brought it along. Isn't it beautiful? Look at our Wuwu. Now it can enter any base freely. Oh, your wristbands are still at the base. Only the person can collect them, so we'll deal with that later. Lin Wuwu proudly donned the new identification badge and rushed over to Lin Xi, strutting proudly. Lin Xi had no choice but to lavish praise on it, prompting Lin Wuwu to seek out its little companions to show off. Ye Chen found Lin Wuwu's attempts to shake off the 5 little furballs quite amusing. When do you need a vehicle? I can borrow one in advance. Lin Xi gazed longingly at her home, let's say a week. We should start packing and getting ready. Theo, you need my help? Ye Chen asked casually. No, it's not much. Lin Xi had no intention of accepting his assistance. Unbothered by the rejection, Ye Chen continued, based on my experience, take everything that can be moved. Even if you don't use it, you can exchange it for points. The base does sell furniture, but first, you need to spend points, and second, it's not as exquisite. Lin Xi's eyes lit up. While she couldn't store furniture in her spatial storage, she could load it onto the truck. Perhaps I should just rent your truck with points. It feels a bit inappropriate to have them run errands for free. Ye Chen boldly declared, no worries, I want to let them run errands for free. That sounds good, Lin Xi agreed. As Ye Chen departed, Lin Xi handed him 2 packs of cigarettes, 2 bags of tea, and 2 bottles of liquor. These items were now considered high-end goods. She didn't want to exploit others for nothing. Take these? They of no use to me. Ye Chen, understanding her nature, accepted without hesitation. All right, I'll take them. But let me warn you, these are in high demand. Even with points, you can't buy more if you want to get them back. I can't compensate you, understood? She was fully aware of this, which was precisely why she offered up such valuable items. After all, she had plenty. Ye Chen clearly had connections at the base and had established a rapport with her, making it easier for the Batian who battle team to adapt swiftly. Indeed, not a doubt. Perfect. A week passed swiftly. Ye Chen arrived at Panshan community with a small team. As promised, Lin Xi had already prepared the bedding, wrapping it in sheets, boxing up miscellaneous items, and packing food the day before. She brought Lin Wuwu and the others to the RV, ready to move alongside Ye Chen and his team. You stay here. There's no need for you to go up. Don't worry. I guarantee nothing will be left behind. Ye Chen felt she didn't need to keep running up and down. Lin Xi was perplexed. I have much more strength than you all, and I'm carrying more items. Why shouldn't I go up? With me, you'll have to make fewer trips. Ye Chen felt disheartened, wondering why he was so intent on trying to charm someone blind to his efforts. Then Wu Wei observed Lin Xi, each hand grasping a bundle larger than herself, rushing forward with purpose, while Ye Chen followed behind, looking despondent, holding a noticeably smaller load. Lin Xi gazed at Wu Wei, who was inexplicably laughing maniacally at the sky. She turned to Ye Chen with a questioning look in her eyes. Ye Chen, expressionless, pointed at his head and then shook his head. Lin Xi understood, feeling a tinge of regret. It was a pity that such a spirited young man had a mind that did not function well. With many hands, tasks became easier, and with strength, moving was a breeze. In less than half a day, 3 families had completed their relocation. Ye Chen was taking them to the central base. Thus, Lin Xi informed Wu Wei that there was a boiler on the 18th floor, containing more than half a load of coal, which could be moved to the 17th floor by the soldiers there. She also handed him the key. Additionally, 10 pounds of dried apples and sweet potatoes were left upstairs for him to distribute among the soldiers who were assisting with the move. Wu Wei listened attentively to the commands of the female tyrant, astonished. Could it be that this female tyrant was sometimes manic and sometimes soft-hearted? 2 RVs and 3 large trucks headed towards the central base. Although the journey was desolate, a few vehicles could still be seen coming and going, indicating that traffic on this road was relatively active. As Lin Xi looked out the window, she wiped the condensation off the glass with her hand. The central base was the hub for communication among various bases, the transportation of supplies, and the deployment of personnel. For instance, following the incidents at Base 8, while each base had to conduct self-inspections, they would still send personnel for inspections. Ye Chen was well aware of these matters. Lin Xi sighed, it's manageable now, but once the extreme heat arrives, the roads will be nearly impassable. How will we maintain contact then? You underestimate us too much. Once the ice melts and the water recedes, forging paths through mountains and building bridges over water will not pose a challenge. Moreover, unlike before, those dispatched for business trips now possess a certain level of combat capability. Ye Chen replied, his tone carrying a hint of pride. Lin Xi chose not to respond further. She hoped that this lifetime would be better. She wished for the young soldiers to always possess such courage and pride. However, burdened with furniture and encountering heavy snow, their progress was slow. Chapter 136. Moving into the small building, they finally arrived at the base by the morning of the 3rd day. Lin Xi remained entranced by the towering city walls, with Ye Chen still by her side. After reporting their names at the entrance and verifying their identities, Lin Xi received a wristband. Broader than a fitness tracker, it was secured in place, and removing it would require a visit to the administrative service hall. The wristband contained a chip capable of storing points, assigning tasks, and supporting short recordings or videos as evidence in case of criminal activities. The orderliness within the base indeed persisted, maintaining most of the laws from before the apocalypse. Although the prison system was not as extensive. Thus, upon identifying criminal elements, they were all sent to the mines for labor. Lin Wuwu didn't need to complete any formalities. Upon hearing a beep, it proudly strutted inside with its head held high to toe. Where did this mutated tiger come from? The guard at the entrance of the city wall, taken aback by the striking appearance of the tiger, conducted a thorough check and soon realized it had already been registered. Upon entering the central base, it became evident that it was indeed larger and more organized than Base 8. Ye Chen had arranged accommodation for them in a beehive-shaped building, situated in the administrative center and a short distance from both the research and military centers. Their apartment was on the 3rd floor, a spacious suite of 60 square meters, featuring 2 bedrooms, a living room, a bathroom, and a kitchen. While it was small, it provided a comforting sense of security, and Zhao Zhiyong and Wu Lingshu were neighbors. Both families were delighted, with Zhao Xiaoxiao linking arms with Wu Lingshu. Expressing their gratitude to Ye Chen, Wu Lingshu then inquired, this must not come cheap. How many points would it cost? Surely, you shouldn't have to bear the expense. Ye Chen replied warmly, I merely helped you with the registration. As ability users, you are entitled to benefits. As long as you pay the rent within 3 days, everything will be fine. The base does not sell houses. They are only available for rent. Tomorrow, I'll have Zhou take you to the Administrative Service Center, where you'll find the Housing Management Office, and you'll understand everything there. Wu Lingshu felt a sense of relief wash over him. Turning to Lin Xi, he asked hastily, but what about Xi? We don't mind this house, but she might find it too cramped. Is there a larger one available? Lin Xi and Lin Wuwu gazed at Ye Chen with hopeful expressions. Looking at the small house, she recalled her own family situation and felt a wave of sadness that left her speechless. Lin Wuwu could hardly believe there were houses so small. It felt as though it could not even turn around. Observing their despondent expressions, Ye Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Do not worry. Professor Qin is aware of your arrival and has already requested a small building from the Research Institute. He had the allocation but found it cumbersome to claim. Previously, he stayed at the Research Institute to save time commuting. The small building is reserved for you. He asked me to take you there. This news put Lin Xi in a bit of a quandary, feeling as though she was taking advantage of someone else, even if that someone was Qin Yuansi. She was not accustomed to benefiting at the expense of others. Reluctantly, she inquired, "Can I just purchase a small building? I can pay any amount of points. Renting is also acceptable." How many people have the audacity to speak like that? This is an excess that has nowhere to be placed, waiting for someone to take it away. Ye Chen replied gently yet firmly, "No. Even the Grand Elder does not have access to a small building-esque configuration. They were specifically constructed for the Research Institute, and there are none left in the entire base." The softness in his tone juxtaposed with the coldness of his words was truly disheartening. Lin Wuwu nudged Lin Xi, pitifully saying, "Ah Wu, shoveler, I want to live in a small building." "All right, if living there is what you desire. Then let us see what I can offer Qin Yuansi," Lin Xi thought as she followed Ye Chen to the Research Institute. Before leaving, she intended to divide the points from the battering ram team equally among the three families. But both Wu Lingshu and Zhao Zhiyong refused to accept any unless Lin Wuwu received her share as well. Otherwise, they would rather forego the points entirely. Having just moved in, they were in the midst of allocating points. So Lin Xi had no choice but to transfer 5,000 points to each family, keeping 10,000 for herself, while leaving 2,000 within the battering ram team. After descending, Ye Chen reminded her, "In other teams, points are typically distributed according to capability, so you can allocate them as you see fit. However, it's best not to reveal too much outside." The young girl with her tail found it difficult to hide her excitement. Lin Xi blinked, grateful for his reminder. To her, such matters seemed trivial, but to others, they might appear rather peculiar. People needed to blend in with the crowd to serve as the best cover. Ye Chen led her into the living area of the Research Institute, which was indeed heavily guarded, with identity verification conducted 3 times. Everyone noticed Lin Wuwu and its enormous RV. Fortunately, in the post-apocalyptic world, most families lacked private vehicles, allowing her to secure an indoor parking space with a roof. Ye Chen sensed her confusion, explaining, "Cars are quite precious now. Regardless of ownership, they deserve to be well protected." Upon seeing the small building, which was a 2-story structure, Lin Xi was struck by its neatness and orderly rows. This particular one was in the front row, directly opposite the parking lot. She had to admit that the location was excellent. The yard was somewhat small, barely 10 square meters, and each floor of the small building was about 100 square meters. Ye Chen mentioned that there were 2 additional basement levels. Although it fell short of her expectations, it was a considerable improvement over Wu Lingshu's small house. The interior was bare and simply decorated, featuring white walls and wooden floors, with the most basic lighting. It aligned perfectly with Lin Xi's aesthetic. Ye Chen sought assistance from a few individuals at the guard station to help move the furniture into the small building. In truth, Lin Xi could manage it alone, but the heating had already been activated, and the temperature inside the small building hovered around 10 degrees, neither too warm nor too cold. The first floor comprised a living room with a dining area, a kitchen, a room, and a bathroom. The second floor included 3 rooms, accompanied by a bathroom. The basement level was a storage space, which would not be needed during the extreme cold. The first basement level was designated for various machines and equipment, such as water purifiers, air conditioning units, generators, and boilers. The furniture Lin Xi brought fit perfectly. The bedroom furnishings were placed on the second floor, while the living and dining room furniture was set up on the first floor. She decided to occupy the second floor and arrange a bedroom for Qin Yuan on the first floor. Once the furniture was moved in, she took out a few bags of peanuts and asked Ye Chen to distribute 1 bag to each person as a token of gratitude. Everyone was pleased, tucking the treats away without consuming any. "You settle in first. I won't disturb you." Ye Chen soon departed. Chapter 137. The favored Wu Wu is unfazed. Once everyone had left, Lin Xi began to organize the items in the small building, clearing both the upstairs and downstairs, including the kitchen and bathroom. The kitchen lacked gas and utilized an induction cooker, but it did have a range hood. Lin Xi placed the double-door refrigerator she had brought into the dining area. The dining area was open to the living room, where she set up a sideboard, dining table, and several chairs in the living room. She arranged a circle of sofas and a coffee table, opting not to place a television there, fearing it would disturb Qin Yuansi next door. The room she prepared for Qin Yuansi was about 20 square meters. Completely empty, Lin Xi chose furniture from her stockpile in the beautiful country, opting for a natural wood aesthetic. A 1.5-meter bed with a latex mattress and thick bedding, a wardrobe against the wall, a set of glass-fronted bookshelves at the foot of the bed, and a matching desk and chair positioned by the window, with a lamp on the desk. She felt something was still missing. So she added a single sofa that could be adjusted to a reclined position in the corner, laid down a rug, and placed a floor lamp beside it, finishing off with deep gray curtains and gray checkered bedding. Only then did Lin Xi feel satisfied enough to close the door. The 3 rooms upstairs retained their original layout, each equipped with a television, but were now designated as Lin Xi's room, Lin Wuwu's room, and a shared room for Shandian, Momo, and the others. Besides the 2 tents for Shandian and Momo, they added another for the little furball's secret base. Within the room, there lies a miniature cat climbing frame, accompanied by a thick cushion beneath it, ensuring that even if something were to fall from above, there is no cause for concern. Various cat toys are scattered throughout this space, providing ample opportunity for the furry bundles of energy to expend their boundless vitality. Qingbao spends most of her time in this realm, and when she emerges to play, it is often in affectionate proximity to Lin Xi. Given the limited space, Lin Xi has allowed her to share a room with him. Lin Wuwu occupies the largest chamber, spanning 30 square meters. After all, one cannot help but cater to his sizable stature. He even directs Lin Xi to lay down a woolen carpet, set up a 2-meter bed, and provide a soft cushion. One side of the bed must be adorned with his favorite toys, while the other accommodates a small shelf stocked with snacks and beverages. Adjacent to this shelf is a large storage box, housing the clean towels he frequently uses to wipe his mouth and paws. Once soiled, they are promptly discarded into the bathroom. This canine creature is truly becoming quite the character. After a long day, Lin Xi finds himself at the mercy of Wuwu's whims, and in a fit of frustration, he delivers a few playful taps to the plush areas, finding some relief in the act. With a startled yelp, Lin Wuwu dashes away. He scurries into the small courtyard, sniffing disdainfully. This little yard pales in comparison to his spacious room. Although he has been reprimanded, he feels no pain. No pain. He is well aware that with a bit of charm, Lin Xi will acquiesce to his every desire. As Lin Wuwu listens to Lin Xi bustling about on the 2nd floor, he stealthily leaps from the yard, eager to explore the outside world. The sky darkens, and as employees of the research institute begin to leave for home, some catch sight of a majestic tiger prowling in front of the small building. Oh, is that a tiger? What brings it here? Quick, summon the guards, they exclaim. Teske, you old fool, can't you see? That tiger wears an identification tag. It must belong to someone. No way, who would keep a tiger? How many points would it take to keep it fed? TSK, I told you, you're out of touch with the times. Nowadays, a capable mutant beast can hunt and earn points to support its owner. Hey there, little fellow, do you eat humans? Lin Wuwu regards the group with disdain. How foolish they are. What could humans possibly offer him, with their odoriferous flesh? Their inquiry is utterly superfluous. His disdain is evident. Nonsense. Your assumptions are subjective and lack scientific basis. Lin Wuwu looks down upon this group of Navi bumpkins, initially contemplating turning back, when suddenly, he catches a whiff of a familiar, yet slightly strange, scent. Ye Chen has clocked out on time today. His grandson has returned, and he must go take a look. As he approaches home, he notices several individuals engaged in conversation and, curious, saunters over. The others part to grant him space, and he spots a sleek, shiny tiger with round, distinctly black and white eyes, as clean as a child. Goodness, whose are you? What brings you here? Having spent his life leading troops, he is accustomed to a stern demeanor and inquires with a serious expression. However, Lin Wuwu is not easily intimidated. Hearing the question, he steps forward, raises his head high, and puffs out his chest. The guards rush forward, but Ye Chen waves them back, instructing them to stay put. The living quarters of the research center are not a place for just anyone to enter. Only direct relatives of the research personnel may enter. Others would need to dig up their family lineage for generations. As for mutant beasts, they certainly cannot simply be allowed in with a certificate. What a joke. Unless Ye Chen, personally guarantees it. Oh, you have a certificate? Let me see. The old man finds amusement in playing with the large tiger. The tag around Lin Wuwu's neck bears the name Lin Wuwu, which he recognizes. Observing the imposing yet childlike demeanor of the tiger, Ye Chen finds it lively, adorable, and curious. Showing no fear of humans, it is clear that the girl has raised and protected it well. After Lin Wuwu displays his tag, he squats on the icy ground, tilting his head and asking, "Ah Wu, who are you? Where's Ye Chen?" Ye Chen cannot comprehend his words, but he senses Lin Wuwu's curiosity is tied to Chen. He gently pats the tiger's head, marveling at its delightful texture. "Are you looking for Ye Chen? He's at home. Where do you live?" Lin Wuwu glances back, blinking his big eyes. Why? Ye Chen raises an eyebrow. Amused, aha, this little one knows to choose the best spot. He points to a small building a few structures away. "My home is over there. Dio, you want to go find him?" Just as Lin Wuwu hesitates, he hears Lin Xi's furious shout. "Lin Wuwu, how dare you sneak out? Do you believe I won't punish you?" His ears perk up, and like the wind, he dashes back to the small building, leaping inside and then pretending to stroll around the yard. Ye Chen stands still, listening to Lin Wuwu's playful banter with a little girl. "Ah Wu, liar, I didn't see you in the yard just now. Ah Wu, didn't I tell you there are bad people outside? Be careful not to be tricked into eating meat. Ah Wu, in the future, make sure to stick close to me, understood?" He chuckles softly before resuming his leisurely walk home. Chapter 138. A warm home. Lin Xi is utterly terrified. Fortunately, there are few residents here, and none appear starved to the point of madness. Otherwise, in the eyes of those individuals, a tiger would merely be a walking slab of meat. Pinching its ears, Lin Xi asks, "You must behave and play at home. In a few days, I'll take you out hunting. Did anyone bully you outside?" "Ah Wu, no, they're all a bunch of bumpkins." "Ah Wu, Ye Chen also lives here." Lin Wuwu eagerly reports to Lin Xi. Lin Xi doesn't give it much thought. Since his father is also part of the research institute, it is only natural that he resides here. As dusk approaches, Qin Yuansi should be finishing work soon. She needs to prepare dinner. She prepares something simple, boiling 3 large bowls of noodles, heating the stewed beef and radish soup, warming a few salted duck eggs, and stir-frying a plate of yellow bean sprouts. Just as she finishes, Qin Yuansi returns, looking quite disheveled, carrying a large cloth bag filled with potatoes, sweet potato leaves, and a substantial piece of cured meat. Upon seeing Lin Xi, he beams with joy, forgetting to set down the bag. "So glad you're here." Lin Xi takes the items from his hands. "Uncle Qin, please eat dinner first. It will get cold soon." Qin Yuansi, not one for many words, simply nods enthusiastically. "Good, good." Lin Xi adds well water to the beef noodle soup. Watching as Qin Yuansi devours a large bowl, she feels a sense of relief. The well water is quite beneficial for the body's recovery. Qin Yuansi works tirelessly, often day and night, and his body has its share of ailments. Grateful for his kindness, she slowly helps him restore his health in return. Qin Yuansi, engrossed in his research, pays little attention to his own needs. After enjoying the beef noodle soup, he feels warm all over. His shoulder and neck pain alleviated. He attributes this to finishing work early and shopping for groceries, believing that activity has helped him feel better. From now on, you needn't worry about household matters. I'll handle the grocery shopping. Just remember to clock out on time and come home for dinner." Qin Yuansi nods, preparing to transfer points to her. Points are required for purchases at the base. Lin Xi declines. "I still have points on hand. I'll ask you for more once I run out." Seeing her refusal, Qin Yuansi does not insist, merely stating, "If you run out, just let me know. I have plenty of points. One person can't use them all then." Noticing Lin Wuwu sitting quietly and finishing his meal like a child, he adds, "Your identification tag is specially made. I've saved 500 points for you as pocket money. Let me know when you run out, and I'll replenish it." Lin Wuwu is overjoyed to learn of the points on his tag, rushing over to sit beside Qin Yuansi, eagerly presenting his head for a pat. Qin Yuansi bursts into laughter, thoroughly entertained. She has no intention of dampening their spirits, allowing them to enjoy their playful banter. Feeling a bit shy, Lin Xi speaks up, "I also have a dog and a few cats. They all upstairs. Dio, you think I could tidy up this bedroom?" Qin Yuansi waves his hand dismissively. "No need. I live at the research institute. It's very convenient. You all just relax here." Lin Xi cannot agree. "That won't do. If you get busy and can't return, just let me know, and I'll bring you supper. But this is your house. If you don't stay here, I'll feel uneasy." Hearing Lin Xi's insistence, Qin Yuansi feels compelled to check his bedroom. Upon entering, he is pleasantly surprised by the clean, thick bedding, the exquisite floor lamp, and the spacious bookshelf. He touches the desk, sits on the chair, and after turning on the desk lamp, he beams with delight. This is exquisite. Where did you buy such fine things? How many points did this cost? Standing up, he notices the wardrobe. Oh my. I have enough clothes, but how is there an entire wardrobe full? Lin Xi smiles brightly. We collected these while on missions. They don't require points, so feel free to wear them. If I run out of points, I'll definitely ask you. If you need anything, just let me know, and I'll bring it back if I come across it. Qin Yuansi nods repeatedly, finding this place clean, bright, and warm. The conditions at the research institute cannot compare to home. He cherishes the word home, as it fills his heart with warmth. Today, he does not return to the institute. The comfortable mattress and warm bedding allow him to sleep soundly, as if even his bones have relaxed. The Ye family was bustling with activity today. On ordinary days, everyone was preoccupied with their own affairs, but only when Ye Chen returned did Ye Ming and Ye Yuntian clock out on time. After dinner, he accompanied his grandfather to the study. Grandpa, I have a gift for you. Ye Chen proudly presented the wine and tea that Lin Xi had given him, having already distributed the cigarettes to Wu Wei and the others. Oh, quite a rarity. Where did you get this? Ye Yuntian shot him a glance. Ye Chen feigned indifference, saying, well, I just helped someone a bit, and they insisted on giving it to me, so of course, I accepted it. As for the cigarettes, you can't smoke, so I gave those away. Seeing his grandson's jubilant demeanor, Ye Yuntian couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, just a little favor, was it? That was Lin Wuwu's help, or was it Lin Xi? She ought to thank me then, for it was I who assisted her. Ye Chen ran over and threw an arm around Ye Yuntian, acting cheekily. Do we really need to keep score? I'm your own grandson. Her thanking me is just as if she's thanking you. How could you even think of quibbling with me? Ha ha ha, all right. You have the final say. After discussing cheerful matters, Ye Yuntian suggested, now that we've chatted about the happy things, how about we delve into the less pleasant ones? His gaze at his grandson suddenly lost its luster. Ye Chen settled into the chair across from the desk, muttering, what unpleasantness is there to speak of? Ye Yuntian removed his reading glasses and polished them, quietly observing him. Humph, a head full of troubles, yet you refuse to acknowledge it. He could only sigh. The current situation was not one he wished to witness. Human sentiments are fickle, and it was absurd that Ye Chen's task-related reports had to come to him for approval. IT was utterly chaotic. Yet, there was no other choice. He was already in this position, and others were eager to decipher his thoughts. If he denied it, they simply wouldn't believe him. What could he do? He couldn't just dismiss people over such trivial matters. He was troubled as well. He had complained to the great elder, who had advised him to stabilize the current situation as it was of utmost importance, and everything else was secondary. The elders were all advanced in age, and he was the youngest. The future path for Huagua needed to be meticulously arranged to avoid chaos. Chapter 139. Familiarity with the base. Thus, both Ye Chen and Luo Qingzhou found themselves under scrutiny from others. Of course, there were others as well, some ambitious, driven by greed, and some merely seeking to preserve their own interests. However, without military support, who could truly control whom? He was reluctant to involve Ye Chen in the fray. Yet some dared to use him as a pawn, and Luo Qingzhou was also following suit. Fine, go ahead and do as you please. Other matters are none of your concern. If you wish to pursue a girl, then pursue her. If you want to chase a tiger, then chase it. Just be happy. Ye Chen found it quite unusual to see his grandfather suddenly turn so benevolent. He leaned in closely and asked, Grandpa, are you not going to manage me anymore? Ye Yuntian glanced at him over his glasses. Not managing you. As long as you're happy, do whatever you wish. The post-apocalyptic world was too harsh, and this position was exceedingly difficult. Let it be seen as selfishness. He did not want his grandson to bear such a heavy burden. Ye Chen scrutinized his grandfather, realizing he truly had no intention of passing on the mantle. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. It didn't matter what others speculated. He was genuinely afraid the old man might overthink things and send him to the altar. Revived from his previous state, Ye Chen wasted no time in reporting back, Grandpa, you should keep an eye on Luo Gu. You have no idea. He pressed me into taking on all sorts of ridiculous tasks, and I can't even escape. Oh dear, what is he thinking? Truly, It was proven that worries could be redirected. Ye Chen was cheerful, yet Ye Yuntian had his own troubles. He was vexed by Luo Qingzhou's heavy intentions. He had never explicitly conveyed that he wanted Ye Chen to ascend, yet Luo had stubbornly assigned himself such a role. The report from base number 8 painted Ye Chen in a divine light, and he could hardly bear to look at it, especially with a crowd of sycophants echoing the praises. Truly disheartening. It was no wonder Ye Chen sought out a backdoor for Lin Wuwu. That tiger-esque clear gaze was genuinely comforting amidst a sea of scheming individuals, appearing remarkably pure. The following morning, Qin Yuansi awoke feeling considerably better. In the dining hall, he found a note that read there were buns and soy milk in the microwave, advising him to heat them for 2 minutes before heading to work. He did not want Lin Xi to prepare breakfast for him every morning, as it would make him uneasy. This arrangement was perfect. He could heat it himself and let the child sleep a little longer. Lin Xi and the little ones tended to sleep in, waking even later due to the cold weather and the comfort of slumber. It was only around noon that they finally rose, primarily because Imo Shaoi had brought a gaggle of furry creatures to her door, clamoring for food. Looking at their empty bowls, who could believe they had been full just the night before? Those little ones were insatiable. Had Imo stopped nursing them? With an expressionless face, Lin Xi switched out their small bowl for a larger one, filling it with a generous portion of cat food. Adding some of yesterday's meat broth and a couple of egg yolks, that would suffice. Whatever she ate, the furry ones would share. In this apocalyptic world, what was there to be picky about? It turned out that even her leftovers were of good quality. As the furry creatures devoured their meal with great satisfaction, Imo and Lightning received similar treatment. Lin Xi and Lin Wuwu feasted on the pan-fried buns and spicy soup she had stockpiled before the apocalypse, each adding 2 eggs. She did not wish to add eggs for Qin Yuansi, fearing she could not explain their origin. Even trash, she dared not discard haphazardly. She needed to visit the supply point to see what was available and decide what could be retrieved. If she had time, she could also check on Wu Lingshu and the others to ensure they were settled. Her plans were well laid, and as she set out with Lin Wuwu and Lightning, she happened upon Ye Chen, who appeared to be preparing to knock on the door. Ye Chen, rubbing his hands together for warmth, asked her, "Are you heading out?" Lin Xi, swathed in a bright red scarf, replied, "Yes, I want to check the supply point and see how Lao Zhao and the others are faring." He reminded her, "Are you planning to buy a phone? It works within the base, but not outside." Lin Xi inquired curiously, "A phone? How many points does it cost?" He explained, "For teams, their SA discount. It's 2,000 points." Lin Xi gasped, "So expensive?" Ye Chen nodded, "Within the base, you can send messages and make calls. It's quite good, but we can't manufacture smartphones like before, and there's no signal." After some deliberation, Lin Xi decided to purchase one. Regardless, it would facilitate communication with Zhao Zhiyong and the others. Ye Chen led her to the supply point first, which was laid out similarly to others in Beishur, albeit with a designated vegetable section. To her surprise, there were eggs available, though in short supply and exorbitantly priced at 50 points each. Lin Xi dared not approach that area, fearing someone might accuse her of wrongdoing. She focused on the variety of vegetables available: lettuce, cabbage, white radish, carrot, spinach, cilantro, potato, and even kale. The greens looked somewhat wilted and not particularly fresh, yet many were lined up to buy. Vegetables were also limited to 2 purchases per person per week, with a maximum of 2 kilograms per purchase at 5 points per kilogram, which was not too steep compared to the eggs. Lin Xi bought 2 kilograms of cilantro. Ye Chen found her expression of pain amusing. Usually so generous, she seemed hesitant when it came to buying vegetables. He informed her, most of the base S greens are hydroponically grown, hence the scarcity and high cost. You could try growing some yourself, but they may not thrive well. You'd need to buy nutrient solution? Not necessary, she thought. She could just use the greens from her space. Every bit saved counted. After purchasing the vegetables, they proceeded to buy the phone. The phones were sold at the Administrative Service Center, smaller and much more crudely made than pre-apocalypse models, and rather heavy. No cards were required. After paying with points and registering, they simply needed to bind it to their wristbands, and it would be ready for USA. Ye Chen guided her through the Administrative Service Center before leading her to the Abilities Association. The association was far more orderly here. On the first floor of a 3-story building, the largest area was the task hall. A gigantic display screen showcased various tasks available, complete with deadlines, locations, difficulty levels, and corresponding points. Beside it stood a self-service machine, similar to those in banks before the apocalypse. Ye Chen explained that SA self-service task reception machine. As long as you're a team member and verify your identity, you can operate it. There weren't many people inside accepting tasks, just a few here and there. Lin Xi even spotted a black panther accompanying its owner, exuding an air of authority that captivated Lin Wuwu and Lightning. The variety of mutated animals was considerable. He mentioned, in our area, there's even a macaw. You must be cautious when it speaks, don't let it hear you, or it will squawk throughout the base. And don't provoke it. It holds grudges and can throw stones at others' windows. It's registered with the Research Institute, and there's nothing we can do about it. As they walked, Ye Chen slowly shared more about the base's circumstances with her. Lin Xi found it quite fascinating. What does it do at the Research Institute? Is it a translator for mutated animals? Ye Chen replied with utmost seriousness. It's considered an experimental subject. They draw blood from it monthly. It belongs to Professor Zhang. But I suspect it's just scamming the institute. I have no proof, though. Is it really like that? Lin Xi realized she was gaining new insights. Chapter 140. Lightning's aspirations. Lin Wuwu and Lightning also expanded their horizons. A small squad of soldiers passed by, each accompanied by a military dog. When the team leader commanded the dogs to sit, the military canines swiftly complied. Ye Chen introduced her, saying, "That is the training squad for the mutated dogs. Lightning used to be a military dog as well." Lin Xi observed Lightning, who was intently focused on the squad, sitting perfectly upright at the leader's command. Even when Lin Xi called it home, it frequently glanced back. As night fell early, Lin Xi decided not to search for Wu Lingshu and the others, opting to return home directly. Qin Yuansi was working overtime and only returned in the evening. Lin Xi prepared a bowl of noodles for him, adding a piece of lettuce and a generous scoop of ginseng chicken soup along with a chicken leg, serving it as a late-night snack. Thanks to the well-regulated well water, Qin Yuansi noticed that his sleep quality improved at home, making him more inclined to rest there. Another day passed, and Lin Xi finally encountered the majestic parrot stationed at the Research Institute. Initially, she heard a peculiar barrage of insults. Fraud, fraud. That old man is despicable. Peering out from above, she saw a brightly colored parrot, nearly a meter long and quite plump, leisurely flying ahead of a breathless old man with graying hair. How can you call it a fraud? You are the Research Institute's bird. You must cooperate with the studies. Come back here. I need to draw some blood. The old man huffed. I want red dates. No red dates, no blood. My blood is gone. All gone, he lamented. The parrot alighted on a small building at a corner, cawing loudly in protest. Oh dear, no red dates today? I left you walnuts. Come down quickly. Walnuts can replenish your blood. Just ask anyone. Hurry, or you'll be caught, your feathers plucked, and you'll end up in the pot as a dish, the old man pleaded earnestly. You are just a dish, a bad old man, retorted the parrot, refusing to fly away, continuing its tirade nearby. Oh, you've mutated but learned nothing except to insult. Who taught you this? If you won't eat the walnuts, then I shall eat them myself, the old man, frustrated, walked away. The parrot tilted its head, waited a moment, then hurried to follow him. Lin Wuwu, witnessing a talking mutated beast for the first time, rushed over to join the spectacle. When Lin Xi patted it, she inadvertently noticed Lightning squatting at the gate of the yard. The outside was too cold, so she called it inside. After dismissing Lin Wuwu, Lin Xi approached Lightning and gently patted its head. It was the most sensible, composed, and dependable creature in the household. Lightning, do you wish to go outside? Lightning softly responded and glanced toward the door. Lin Xi crouched down and asked in a hushed tone, What do you want to do outside? Do you wish to find those military dogs? Lightning lowered its head, its eyes darting, unwilling to meet her gaze. She stroked its back, saying, Lightning, the outside is not safe. It is different from the time before the apocalypse when you were a military dog. There are countless dangers and fierce beasts that could tear you apart. This is the end of the world. You must stay with us, Wuwu, and I will protect you. You won't go hungry or be cold. When danger arises, just stay behind us. Isn't that better? Just play happily, Lin Xi called for Imo. Knowing they were comrades in adversity, believing that Imo's company would suffice. However, reality proved Lin Xi's thoughts were overly simplistic. Within a few days, Lin Wuwu fiercely attacked Lightning. For days, Lightning had been sulking in a corner, its brow furrowed. Lin Wuwu, being quite concerned for its most loyal little brother, naturally rushed over to show care. Consequently, a scuffle ensued. It was not so much a fight as Lin Wuwu, genuinely angry, smacked Lightning aside, drawing blood. Seeing Lightning not dodge or retaliate, Lin Wuwu let out an even louder, more furious roar and, upon Lin Xi's arrival, transformed into a cat and dashed back to its room. Lightning's wound was not deep. Just a scratch from Lin Wuwu's paw. Lin Xi washed it with well water, and the wound quickly sealed. She sighed. It wasn't intentional. I will scold it later. And why were you so foolish? You could have come to find me. Looking at Lightning's canine face, Lin Xi inexplicably sensed it was smiling, nuzzling against her, sitting upright once more. Rest well and heal your wound. Lightning, if you truly wish to leave, I won't stop you. But even if you return to being a military dog, you will face even greater dangers. You have been wounded, do you remember? You nearly died. If not for your mutation, that scar would forever remain on your body. You have grown stronger and gained abilities. But the outside world is even more perilous. A single misstep could lead to your demise, and at that time, I, Wuwu, Mo, and everyone will be heartbroken. So think carefully. As long as you stay, I can protect you forever. Having comforted one little creature, another awaited. When Lin Wuwu was in a bad mood, it would revert to its feline form and hide under the covers. Last time, it had tasted the bitterness of parting. And this time, it felt the pain of betrayal. The myriad of human emotions are challenges one must face on the path of growth. Upon entering its room, Lin Xi saw a mound under the covers. You are a tiger. It's just a dog. Don't you realize that? Why didn't you just kill it? Ah, Wuwu. I didn't mean to. I know, if we meant it, it would have been long gone. It's fine. It will rest for a couple of days. Lin Wuwu finally revealed its round, fluffy cat face, its whiskers tangled. Lin Xi helped smooth its whiskers and patted it, asking, do you want to watch a cartoon? I can put one on for you. Lin Wuwu had no desire for cartoons. It was too upset. Ah, Wuwu. I don't understand why it wants to leave. In the future, I can share all the delicious food with it. Isn't that enough? Lin Wuwu felt quite wronged, even though it was the one who initiated the altercation. Sometimes it was truly strange. When one was fierce and justified outside, seeing family or returning home could evoke a profound sense of grievance. Lin Xi embraced it, and it skillfully tucked its head under her arm, finding an inexplicable sense of security there. Lightning is wonderful. You like it, and I do too. Do you remember the first time you saw it? That round scar on its body. It must have been a gunshot wound. I suspected it was a military dog then. Military dogs grow up in the army, where they have their brothers and sisters, perhaps even their mother and father. They possess the finest lineage. It must have been incredibly brave to sustain such an injury. If it doesn't recover well, it cannot continue as a military dog. So it had to leave the army. Just think about how sad it must have been at that time. It mutated and its body healed, yet it didn't know it could return to the army. Until that day, when it saw that squad on the street. Did you see the light in its eyes? Did you notice its excitement when it heard the commands and its eagerness to try? Lin Wuwu climbed out from under her arm, regretfully exclaiming, Ah, Wuwu, we shouldn't have gone out that day. It would have been better if we stayed in. Lin Xi gently stroked its fur, saying, these past few days, I have also tried to persuade it, but it is not just a satisfied pet. It is a warrior. It grew up in training and has its own ideals. It wants to be with its comrades. There is nothing wrong with that. Ah, Wuwu, what is an ideal? Can it be eaten? Lin Wuwu still felt quite indignant. Chapter 141. The parrot baby. Lin Xi face-bombed. Wuwu, you really need to strengthen your cultural education. There is a saying here. There is no banquet that does not end, meaning that life involves both gathering and parting. No one can be together forever. Lin Wuwu leaped to its feet, standing straight and gazing at Lin Xi, asserting, Ah, Wuwu, that is not true. We will always be together. Qing Bao Wuwu, and the one who scoops the litter, we will always be together. Of course, that is us. Others cannot. Lin Xi affectionately stroked the little plump cat, finding its texture quite delightful. A few days later, Lin Xi sought out Ye Chen. Do you remember the military dog squad we saw last time? Are the dogs well fed there? Will they be sent to hunt large beasts? Do they have bulletproof vests? Is there a veterinarian? Do the trainers hit them? She asked numerous questions, while Lin Wuwu pretended unwillingly to approach. eavesdropping with perked ears. When Lin Xi glanced over, it feigned interest in the television. Ye Chen answered earnestly and even summoned Zhou Yi to Lin Xi's home. Zhou Yi appeared both astonished and delighted. Really? Can I take lightning away? Ye Chen subtly indicated for him to compose himself, noticing how upset Lin Xi was. Zhou Yi quickly straightened his expression, explaining, the process involves first sending it to the training center. After passing the evaluation, it will be dispatched to various units. But since we are the ones sending lightning, it will likely accompany our team on missions, so you can rest assured. Lin Xi urged him to inform her of any developments concerning lightning. She then gently patted Lightning's head, saying, Lightning, don't push yourself outside. If you don't want to stay, just come find your leader. As long as you are willing, we will always welcome you. Lightning nodded, glancing toward the second floor, howling a few times before following Zhou Yi out. Lin Xi turned to look back, noticing Lin Wuwu still sulking, refusing to come down to see them off. Ye Chen walked alongside her, asking, You've raised it so well, and now you're sending it away. Can you really bear it? Lin Xi felt a whirlwind of emotions. I cannot bear it, but the expression I saw from above that day, when it squatted by the door wanting to go out, is what I cannot bear even more. Never mind. Let each follow their fate. A forcibly twisted melon is never sweet. Perhaps, after facing some hardships outside, it will yearn to return. Ye Chen smirked, saying, Who says that? At least a forcibly twisted melon still exists. Whether it is sweet or not is secondary. It's certainly better than having no melon at all. Lin Xi looked at him in confusion, wondering what was troubling him. Ye Chen disguised his feelings and asked, Are you going to join Brother Yong and the others for a warm meal? Of course I will, she replied without hesitation. She couldn't possibly decline an invitation from her team. Then let's go together. Our paths align perfectly. Zhao Zhiyong and Wu Lingshu, being neighbors, decided to combine their invitations. They set up a large pot filled with hot pot ingredients, and the aroma was simply delightful. Lin Xi brought 2 bottles of white wine and 2 bottles of red wine as gifts, while Ye Chen contributed several cans of meat. Zhou Yi and his companions brought vegetables, meat, and instant noodles, creating a lively atmosphere. The best news was that Wu Lingshu found a job at the Administrative Service Center, responsible for document organization. Lin Xi was overjoyed and immediately toasted to her. Zhao Xiaoxiao fared even better, securing a position at the Water Resources Department. Her water abilities had nearly advanced 2 tiers. Although she couldn't showcase them while with Lin Xi and the others, she would undoubtedly excel at the Water Resources Department. Lin Xi felt elated, realizing that they could thrive in this apocalyptic world, provided order did not collapse. With a slight intoxication from the red wine, she inquired of Su Guangqing and Zhao Zhiyong, What about you two? You aren't waiting for someone else to support you, are you? The two were momentarily taken aback. Aren't we part of the Decepticon team? We can take on missions together. Lin Xi nodded. Indeed, we can accept missions together. I merely wish to convey that all gatherings eventually come to an end. If you find a better opportunity, I will wholeheartedly support you. I genuinely hope for your success. Lin Xi's magnanimity garnered praise from the crowd. It must be said that many teams regard member turnover as a significant taboo, often viewing it as betrayal. Only Ye Chen understood that Lin Xi's support for these 2 families was a gesture to help them find their footing in this harsh world, and she was unfazed by the possibility of their departure. Her unparalleled combat strength and her little secrets made her more inclined to be a lone wolf. Lin Wuwu did not attend the warm meal, partly due to space constraints. Its nearly 500-pound frame simply could not fit, and partly because it was still sulking. Upon returning home with Ye Chen after the meal, Lin Xi discovered a crowd gathered outside her door, watching the commotion. As she approached, her expression darkened, and a murderous aura emanated from her. Who did this? To her astonishment, there were 2 claw marks on Lin Wuwu's furry face. Who dared to provoke her? Already in a foul mood, the last thing she needed was someone adding insult to injury. Ye Chen tugged at her sleeve, indicating she should look to the side. What on earth happened? Is that a massacre? Why is there fur everywhere? Lin Xi felt inexplicably guilty and glanced at Lin Wuwu. Noticing a feather stuck between its claws, Ye Chen quickly retrieved it, and although they were still unaware of the situation, it did not hinder Lin Xi from casting a grateful glance at him. Suddenly, an elderly man with white hair rushed over, nearly fainting at the sight of the scattered feathers. Lin Wuwu angrily buried its head in Lin Xi's embrace, a massive tiger looking utterly aggrieved. As Lin Xi observed the trembling hand of the old man about to point at her, she decided to preemptively accuse the true culprit. "Oh, my dear Wuwu, what happened to you? You were perfectly fine at home. Who came into our house and grabbed your eyes? Does it hurt terribly? Can you still see? Oh heavens, what shall we do? Our Wuwu is supposed to support the family." Ye Chen admired her cleverness. In just a few sentences, she pointed out that the true culprit was not from their side and established herself as the victim, all while claiming economic damages, thus gaining the upper hand. Lin Wuwu was utterly compliant, shivering and quietly sobbing in Lin Xi's arms, evoking sympathy from all who witnessed the scene. Lin Xi contemplated whether to call Wu Lingshu for advice on how to address this avian grievance. The onlookers murmured among themselves, "Oh dear, what on earth is happening? That tiger looks so pitiful. Have you forgotten your biology lesson? That's a tiger, not a cat. So what? That over there is the little tyrant of the research institute. Serves it right for being reckless every day, and now it has met its match. Indeed, how bold to even lay a paw on a tiger. My precious baby." Professor Zheng lamented, utterly heartbroken. "Hey, fatty, come out, let me see if I can't peck you to death." The large parrot rolled on the ground, ruffling its feathers and flapping its wings. Chapter 142. The Talking Parrot. Oh, this parrot isn't dead? Lin Xi and Lin Wuwu exchanged glances, feeling somewhat disappointed that their efforts had been in vain. Professor Zheng, still wiping his tears, felt awkward. The parrot, named Baby, though alive, had lost quite a few feathers, especially from its tail, which was now completely bare. Professor Zheng, maintaining a stern demeanor, insisted on discussing compensation with Lin Xi. Naturally, she was reluctant. Our Wuwu is still a child. Look at its face, it was so beautiful and now it's ruined. I haven't even asked you for compensation yet. Professor Zheng leaned in for a closer look, retorting him, "Ruined? If you had waited a bit longer, the wound would have healed. Just look at all these feathers scattered everywhere. These are all from our baby." Lin Xi leaned in to examine the parrot, noting that aside from its missing tail feathers, it appeared relatively fine. "They're just feathers. They will grow back if it loses its flesh. Then we can discuss compensation." The parrot, enraged, flew up and down, cursing, "What? Ugly monster! Ugly monster!" Lin Wuwu, seeing it dare to insult its caretaker, was not one to back down, leaping forward with a mighty roar. "Ah Wu, you are the ugly monster." Lin Xi, seeing that Lin Wuwu was holding its own, allowed the exchange to continue. She pointed at the parrot, saying, "Old man, just look at that beak of your baby. It's still hurling insults. If it were to be bitten to death by our Wuwu, I dare say many would cheer. You should discipline it properly." Professor Zheng's eyes glinted. "Humph, our baby is also just a child. How about this? If you let me draw a vial of blood from your big tiger, I won't ask for compensation. Besides, it's just a small vial for a health check." TSK. This old man had ulterior motives, dreaming of obtaining Lin Wuwu's blood. Lin Xi, knowing that this old bird was the parrot's nemesis, waved her hand. "Humph, we have money. We can afford compensation. Silly bird, come here. Let us discuss this matter." The parrot flew over, ready to peck her. "What? Ugly monster. You owe me for my tail. Oh ho, quite bold. Aren't we?" Lin Xi conjured a 2-meter-high flame with one hand, nearly singeing the parrot's feathers. The parrot was taken aback. "What? Miss, let us discuss this calmly." Clearly, it had evolved its intelligence and was now quite astute. Lin Xi returned indoors and brought out a bag of 500 grams of red dates. "Would you like some?" The parrot swooped over, nearly falling from excitement. Red dates, my favorites." It circled around Lin Xi, exclaiming, "What a beautiful and kind-hearted lady." With the involved parties satisfied, the matter was perfectly resolved, leaving Professor Zheng with no choice but to relent. Later on, Lin Wuwu explained what transpired. It had seen the talking parrot flying over and rushed out to investigate. Little did it know that upon spotting Lin Wuwu, the parrot had insulted it, calling it a fatty, which infuriated Lin Wuwu. When it attempted to attack the parrot with a wind blade, it was surprisingly agile and adept at dodging. Lin Wuwu, unable to fly, found itself at a disadvantage, thus its older sibling took charge, while the younger sibling did the labor. While the parrot was busy gloating and cawing, Mo seized the opportunity to teleport and pinned it to the ground. The parrot, completely bewildered, was abruptly tackled by Lin Wuwu. Lin Wuwu, merely playing around, had no intention of harming it, but in the scuffle, it accidentally received a couple of scratches. In the end, it ended up pulling out the parrot's tail feathers, causing the parrot to faint from rage. This demonstrated that the one who initiates the provocation often suffers consequences. The parrot truly was insufferable. Lin Xi naturally praised Lin Wuwu for its cleverness, having taught the malicious bird a lesson without taking its life. After comforting Lin Wuwu for a while, she noticed it still seemed a bit gloomy, likely still bothered by the lightning incident. "Go cheer it up," Lin Xi suggested. "Wuwu, how about treating everyone with the meat you saved?" Lin Wuwu had killed a wild boar, and Lin Xi had only taken a small amount of bones for soup, leaving the rest of the meat. Hearing about the treat, Lin Wuwu perked up. After all, it was also a new home celebration. It was only fitting to host a warm gathering. Theo involved Lin Wuwu in the preparations. It sought Ye Chen's help to make braised pork. And Lin Xi had to muster the courage to ask for assistance. Luckily, Ye Chen lived nearby and arrived within minutes. "Our squad members, then your squad members, along with Wu Wei and Lu Yun." Lin Wuwu invited everyone it knew. Ye Chen considered for a moment and said, however, "Since it is your treat, would you like to come with me to invite them?" Lin Wuwu immediately rushed to his side. "Ah, Wu? It's Lin Wuwu treating everyone." Lin Xi wholeheartedly agreed. "Indeed, it is our Lin Wuwu treating everyone. Let our Wuwu accompany you." That works." Ye Chen initially intended to invite Lin Xi along but was taken aback by Lin Wuwu's enthusiasm. He understood Lin Xi's intentions. Lin Wuwu had been rather downcast lately, and taking it out for a stroll would surely lift its spirits. In truth, Ye Chen also intended to take it around to garner more consideration from those who might wish to approach it. With it in tow, they ventured to purchase groceries and snacks. Whenever Lin Wuwu's curiosity struck, the small pancakes by the roadside proved to be delightful treats. Ye Chen even took it into the command center to deliver items to their grandfather. As everyone was well aware of the profound connection between the formidable tiger and the Yi family. Upon Lin Wuwu's departure, the parrot named Bao Bao flew over to seek Lin Xi's attention. Squawking from outside the window, "Sister, hurry and open the door. I come bearing gifts." Lin Xi had no choice but to let it in. It sported a small bag around its neck, which contained a packet of preserved fruits. "Is this for me? Surely, it can't be poisoned," intended to eliminate her, only to draw blood from Lin Wuwu later. Lin Xi offered one to it, and it grasped it with its claws, pecking at it little by little, exclaiming, "Delicious! So delicious!" A twinge of guilt washed over Lin Xi. She realized she had harbored a touch of mischief. To make amends, she opened a bag of peanuts for it, in their shells, curious to see how this large parrot would shell them. The parrot deftly seized a peanut, punctured the shell with its sharp beak in one swift motion, and skillfully consumed the kernel, discarding the shell afterward. Lin Xi inquired, "Does drawing blood hurt?" The parrot spread its wings and nodded downwards. "It hurts terribly. It truly does. That old rascal is quite wicked." Lin Xi couldn't help but chuckle, however. If that old man were genuinely malevolent, he likely would have imprisoned it long ago, rather than allowing it to roam freely and curse at will. "Is it just your blood they draw, or others as well?" Bao Bao tilted its head in contemplation. Many, cats, dogs, leopards, mice, snakes." Bao Bao is afraid of snakes." This bird was rather amusing. Lin Xi teased it with the peanuts. "Who sent you with gifts?" Bao Bao replied while munching, "Mama asked me to deliver. Thank you for the jujubes." Just as she suspected, that cunning old man, Zhang, had no genuine kindness. She carefully packed the remaining peanuts into the bag on its back, saying, "Tell your mama there's no need for thanks. Make sure to grow your tail back soon. You are welcome to visit our home, but do not speak ill of Wuwu, nor our cats." Bao Bao flew around her in a circle, chirping, "Bao Bao will behave. I will behave," before taking its leave. Chapter 143. Each has their aspirations. Lin Wuwu had spent a delightful day out, and the guests had all been invited, lifting their spirits considerably. Lin Xi felt she was imposing too much on Ye Chen, a man of serious business who shouldn't be constantly mingling with her. She considered inviting Zhao Zhiyong to prepare pork belly, but Lin Wuwu insisted on Ye Chen's cooking. Reluctantly, Lin Xi approached Ye Chen once more. Naturally, he readily agreed, grateful that his culinary skills, honed to improve the team's meals, were once again called into service. Lin Xi did not wish for anything overly complex. Nowadays, hosting was quite straightforward. A hot pot on a frigid day was the perfect choice, rich in flavor and hearty, an ideal remedy for life's hardships. Alongside it, a pot of braised pork, An obsession of Lin Wuwu's was an order Lin Xi planned for Ye Chen to prepare a larger quantity, storing the leftovers for leisurely consumption later. She sauteed the hot pot spices and added them to the pork bone broth, utilizing 2 induction cookers and 2 large pots due to the number of guests. Stainless steel bowls were filled with an assortment of ingredients: mutated pork slices, mutated lamb slices, mutated chicken, bean sprouts, potato slices, lettuce, coriander, pre-soaked kelp, shiitake mushrooms, bamboo shoots, along with noodles and vermicelli suitable for the hot pot. There was also ample rice to ensure everyone was satiated. Lin Xi had no shortage of supplies and generously provided for her guests, though she worried about the origins of these ingredients. Most were readily available from supply points, while the remaining dry goods had been stored for some time, which was acceptable. Zhou Yi, Zhao Hui, and others arrived, bringing 2 rabbits, which Lin Xi asked Zhao Zhiyong to help prepare as an additional dish. Wu Wei and Lu Yun presented her with a portable stove, metal and foldable, transforming into a cooking apparatus complete with pots and lids, suitable for any fuel source, making it incredibly convenient for outdoor use. Su Qiuming, Yi Ping'an, and Yu Xiaofeng gifted her a large bag of flour. Zhao Xiaoxiao and Wu Lingshu brought sweet potato and glutinous rice flour pancakes, along with a hefty bag of dumplings they had made, perfect for frying. The gathering was lively, with the aroma of hot pot wafting through the air, accompanied by laughter and the roars of the tiger, creating the most picturesque scene in Lin Xi's heart. As they dined, conversations flowed, and in 4 months, the extreme cold would pass, paving the way for the true trials of the apocalypse with the onset of intense heat. The central base and military base had disseminated messages via radio, urging survivors to swiftly enter various survival bases. Each base was dispatching a significant number of personnel to assist outside survivors in gaining entry while also announcing numerous rescue missions. Many teams, like Wu Wei and Ye Chen's, were preparing to set out, tasked with clearing out all gangs and escorting any survivors to the nearest survival bases. Zhao Xiaoxiao mentioned that the water department's ability users were tirelessly releasing water, with the base demanding an increase in ice storage efforts. The released water was being transported outside to freeze and subsequently stored in the cellar. Households with cellars were also encouraged to stockpile ice. Zhao Zhiyong conferred with Lin Xi about which missions to undertake. Lin Xi was disinclined to accept tasks related to survivors and agreed to take on the mission of searching for energy crystals. In the underground research facility of Base 8, energy crystals from mutated flora and fauna had already been discovered, and the points for the energy crystal search mission were the highest posted in the task hall. Having hosted the warm gathering, Lin Wuwu was feeling much better, often taking the tiger and the 5 cats out for strolls. The sight of a large tiger accompanied by 6 cats had become a charming spectacle at the research center, drawing many curious onlookers. Bao Bao and Lin Wuwu had formed an unlikely friendship, with Bao Bao often inviting Wuwu out to play, despite still lacking its tail feathers. People nearby remarked that the once solitary bully of the research institute had now become a duo. Lin Xi also got to know Bao Bao's owner, a sharp and capable middle-aged woman with short hair, the daughter of the old man Zhang. She worked at the research institute, exuding cleanliness and efficiency, with a faint scent of soap lingering when one approached her. Though their acquaintance was merely cordial, she would often send Bao Bao with little treats for Lin Xi, as a gesture of gratitude for the snacks she provided. Such interactions brought Lin Xi great comfort, for a gentleman's friendship is as gentle as water. Time flew, and Lin Xi had been at the base for over 10 days. She intended to venture out in search of energy crystals. However, there was one more task to accomplish before that. Lin Xi packed a backpack, taking the tiger and the cats with her as she stepped outside. Along the way, people greeted Lin Wuwu. Oh, Wuwu, out for a stroll again. Wuwu, you've lost a cat. Don't you see? Wow, Wuwu is becoming more handsome. Wuwu, you have quite the entourage. They're just a bit small. Lin Xi watched as Lin Wuwu alternated between pride and showing its teeth. They had barely traversed half the distance when Imo Xiaoyi began to rebel, stubbornly refusing to move along with its siblings. Having grown adept at manipulating Lin Xi, she had no choice but to stuff all 5 into her backpack. She headed to the mutated animal training center. Upon entering, Lin Wuwu's expression shifted dramatically. Its already round face puffed up even further, resembling an indignant balloon. Lin Xi coaxed it. We must see if it has embarrassed you. Reluctantly, it followed along. Zhou had already greeted the staff at the training center, and Lin Xi walked straight in. Inside was an icy training ground where several mutated dogs were being trained to sit, lie down, navigate obstacles, and retrieve items under the guidance of their trainers. Lightning was among them, standing tall with a sleek coat, demonstrating agility and speed in completing the tasks. Initially sulking, Lin Wuwu found itself irresistibly drawn to Lightning's powerful and graceful form, realizing that this Lightning was entirely different from the one at home. The household's Lightning was languid and gentle, while this one radiated sharpness and vigilance. After 20 minutes, Lightning completed its training. Upon seeing Lin Xi, the trainer released its leash. Lightning bounded over, and Lin Xi crouched to embrace it, genuinely impressed by its progress. The 5 kittens gathered around, chattering excitedly, prompting Lightning's demeanor to soften as it lay down, allowing the small ones to clamber over it playfully. Momo bumped its nose against Lightning's, then glanced at Lin Wuwu. Though Lin Wuwu felt a twinge of discomfort, it had no choice but to put on a brave face in front of everyone, declaring, "Ah Wu, you haven't embarrassed me after all. You are my little brother. If anyone bullies you, just tell me. I will help you fight them." Lightning approached and nuzzled against it, softly chirping. Moments later, Lin Wuwu dashed to the far side of the training ground and let out a triumphant howl, sending the military dogs into a flurry of anxiety. Satisfied, it exclaimed, "Ah Wu, I warned them not to bully you." Lin Xi couldn't help but find the situation amusing, but she had no intention of intervening in their affairs. Lightning clearly exuded the aura of a disciplined unit, while Wuwu embodied a sense of chivalry. Even after Lightning's departure, it bore no real anger and still considered it a brother, willing to protect it. The reason for Lin Xi bringing Lin Wuwu to see Lightning was to convey that each has their aspirations, and so do dogs. Separation need not be viewed as a bad thing, and it was unnecessary to harbor resentment. Chapter 144. The mutated armor-piercing beast. Lin Xi accompanied Zhao Zhiyong to the task hall, where the topmost task on the screen was the search for energy crystals. The task outlined the locations and forms of the previously discovered mutated flora and fauna. After reviewing, she accepted all the nearby targets, drawing quite a few curious glances. The current tasks are predominantly undertaken by military squads, with only a handful of extraordinary ability teams engaging in such endeavors, most of whom are focused on survivor-related missions. After Lin Xi confirmed her assignment, she meticulously organized her equipment and prepared several days' worth of dinners for Qin Yuansi before setting off with the Battle Tiger team in their RV. The vast expanse of ice shimmered with a cold, silvery glow, as the frigid wind swept across the ice. A sharp and crisp howling sound could be heard. Suddenly, with a resounding crack, the entire ice surface was breached, and a massive creature, 3 meters tall and covered in jet-black scales, leapt forth. Its skull was rounded, trailing a long, flat tail, and its robust limbs featured 5 toes, each tipped with razor-sharp claws capable of effortlessly slicing through the ice. Its nearly 3-meter-long tongue was soft and agile, coated in slime, ready to ensnare anyone it touched and drag them closer. Its formidable scaly armor rendered it invulnerable to blades and bullets, functioning like a brutal series of shredders that could tear apart any creature that ventured too close. Lin Xi had been pursuing it for an entire day. The night before, while she and her companions were resting in the RV, they heard something pounding against the vehicle. The RV shook violently under the attack, prompting Lin Xi to rush outside with Imo and Lin Wuwu, charging towards the mutated beast. Illuminated by flames, she discerned that it was a pitch-black mutated pangolin. This creature was a mutation of the pangolin, preying on smaller mutated beasts and extraordinary individuals. In other words, whether it was Imo, Lin Wuwu, or herself, including Zhao Zhiyong and Su Guangqing, they were all on its menu. As Lin Wuwu exited the vehicle, her hefty frame of over 400 pounds quickly drew the attention of the mutated pangolin, which immediately ensnared her with its slimy tongue. With a furious roar, Lin Wuwu raised her claws and unleashed a flurry of wind blades. Yet the creature's scales absorbed the attack without so much as a scratch, while she was dragged several meters forward. Gathering her strength, Lin Wuwu dug her claws into the ice and bellowed, "Help! Someone, please help!" In the nick of time, Lin Xi unleashed a fire attack, while Imo teleported to strike at the dripping tongue. Sensing the impending danger, the mutated pangolin swiftly retracted its tongue and charged forward, its powerful forelimbs creating a whistling sound as its reflective claws occasionally tore through the ice. Lin Wuwu, agile as the wind, dodged and leapt onto its back, attempting to bite down, but found it impenetrable. Simultaneously, Imo appeared at the creature's throat, slashing its exterior, but to no avail. No blood was shed. Lin Xi formed a fireball and hurled it, causing an explosion that finally made the mutated pangolin realize the threat it faced. It curled into a ball, using its armored scales for protection. Zhao Ziyong quickly loaded a .50 caliber sniper round, aiming for a shot, but the darkness of the night prevented him from hitting a vital spot. The impact sent the creature tumbling, but it remained unharmed. Realizing that these potential meals were proving troublesome, the mutated pangolin rolled into an ice cave, in the pitch blackness of the night. None of them dared to follow it immediately, opting instead to shine their flashlights into the cave. The entrance was less than 2 meters in diameter, and it was evident from the edges that the mutated pangolin had excavated it. Located less than 100 meters from their RV, the pangolin? I never expected it to mutate to such a size. Zhao Ziyong gasped in astonishment. Throughout their journey, they had dispatched numerous mutated plants and animals, but encountering one of such magnitude was unprecedented. Lin Xi, unfazed, remarked, "The energy from the mist has settled into the stagnant water and soil. Freezing into it can traverse freely through both ice and earth, naturally absorbing a significant amount of energy to grow to this size. It's not surprising at all." Zhao Ziyong, wide-eyed, replied, "But what happens after extreme heat? Wouldn't it grow even larger?" Lin Xi, equally astonished, responded, "Zhao, this is the apocalypse. Do you think I'm joking? A 6th-tier spider can be larger than 2 small buildings combined. Its silk is thicker than an arm and can spawn thousands of smaller spiders. Blades and bullets are useless against it." Su Guangqing felt a pang of guilt for not discovering this creature sooner. He truly hadn't thought to investigate beneath the solid ice, never anticipating such a creature could leap forth from beneath it. Lin Xi bore no ill will towards him. She herself had not anticipated encountering a mutated pangolin. Was that even considered good fortune? Zhao Ziyong reflected on the bleak future, his mind a chaotic whirlpool. Lin Xi cast a sidelong glance at him, invulnerable to blades and impervious to fire. "Just imagine how many points we could earn. The meat, the scales, and the energy crystals. What do you think?" Zhao Ziyong calculated in his mind and soon brightened up. "All right, I'll pursue it first. Let's not let it escape." Lin Xi, confident, replied, "It's the dead of night. You should take a rest. Don't worry, as long as it digs, it won't get away. This mutated pangolin is ours." Lin Xi climbed onto the roof of the RV to inspect it, noting a few scratches from where it had been struck, but thankfully, there was no other damage. For safety, they decided to move the RV further away, though Su Guangqing insisted on keeping watch and refused to sleep. Lin Xi and Zhao Ziyong reluctantly acquiesced. At dawn, Lin Xi set out to locate the mutated pangolin, declining Zhao Ziyong and Su Guangqing's offers of assistance. "I have a way to find it, and you'll only slow me down." Su, take a breather. "When the moment comes, I need you to deliver a powerful strike to its brain, delaying its movements by a second or two. Zhao, be ready. I don't believe its eyes are armored. That 1 or 2 seconds will be your chance." Both Zhao Ziyong and Su Guangqing nodded, complying with her plan. Once Lin Xi had distanced herself, she retrieved a white snow vehicle from her spatial storage. Akin to a medium-sized motorcycle, capable of reaching speeds exceeding 100 kilometers per hour. The mist from Qingbao could permeate the ice cave, and under Qingbao's guidance, Lin Xi found her quarry in under 2 hours. After retracing her path, she returned to bring Zhao Ziyong and Su Guangqing to set up an ambush. The ice cave featured several exits, and at the same time, Lin Xi and Qingbao deployed tear gas at other exits, leaving this one, still covered in ice, for Lin Wuwu to lie in wait. The mutated pangolin indeed broke through the ice from this very spot, with Lin Wuwu being the fastest to charge in, utilizing her agile movements to evade and confuse the creature. Chapter 145. Decision to return. Lin Xi had already informed her that they should avoid direct confrontation, focusing instead on exhausting the mutated pangolin's strength, while she supported Lin Wuwu from the sidelines. The mutated pangolin, infuriated, clearly recalled the meals it had missed. Lin Xi conjured a web of flames, repelling the beast's relentless assaults and granting Lin Wuwu the space she needed. The mutated pangolin, increasingly enraged, realized that these seemingly insignificant morsels dared to provoke it, swung its long, agile tail down with great force, sending shards of ice flying across the surface, while its slimy tongue lunged towards Lin Xi. With a cold smile, she noted that its tongue lacked scales. She drew her black blade and slashed at the lengthy appendage. The mutated pangolin howled in pain as its tongue was severed. Blood spilling profusely. Retracting its tongue, it resorted to relying solely on its hardened body to charge and trample. Although Lin Xi's fiery cage caused it discomfort, it failed to inflict significant damage, as the creature was entirely covered in scales. With only its neck and belly lacking the same sharp defenses, yet still offering sufficient protection. Lin Xi's efforts to ensnare and tire it were merely intended to deplete its strength. After all, her powers could be replenished with a well of water. Half an hour passed, and the pangolin's movements noticeably slowed, prompting Lin Wuwu to begin panting. Lin Xi instructed her to drink some water while she elevated her flames to 5 meters high, deflecting another wave of assaults from the mutated pangolin. The creature, watching the flames before it, became agitated and began to pound the ice surface, hurling massive chunks toward Lin Xi. Yet, the temperature of her flames was so intense that the ice blocks melted before they could draw near. Finally, the mutated pangolin came to a halt, cautiously retreating, sensing that it had expended much of its strength, while perceiving that these morsels were still dangerous. The moment had arrived. "Old Su," Lin Xi issued her command. Su Guangqing poured all his mental energy into a steel needle, aiming for the pangolin's brain, resulting in a wave of dizziness that nearly caused him to topple over. Zhao Zhiyong, steady in his aim, simultaneously fired 2 bullets, both striking the mutated pangolin's eyes. The bullets wreaked havoc within the creature's head, which let out a mournful cry before collapsing. Lin Xi was thoroughly satisfied. They had captured the mutated pangolin. "Its energy crystals are mine, but the meat and scales are all yours," she declared, retrieving the energy crystals and stowing them away. Zhao Zhiyong chuckled. "If it's useful to you, take it. If it weren't for your support, we wouldn't have been able to take down so many mutated creatures. We'd have lost our lives long ago." They had been out for over a month, primarily sweeping through mutated animals and plants. Mutated rats, bats, bees, wild boars, and crocodiles had all fallen to their efforts, and they even captured a live mutated marten, likely a remnant from before the apocalypse, which they handed over to a military team for transport back to the research facility. The mutated plants were even more numerous, although most had yet to fully develop. However, one snow pine had grown into a forest on its own. Had it not been for Lin Xi, they would have long been pierced through by the sharp, needle-like projectiles it launched in those moments. To claim they were unafraid would have been a lie. Yet, these mutated plants, impervious to bullets, truly feared fire. Lin Xi was undoubtedly their nemesis. Su Guangqing sat helplessly on the icy surface. Echoing, "Indeed, with your guidance, our abilities have surged at an accelerated pace. Why would we quibble over such trivialities? If you like it, take it all." On this outing, not only had his powers enhanced, but his marksmanship had also improved. Zhao Zhiyong relied on experience and instinct for his shooting, while Su merely needed to channel his mental energy into the bullets to achieve perfect accuracy. Lin Xi pondered for a moment. "I will prioritize this. Let us divide it from my share. We must uphold the integrity of our team." Behind the RV, a sealed container, the size of a truck, was filled with the mutated creatures and plants they had hunted. All frozen solid. The trio dissected the mountain-digging beast before carefully placing it inside. During the dissection, Zhao Zhiyong noticed that the edges of the mutated beast scales were as sharp as blades. He sliced off 2 substantial pieces of meat, intending to salt and roast them for a meal. He also realized that consuming the flesh of mutated creatures replenished energy for the ability users. It was no wonder those mutated beasts were constantly seeking to devour ability users. The reasoning was likely mutual. The 3 of them, along with a tiger and 6 cats, devoured 30 pounds of roasted meat. There were a few roasted potatoes as well. Lin Xi consumed 1, while Zhao Zhiyong and Su Guangqing divided the remainder, each sipping a bowl of bean sprout soup. The soup was made from canned cream of mushroom, heated and supplemented with a handful of yellow bean sprouts. Unlike animals, humans cannot thrive solely on meat. As for the taste, well, when out in the wild, as long as it is edible, it suffices after satisfying their hunger. Zhao Zhiyong scrutinized the paper map, straining to discern their direction. "Which way shall we proceed next?" Lin Xi stood up and took a few steps, prompting Imo Xiaoyi to scamper over and nuzzle against her. "That should suffice. Let us make our way back slowly. There's no rush. We can see what we encounter along the way." Su Guangqing agreed. According to the base, in just over 2 months, the heat will be intense. But they cannot specify the exact timing. By then, All this ice will have turned to water. Will we venture out again after returning? We must avoid flooding. Lin Xi considered this. Indeed, the time was approaching. Let us return slowly. Once we are back, we shall wait until the water recedes before venturing out again. Living on the edge every day is rather exhausting. However, Zhao Zhiyong said earnestly, we are not at all weary. Thanks to you, we have eaten well, rested comfortably, and remained safe. I could indulge for quite some time. Lin Xi chuckled. You should tone down your indulgence. Do you not miss your sister? Turning around, she spotted Lin Wuwu and Mo Xiaoyi, who again attempted to clamber into her arms, while Lin Wuwu, being larger, effortlessly nudged it aside. Perhaps due to their energetic upbringing on well water, the kittens had begun to grow, each slightly larger than Mo Xiaoyi. Mo Xiaoyi was nearly as big as its mother, and despite its size, it still sought comfort in her embrace, which was somewhat comical. However, aside from Mo Xiaoyi, the other four had yet to exhibit any abilities. Mo was currently quite strict with Mo Xiaoyi, delivering a sound thrashing whenever it bullied its younger siblings. Consequently, Mo Xiaoyi often sought refuge with Lin Xi to complain. Having reached a consensus, they redirected their RV towards the north. Chapter 146. An encounter with the Blazing Flame team. The following day, Qing Bao informed Lin Xi of a nearby building housing a formidable mutated plant. Lin Xi, not wanting to miss the opportunity, decided to investigate. She prompted Su Guangqing to sense for any potential targets nearby. Now at the second tier, Su's sensing range and accuracy had significantly improved. Upon Lin Xi's nudge, he vaguely detected a surge of energy. Su Guangqing could not hide his astonishment. He felt his own enhancement was considerable, yet Lin Xi's sensing ability surpassed his. As if she were omnipotent, if Lin Xi knew his thoughts, she would surely tell him he was overthinking it. While Su Guangqing continued to sense, he guided Zhao Zhiyong. The RV arrived at a residential complex, which was situated at a higher elevation than the surrounding area, yet most buildings remained submerged in ice, with only a third of a few tall structures visible. Their target was one of these buildings. Lin Xi unleashed her mental energy, discovering that there were no living occupants within. However, in another building, a few ability users were present. After their vehicle came to a halt, these users approached. Typically, Zhao Zhiyong would be the one to engage in dialogue. He was unperturbed by the prospect of Lin Xi stirring trouble, but was wary of trouble befalling her. Thus, Lin Xi sat leisurely in the vehicle, affectionately stroking Mo Xiaoyi, whose silky fur felt delightful to touch. Lin Wuwu, on the other hand, was a heap of flesh sprawled on the RV floor, wriggling about. Upon Zhao Zhiyong's return, he informed them that these individuals were from the Blazing Flame team, the same team that accompanied Zhou Limin during their last visit to Base Number 8, all affiliated with the Northern Military Base. Lin Xi's immediate reaction was, what are they doing here? Are they attempting to intercept us? However, that was not the case. Zhao Zhiyong anticipated her thoughts. These individuals had been present for 3 to 4 days, tasked with exterminating the mutated plants within the building. Unfortunately, they had ventured in twice, sustaining injuries to 2 of their members, and were now uncertain whether to stay or leave. This piqued Lin Xi's interest. Oh, what exactly is inside? Zhao Zhiyong shook his head. They have no idea. They merely described it as a dark void. They collapsed before even encountering their target. It seems they are reluctant to divulge further details. Su Guangqing massaged his temples, murmuring, not only do they wish to withhold information, but I suspect they may be waiting for us to enter, hoping to play the role of the yellow bird in the scenario. With that said, Lin Xi had no objections. She smiled brightly. Let them be the yellow birds. Otherwise, how would we turn the tables on them? Lin Xi was formidable. Yet she never resorted to robbing teams weaker than her. However, if someone were to foolishly provoke her, she would certainly welcome the challenge. On their journey, they had encountered 3 groups of robbers, and Lin Xi had dispatched each one, claiming their possessions. Regrettably, the current ability user teams were rather impoverished, lacking substantial loot. The Blazing Flame team, being part of the Northern Military Base, might possess something of value. Zhao Zhiyong was indifferent. Whoever dared to target the Ba Tianhu team would meet their demise along the way. Lin Xi alighted from the vehicle with Lin Wuwu, leaving Mo and the others inside it. As the trio surveyed the surroundings of the complex, the members of the Blazing Flame team were also observing them. The Blazing Flame team had set up a tent in the adjacent building. Guanzai Lin, the leader of the Blazing Flame team, donned a gray fur coat and wielded fire abilities. They only have 3 members. Yet they dare to enter. A bearded man in a military coat, known as Lao Hu, grumbled. Zhou Limin mentioned their team is quite formidable. A short-haired woman named Qin Yu scoffed. No matter how formidable, they are merely 3 in number. Let them try to enter. What if something goes awry? She smirked slightly, feeling envious of the glamorous lifestyle she had observed the last time they crossed paths. Perhaps this time, they could reap the rewards of a fisherman's catch. She coveted that vehicle and its cargo. Unfortunately, Guanzai Lin always donned a facade of righteousness. After contemplating, she finally suggested, we VE sustained injuries as well. This mission may be beyond our grasp. Instead, why not trail behind them? If they encounter any trouble, we can provide timely support. After all, if we warn them about the dangers, they may not take us seriously. A bald man leaned against the wall, nursing an injured leg. Lin Xiaohai glared at his wounded limb, his expression darkening. Do you really think you're so benevolent? He had inexplicably sustained an injury and harbored suspicions that this woman had a hand in it. Observing the brewing conflict, Guanzai Lin interjected diplomatically. All right, if we join forces, we might stand a chance. However, if they are truly that formidable, they likely want to ally with us. Following them is a bad idea. We can assist from the sidelines, and this threat must be eliminated eventually. Besides, if we succeed, the points earned would grant us a respite. He instructed Lao Hu, go and inquire if they require our assistance. Lin Xi certainly needed no aid. Su Guangqing sensed again, puzzled. Strange, why is this building so clean? Lin Xi inquired. Oh, what do you mean by clean? Su Guangqing replied. This isn't a rescue point. Logically, no one should have come to clean it. Yet it seems there isn't a single corpse in this building. Most likely dragged away by the mutated plants, Lin Xi concluded. The contents inside appeared intriguing, but it was inconsequential. Fire was the greatest nemesis of plants. Lin Xi contemplated further. You two stay outside. Plants fear bullets but dread fire. I fear that if a fire ignites, it may inadvertently harm you. Wuwu, be a good girl and wait for me in the vehicle. The two exchanged glances, filled with helplessness. Their squad leader was too powerful, making them feel like burdens. Zhao Zhiyong's earth abilities were somewhat lacking against mutated plants, while Su Guangqing's mental abilities would only begin to shine in the later stages, rendering him vulnerable in the early stages. Fortunately, they possessed self-awareness and did not intend to impede Lin Xi, leading Lin Wuwu back to the RV. Lin Xi gracefully entered the building. Guanzai Lin was taken aback. What is going on? That young girl from their team entered alone. Lao Hu stroked his beard. That can't be. She must be going to scout. Qin Yu lowered her head, seemingly oblivious, yet the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Lin Xi entered the building, which was indeed shrouded in darkness. She donned her night vision goggles and gas mask. Based on her experience, mutated plants were notorious for their toxic traits. Chapter 147, Robbed. Qing Bao led her deeper into a darker direction. Along the way, the ground and walls bore the charred marks of flames, indicating that there were members of the Blaze squad with fire abilities. It made sense. Currently, fire and lightning abilities held the upper hand against mutated plants. A segment of root stealthily followed Lin Xi. The moment it appeared, she sensed a surge of new energy. As Lin Xi advanced further. The darkness thickened, and the roots multiplied. They crawled across the corridor, and when Lin Xi turned a corner, all the roots shot towards her like arrows. Seeking death, Lin Xi conjured a fiery net, ensnaring the arrow-like roots, which turned to ashes mere seconds later. The multitude of roots that had filled the corridor vanished. Lin Xi had incinerated a portion, but some had managed to escape. You think you can flee? No matter how clever these mutated plants are, they cannot evade my grasp. Continuing forward, she discovered a 3-room apartment with a sub-meter-wide ice hole in the living room. Could it be that those roots dragged the corpses down through here? What exactly was the main body of these roots? Lin Xi was thoroughly impressed. One could excuse the burrowing capabilities of mutated mountain beasts, but how could a plant also tunnel? She meticulously inspected the traces around the ice hole, concluding it resembled a cavity formed as the roots gradually expanded. Beneath it lay an unknown entity. In this extreme cold, devoid of sunlight, the roots were growing rather quickly. What would happen when the heat intensified? Lin Xi retrieved 2 glow sticks from her space, bent them, and shook them, producing a bright light. She tossed the glow sticks into the ice hole in 2 stages, confirming that it was less than 50 meters deep. Lin Xi then produced a set of lifting equipment. A professional climbing gun secured the grappling hook firmly to a load-bearing wall, and she donned the safety rope. Wrapping the fire line around herself, Lin Xi began to descend slowly into the ice hole. The walls were encrusted with soil from the climbing roots, yet the roots had curiously vanished. Upon reaching the bottom, she discovered a pit, which emitted a crunching sound beneath her feet. To her horror, it was a mound of human bones. What on earth was this ghastly place, and how ravenous could it be? Lin Xi advanced a few steps with her flashlight, only to feel something lunging at her. Ha! After erecting a fire net as a barrier, she incinerated everything in sight. Those roots that had escaped earlier were no concern. She would burn as many as came her way, oblivious to whether they were toxic, thankfully having donned her gas mask well in advance. After incinerating several waves of roots, she finally glimpsed what lay beyond the pile of roots in the corner of the pit. Clusters of roots enveloped an enormous flower. To put it bluntly, it resembled 2 square meters of palms glued together, covered in slime, with jagged spikes lining the edges, resembling teeth. It was a mutated man-eating tree. This tree emitted a paralyzing scent. Its slime, when in contact with skin, would dissolve flesh into pus, and its interlaced spikes would pierce the body to siphon blood. This was a double dose of poison. Her gas mask was indeed a wise choice. Yet, how had this tree grown to such a size? Was it due to an overabundance of absorbed energy? Lin Xi had no time to ponder. Immediately, she unleashed her fiery net to ensnare it and hurled 2 fireballs its way. The mutated man-eating tree rolled on the ground, but Lin Xi would not allow it to escape the flames. She tossed several incendiary devices into its flower. These were solid gasoline, and she had no doubt they would incinerate it. The remaining roots writhed desperately, attempting to extinguish the flames, but to no avail. Lin Xi commanded the flames to surge toward the mutated man-eating tree's flower and roots. After several minutes, a profound silence fell. The mutated man-eating tree was reduced to a heap of ashes. Leaving behind only a red energy crystal, she picked up the energy crystal and surveyed her surroundings. As a precaution, she retrieved 2 blocks of TNT and set the detonation devices. Activating the elevator, Lin Xi climbed back up from the hole, packed her equipment, and hastily departed. Upon exiting the staircase, she activated the detonation device, and with 2 muffled explosions, the entire building began to tremble. Did I use too much explosive? She hadn't intended to demolish the building. Regardless, it was of little consequence. After all, the structure was unoccupied. In the future, such explosive tasks would be better suited for Zhao Zhiyong. Fearing the building might collapse upon her, Lin Xi sprinted at full speed, reaching an open area just as the structure began to crumble. However, she found herself confronted by a gun pressed against her back. Oh, a robbery? How delightful! Lin Xi raised her hands and slowly turned around, flashing a radiant smile at the short-haired woman before her. Guanzai, hearing the commotion, rushed over. She paused for a moment at the scene, then bellowed, "Qin Yu, what are you doing?" But Qin Yu paid no heed. Her gaze fixed intently on Lin Xi. "I initially thought you were just a pretty face, but it seems you possess quite a bit of skill. However, how does it feel to have exhausted your abilities?" Lin Xi suddenly understood. Qin Yu believed she had just emerged from a fierce battle and was now here to scavenge. It appeared this woman was no stranger to picking up the pieces, which implied considerable rewards. Lin Xi felt rather pleased and cheerfully replied, "You certainly have experience." Guanzai's mood was far from bright. The Batian whose squad evidently had close ties with the authorities. How could she dare? Suppressing her fury, she said, "Qin Yu, you're insane. The ability user guild prohibits infighting. Put down the gun." Qin Yu found this amusing. "Ha ha ha, Captain Guan, you truly are naive. Do you think you could ascend to the helm of the ability user guild without my help? Without me, how could you have completed any missions? Now, all you need to do is wait patiently, and I can help you acquire their vehicles and supplies. Look, they even have explosives. Don't you want them? If we eliminate her, all of it will belong to us." While Qin Yu spoke, her eyes and attention remained glued to Lin Xi, cautious as ever. However, Guanzai was genuinely irritating. If not for the disdain towards women in leadership roles, did she really believe the title of leader would fall to her? Defeating someone requires strength, but outsmarting someone demands understanding of the human heart. She noticed 2 members of the Batian whose squad approaching. "Captain, just pretend you didn't see anything and go back. All right." Look, her own teammate is even anxious. Any guesses why? Because once she is gone, their spoils will only need to be divided in half. So, as long as I kill her, it's beneficial for everyone. Wouldn't you agree? Her voice suddenly rose. Suddenly called out by Zhao Ziyong, he looked at her with a bewildered expression. If you put it that way, then we're quite pleased. Chapter 148. The Cost of Redemption. Qin Yu's grip on the gun remained unwavering. Ha ha ha, Captain Guan. This is precisely how a leader should act. Hand over the energy crystal. Lin Xi waved the energy crystal in her hand. Is this what you meant? Before she could scrutinize it further, a dark shadow flickered into existence and vanished. Qin Yu screamed, losing her grip on the gun, which clattered to the ground. Her right hand was mangled and bleeding. Yet she stubbornly unleashed vines with her left hand, charging toward Lin Xi. Unfortunately, those vines disintegrated before they could reach her. Clutching her wounded hand, she stumbled back a few paces, her venomous gaze fixed on Guan's eye. Shouting, "Useless thing, come help me!" Lin Xi seized her by the throat. Zhao Ziyong sighed. Isn't it better to be alive? Why must you target our captain? What is the point? What? She is the captain of Batonhu. Qin Yu felt a chill creep up from her crown. Lin Xi, smiling sweetly as she tightened her grip around her throat, effortlessly lifted her off the ground. Watching her panic and flail, Lin Xi relished the moment. Locking eyes with her. "Oh, you are quite audacious, aren't you? Those who dared to plot against me have long since perished." Observing her face turn purple from asphyxiation, her eyes filled with fear gradually losing their spark, Lin Xi finally snapped her neck and tossed her to the ground. The members of the Blaze squad were left in shock. So much the act of murder itself. Killing had become commonplace in the post-apocalyptic world. Whether by gun, knife, or ability, but witnessing someone snap another's neck with their bare hands was somewhat gruesome. No wonder, Zhou Limin repeatedly warned against provoking members of Batian-Hu. As they watched Qin Yu crumple to the ground like a rag doll. Lao Hu muttered a regretful remark. Lin Xi scoffed, slowly approaching him, coldly stating, "Is it truly regrettable? Would you like me to send you along with her?" Lao Hu snapped back to reality, waving his hands frantically. No, you misunderstand. Our base has rules. Infighting among ability users is strictly prohibited, and if discovered, one can report it to the supervisory team with evidence. However, conflicts are inevitable outside, as long as you retain evidence and leave the person alive. You can send them to the Research Institute for a reward of 200 points. Well, that is indeed a bit regrettable. Although Lin Xi was not lacking in points, she believed in being prudent. Losing 200 points without reason was simply not worth it. She glanced at Zhao Ziyong, who, as expected, wore a face of distress and regret. Guan Zai, pale-faced, approached and whispered, "I'm sorry. Regardless of the circumstances, it's our fault. I can offer compensation. 2,000 points is all we have. Moreover, this task was accomplished by your team, and we shall report to the base, transferring the rewards for this mission to you." Indeed, while this captain may not be particularly effective, he demonstrates a commendable sense of pragmatism. Lin Xi, disinclined to pursue a path of total annihilation and averse to dealing with such matters, entrusted Zhao Ziyong to handle the negotiations. She herself retreated to the RV for a shower, as her time spent scrambling in the ice cave left her less than pristine. After her bath, having dried her hair, she noticed Zhao Ziyong's return. Upon his arrival, he appeared somewhat reflective, realizing that many members of the ability user squad faced considerable hardships. Not only did they sometimes fail to complete missions and thus earn no points, but they could also incur point deductions. For instance, injuries, while minor ones could be manageable, severe injuries could lead to disabilities, and medical treatment required points. Not every ability user squad could enjoy the unassailable success of the Batian-Hu squad. He felt fortunate once again that Lin Xi was leading them. Lin Xi gazed at him intently, causing a shiver of apprehension to run through him. She suspiciously inquired, Didn't he give him anti-inflammatory medication? Did you?" She had seen the injuries sustained by members of the La Yin squad. Zhao Ziyong, with a wooden expression, replied, "How could that be? I didn't." He had learned from experience that maintaining a stoic demeanor made it difficult for Lin Xi to discern whether he spoke the truth or fabricated lies. Lin Xi knew him well. Despite his harsh exterior, he had shown kindness after enduring many tribulations in his previous life, and in this life, he was faring quite well, as long as he was not a malevolent individual. He would certainly lend a helping hand to those in need beneath his very nose. Lin Xi was indifferent. She lacked the energy to quibble over trivialities. The carnivorous tree proved to be an unexpected boon. Its energy crystal appeared to be of the third tier, and coupled with the fragment from the mutated mountain beast, she now possessed 2 third-tier energy crystals. Placing these crystals into the well water, Qingbao danced joyfully about .as for the lower-tier ones. They could be returned for mission completion. They resumed their journey homeward. Zhao Zhiyong remarked that the northern base placed considerable importance on ability users and enforced strict regulations. Individuals like Qianyu, who openly engaged in robbery, would likely be detained by the inspection team, provided evidence was retained. Unless she ceased returning to the base and ventured to another, criminal acts committed at one base would be reported to others. In this apocalyptic world, staying at the base at least provided a semblance of sustenance and a secure night's sleep, while outside lay only endless dangers and marauders. Those ability users dissatisfied with their ordinary existence at the base sought to carve out territories beyond, expanding their influence, facing not only survival and safety concerns, but also the onslaught of military forces. The RV traveled northward without encountering further mishaps. Zhao Zhiyong and Su Guangqing took turns driving, leaving Lin Xi to accompany Lin Wuwu and Imo Xiaoyi in watching horror films. Lin Xi found herself bored. Gazing at the cattle in the space made her salivate, yet she was unwilling to slaughter and butcher them herself. She instructed Qingbao to locate 4 robust cattle and position them along their route. As Zhao Zhiyong and Su Guangqing drove, they spotted several small black dots on the ice surface, which upon closer inspection turned out to be cattle. Uncertain of how they had mysteriously appeared, they rejoiced upon confirming they were not mutated creatures. Unsurprisingly, Lin Xi and Lin Wuwu each claimed 2. While Zhao Zhiyong and Su Guangqing each took 1 at it, was no wonder that people said the cost of cleaning was exorbitant. After all, for concealed cattle, once revealed, had become merely 2. Fortunately, they were among their own. So it mattered little in the future, as she occasionally produced beef, who could discern its age. Their journey had been filled with encounters and skirmishes, making the distance seem less daunting, but upon focusing solely on returning home, they realized they had traveled for nearly half a month. Upon entering the central base with a trailer full of goods, the guards were astonished. They had seen RVs before, but a trailer brimming with mutated animals and plants was an entirely different matter. This load equated to the total amount the entire base would receive in a month. Chapter 149. Home at last. There's even beef, exclaimed one of the inspecting guards in disbelief. Ahem, what are you doing? Hurry up and let them in, a squad leader urged as he approached. Did they not notice the large tiger from the Yi family glaring at them? Oh, identity verification complete, cargo verification complete. The guards were efficient, checking the cargo list, leaving a copy behind, and allowing them entry. That load was not merely the task they had undertaken. It also included a considerable amount obtained through their encounters, which they could still sell after completing the mission. Zhao Zhiyong proceeded to the task hall to finalize their assignments, and the Ba Tian, whose squad's account swelled by an additional 10,000 points. Lin Xi escorted the 2 back home to rest, unloading their beef before driving the RV back to the parking lot opposite her small house. The place felt a bit cold. Evidently, Qin Yuansi had not returned much since her absence. She turned on the heating to warm the house and tidied up, as the lack of occupancy meant minimal dust even in the frigid weather. She could finish the cleaning soon. Energetic as ever, San Si Wu raced up and down the stairs upon arriving home, while Lin Wuwu, having transformed into her feline form, rolled around on her 2-meter-wide bed, watching television and consuming drinks. The obedient Mo followed closely, keeping her company as she went about her activities. Once Lin Xi had organized most of the household, she settled down and messaged Qin Yuansi, informing him of her safe arrival and reminding him to return for dinner. Having been away for nearly 2 months, she initially assumed there would be no news. Yet, their exploits against various mutated beasts and plants had caught the attention of many squads. A team led by a large tiger was formidable and boasted a remarkable track record. Occasionally, her tales circulated like legends, allowing Qin Yuansi to rest easy, knowing she was safe until her return. It was at this moment that the Ba Tian, whose squad gained notoriety in the central base. The cargo they brought back also piqued the interest of the research institute. Upon receiving Lin Xi's message, Qin Yuansi felt delighted, deciding to leave work on time that day. However, it wasn't long before the heads of the animal research and plant research departments came to find him. As a materials researcher, Qin Yuansi had little rapport with them, especially upon seeing old Zhang, who had once scolded Wuwu's clumsy bird. Ah, Professor Qin, why are you still at your desk? It's time to leave. Old Zheng fretted as he observed Qin Yuansi still seated. Qin Yuansi found it baffling. There was still an hour until quitting time. Leave? What do you mean? Professor Ma from the plant research department tugged at Old Zheng and chuckled. Your niece has returned. She has had a tough time out there. Shouldn't you hurry home to lend a hand? Qin Yuansi pondered this. Perhaps Lin Xi did want his assistance but was unable to articulate it. Hence her message. He hastily gathered his belongings, informed his colleagues, and prepared to head home. He made a special stop at the supply point to buy a variety of vegetables, only to discover that Old Ma and Old Zheng had been following him the entire time. Irritated, he exclaimed, What are you doing? Sneaking around like spies? I'm going to report you. No, no. Old Zheng hastily interjected. I just wanted to come over for dinner. Qin Yuansi, ever straightforward, retorted. There's no food at my place. Shishi just returned and must be exhausted. I'm going home to cook for her. Oh, with your cooking skills, it's best you don't embarrass yourself. Just take some food from the canteen for her, suggested Old Ma. While the idea was sound, he was not naive. Qin Yuansi warned them, if you don't start being honest, I'll send you both to the dean. It was only then that they confessed. Eager to see the many mutated plants and animals Lin Xi had brought back, hoping to inquire if they could purchase some. If she declined, they would ask Qin Yuansi to intercede on their behalf. Old Ma indicated that it was primarily Old Zheng's petty mindset that prompted this. Although Qin Yuansi was unaware of the specifics, he was determined to help Lin Xi fend off their advances. No way. Those are Shishi's belongings. She can give them to whomever she pleases. You're shameless for coveting a child's things, Old Zheng protested. You can't say that, Qin Yuansi. You stole that mutated spider from me last time. Qin Yuansi replied earnestly, I wanted the spider silk, not the spider itself. It was barely a scrap. Why didn't you raise it larger? Old Zheng angrily chastised Old Ma. Exactly. I intended to raise it bigger. But it was your flower that made it eat the spider. Old Ma retorted defiantly, Hey, my flower was perfectly fine. Your spider came crawling over. The three of them, each unwilling to concede, argued for a while before heading to Qin Yuansi's home together. Not long after Lin Xi finished tidying up, there was a knock at the door. When she opened it, she was greeted by a middle-aged man, roughly the same age as Qin Yuansi. Hello, my name is Ye Ming, the vice director of the Research Institute. I have a matter to discuss with you. Ye Ming gazed at the young girl before him, noting her fair complexion, large eyes, and tall stature. She exuded an air of tranquility. Vice Director Yi, please, come in and have a seat. What brings you here? Lin Xi perceived the director as surprisingly youthful, having assumed all directors would resemble Old Zheng in age. The Research Institute's interest in her was anticipated, as she had brought back so many mutated plants and animals. Ye Ming, however, found that the girl before him did not seem as formidable as the rumors suggested. I have heard that you returned with numerous mutated flora and fauna. May I take a look? If these are newly discovered species, the Research Institute will grant rewards. Should they possess other research value, we are more than willing to purchase them with points. Lin Xi, however, is indifferent as her original intention was to sell them to the Research Institute. Though if Qin Yuansi has any favorites, they must be reserved for him. Certainly, yet if Uncle Qin has any desires, then I must set them aside for him. Ye Ming smiled, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. You need not worry. Our purchase will solely be for their research. Lin Xi found his smile oddly reminiscent and hesitantly inquired, Do you know Ye Chen? Ye Ming's smile broadened. Ah, he is my son. What a coincidence, you know him too? We have been on missions together. He is quite formidable. Lin Xi was equally delighted. What a serendipitous encounter. This shipment will surely yield a favorable price. She planned to praise Ye Chen to lift his spirits. Observing the young lady's beaming expression, Ye Ming believed his son's taste to be impeccable. As Lin Xi led him to the parking lot, they fortuitously encountered the three titans of the Research Institute. She took the vegetables from Qin Yuansi's hands and set them aside. Uncle Qin, do you wish to see as well? Old Zheng hurriedly approached, exclaiming, Yes, yes, yes. Let us all take a look. Seeing him, Lin Xi felt exasperated. Has the baby not been chasing after you to scold you these past few days? Old Zheng, of course, denied it. Our baby has been well behaved. Lin Xi unlocked the door and pulled it open, and the two elderly men eagerly darted inside. She was quite concerned. Uncle Qin, if they fall in a while, won't they try to pull a fast one? Ye Ming reassured her. Fear not, I am here to keep an eye on them. By the way, I see that the energy crystals were also retrieved by you. I wonder if you have any left. If so, we would be interested in purchasing them. Of course we do. They were intended for you all along. Lin Xi blinked innocently and asked, what does the research institute need these for? Ye Ming glanced at the spoils in the vehicle and smiled. Though it is confidential, I shall tell you. We wish to ascertain whether the energy within the crystals can enhance the abilities of those with special powers. Oh, I see. If we sell you all the energy crystals we have, will we be able to use them first if the research proves successful? Lin Xi exclaimed, suddenly realizing she was negotiating with him. Ye Ming maintained his warm smile, causing Lin Xi to feel that Ye Chen resembled his father. Generally speaking, that is not possible. The Research Institute's findings will first be applied to volunteers once deemed safe. Unless, of course, you establish a long-term cooperative relationship with the Institute, such as providing a certain quantity of energy crystals, mutated beasts, and plants within a specific time frame. Ye Ming believed he was quite clever. Thinking that surely the young lady would seek his son's assistance, Lin Xi could no longer muster a smile. Indeed, the old man was quite crafty, as was his middle-aged counterpart. They were trying to trick her into working for the Research Institute. Dreaming the impossible dream. Just then, old Zheng shouted loudly, "Teske, I knew that old rascal was trying to pull a fast one." Lin Xi turned her gaze toward the vehicle. She saw old Zheng pointing at a claw from the mutated pangolin, saying to her, "Look, what have you done to it? Couldn't you have captured it alive?" Lin Xi glared at him. "If I had brought it back alive, you would have been dead. And stay away from that claw. If it falls on you, you might lose a foot. As for wanting it alive, why not just reach for the heavens? This creature is impervious to blades and can dig holes. Simply killing it is quite an achievement." Old Zheng was enamored with the mutated pangolin. "Oh, why does it seem to be missing a few pieces of meat? What could have bitten it? Roasted, perhaps?" Lin Xi scowled. "I suspect this old rascal is implying something about me. But I have no evidence." As old Zheng rummaged about, he chided her. "You dare eat anything. Are you not afraid of poisoning yourself? I think you ought to have your blood checked." The old man was busily at work, his mouth never ceasing. "You young folks are so unreliable. What a mess you've made of things. Put that down." Old Ma's thunderous roar startled old Zheng. He fixed a fierce gaze on old Zheng's hands. "You put that vine down? That is mine," old Zheng muttered. "It's just a piece of useless grass." Suddenly, a glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he ominously remarked, "Qin Yuansi, what are you holding? Where are you going?" Qin Yuansi, clutching two hard-won scales and a few branches intended for research, was interrupted. Pondering for a moment, he puffed out his chest. "You should be the one to put it down. Those belong to our Lin Xi." Old Zheng's eyes darted, and his old face suddenly beamed with delight as he turned to Ye Ming. "Director, look at this. They haven't registered these items, yet they are all taking them back. How outrageous!" Lin Xi cleared her throat, trying to assert her presence. "What is this? They are all my belongings." Ye Ming, feeling quite helpless, noted how everyone was eager to research the newly discovered species, yet sometimes the materials for study were scant. For a mere blade of grass or a bug, these two old men could nearly come to blows. "Everyone, put that down. Do you really think you can carry such a large claw? What if you genuinely injure yourselves? You are all seasoned comrades. Be mindful of your actions and set a good example for the younger generation. Now, go back and have your meals. In 2 hours, all these items will be delivered to your respective research labs. Rest assured, this substantial batch will suffice for your studies." Observing old Zheng's reluctant demeanor, he encouraged, "Do not worry. Qin Yuansi cannot possibly consume them all." Old Zheng, unconvinced, retorted, "That is debatable. The young lady does indeed roast them for consumption." "Oh dear, you must not leave. I will roast them all and eat them clean. I might even chew the shells." Lin Xi deliberately aimed to irritate him. "Oh, you greedy little cat." Ye Ming, holding the ledger, calculated 5,000 points for her, which frankly exceeded her expectations. "Next time you venture out hunting, feel free to come to the Research Institute. I have some laser weapons you can borrow. Previously, when Ye Chen and the others used them, they mentioned some limitations, but they have been improved now. See if they might suit your needs. New weapons from the Research Institute are indeed a treasure." Lin Xi agreed, also extending an invitation. "It's almost time for dinner. Would you care to join us for a bite?" Ye Ming shook his head, indicating he had much to attend to. Had it not been for his desire to observe this young lady, he would have delegated this matter to someone else. Qin Yuansi's mind was already far from the small building, intent on rushing to the research lab. "Let us eat first. Once we finish dinner, I shall leave you to your affairs." Lin Xi prepared a plate of black pepper beef stored before the apocalypse, sought a dish of lettuce, brewed a bowl of tomato seaweed soup, and served a plate of pickles alongside rice, creating a delightful dinner spread. Qin Yuansi, distracted, finished his meal and informed Lin Xi that he was heading to the research lab to prepare. Lin Xi surmised that no matter what she offered him, he would hardly notice, irrespective of whether such dishes were available in the market. This suited Lin Xi just fine. Lin Wuwu, accompanied by her little brothers, feasted on a large piece of roasted beef, grilled by Zhao Ziyong earlier. Lin Xi wiped the greasy mouths of Lin Wuwu, only to notice Mo Xiaoyi imitating her, leading her siblings in a line behind, awaiting their turn for a mouth wipe. "Hey, where are your mothers? Are they not taking care of you?" Lin Xi, exasperated, had no choice but to wipe each of their greasy little mouths one by one. Chapter 151. Preparing for the extreme heat the following day, Lin Xi met with Zhao Ziyong and the others. Having completed the task and earned 10,000 points, alongside an additional 50,000 from processing the spoils. Following the customary distribution, Lin Xi allocated 30,000 points to herself, while Zhao Ziyong and Wu Lingshu each received 15,000 points. The northern base had also redirected the task concerning the man-eating tree to this location, with 2,000 points set aside for the Panshan Tiger squad as communal expenses, in terms of points. This was already a leading share among all the squads within the central base. However, given the current state of the base, Lin Xi found limited avenues for expenditure with such a considerable number of points. As she could merely enjoy a meal in the cafeteria, it was primarily Lin Wuwu who relished dining at the cafeteria, likely due to the opportunity to treat others. She would bring her little sign, invite the baby, and gather the Mo family of 6, not forgetting to have Lin Xi order dishes for her. Originally, they had intended to invite Lightning, but by the time they visited, Lightning had already left on a mission. After several days at the base, Zhao Ziyong and Wu Lingshu came to find her, bringing along 10 expensive eggs as a gift. Her eyes nearly popped out at the sight, and she admonished them not to purchase such costly items in the future. It pained her heart. Her space was filled with such items, but they were simply not cleanable. Zhao Ziyong chatted with her about the Ability Users Guild seeking him. The Panshan Tiger squad was now considered among the elite. Hence there was hope for a member of their squad to assume the role of president of the Ability Users Guild, given there were 9 slots available. Zhao Ziyong did not decline nor accept outright, but came to inquire about Lin Xi's opinion. In truth, within the central base, ability users tended to be more subdued, possibly due to the military's stronger presence, which limited their actions. Of course, there were benefits to this arrangement. Conflicts among ability users were significantly reduced, and any altercations would only occur outside the base, ensuring safety within. Unlike in the previous life, where clashes among ability users were commonplace and they would think nothing of killing ordinary people. Yet, there remained a faction desiring to be warlords of chaos, who felt constrained within the base, rendering themselves utterly useless, prompting such individuals to choose to leave. Thus, the safety within the central base is indeed assured. Lin Xi, Zhao Ziyong, Su Guangqing, and Zhao Xiaoxiao are, after all, extraordinary individuals, and the military currently does not treat them any differently. Yet, who can predict what the future holds? Wu Lingshu implies that the Mutant Ability Association cannot afford to relinquish their position. At the very least, they must secure 2 presidential slots, as everything hinges on their prowess. If not for their limited numbers, they could claim all 9 positions. This matter weighs heavily on Lin Xi. Whenever the topic arises, the mere mention of 9 presidents elicits a curse. What a disgraceful situation. Lin Xi remains indifferent. She could take on the role or not, but she has no intention of managing administrative affairs. Her sole responsibility lies in martial prowess. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziyong felt reassured. He never expected Lin Xi to oversee any matters. Her agreement was all that mattered. Thus, he busied himself with Wu Lingshu in the affairs of the Mutant Ability Association. During Lin Xi's 2-month hunting expedition, she regained her former skill. Upon her return, she indulged in a leisurely lifestyle, gradually shedding the aura of lethality that had permeated her being. Lin Xi had not encountered Ye Chen, but Zhou sought her out, accompanied by several individuals with metal abilities. He greeted her affectionately, saying, "Sister, the base is concerned about the impending high temperatures. Metals cannot withstand it. We are mobilizing all metal users to reinforce crucial machinery and vehicles. I brought a few people to fortify your vehicle as well." This was indeed a prudent course of action, as the reinforced metals would significantly reduce impurities. Regrettably, Lin Xi could only permit them to enhance one RV. She would still need to find an opportunity to clean and restore a sturdy off-road vehicle. They were seasoned hands, focusing their efforts on reinforcing the vehicle and the main air conditioning unit. After a day of bustling work, Lin Xi treated them to pan-seared steak and pasta. The beauty of pan-seared steak lies in its simplicity, as long as the meat is of excellent quality and not overcooked. A sprinkle of salt and pepper suffices. If deemed too bland, a bottle of salt for self-serving would render it perfect. Zhou, while eating, inquired, "Sister, where did you procure this Wagyu beef? It's such a fine delicacy to treat us with. How extravagant." Lin Xi cleverly replied, "I salvaged the beef and noodles during my last hunting trip. Who knows if they might spoil? It's not wasteful, really," Zhou exclaimed, taking another hearty bite. "It's not spoiled at all. It's delicious." Before they departed, Lin Xi ensured they did not leave empty-handed. The sweet potatoes from her space were too vibrant to display, so she made numerous crispy sweet potato chips, baked to perfection, packaging 2 to 3 pounds in plastic bags for each of them to take. Zhou proudly proclaimed to his companions, "See, my sister is the best. Whenever you help her, she ensures you never leave at a loss." The others eagerly concurred, and one might easily mistake Lin Xi for his biological sister. From the hoarding of ice to the evacuation of survivors and the fortification of metals and vehicles by the metal users, it was evident that the leaders were meticulously preparing for what lay ahead. Qin Yuansi rarely returned to the small building. The hardness of the scales of the mutated mountain beasts surpassed the previous understanding of the researchers. Old Zhang was equally occupied, so much so that he had not drawn blood from the baby recently. There were simply too many animals under study. Creatures like the baby were no longer considered particularly special. Lin Wuwu's primary accomplice at present was Mo Xiaoi, who, when venturing out with the baby, never forgot to bring it along. Zhao Zhiyong and Su Guangqing were busy with matters concerning the Mutant Ability Association. The prideful abilities of the mutants led to many grievances. Lin Xi visited twice, effortlessly subduing anyone who dared challenge her. To prevent any troublemakers from seeking conflict, she would incinerate them entirely, causing little physical harm but delivering a significant blow to their pride. Indeed, while the base did not prohibit killing, it never explicitly forbade the incineration of their hair and clothing. Coupled with the baby as a mobile megaphone, she ensured that her exploits became widely publicized. For instance, XXX is utterly smooth. XXX is a hairless scoundrel. After several such incidents, no one dared to trouble Lin Xi again. Whether or not they could contend with her was irrelevant. No one wished to suffer the humiliation. Over time, many came to realize that Zhao Zhiyong acted as her spokesperson, and any issues they encountered were duly directed towards him. Since Lin Xi's return from hunting, her life had been blissfully pleasant. Yet she felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. While life in the research center was tolerable, stepping outside revealed military vehicles constantly traversing the base, creating an unceasing bustle. Lin Xi pondered how long this sanctuary could endure, fervently wishing that its duration would be extended. Lin Wuwu typically ventured out for a few days of leisure before returning to relax for several days. This balance between work and rest was commendable, and Lin Xi refrained from admonishing it further. When Lin Xi observed a slight rise in temperature, the central base issued a notice. Entry was permitted, but exit was prohibited. The presence of soldiers along the base's roads became increasingly dense, with queues forming at the city gates around the clock. Wu Lingshu informed her that construction within the base continued uninterrupted, day and night, and the influx of survivors seeking refuge was on the rise. As a military base, the fact that even the central base was accepting survivors indicated that other survival bases had reached their limits of capacity. Chapter 152. The birthday cake. Lin Xi called Lin Wuwu back, as so many new survivors had arrived outside. Unlike the veterans of the base, these newcomers might not recognize that the large tiger was not to be trifled with. Should they harbor any ill intentions towards it, the consequences would be dire. Lin Xi pinched its ear, cautioning it that, during this period, it was prohibited from wandering outside the research center. Lin Wuwu had grown quite clever, understanding the reasoning behind being confined, especially since there was little amusement to be found outside. Thus, it readily acquiesced. Within the confines of the research institute, Lin Xi felt at ease. The Ye family took a liking to it. Ye Chen's grandfather and father would often tease it and take it out for strolls, providing it with an additional measure of protection in the eyes of outsiders. Lin Xi learned of the Yi family's status from Wu Lingshu, and upon discovering it, she was left astounded. She never expected that Ye Chen's grandfather held significant power as an elder commanding authority within the central base. It was no wonder that during their time at Base 8, Ye Chen was treated like a prized asset, constantly invited and sought after. He had expertly evaded all such encounters. Upon realizing Ye Chen's identity, Lin Xi felt a mixture of shock and regret, uncertain if she had inadvertently revealed anything amiss in his presence. Now, contemplating the possibility of incinerating him seemed rather tardy. After all, he was the sole grandson of the elder. She could hardly set the entire Yi family ablaze. The chaos that would ensue within the base was unimaginable, and with that chaos, her tranquil days would come to an abrupt end. Alas, it felt like a closed loop. After 2 days of distress, Lin Xi eventually found clarity. It mattered little. Should trouble come her way, she would retaliate fiercely. This was a principle of strength overcoming multitude. Once Lin Xi ceased her lamentation concerning the Yi family, Ye Chen returned. After months of wandering, he appeared somewhat worn. Upon arriving home, he promptly groomed himself to present a polished and handsome appearance before seeking out Lin Xi. When Lin Xi opened the door, she was momentarily dazzled by Ye Chen's bright smile. Perhaps due to his prolonged travels, he had lost some weight. His prominent nose accentuated his features, while his hair appeared freshly cut and slightly shorter. His chin was clean-shaven, revealing a hint of stubble. And his eyes sparkled like stars, radiating warmth that made one feel an instant sense of familiarity. However, recalling his status, Lin Xi quickly regained her composure and, with a hint of coldness, inquired, "Is there something you need?" Ye Chen, momentarily taken aback by her chill, subdued his smile, appearing somewhat aggrieved. Before he could respond, Lin Wuwu bounded down the stairs, joyfully tackling him. Lin Wuwu, I just changed my clothes. Get off me, your saliva. Don't lick my face. Your tongue has barbs. I could be disfigured. Oh no, you're drooling like a river. Quick, wipe it away." Amidst his protests, Ye Chen grappled with the tiger. Alas, his carefully crafted handsome image lay in ruins. Lin Xi watched the two of them entwined, her icy demeanor melting into an expression of resignation. Well, anyone who could win Lin Wuwu's affection surely could not be a villain. After a struggle, Ye Chen finally managed to pin Lin Wuwu down. Though it seemed he had let it off easy, "I brought you a gift. Now sit properly." Upon hearing the word gift, Lin Wuwu rolled over and sprang upright, sitting with perfect posture. "I love gifts." Lin Xi observed as Ye Chen retrieved a round box he had hidden and placed it on the coffee table. Upon opening it, she discovered a large, round cake, evidently homemade, adorned with white cream and decorated with sesame seeds forming a chubby little tiger's face. With a birthday candle perched atop. "Wuwu, when is your birthday?" she exclaimed. "But it doesn't matter. We can start eating the cake now. When blowing out the candle, don't forget to make a wish. Next year, we should prepare in advance, a feast with all the best dishes, and then a birthday cake, inviting all the brothers to celebrate with you. What do you think?" In the aftermath of the apocalypse, people had exhausted their efforts merely to survive, rarely indulging in celebrations like birthdays. Even Lin Xi herself had nearly forgotten her own. "When is your birthday? I would like to celebrate with you." Ye Chen looked at Lin Xi. His eyes filled with warmth. Lin Xi remained silent, gently caressing Lin Wuwu, who was fixated on the birthday candle. Ye Chen drew the curtains and closed the door, igniting the candle with a spark of fire. Lin Wuwu's fluffy face radiated with solemnity and wonder in the dim environment. The flickering flame of the candle cast a delicate yet gentle glow, filling the living room with a warm and mysterious ambience. Ye Chen whispered softly in its ear, "Hurry, close your eyes and make a wish. Then blow out the candle in one breath, and your wish will come true." Lin Wuwu leaned over the coffee table, quickly shut her eyes, made her wish, and held her breath until, with a puff, the small candle was extinguished. "All right, we can share the cake now." Ye Chen went to the kitchen to fetch a knife. Lin Wuwu rubbed her large head against Lin Xi, joyfully exclaiming, "Ah Wu, we can be together with Qingbao forever." Lin Xi had expected her wish to be something like having ice cream every day. Yet her desire was for eternal companionship. Is this what growing up means? Just from celebrating a birthday? Ye Chen helped slice the cake while teasing her. "Oh, Lin Wuwu, you mustn't reveal your wish. If you do, it won't come true." "Ah Wu?" Lin Wuwu froze at his words. Lin Xi shot him a glare, affectionately kissing Lin Wuwu's large head, reassuring her, "Don't worry, next time on your birthday. You can make another wish." Only then did Lin Wuwu cheer up, running upstairs to invite Imomo and her family to join in the birthday cake celebration. Lin Xi, curious, asked, "Where did you get the cake?" "We stumbled upon a bakery and brought back some ingredients for my mom to make it, but that big tiger on top, I decorated it myself. It resembles Lin Wuwu quite a bit." "It does look quite similar," Lin Xi nodded. "When did you return to the base?" "I came back yesterday afternoon, and the cake was baked last night. Isn't it delicious?" Ye Chen said proudly that it's quite good. Though it must have used a considerable amount of expensive eggs, Lin Xi felt obliged to accept this kindness. Lin Wuwu came down with a group of little brothers from Yulola. Her piece was the largest, followed by Lin Xi and Ye Chen. Just a taste for 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 would suffice. Although it shouldn't pose much of an issue for a mutated cat to indulge in sweets, it was better to be cautious and eat less. The two chatted as they ate, inevitably discussing matters outside the base. Ye Chen had spent the past few months conducting rescues in the urban area and stationed at supply points. The gangs outside the base had gradually grown stronger, emboldened by their numbers, and had begun to target supply points. Chapter 153. The arrival of extreme heat. They had superpowers, and some were armed. Against such individuals, Ye Chen and his companions showed no mercy, often eliminating them on the spot. If they dared to rob the authorities, one could only imagine the lengths they might go to against ordinary people. Wu Wei would trace leads to uncover the hideouts of various gangs, even discovering some cults. Whenever human lives or illegal confinement were involved, the military would organize thorough extermination operations, leaving no survivors. Then there were the survivors. As Luo Qingzhou mentioned, the peaceful times before the apocalypse had truly spoiled them. When they first retreated to various bases, many complained about the lack of democracy and poor living conditions. Even clamoring to leave, the bases did not indulge them. If they wanted to go, they could. Thus, for a considerable time, they would not send anyone to the base unless it was at the survivors' request. They would allow those willing to go to temporary settlement points to do so. Until the last time Ye Chen and his group went out, all major bases broadcasted messages via radio, notifying survivors that the military would withdraw back to the bases in 2 months. The survivors seemed to settle down considerably. The rowdy, disruptive behavior had vanished, and everyone cooperated obediently with the military's withdrawal. Ye Chen lamented, "Perhaps they have come to understand the apocalypse, or maybe life outside is too harsh." This time, many survivors are quite cautious and exceedingly well-behaved. Life outside the base was far more brutal than he described. But he preferred not to elaborate, lest Lin Xi share in his distress. He knew Lin Xi was aware as well. The world outside the base was essentially abandoned by the authorities, destined to become a realm for the ambitious. They gathered to form their own spheres of influence. As long as they kept a low profile and did not provoke the authorities, they could survive until the military departed from the urban area. At that point, they would become local tyrants, oppressing the populace and resorting to cannibalism in times of starvation. Mutated animals were difficult to deal with, while two-legged sheep were easy prey. Lin Xi remained silent, savoring her cake. By the way, I initially brought you gifts, but old Zhang confiscated them. Ye Chen shifted the topic. "We caught a particularly large mutated snake. Snake meat stew is quite delicious, and I intended to bring it for you and Wu Wu. But when we returned, old Zhang saw it, insisted on taking it, claiming he needed to test it for poison before returning it." Lin Wuwu sat up straight. "Ah Wu, how dare anyone take my meat?" Hearing his complaint, Lin Xi remembered old Zhang's eyes lighting up at the sight of mutated animals, and she couldn't help but chuckle. The people here are quite amusing. Perhaps the Yi family is more reliable than she had initially thought. Having eaten their cake, it was only right to reciprocate. Lin Xi presented him with 2 boxes of American ginseng and 2 bottles of honey. The ginseng had been stored during her time in the beautiful country, and the honey was harvested from her space's bees. Both were highly durable items. As Ye Chen stood by the doorway to leave, he could guess the reason behind Lin Xi's change in attitude. "Lin Xi, my grandfather is my grandfather, and I am he does not concern himself with the tasks I undertake or whom I befriend. I consider you a friend and will always stand by your side." "So, do you wish to see me as a friend?" Ye Chen, tall, leaned down to look at Lin Xi. Although Lin Xi was already 1.72 meters tall, she still appeared smaller in comparison to him. After a moment's hesitation, she replied honestly, "I have never had friends, so I don't know." Lao Zhao and Wu Lingshu are partners. I don't know if that counts as friendship, but if you consider me a friend, I can only say that I won't let you down. Very well, very sincere. Such a response is quintessentially Lin Xi. Ye Chen smiled. Lin Xi was inherently suspicious. Becoming her friend was no simple feat. The year of extreme cold was finally nearing its end, with outdoor temperatures rising by several degrees each day. At this rate, in less than 10 days, temperatures would climb above zero, and the ice and snow world outside the base would soon transform into a marshy land. Indeed, before long, in less than 10 days, the sun, seemingly trapped in ice, made its appearance. Many people in the base emerged from their houses to bask in the warmth of the sun. Most were relieved that nearly a year of harsh winter was finally over, wondering if the apocalypse would also come to an end. Despite the base repeatedly announcing that extreme heat would arrive shortly, most people could not fathom the terrors of such heat. 1 week after the sun emerged, the accumulated water from melting ice and snow had vanished, and the ground in the base had dried up. The atmosphere at the Research Institute had become increasingly tense, as calculations based on models indicated that the impending extreme heat could indeed reach temperatures of 60 to 70 degrees. On the day the sun appeared, the heating in the small building had already been turned off. Lin Xi sought help to install solar panels on the rooftop. With such a strong sun, she would have an abundance of electricity. Air conditioning units were arranged in advance to avoid delays in installation once temperatures began to soar. The air conditioning unit in the small building was specially designed to be installed in the basement, with a ventilation system added. This design had accounted for the exposure to the outdoors, ensuring that the machines and pipes could withstand direct sunlight. The second basement level served as a storage room, which could be overlooked during extreme cold but was vital during extreme heat. This storage room was equipped with insulation materials, refrigeration equipment, and an electric control system, resembling a miniature cold storage facility, already filled to the brim with ice blocks. The base had long since notified residents with the means to stockpile ice blocks as much as possible. By the second week after the sun emerged, temperatures had already reached 20 degrees. Accustomed to the cold, Lin Wuwu donned a thick leather coat, but the heat overwhelmed her, prompting her to retreat back into the space. Mo, and several little ones fared better, though fur was flying everywhere. Qingbao had become a professional fur collector, scooping up large tufts of hair. Lin Xi had replaced the bedding in several bedrooms with cooling mats and even swapped the sofa cushions for bamboo ones. Many people had fallen ill as temperatures rose too rapidly, leaving those adapted to the cold no time to adjust to the heat. The advantages of superpowers became apparent. Under 30 degrees, the affected were mostly ordinary people, while superpowered individuals were deemed the true rulers of the apocalypse, a notion that circulated widely. Lin Xi scoffed at this. It was only 30 degrees. Let's see how they fare at 40. Superpowered individuals would still succumb in droves, except for fire and ice types. Fire types, naturally, could withstand heat better, while ice types could cool themselves down, making them the most sought-after abilities during hot weather. Chapter 154. Life under extreme heat. Lin Xi observed Mo's little ones, eagerly hoping that among the four, one would possess ice abilities. As for Mo Xiao-yi, it was best not to think about it. On such a hot day, holding it felt akin to clutching a furnace. She consciously trained herself and the cats to endure the heat, so she managed to remain comfortable without turning on the air conditioning or using ice until the temperature reached 30 degrees. When temperatures hit 40 degrees, the researchers at the institute began distributing 3 pounds of mung beans each month. Qin Yuansi brought them back to Lin Xi. I have air conditioning at the Research Institute, so it's not hot. Keep some for yourself, and give a little to Wu Wu since she can't handle the heat. Lin Xi did not refuse. She always cherished the kindness of others. She procured a 2-liter kettle, steeped 10 chrysanthemums, and once the water cooled, added a touch of honey. Each day, she prepared this natural refreshment to beat the heat and stored it in the refrigerator for him to take to the Research Institute. Occasionally, she would infuse some honeysuckle and add a hint of licorice, brewing a large pot of water, chilling it for an equally delightful effect in the evenings. She would also set aside a small bowl of mung bean soup for him. Lin Xi had an ample supply of mung beans. Aside from her own stock, Ye Chen had also brought her some. Initially, she intended to decline, but he clarified that it was not a gift for her, but rather for Lin Wuwu, leaving her with no choice but to accept. Wu Wei and Zhou had also sent her some. Wu Wei was of the ice element, currently a prominent figure at the base, enjoying status akin to that of a giant panda before the apocalypse. Zhou received his from others, and being too lazy to cook, he passed them on to her. Lin Xi opened the refrigerator to find several small bags of mung beans. Pondering her newfound popularity, had her enhanced abilities drawn the attention of good-hearted individuals? She gifted Zhou Yi 2 1-liter bottles of sour plum syrup, a convenient concoction that could be mixed with water. When Wu Wei used his powers to chill it, it transformed into a delectable treat. As the temperature continued to rise, Lin Xi turned on the air conditioning, setting it to 26 degrees. This finally coaxed Lin Wuwu out, and she informed him that his friends had brought him mung beans. The large tiger nodded wearily, clearly disinterested in conversation. Observing his pitiful demeanor, Lin Xi lowered the air conditioning further, placed a large block of ice in the inflatable pool in his room, and set up a fan. Transforming into his feline form, Lin Wuwu sighed contentedly, exclaiming, "Ah, shovel cat, I'm about to melt away." Lin Xi replied with a straight face, "That's merely the heat causing you to shed. Remember to have Qingbao help you gather your fur so it can be washed and disinfected later, making a soft cushion for you to use when it gets cold." What a joke. A tiger fur pillow was something only the privileged could afford. However, with the extreme heat upon them, Lin Wuwu had become rather incapacitated, merely lying around, enjoying the air conditioning and icy drinks, utterly devoid of motivation. In just a month, temperatures had soared to nearly 50 degrees. Not only ordinary people struggled, but even those with abilities found it unbearable. Each base began to implement measures. First, establishing water supply points where individuals could claim a cup of 500 milliliters of chilled drink daily using their identity wristbands. Bringing their own cups. This chilled beverage was essentially herbal tea mixed with water, possessing only a faint herbal flavor. Secondly, designated cooling areas were opened. Each base had underground plazas originally intended for heating, now repurposed for cooling. The underground temperature was naturally lower, and with air conditioning units, it dropped to around 30 degrees, a considerable relief for families without air conditioning. Thirdly, fans were made available, simple large blade models, limited to 50 units per household, requiring 50 points for purchase. Individuals like Wu Lingshu could afford one with a month's salary. It's worth noting that in her previous life, it was nearly impossible for an average family to acquire even a single fan. Lin Xi had intended to invite Zhao Xiaoxiao to stay for a while, as her air conditioning was consistently running, but unexpectedly, Zhao Xiaoxiao's workplace approved a new air conditioning unit for her. This underscored how valued water element abilities were during extreme heat. Zhao's air conditioner was installed in the living room, and by evening, Wu Lingshu and Su Guangqing would head over to sleep on the floor, sharing the electricity costs. Lin Xi felt pleased upon learning this, as both families were settling in well, alleviating her concerns. While extreme heat brought countless disadvantages, it also bore some benefits. Land became arable again, and the base cultivated large tracts for grain and vegetable production. High temperatures shortened the growth cycles of plants, resulting in larger crops filled with energy. After testing by the Research Institute confirmed their safety for consumption, the variety of vegetables at supply points increased, as did the quantities available for purchase, with prices dropping significantly. Ye Chen braved the scorching sun to bring Lin Xi a treasure, a watermelon weighing less than 10 kilograms. A wood element ability user? Lin Xi recognized it immediately. In her previous life, water element users produced vegetables and fruits exclusively for the high-ranking officials at various bases, with the common folk never even catching a glimpse. Ye Chen was ecstatic, exclaiming, "Each supply point has only 100 of these. It's nearly causing a riot." Thankfully, Pingon tipped me off, and as soon as the doors opened, I rushed in to grab one. Goodness, after all that effort to seize a watermelon, why not take it home instead of bringing it to her? Yet, she couldn't very well admit her own stock was sufficient. Let us chill it for a while. Remember to come back later to share. Ye Chen's mood brightened when he saw she kept the watermelon. No need, Pingon is part of the watermelon cultivation team. He saved this for me. I've already had my fill. I have to run. With watermelons now appearing in the market, she could finally let the ones in her space bask in the sunlight. Lin Xi peeled and diced the watermelon, storing half for herself and giving the other half to Lin Wuwu. She then retrieved an enormous watermelon from her space, peeled and cubed it, packing it into boxes for the refrigerator. When Qin Yuansi returned that evening, she presented him with a portion. As he savored it, he marveled. The Creator's wonders are beyond comprehension. Science can never explain it. Just look at how a single seed can be rapidly cultivated into a watermelon by a wood element user. It's astonishing. Perhaps our thinking is simply too antiquated. Technology needs a massive overhaul, Lin Xi concurred. The emergence of abilities was indeed difficult to explain scientifically, or perhaps current technological levels simply could not elucidate it. Once Qin Yuansi finished, she produced another box for him to take to the Ye family. After he delivered the watermelon, he and Ye Ming shared their amazement at the creator's marvels. And Yue Hua, being rather perceptive, remarked, "You and Qin Yuansi were quite close before, yet he seldom brought you gifts." Ye Ming found this watermelon particularly delicious, recalling that when he stayed at the research institute, they never received such treats, and Yue Hua cryptically added, "Oh, what I meant was, most of these gifts are likely sent by Lin Xi." Ye Ming was puzzled by the obviousness of her statement. Is that so? No wonder this watermelon is so delightful. And Yue Hua playfully nudged him, feigning annoyance. "Oh, all you think about is eating. Where's Chen?" When Ye Chen returned, he learned that Lin Xi had sent over a chilled watermelon. This girl was truly considerate, however. He couldn't help but wonder why this watermelon tasted so much sweeter than the one he Pingon had saved for him. Chapter 155. Mutated cockroaches in the sweltering heat. Both the base and the populace were striving to adapt to this extreme weather. Among all living beings, mutated plants likely thrived the most. These mutated flora were growing wildly, towering and overshadowing all. Each plant seemingly capable of becoming a forest in its own right. Undoubtedly, they were encroaching on the living space of humans and animals alike. The central base had already begun issuing missions to eradicate the mutated plants surrounding the base. Before Lin Xi could accept the mission, chaos erupted within the base. A plethora of mutated cockroaches emerged from unknown origins, their size reminiscent of pre-apocalyptic rats. They could fly, albeit not very high, but they utilized their flight to accelerate their movements. Their mandibles were incredibly strong, leaving a bloody mark with a single bite. They would invade human homes at night, devouring food, biting humans, and spreading diseases. By the time Lin Xi learned of these creatures, the base had already reported several incidents of mutated cockroaches attacking humans in swarms. Thus, the extermination of mutated cockroaches became the highest priority task in the mission hall. However, the moment the first incident was reported, countless others were bound to follow. To combat the mutated cockroaches, the research center resorted to scattering pesticide powder everywhere. Even Lin Xi, believing that conditions would be better at the research center, was caught off guard when the mutated cockroaches appeared unexpectedly. In a nearby building, a girl of about 10 had been confined to her home due to the recent disturbances caused by the cockroaches. Suddenly, screams and the sound of things being knocked over echoed through the air. Lin Xi leapt into action, rushing into their home to find the girl besieged by a dozen mutated cockroaches. She quickly incinerated those biting the girl and unleashed a fire net to ensnare and burn the remaining cockroaches scuttling around the room. The girl, terrified, clung to her, prompting Lin Xi to lift her up and leap outside, drawn by more screams and gunfire. Alongside the furious roars of a tiger, there was no doubt that her own home had also succumbed to this infestation. The guard team at the research center was quick to respond, already deploying electric nets to capture the mutated cockroaches. Lin Xi entrusted the girl to a soldier and emerged to find a mass of cockroaches. With a wave of her hand, she wove a fire net. Flames surged, incinerating a swathe of them into blackened ash. While mutated cockroaches were not particularly fearsome, they were undeniably repulsive. Lin Xi swiftly approached the entrance, where she discovered several cockroaches frozen in place. An ice element user, albeit one of lower rank. She had no time to ponder further and stepped inside her home. Lin Xi was pleased to see 6 cats and a weakened tiger diligently guarding the premises. After incinerating the bodies of the mutated cockroaches, the cleanliness-loving Lin Wuwu used wind to whisk the ashes outside. Confirming that her home was secure, Lin Xi led her feline army into the fray. With their agility and razor-sharp claws, they sliced through one mutated cockroach after another. The little creatures, undeterred by their lack of combat skills, relied on instinct as they wielded their razor-sharp claws, effortlessly piercing through their opponents' bodies before tearing them apart, resulting in a gory display of blood. Their ferocity was indeed fierce, yet the cost of their aggression was steep, inflicting 1,000 wounds upon their enemies while sustaining 800 upon themselves. Covered in blood, the most alarming aspect was that the blood of the mutated cockroaches was yellow, and the female cockroaches harbored eggs within their bellies, with those long hairs adorned with sticky, yellowish-red substances. This sight made Lin Xi yearn to distance herself from them. Ever so further, Momo also disdainfully retreated, inching away from the chaotic scene. With their allies gone, the 5 little creatures found themselves in a desperate struggle. Yet they became even more ferocious. However, Lin Xi believed they needed to stay close to their mother and study diligently. Their skills were lacking, as they were too focused on the immediate threats. She instructed Momo to keep an eye on the little ones while she went to assist the guards. Deep down, she felt that fire was the ultimate weapon. As her levels increased, the temperature of the flames would rise, allowing her to incinerate all adversaries. She swept through the battlefield with her interwoven fire net. The captain of the guards felt a sense of calm settle over him. They were risking their lives to protect these researchers. The loss of any individual within their ranks was unacceptable. "Help! Help!" cried the baby, tumbling over as it flew precariously close to the ground. Lin Xi's expression shifted. "Where's old Zhang?" "The baby is at home." "Quack! Rats! So many rats! I see." She understood that it did not recognize the mutated cockroaches. The captain's face changed as well. When had that old man scampered back home? Lin Xi dashed off. And indeed, old Zhang was at home, his spirit seemingly intact as he wielded a stick, striking around the room without apparent purpose. She unleashed her powers, and in mere seconds, the mutated cockroaches in old Zhang's house were reduced to ashes. Old Zhang blinked in surprise. Where did my mutated cockroaches go? How did they vanish so quickly? His sharp gaze turned towards Lin Xi, but as he prepared to speak, he was met with her fierce glare that radiated an unmistakable aura of danger. How stingy! It's just a bit of blood, she thought angrily. This old man is like a vampire, always seeking to draw blood from anyone he encounters. I should have just let him feed the mutated cockroaches. Lin Xi remarked ominously, "There's a massive cockroach nest outside. Shall I send you in for a good feed?" The captain of the guards arrived hastily. Old Zhang trembled at Lin Xi's words. No. I was merely worried about our baby." The captain, having been awed by Lin Xi's power, feared that she might indeed toss old Zhang into the cockroach nest if she were angered, something he could not prevent. He quickly interjected, "Professor Zhang, this is far too dangerous. When did you return? We've been waiting for you outside. Hurry!" The baby, frightened, dared not remain indoors and insisted on perching on Lin Xi's shoulder. The guard team reacted swiftly, eliminating the mutated cockroaches in bulk, while the guards shot down any stragglers. With the situation under control, Lin Xi went to check on Momo indeed. After the battle, the 5 little creatures had begun to exude an aura of intimidation. Each resembling a fearsome gang patrolling the streets, their disheveled appearance revealed their lack of self-awareness. Momo dared not approach them, and Lin Xi found herself reluctant to let them into the house. Their long fur, now matted with sticky substances, hung down in disarray, making them resemble forlorn specters. Lin Xi sighed in frustration, pondering how she might clean them. She fetched a hose, 2 bathtubs, and a brush, declaring that until they were thoroughly clean, no one was allowed inside. In truth, no one dared to enter, gathering outside to await the extermination team. The valiant figures of the 5 little creatures were firmly etched in everyone's minds. They were the formidable cats of the Qin family. Had they mutated? They certainly appeared larger than ordinary cats. Their girl was truly impressive, wielding fire abilities with devastating effectiveness. "Mom, I want one too. Let us adopt one from old Qin when his kitten has babies." "You can't wash them like this. They need to be disinfected." "That blood is one thing, but their fur might still harbor cockroach eggs." A crowd of onlookers formed a circle, curiously watching Lin Xi bathe the 6 members of the Mo family while offering unsolicited commentary. Lin Xi sat on a small stool, her expression stony as she was scrutinized by the crowd, enduring their remarks. "Can everyone please disperse and assist the extermination team with the cleanup?" A melodious voice rang out. And finally, the crowd began to scatter. Chapter 156. The super short-haired cat Lin Xi regained her composure, lifting her gaze to see Zhang Nan, old Zhang's daughter, who had come to her rescue. She found it amusing how the little girl gazed at her with grateful eyes. From a distance in the research building, she had witnessed the immense destructive power Lin Xi wielded, yet had been unable to assist her neighbors. Truly, she was a lovely girl, and no wonder the baby was fond of her. Especially since she had saved her father. This is an insecticide powder, the latest development from the Research Institute. It disinfects and eradicates their eggs without harming humans. The baby has used it without issue. You should give it a try. However, Your little ones can only soak for half an hour at most. That's sufficient. That's wonderful, Lin Xi replied gratefully, accepting the packet. She first rinsed the little creatures thoroughly before dissolving the powder in the water tub. Adopting a serious demeanor, she began to lecture them. No one is allowed to move, and you may not drink this water. It contains medication. Behave yourselves. If I catch anyone misbehaving, you will not be allowed inside and will have to soak again. Understood? The intelligence of the 5 little ones was sufficient. Upon seeing Lin Xi's stern demeanor, they lined up obediently to jump into the tub. The heat was unbearable, and their long fur was a liability. They only needed to keep half an inch of fur to shield their skin. One of the guys used to work at a pet store and is quite skilled at grooming. Would you like him to help with your grooming? Such a good opportunity. Lin Xi agreed without hesitation. To be honest, she felt uneasy about washing them, so a grooming would be ideal. After soaking for half an hour, they were transferred to another tub with shampoo, creating a flurry of bubbles. They lined up to be rinsed one by one. After drying them with a large towel, Lin Xi brushed her hands over their fur, which was now dry but slightly messy. A slender young man arrived, dripping with sweat. He normally groomed the animals at the Research Institute and Military Dog Unit. This was his first private job. Lin Xi was surprised to discover he was an ability user of the metal element. Since there are 6 of them, let us do it in the bathroom where it's cooler. The young man had owned a pet store before the apocalypse, and his grooming skills were quite commendable. For cats like these, he charged 30 points per grooming session, while larger dogs cost 50. Lin Xi marveled at how, regardless of the time, pet expenses remained exorbitant. She intended to transfer points to him, but he declined. Professor Zheng informed me that the 6 cats will be billed together with the military dog unit. So that was the case. Zheng Nan was quite generous. As the young man departed, Lin Xi handed him 2 bottles of cold drinks. After half an hour of exterminating the mutated cockroaches and several hours of cleaning, Lin Xi regretted having sent them into battle. Nevertheless, they had finally finished, and upon looking around, she noticed the 5 little ones lined up neatly. To her surprise, after their grooming, their pudgy faces and long legs were now visible, making them appear remarkably capable and agile. Without their long fur dragging behind, it seemed the heat had indeed been stifling for them, as the newly groomed little ones were much more lively, engaging in playful tussles. Mo, however, still felt out of place and retreated to her den. After grooming, Lin Xi discovered that the bodies of 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 had already outgrown their mother's frame. Regardless, these little ones deserved a grand reward for their valor that day. Lin Xi rummaged through her storage space and found some salmon she had stocked from the beautiful country. Adding a bit of butter and casually frying it, serving it in a large stone bowl for the 5. She also boiled 10 eggs, setting aside 4. The remaining 6 egg whites were reserved for a salad. While each yolk was perfectly portioned for each cat in another large bowl, she filled it with well water. Before she could leave, the 5 little ones rushed forward, jostling one another, seemingly instinctively aware of what was most beneficial to them. Exhausted from the battle and the subsequent bath, they had regained some energy, yet nothing could compare to the revitalizing well water. The well water restored their vitality, and the little ones devoured the nearly 9-kilogram salmon, leaving nothing but their bloated forms sprawled in the living room. Lin Xi had no choice but to prepare another serving for Mo. These little ones could certainly eat more than their mother. Before the end of the workday, Qin Yuansi returned home unexpectedly. Lin Xi was startled and quickly put away anything inappropriate. Wiping his brow, Qin Yuansi remarked, "I just learned something happened at home. Are you all right? Did you get bitten?" "I'm fine. Everything at home is all right. Wuwu and Mo are here," Lin Xi replied, handing him a bowl of mung bean soup. She recounted the valiant and glorious exploits of 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, which had officially transformed the Mo family into super short-haired cats. "Ha ha ha, splendid. They look adorable with their new haircuts," Qin Yuansi exclaimed. "I had several people ask me if we were selling our cats, and I turned them down, so that's what happened. I was busy with experiments and had no idea." Qin Yuansi took a sip of mung bean soup, finding it truly delightful, cool and sweet. However, Lin Xi inquired, how could the research center suddenly encounter such an abundance of mutated cockroaches which had not been previously detected? They were working on a pest repellent device, utilizing sound waves to induce discomfort in the mutated cockroaches, thereby achieving the goal of repulsion. Yet, the precise intensity and frequency of these sound waves were still under testing. Today, They had taken the device outside for trials, inadvertently driving the mutated cockroaches to this location. Additionally, the insecticide powder primarily aimed to eradicate their eggs, thereby leading to their extinction. Moreover, the sound waves not only affected insects but also had repercussions for animals, particularly birds. Hence, if aircraft were to fly safely in the future, bird repellers would be indispensable. As the conversation shifted to scientific research, Qin Yuansi became somewhat loquacious. Lin Xi then realized that these endeavors resembled the daily hustle of elderly neighbors who were perpetually engaged in significant matters. They had extracted a component from the mutated thorny tree, which, when incorporated into coatings, could insulate against high temperatures. The base intended to apply this innovation in housing and vehicles, though the waterproofing issue remained unresolved. Listening to his discourse, Lin Xi couldn't help but commend the wisdom of the leaders, who had adeptly preserved the strength of scientific research. Indeed, the existence of such individuals could significantly enhance humanity's chances of survival in an apocalyptic world. If it were like the previous life, where one perished unknowingly in the fog, it would be a great pity. Not to mention, old Zhang would surely venture into the mist to uncover the truth. Thus, it was evident why the base held the research center in such high regard. In light of their ability to improve human living conditions, Lin Xi resolved to adopt a more amiable attitude towards these neighbors. Chapter 157. The abilities of 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. The base waged a comprehensive extermination campaign against the mutated cockroaches. 100 mutated cockroaches could be exchanged for 10 points. While this was not a substantial reward, it was better than nothing. Surprisingly, the majority of those exchanging mutated cockroaches for points were ordinary people and somewhat older children, who earned points to contribute to their households. This revelation highlighted the strength of ordinary citizens. Despite the formidable combat capabilities of the mutated individuals, their numbers were ultimately limited, reaffirming that ordinary people were the foundation of the base. Just how significant is the power of the populace? A week later, the largest display screen in the task hall indicated a reduction in the task level for exterminating mutated cockroaches. Instead, tasks for collecting mutated plants emerged, such as bamboo grass for crafting temperature-regulating clothing. Mutated thorny trees capable of yielding components that insulate against high temperatures, and various unknown new types of mutated plants. However, while the mutated cockroach crisis had subsided, mutated rats and mosquitoes remained prevalent. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 may have lacked finesse in dealing with mutated cockroaches, yet they excelled in addressing the mutated rats. It was their first encounter with mutated rats since birth, but that did not hinder their ability to achieve swift kills. Ye Ming even personally approached Lin Xi, hiring 1, 2, 3, 4, and MOMO to defend the research institute. Lin Xi felt a sense of satisfaction, realizing her efforts in raising them were not in vain. They were now capable of earning their keep. However, MOMO need not participate, as it had 5 promising offspring awaiting a life of comfort. After agreeing on points and specifically instructing that their blood was not to be drawn, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 lined up to accompany Ye Ming to work. Lin Xi was not merely fixated on the points. Her primary desire was to provide the little ones with ample opportunities for growth. MOMO had roamed the outside world for many years, acquiring combat skills through real-world experience, ensuring that not a single ounce of strength or ability was wasted. Conversely, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 had been raised in a sheltered environment, primarily indulging in eating and playing. When it came to fighting, they lacked strategy, and in moments of excitement, they might even engage in petty squabbles amongst themselves. Despite MOMO's extensive teachings, the results appeared minimal. Relying on Lin Wuwu was futile. Once it exited its spatial realm, it was both sorrowful and weakened, suffering from extreme heat that rendered it incapable of frolicking as before. Expecting it to manage on its own was even less feasible. As Lin Xi excelled in pampering her little ones but struggled with imparting skills effectively. Thus, she resolved to allow them to engage in real combat, provided they did not wreak havoc at home. Subsequently, they accompanied Qin Yuan to and from work daily, rising early and returning late. Lin Xi explicitly instructed them to be capable of killing prey, but forbade them from eating it. If it were toxic, they would never be allowed back inside. If they craved delicious food, Lin Xi promised to prepare it for them upon their return, even encouraging them to supervise each other, with rewards for reporting any infractions. She commissioned a stone basin from the stoneware shop, standing 40 centimeters tall and measuring 1 meter in diameter, placing it in the yard. Near the end of the workday, She would fill it with water and sprinkle in the updated insecticide powder. When 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 returned, they would eagerly leap into the water basin. Concerned about the high temperatures in the small yard, Lin Xi even added a small piece of ice to the water. They splashed and played in the cool water, and by the time the ice melted, it was nearly time for their baths. Afterward, they would seek Lin Xi to rinse off and dry their fur before entering the house. The first thing they did upon entering was gulping down water before resting a moment and then having dinner. One day, however, Lin Xi was preoccupied and forgot to add ice to their bathing water. When she finally remembered and brought an ice block, she was taken aback to find the water was pleasantly cool. Curious, she dipped her hand in, discovering it resembled that refreshing underground watered ice-type ability. Could it be that her hopes had truly come to fruition? With excitement, Lin Xi exclaimed, "Which of you possesses ice abilities? Show me your powers." At that moment, the little tabby cat, Mo Xiaowu, extended a paw and touched the water surface, causing a small piece of ice to appear. Lin Xi immediately beamed with joy, embracing it and cleaning it thoroughly. She now had an ice-type companion. No wonder she had noticed some cockroaches frozen during their extermination efforts. It seemed to be the work of Mo Xiaowu. "You should have informed me of your abilities sooner, you little fool." Embracing the ice type was indeed a delightful experience. After tidying up the little ones, Lin Xi headed to the dining room to prepare their dinner. Now that they were little ones who ventured out to work and contribute to the family, their nutrition needed to be prioritized. Before long, however, when she turned around, she was startled to find the dark-furred Mo Xiao Air and Mo Xiao Si seemingly setting Mo Xiaowu ablaze, while Mo Xiao San splashed water over them. Excellent, they were thoroughly drenched, and Mo Xiaowu seized the opportunity to freeze them. Mo Xiao Yi, displaying the most peculiar behavior, teleported and nestled into Lin Xi's embrace. Lin Xi had no choice but to lift it out and place it on the ground, realizing it had no sense of danger, resembling a fiery furnace. Upon seeing Lin Xi's arrival, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 rushed over, meowing in unison to report the chaos. Lin Xi could not manage it. She called for Mo to come and tidy up the mess. Feeling akin to a careless ruler, she adored each of her little ones and realized that if she were to mediate their disputes, she would have to flee. Nevertheless, the little ones were still commendable. Hiding their abilities for so long was likely a lesson from Mo. If not for the competition for her affection, Lin Xi might never have discovered their skills. She bore them no resentment. Instead, she praised them for their discretion, as the scarcity of mutated animals made it prudent for the little ones to maintain a low profile. As the temperature continued to rise day by day, the base began to limit water supply. On this particular day, Zhao Zhiyong informed her that the Research Institute had invited 9 presidents from the Ability User Union to attend a meeting. Consequently, Lin Xi was also required to participate. After passing through 3 security checkpoints and undergoing multiple identity verifications, a group of ability users finally entered the Research Institute. Ascending to the 2nd floor, they entered a modest meeting room furnished with simple wooden tables and chairs, accommodating nearly 20 individuals. The meeting was presided over by Yi Ming. Chapter 158. The Research Institute's action task. The content of the meeting was rather straightforward. The Research Institute intended to dispatch researchers to the nearest mountainous area to collect samples of mutated flora and fauna, thereby mitigating unstable factors. Lin Xi cast a glance at Zhao Zhiyong, pondering whether this task could be accomplished. He merely shrugged in response. Neither of them spoke, but Vice President Yu could no longer contain himself. "We are not fully aware of the dangers outside. After the extreme heat, we have been adapting. It is perilous to send researchers out in such uncertain conditions." President Song, being slightly older, concurred. "If necessary, we should first scout the area, at the very least. Ascertain whether any dangers exist before deciding whether to accompany the researchers." Yi Ming lowered his head in contemplation, engaging in discussion with those nearby. An elder at the side remarked, "You all make valid points, and we have considered this issue. However, timely research is of paramount importance. Do you realize how many lives could be saved with additional research findings? In the face of the apocalypse, where is there no danger? More critically, many samples risk contamination by the time they reach researchers. Moreover, if researchers do not obtain data promptly, it may be incomplete, hindering the progress of research. This is precisely why researchers must personally collect samples this time around. Furthermore, such actions will become routine, and the Research Institute will frequently issue similar tasks in the future. This marks the first collaboration and will lay the groundwork for subsequent endeavors. Lin Xi felt a pang of guilt. Contamination of samples? Was she the subject of discussion? Yet, she had indeed discarded her last prey all at once. Was research truly that meticulous? Yiming scanned the room before continuing. Thus, we hope the ability user union can accompany us and provide protection. Someone skeptically inquired, will there be an ability user squad from the military participating? Yiming nodded and signaled for a few individuals from the adjacent office to enter. Indeed, Ye Chen, Zhou Yi, and Zhao Hui, dressed in military uniforms, strode in with poise. Upon seeing Ye Chen, Yiming smiled before stating, the military will dispatch the most elite ability user squad to participate. I wish for everyone to understand that the researchers dispatched by the Institute are exceedingly precious. In the current environment, nurturing such elite researchers has become nearly impossible. Therefore, each researcher represents a treasure for humanity in these dire times, and I hope you will safeguard them diligently. Lin Xi's tongue outran her thoughts. What if they act recklessly? A few muffled chuckles echoed in the conference room. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lin Xi clarified, no, seriously, there are indeed many such individuals. This prompted laughter even from the Institute's side. Ye Ming, suppressing a smile, earnestly remarked, well, generally speaking, our researchers possess limited abilities and would not act recklessly if, by any chance he cast a glance at Ye Chen, who cleared his throat and said, knock them out and bring them back. He added, Chairperson Lin is absolutely right. There are indeed many such individuals. Yiming nodded in agreement. Of course, the Institute will carefully select the researchers we send out. The ability users remained silent, exchanging glances. Yiming observed this and maintained a gentle expression. Chairperson Lin, since you reside at the research center, would you like to say a few words? Ah, who can fathom the discomfort of being called upon in a meeting? Lin Xi, undeterred, spoke plainly. This is our first outing, primarily for exploration. Moreover, the dangers outside are unknown. I believe that low-tier ability users from both the military and the guild should refrain from participating. Additionally, the majority of our combat power must remain at the base. It would be best if the Institute refrains from sending out any lone individuals. Ye Ming's gaze fell upon Lin Xi. Her words echoed their prior discussions. Chairperson Lin's insights were indeed valid, and they were grateful for her input. Huh? What does this imply? Lin Xi firmly declined. Ah, sorry. I do not accept protection missions. I only undertake extermination tasks. Yiming chuckled. The points are negotiable, primarily because you are the candidate designated by Professor Zheng. What? Old Zheng is going too. Lin Xi's eyes widened in disbelief. That old man, at his age, still wants to venture out? Isn't that courting disaster? Yiming was somewhat aware of the minor grievances between her and old Zheng. He teased, why not persuade him? Lin Xi felt exasperated. That old coot certainly had ulterior motives for dragging her along. Did he not fear that she might abandon him midway? Yiming, suppressing laughter, replied earnestly, oh, I suppose he is worried. For some reason, he has an immense trust in you. As the discussions concluded, they appointed 3 responsible parties, Zhao Zhiyong, Ye Chen, and Old Zheng, who would then select suitable accompanying personnel. Furthermore, they would bring along some new equipment for trial and adjustment. That evening, Ye Chen discreetly delivered an item to Lin Xi, claiming it was from his father, a large vest. What is this? Lin Xi inquired, examining the oversized, orange garment, which felt somewhat heavy. Press here, Ye Chen instructed, indicating the switch's location. Moments later, the vest turned icy. Ah, an ice vest? Is this for Wuwu? Lin Xi had seen others wearing similar garments. The guards at the city gate and those at the research center donned such cooling vests while on duty, as they were long, extending from head to calf. Given the extreme temperatures, lacking any protective measures would be akin to courting death. Such protective gear was scarce and reserved for those on the front lines with immediate needs. Lin Xi had never considered acquiring one. This is a reward for your assistance. Points will be calculated separately. Ye Chen felt joyful at the prospect of collaborating with Lin Xi again. With such courtesy, Lin Xi found it even harder to refuse. She was someone who responded better to kindness than force. Well then, let us proceed. Having me around to protect that old coot should pose no issue. She went upstairs to summon Lin Wuwu. After donning the icy vest, Lin Wuwu felt a refreshing chill on its chest and back, revitalizing its spirit. Ecstatic, it bounded around the living room. Ah Wu? Ah Wu? I, Lin Wuwu, have returned. Indeed, This gift resonated deeply with Lin Xi. The departure was set for a week later, and Lin Xi had no concerns regarding the travel gear, personnel arrangements, or weapon configurations. The only suggestion she made was to include more wind and speed type ability users, as they could help escort the researchers in times of danger. Chapter 159. Mutant Ants. By the time they set off a week later, Lin Xi's expression was as dark as a pot's bottom. Observing the lengthy convoy, her fingers were practically ablaze with frustration. Zhao Zhiyong, noticing her impending explosion, quickly reassured her. Our responsibility is solely to protect the researchers. The safety of others is their own concern. Lin Xi glared at him, incredulous that he had never heard of the term team liabilities. With so many individuals involved, the likelihood of encountering a greater proportion of liabilities was significantly heightened. Pushing her closer to the brink, Lin Xi, these individuals are our people. They will follow orders, rest assured. Ye Chen approached, fully armed, with beads of sweat trickling down his hair. While ability users possess greater endurance against high temperatures, it does not mean they are impervious to heat. Given this, Lin Xi refrained from voicing further complaints, merely glaring before retreating into her mobile home. The nearest destination to the central base was the Yuqing mountain area. Their objective for this journey to IT was a straight-line distance of 300 kilometers. However, the road had suffered from flooding and subsequent freezing. Although the ice had melted and the water receded, the road was still riddled with mud. And even if the mud dried, it remained treacherous. At this moment, Lin Xi understood the necessity of bringing along so many individuals. When faced with impassable routes, they would need engineers to excavate and level the path. 4 leaders from the Ability Users Guild had mobilized, implicitly regarding Lin Xi as their superior. From an outsider's perspective, considering her formidable combat prowess and her connections within research and the military, she garnered considerable respect. To avoid the sweltering temperatures exceeding 60 degrees Celsius, the convoy rested during the day and traveled at night. Temperatures could drop to 50 degrees at night. Although still hot, it was a slight improvement. The greatest advantage of such extreme heat is the abundance of electricity. Even if all power was consumed overnight, a day under the sun would replenish it thoroughly. The journey of 300 kilometers took 3 days, with only half the distance covered. Since the last excavation unearthed a nest of mutant snakes, ability users took turns to maintain vigilance. Among the guild leaders, Zhao Zhiyong was the most diligent. Being an earth type, he was well suited for excavation and filling. Lin Wuwu, too, played its part. Whenever they halted, it would call upon its friends. This time, Baby and Lightning also joined. Lightning adhered to discipline, unlike Lin Wuwu, and instead, frolicked around Baby while occasionally assisting the engineers, mimicking Zhao Zhiyong's actions. The group of 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 followed Lightning, primarily because during the last encounter, they felt somewhat embarrassed when attacking the lone mutant snake. Lightning's trainer, unable to bear witnessing such poor performance, volunteered to help train them. But could these little ones heed the trainer's words? Of course not. However, with Lightning around, it was amusing to see how it kept the others in line. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 had their own squabbles. Little 2 and Little 4 ignited a fire, prompting Little 3 to extinguish it, while Little 5 prepared to freeze the mutant snake, only to inadvertently freeze Mo Xiao Yi, who was in the midst of battle. Fortunately, its rank was low, and the mutant snake's strength was still weak. Lightning swiftly delivered a decisive blow, clamping down on the mutant snake's vital point. The trainer, dismayed at witnessing such talent squandered, informed Lin Xi, who was elated and presented a generous gift for mentorship, a large watermelon. Expressing her desire for strict discipline, encouraging the trainer to train rigorously. So long as they didn't end up dead, they should train them as hard as possible. After all, this was the apocalypse. If these little rascals continued down this path, they would inevitably endanger their own lives. The trainer was left speechless, likely having never encountered such a master. Lin Xi sat comfortably in her mobile home, enjoying the air conditioning while petting Mo. The past 3 days had only encountered a handful of scattered mutant beasts, so her intervention was unnecessary. On the 4th day, however, the convoy came to a halt before towering mounds of earth blocking their path. The ability users tasked with clearing the way promptly leaped down, and the engineers swiftly retrieved their tools to begin excavating, as they dug through the mounds of earth under the lights. They remained oblivious to the hidden dangers within. When Qing Bao informed Lin Xi that there were numerous giant insects ahead and many pits underground, she suddenly heard a blood-curdling scream. Lin Xi's heart raced. Mutant flesh-eating ants. She opened the car window and shouted, "Everyone, fall back, retreat." Rushing to the driver's seat, she grabbed the intercom. Mutant flesh-eating ants. Their nest is vast and will loosen the soil within 1,000 square meters around it. The convoy will fall into their nest. Everyone, tighten your collars and cuffs to avoid exposing any skin. Retreat. Unfortunately, the convoy was too long, and it was impossible to retreat in time. Lin Xi decisively ordered. Change clothes and disembark. Since their departure, Lin Xi had remained in a state of vigilance. Her hair was braided at the back, and she wore combat gear, needing only to don her combat boots and secure her sleeves and collar with tape. She swiftly leapt from the vehicle, instructing Zhao Zhiyong, "Ensure that the personnel from the Research Institute withdraw. They must not fall into their lair." Su Guangqing followed her as they sprinted towards the front of the convoy. Upon receiving her message, Ye Chen immediately commanded the convoy to retreat and rush to the forefront. Ahead lay dozens of mounds of earth, each standing 2 to 3 meters tall, with a searchlight perched beside one of them. Scattered nearby were excavation tools, alongside a dozen or so engineers. Several fire abilities were already igniting the area, while mutated carnivorous ants, the size of a fist, swarmed around. Medical personnel were evacuating the injured. "Wait!" Lin Xi controlled the flames, weaving through them to eliminate the mutated ant slime clinging to their bodies before gesturing for them to leave. Su Guangqing extended his mental energy, delving into the mounds and underground, exploring the extent of the mutated ant's nest through the maze-like tunnels. Before long, his mental energy seemed to touch upon something obscured. Before he could discern what it was, his mind was pierced by a sharp pain. As if stabbed by a steel needle, Su Guangqing was drenched in cold sweat, barely able to stand. Was it a mental attack? Ye Chen caught him, his expression grave as he summoned medical personnel. Approximately 1,000 square meters, 3 meters underground, is filled with voids. There is one area that is quite spacious. I intended to see how to return but was obstructed. Su Guangqing's face turned pale. Yet he persisted in clarifying the situation he had uncovered. Carnivorous ants were troublesome even before the apocalypse, and after their mutation, they had become more intelligent and larger. Each ant nest harbored a queen, and I suspect that this queen possesses a mental ability. Lin Xi found the situation daunting. It was no wonder Su Guangqing had been unable to detect their presence in advance. If she were alone, she would be unconcerned, but with so many people present, intruding upon their territory was perilous. If the convoy were ensnared, and the mutated ants surged forth to bite, it would not be a trivial matter. Chapter 160. Overturning the nest of mutated carnivorous ants. As for the medication brought along, its efficacy and quantity were questionable. After all, it was merely prepared for emergencies, not for a full-fledged hospital. Ye Chen decisively stated, "First, let the convoy retreat beyond the ant nest. I will gather Earth-type abilities to reinforce the road for the convoy, while those in the vehicles should evacuate first. Do not engage yet." Lin Xi acquiesced. "Understood. I will remain here. If any vehicle truly gets stuck, call for me." The occupants of the vehicles had largely disembarked and retreated. The leading vehicle, a military RV, was no longer the white of the extreme cold but a camouflage green. Observing the wheels, one could see them slowly sinking into the soft earth. A few abilities standing nearby felt a jolt of alarm. Initially, when Lin Xi called for a retreat, they had thought it an overreaction. Merely a few ants that could be incinerated. However, should both vehicle and occupants become ensnared, it would indeed be a problem, especially with so many ordinary soldiers and researchers involved. Lin Xi had encountered the mutated carnivorous ants several times. To reach the queen, one must enter its nest. Their nests resembled a labyrinth, a network of trenches akin to the streets of a city. The interconnected trenches resembled a myriad of alleys, when the countless mutated ants, larger than fists, charged heedlessly towards them. Escaping unscathed would be challenging. Baby flew over, landing on Lin Xi's shoulder, cocking its head and squawking, "Gah! The old man wants ants. The old man wants ants." How adorable it was. Although Baby lacked any abilities, its intelligence allowed it to speak, effectively shouldering the crucial role of information relay. Lin Xi smirked, saying, "Tell him to come over. I'll toss him into the ant's nest to have his fill." Baby, quick-witted, understood immediately. "Gah!" The old man tossed into the ant's nest. "Toss him in." It circled Lin Xi once before darting away. Half an hour later, Ye Chen returned with several Earth-type abilities. intending to extract the first vehicle. Fire-type abilities followed suit, unleashing flames to drive away the mutated ants near the vehicles. The evacuation was timely, with no injuries among the personnel. Two vehicles had gotten stuck, but with the earth abilities reinforcing the ground, they managed to retrieve them. Unfortunately, 3 engineers had suffered severe bites and could not be saved. Ye Chen pressed his lips together. Lin Xi remained silent. This was considered a significant blessing amidst misfortune. Had they truly fallen into the lair of the carnivorous ants with so many people, timely rescue would have been nearly impossible, and the casualties would undoubtedly have exceeded 3. What should we do? Take a detour? Lin Xi tilted her head to glance at him. As you wish. Ye Chen mimicked her demeanor, appearing rather foolish. Then ensure they retreat further back, lest they become collateral damage. It's merely 1,000 square meters of subterranean void. I'll turn it upside down. As she spoke, Lin Xi's commanding aura resurfaced. Ye Chen found her demeanor endearing. He smiled. All right, let us turn it upside down together. The retreating team positioned themselves at a safer distance, establishing 2 lines of defense, one composed of abilities and the other of ordinary soldiers, both coordinated by Zhao Zhiyong. Naturally, the vanguard comprised himself and Lin Xi, as he relished fighting side by side with her. Of course, it would have been perfect without Zhou Yi, Zhao Hui, Yu Xiaofeng, and Lin Wuwu. Lin Wuwu rushed over like the wind, exclaiming, "Ah, what would you do without me, the poop scooper?" Having reached the 3rd tier, Lin Wuwu and Lin Xi complemented each other seamlessly. Ye Chen paired well with Yu Xiaofeng, while Zhou Yi and Zhao Hui, one of metal and the other of fire, had little synergy but could rely on each other's backs. The mutated carnivorous ants varied in size, some as small as a fist, while others nearly 2 fists wide, their 6 legs moving swiftly like mutated cockroaches. With their developed mandibles, they could easily sever a finger. Most critically, a bite would cause redness, swelling, and necrosis at the wound site, requiring the removal of the surrounding flesh, application of hemostatic powder, and several days of anti-inflammatory medication for recovery. Thus, when Lin Xi sensed the likelihood of encountering mutated carnivorous ants, her first instinct was to avoid exposing any skin. She certainly did not wish to endure bites from them again in this life. The mutated carnivorous ants retained their premutation characteristics, particularly their fear of fire. Upon encountering flames, they instinctively clustered together, forming a rolling sphere to escape the fire. Consequently, while the outermost ants would perish in the flames, those at the periphery would quickly detach from the sphere to prevent others from catching fire. Therefore, Lin Xi still intended to use fire. Originally, their strategy was to combat mutated plants, so they had brought ample solid gasoline, also known as incendiary grenades. After taking a few sips of water, they donned tactical vests, armed themselves with grenades, incendiary devices, assault rifles, gas masks, night vision goggles, tear gas, and strapped on knives. Considering the size of the mutated carnivorous ant nest, they also prepared 2 grenade launchers. At Lin Xi's request, they supplied her with the TNT she desired. Before they commenced, Lin Xi advised them, the powers of abilities are limited. When dealing with such a swarm of insects, use them sparingly and do not deplete your abilities, as you cannot ascertain their numbers. Be sure to conserve your energy. Furthermore, keep your distance from the queen upon discovery. Its ability is a mental attack, and it has certainly reached the 3rd tier. Leave that to me. I have a plan to deal with it. Though their abilities had also reached the 3rd tier, the combat prowess of mutated animals at that level surpassed that of abilities. Lin Xi feared they might recklessly risk their lives, a scenario all too common in her previous life. Lin Wuwu was the first to engage, summoning a gust of wind that uprooted dozens of earth mounds, sending countless mutated ants soaring into the air. Qing Bao, fearing Lin Wuwu might lack energy, hurriedly supplied it with well water. As the mutated ants witnessed their home being destroyed, they surged forward menacingly. Awaiting them were Zhou Yi and Zhao Hui with their grenade launchers. The resounding explosions illuminated the night sky momentarily, and the shockwaves and shrapnel devoured all the mutated ants in their path. Lin Wuwu seized the opportunity created by the blasts, unleashing a ferocious wind that stripped away a layer of earth, transforming the ground into a patchwork of pits. The already excavated underground could hardly withstand the relentless bombardment of grenades and wind. Lin Xi watched enviously as the grenade launchers were employed. She had several in her spatial realm as well, but she couldn't use them in front of others. Chapter 161. Harvesting the Queen Ant's energy crystal. The shockwave from the grenades momentarily subdued the first wave of mutated ants, Yet soon, more of them surged forth from the ground like an army. Lin Xi's abilities surged through her, and she endeavored to compress flames into small fireballs, hurling them with force. The fireballs exploded, scattering sparks and igniting swathes of mutated ants. She felt a twinge of disappointment. Indeed, the fourth-tier fireballs were not as effective, far less convenient than the fire net. With access to well water, she was not concerned about exhausting her abilities. So she decided to spread the fire net, incinerating batch after batch of undeterred mutated ants. True to their nature, the mutated ants huddled together upon encountering flames. Lin Xi smirked, realizing they mistakenly thought her fire would only scorch the outermost ants. Little did they know, their clumping together was precisely what she desired for a comprehensive incineration. How can there be so many? At this rate, we might run out of bullets, Joey muttered. It is an insurmountable challenge, as the sheer number of these creatures burrow deep underground, engaging in a war of attrition. That moment, a swarm of winged ants surged forth from the depths, buzzing ominously towards them. Zhao Hui felt a chill run down his spine. Goodness. They have taken to the skies. To his astonishment, one particularly large specimen was capable of flight. The numbers were overwhelming, rendering the assault rifle ineffective. Yu Xiaofeng unleashed a vast cloud of mist, while Ye Chen summoned a tempest of lightning, incinerating a significant portion of the airborne ants. The group swiftly transitioned to utilizing their supernatural abilities. Emulating Lin Xi, Ye Chen wove the lightning into a net, proving effective, though it was not as extensive as Lin Xi's fiery web. The flying ants, exhibiting superior agility, managed to inflict grievous wounds on Zhou Yi, Yu Xiaofeng, and Zhao Hui, aside from Lin Xi and Ye Chen, as they were mercilessly bitten by the mutated flesh-eating ants. Ouch! This bite is more painful than a dog's, Lin Xi intervened, scorching the mutated ants clinging to her companions. She applied the charred remnants to the wounds, preventing them from festering, after incinerating the last of the mutated flying ants with her fire net. She and Qing Bao commenced tossing TNT into the pit. Cautioning her companions to maintain a safe distance, she prepared to detonate the explosives. The target was the burrow of the ant queen. As she aimed to capture the formidable creature, deafening explosion resounded, illuminating the night sky with a blaze of fire. The immense shockwave propelled Earth several meters away, overturning the ground and revealing a gaping pit, approximately 4 to 5 meters deep. Just as Lin Xi was about to leap into the abyss, she noticed Ye Chen had followed her. What are you doing here? You cannot withstand its mental assault. Ye Chen leaped down beside her. I understand you wish to capture the queen, but it will surely be guarded. I am here to handle the guards. What a jinx upon descending into the pit. Lin Xi found herself surrounded by a throng of mutated ants. She had no choice but to envelop herself in her fire net and press forward with great difficulty. Observing her face smeared with soot and nearly suffocated by the swarm, Ye Chen hastily jumped down to assist her in the confined space. He opted for a knife rather than a firearm, fearing he might inadvertently harm Lin Xi. The nest of mutated ants had its advantages, with temperatures not exceeding 30 degrees, providing Lin Xi some relief from the heat, as her combat suit was already soaked through. With Ye Chen's support, Lin Xi's pace quickened slightly, and after reducing countless mutated ants to ashes, she advanced 20 meters into a vaulted chamber, where the ground was level, marking the heart of the nest. At last, Lin Xi laid eyes on the ant queen. It was several dozen times larger than an ordinary mutated ant, nearing 2 meters in length, excluding its antennae. Its color had shifted from black to a striking snowy white, its massive, soft abdomen subtly undulating. Simultaneously, Lin Xi felt a distinct mental assault, yet remarkably, she sustained no damage. Could it be that she was immune to psychic attacks? Drawing her black blade, she swiftly severed the queen's energy crystal after 2 strikes. The queen ceased all motion, a viscous fluid oozing from its body. Ha! I knew it. Early-stage psychic mutations are as fragile as paper. While Ye Chen struggled outside, the queen's presence dissipated, inciting the guarding ants into a frenzy, intent on taking him down with them. Just as he was on the brink of collapse, Lin Xi arrived to lend her support. From start to finish, 3 hours had elapsed. Given the absence of well water to replenish energy, Ye Chen's endurance and strength were impressive in Lin Xi's eyes. After dispatching all the guard ants, Lin Xi steadied Ye Chen, urging him to leave. She leapt from the pit and, reaching back, pulled him up. Ye Chen, positioned beneath the pit's edge, gazed up at Lin Xi. The starry night sky framed her as a beautiful silhouette, despite her soot-streaked face and disheveled hair. She appeared irresistibly charming and remarkably dependable. Lin Xi, noticing Ye Chen's dazed expression, felt a twinge of concern. "Are you all right? You haven't been poisoned, have you?" Earlier, she had removed her gas mask and had suffered no ill effects. "Captain, you mustn't be harmed. If anything were to happen to you, Director Luo would have us for dinner." A cacophony of anguished cries erupted, snapping Ye Chen back to reality. "I'm fine, thank you. Just pull me up." He extended his hand to Lin Xi. Yet, a sudden force shoved her aside. Zhou Yi and Zhao Hui lunged at the pit's edge, their faces smeared with grime and sweat. Each grasped one of Ye Chen's hands, forcibly dragging him from the depths. "Captain, you're all right." Seeing her comrade's arrival relieved Lin Xi. Ye Chen, frustrated, muttered, "What's wrong with me? Do you all wish to take my position as captain?" Zhou Yi and Zhao Hui clung to him, refusing to let go. "Oh, Captain, what are you saying? Whether alive or dead, you are our captain." Exhausted, with his abilities and strength nearly depleted, Ye Chen couldn't shake off the two of them. Resigned, he barked, "Let go! Let go! Is there nothing else for you to do? Shouldn't we be cleaning up the battlefield?" Lin Xi found a cool spot to sit, downing a bottle of well water, feeling her energy levels rejuvenate. The well water quickly revitalized her physical energy, yet the mental fatigue necessitated a good rest. She gazed at the twinkling stars, savoring a sense of tranquility. It felt wonderful to be strong. Even when battling a seemingly endless swarm of mutated ants, they all emerged unscathed. Unlike her previous life, where even confronting a mutated willow tree had cost Zhao Zhiyong dearly, Lin Xi sniffled. Cleaning up the battlefield, filling in the pits, collecting spoils, and preserving samples were all tasks she wished to avoid. After relishing the sweetness of victory, she prepared for a shower and sleep. After several hours of intense exertion, claiming to feel unexhausted would be a lie. Chapter 162. The serious researcher news of the battle's conclusion swiftly reached the rear. To Lin Xi's surprise, the first to arrive were none other than the audacious researchers from the institute. Old Zheng, laden with tools, rushed to Lin Xi, his voice filled with urgency. "Every ant nest contains a queen. Where is she? You haven't burned her to ashes, have you?" Lin Xi, irritated, scoffed. "I didn't burn her to ashes, but I did roast her for a meal. Hey, you little rascal, just like your pet Wuwu." Old Zheng hurried off to collect samples of the mutated ants. After taking a few steps, he returned, lowering his gaze to her. "You little rascal, are you all right? Not injured, are you?" He actually showed concern. Had he been possessed? Lin Xi eyed him warily and shook her head. Old Zheng's disappointment was palpable. "Oh, no blood? Then Wuwu wasn't harmed either?" Hiss, indeed. This insufferable old man was quite mischievous. Lin Xi returned to the mobile home, exchanged a few words with Zhao Zhiyong, and headed for a shower and a change of clothes. Covered in sweat, mud, and the sticky residue of mutated ants, Lin Xi needed a thorough wash. Afterward, she donned a loose-fitting, pure cotton white t-shirt, paired with pink linen culottes, and slipped on a pair of leather sandals, allowing her hair to cascade freely. She felt refreshingly comfortable. Shortly after, she noticed Ye Chen knocking on the car door. "Is there something you need?" Lin Xi opened the door, greeted by a wave of warmth. Ye Chen, looking disheveled, pitifully pleaded. "There are too many people waiting to shower, and I got pushed to the back of the line. May I use your vehicle for a shower and some air conditioning?" Given the number of residents in their vehicle, it was entirely reasonable that he got delayed. Lin Xi understood this immediately. "Sure, come on in. Just remember to close the door." Lin Xi shuffled into the vehicle in her slippers. That moment, she was in high spirits, completely free of any sticky sensations. Ye Chen followed, cautiously placing his feet, wary of dirtying the floor. "No worries. Feel free to shower. There's plenty of water inside." Lin Xi was not stingy. If the floor got dirty, it could easily be cleaned. Besides, Zhao Zhiyong was quite diligent, cleaning at least once a day. "All right, I'll make sure to clean up afterward," Ye Chen remarked before entering the bathroom. Is it true that all former soldiers are this diligent?" Lin Xi herself was not particularly lazy, but she felt that daily cleaning was somewhat unnecessary. Ye Chen washed quickly, transforming from a muddy mess to a refreshing, handsome figure. He still wore his military uniform. albeit a camouflage short-sleeve shirt and trousers that bore the scent of laundry detergent. Ye Chen recalled how Lin Xi looked when he had opened the door for her skin glistening and delicate, her hair slightly damp and emanating the delightful fragrance of shower gel. He was reluctant to leave so soon. Your vehicle's air conditioning is superb. Ours is hardly effective, perhaps due to the crowd. Ye Chen casually placed his hand near the air conditioning vent. Is it all right if I set up a sleeping bag on the floor? Lin Xi yawned, caressing Lin Wuwu. No can do. The floor is reserved for Lin Wuwu. Oh, very well, he conceded, fully aware of his place in Lin Xi's heart, feeling inferior to Lin Wuwu. You can sleep with old Zhao. The sofa can be combined into a large bed, while Su Guangqing is on the top bunk. He sustained some injuries, so just don't disturb him. Ye Chen felt elated. It was nice to know that Xi still cared for him. He settled onto the sofa bed, as Yonggu had gone to help out in the front, leaving the sofa bed to him. Moreover, even if Yonggu returned, he wouldn't be asked to leave. Exhausted both physically and mentally, Ye Chen closed his eyes and quickly succumbed to sleep. Lin Xi, having closed the door to her private quarters, also fell asleep swiftly. The following morning, when Ye Chen awoke, the entire vehicle was enveloped in a serene silence. He found it peculiar that Yonggu had not returned all night. Zhao Zhiyong, accompanied by a group of Earth-type abilities and engineering troops, engaged in road construction until late yesterday night before returning. Upon his arrival, he discovered Ye Chen had inexplicably climbed onto their vehicle, immediately suspecting the boy's intentions were far from benign. Nevertheless, witnessing the intensity of his struggle and battle, he couldn't bring himself to intervene. After quietly refreshing himself, he made his way to the small bed in the rear of the driver's cabin, where he spent the night. Observing that even Lin Wuwu was sleeping soundly without turning, Ye Chen stealthily returned to his own vehicle. Captain, did you seriously manage to get onto my sister's vehicle? Zhou asked, eyeing him with suspicion. Ye Chen shot him a glare, retorting, and you? If only you could muster the same enthusiasm during training as you do in competing for the bathroom, after breakfast. He met with the Research Institute personnel. The individuals who had cleared the battlefield were utterly astonished, having gained a newfound understanding of the term strong. They could hardly fathom how a multitude of mutated ants could be subdued by just a handful of people and a tiger. Although a few managed to escape to the rear defense line, their two defensive barriers easily contained them. However, they hadn't anticipated that the portion they intercepted was hardly worth mentioning. The researchers thrived in this environment, as it was their first encounter with such novel specimens, particularly the queen ant, which had evolved to a white hue, completely overturning the perceptions held by old Zheng and his colleagues. Not only did they analyze the mutated ants themselves, but they also took samples of the soil from different caves. It was evident that professional matters required professional minds. Observing their meticulous sampling and recalling how the various ability users had dragged the mutated beasts back, it was clear they could not be compared. Lin Xi initially believed they would depart that very night, but Zhao Zhiyong informed her they would need to remain for another day. Handing him a bowl of mung bean soup, she inquired, why? Is the convoy unable to traverse this stretch of road yet? With the assistance of Earth-type abilities, it shouldn't take this long to repair. Zhao Zhiyong finished the soup in one gulp, then turned to adjust the insulating cloth on the RV more neatly, securing it to the wooden stakes driven into the ground. The insulating cloth, provided by the Research Institute, resembled a tent top when unfurled, capable of being tied to 4 wooden stakes to block part of the sun's direct heat. During daytime breaks, everyone would pull up the insulating cloth, significantly enhancing the air conditioning's effectiveness. Professor Zheng still had some unfinished tasks, having begun their work shortly after the battle ended, and it wasn't long before dawn broke. The researchers were busy until 10 in the morning, and despite the insulating cloth being pulled up, several suffered from heat stroke. Ye Chen proposed that everyone rest during the day and continue their work once the sun set. We will depart as soon as we finish tonight. The latest we can leave is tomorrow at sunset. Lin Xi scoffed, does old Zheng ever heed Ye Chen's words? Old Zheng was both stubborn and self-righteous, and Ye Chen found himself at a loss against him. Throughout this journey, it was entirely dependent on Lin Xi's fierce dominance. Zhao Zhiyong found it amusing, noting how Lin Xi would occasionally threaten Professor Zheng, who, much to everyone's surprise, complied with her demands. He could hardly refuse her, especially after suffering from heat stroke himself. It was Ye Chen who had procured some ice water to help him recover. Really? Lin Xi exclaimed, cheerfully heading to the vehicle to tidy up. Determined to mock him thoroughly, Zhao Zhiyong, with genuine concern, urged, "Hey, where are you going?" He.S. quite elderly. Rather than enjoying the comforts of the base, he.s. braving dangers alongside us. It's not easy for him. Please don't provoke him into a bad state. Lin Xi, clutching an insulated bag, hopped out of the vehicle. He seems perfectly fine. His attitude is precisely what you all have indulged. As Lin Xi approached the research RV, she immediately heard the voice of baby. "Gah, what to do? What to do? The old man is going to croak. Going to croak. I want to laugh, but what should I do? This is the right occasion." Old Zheng, weak and exasperated, struggled. "You, be quiet. You're the one who is going to croak. Soon, I'll pluck all your fur and throw you in the pot to stew." Lin Xi shook her head, amused that even in such a state, he didn't forget to bicker with baby. Baby defiantly retorted, "Gah, the old man is quite wicked. The old man is quite wicked." Several researchers hurriedly opened the door for Lin Xi upon her arrival. Baby flew over to her, and she offered him a piece of peeled sweet potato, which made him jump joyfully aside to nibble on it. Sitting before old Zheng with a smile, Lin Xi said, "Oh, I see this Professor Zheng. What is the matter? They say a minor injury shouldn't keep one from the front lines. How come you're lying down here? That is quite detrimental." Old Zheng rolled his eyes. I knew you were here to see me make a fool of myself." Lin Xi chuckled. Even if that were the case, she couldn't admit it. "This case. You're judging my intentions too harshly. I came to visit you." She pulled out the insulated bag, proving she had no intention of mocking him. With concern, she said, "You must recover swiftly. If your health delays our journey and hinders the progress of the research institute." Tiske. How could you bear such guilt?" Old Zheng strained to lift his head and shot her a glance. "Your act is quite good. Your performance is commendable." Lin Xi brought a bottle of sour plum paste and another of diluted sour plum soup made with well water. She offered the sour plum paste to the researchers, instructing them to dilute it for a drink. The diluted sour plum soup, however, she presented directly to old Zheng, daring him to drink it, fearing it might be poisonous. Old Zheng disdainfully glared at her, extending his hand. Lin Xi helped him twist off the cap, releasing a rich aroma of sour plums that filled the small space. Old Zheng instantly perked up. "Ah, help me sit up." He gulped down more than half the bottle in one go. The sweet and sour taste, with a hint of coolness, not too icy, made him feel significantly better. Satisfied, he glanced at Lin Xi, realizing that this mischievous girl was indeed more considerate than the obnoxious boy at his age. He couldn't handle drinks that were too cold. A slight chill was just right. Unlike Ye Chen, who had practically drowned him with ice water, sending shivers down his spine. After downing the bottle of sour plum soup, old Zheng felt rejuvenated, resuming his lecturing. "Next time you encounter such ants, don't incinerate them all. It's far too wasteful. They're valuable resources, rich in protein and various amino acids essential for the human body. The base will surely be purchasing them in large quantities." Lin Xi blinked. "Oh, is that so? Then what about my queen ant? How many points would that be worth?" Old Zheng's eyes darted. "What queen ant? There's no queen ant. They were all blown away. There's none left." TSK. Just as he regained his composure, he was quick to revert to his calculating nature. Lin Xi began to threaten him again. "Do you believe I'll dismantle your RV piece by piece to find it?" Only then did old Zheng reluctantly concede. "Why are you so fixated on it? It holds significant research value and must be preserved properly. It can only be studied thoroughly in the lab. No one will shortchange you on points. Why am I fixated on it? Of course, it's for eating. Didn't you say it's highly nutritious? I have to taste it." Lin Xi was intentionally teasing him. Old Zheng huffed in frustration. You. How come you can eat anything? Aren't you afraid of being poisoned?" "No way. You can't. If you have the guts, just eat me instead." He closed his eyes, feigning ignorance, refusing to listen to anything Lin Xi said. Seeing his vibrant spirit, Lin Xi decided to cease her teasing. As soon as the sun set, with the sky still bright, the researchers mobilized once more. It was quite impressive to see this group, usually confined to the research center in air-conditioned offices, displaying such fervor. By 3 in the morning, the convoy resumed its journey. Continuing their nocturnal pattern, they traveled for several days until finally reaching the Yuqing mountainous area. However, the Yuqing mountains had undergone a dramatic transformation. When the convoy halted at the foot of the mountain, dawn was approaching. Many among them had previously visited this area before the apocalypse. Gazing at the current landscape, they found themselves speechless for quite some time. What place is this? Did we take a wrong turn? Is this Ye Chen Mountain? What is that? Am I hallucinating? How can there be flowers larger than trees? Look at the honey collectors. Are those bees larger than lunchboxes? They seem to have swords protruding from their backs. What about the road? There is no path at all. How do we ascend? Ah, these grasses bite. I'm bleeding. What is with the colors on this mountain? I haven't eaten any mushrooms. Why does it look so vibrant, so densely packed with flowers? How do we get up there? Ye Chen and Old Jing's expressions darkened considerably, while Zhao Zhiyong frowned deeply. There was no space for humans here. Huang Baoying, the leader of the plant research team, murmured in awe at the sight before her. Lin Xi, having witnessed many such wonders in her previous life, found it far from peculiar. Ye Chen quickly regained his composure. The sun will rise shortly. Everyone, let us set up the insulating cloth and encircle the camp. Though they were at the base of the mountain, they were still vulnerable to attacks from mutated animals. What they referred to as a camp was, in reality, a series of mini underground parking lots wrapped in steel plates, providing both concealment and protection from the heat. They had brought steel plates for this expedition, collaborating with the earth and metal abilities. The earth-type abilities were incredibly efficient at digging, and it didn't need to be very deep. They just needed to park the RVs. Meanwhile, the metal abilities reshaped the steel plates and connected them, creating a comprehensive barrier primarily to fend off snakes, insects, and other pests. The water and ice abilities were responsible for cooling the workers, while the wood abilities produced a dozen or so watermelons, ensuring everyone could enjoy at least a small slice. This experience is one that Lin Xi has never encountered. Having witnessed the relentless power struggles among ability users, it feels surreal to observe everyone working together harmoniously. She knows of a base where countless individuals go an entire day without a single drop of water, while at the same time, the base leader hosts a pool party in his villa, where only the upper echelons of the base have access to the water. How picturesque it all seems. Ye Chen has been watching her intently. Lin Xi hugs her knees, sitting to one side, observing the construction efforts, resembling a supervisor. I never anticipated that ability users could exist in such a manner. Ye Chen runs over to sit beside her. But before he can even speak, she expresses her disdain. Lin Xi frowns and says, "Sit further away. You're too close, it's hot." Ye Chen reluctantly shifts away, wishing he possessed ice abilities at that moment. What do you imagine ability users are like? Engaged in constant life and death battles? Chapter 164. Leading the ascent. Lin Xi nods as if it were obvious. Fighting for resources, of course. Resources are limited. Only the strongest can possess the most, which is quite logical. Ye Chen gazes at her earnestly, his voice tinged with a hint of hoarseness. But that seems wrong. In the face of calamity, only by working together can we increase our chances of survival. Even ants know that they must band together to survive. Besides, are resources truly scarce? Quite the opposite. Look at the plants atop Ye Chen Mountain. Surely, not all of them are toxic. There must be some that are edible. If we only focus on the resources from before the apocalypse, then indeed, there is little. But in this new era, we can discover new species, can't we? As you've often told Wuwu, professionals should handle professional matters. Although some may be ordinary, unable to fight against anyone or any mutated creatures, does that render them useless? Everyone possesses their own value. The new era following the apocalypse has introduced many new species, requiring more individuals to explore, collect, and tame them, much like early humans learning to cultivate rice. The more people involved, the better. What use is it for one person to monopolize so many resources? Besides, you, being so strong, do not hoard resources, do you? Lin Xi glances at him, finding his naivety rather childish. She herself possesses ample resources. Why would she need to seize those belonging to others? However, he cannot generalize. She is not that sort of person. But many other high-tier ability users certainly are. Lin Xi has no desire to argue with him and rises to return to the RV. After a day and a night, they have constructed a secure underground camp. Lin Xi, Zhao Zhiyong, and Su Guangqing enjoy cold noodles and mung bean soup, treating it as breakfast. What now? Lin Xi eats quickly, leaving only the mung bean soup. Zhao Zhiyong, even faster, has finished his soup. With no roads available, the vehicles cannot ascend. Ye Chen and I believe it is best for the ability users to form a team to head up, but a few young researchers from the Institute insist on accompanying us. Lin Xi responds irritably, let them come. If they can endure without fainting, then they have some skill. In her eyes, this is nothing short of sheer folly. In the densely vegetated mountains, nightfall is the most treacherous time. To put it bluntly, if a person were to be dragged away by something in the mountains, they might not even notice in time. Hence, Lin Xi decides to lead the ascent during the day. After all, the layers of trees and flowers can provide some relief from the heat. It's feasible for ability users to ascend during the day, but for ordinary people, considering their endurance, it remains a challenge. The slowest eater is Su Guangqing, and Lin Xi advises against him joining the ascent. His mental state has been compromised, making him somewhat vulnerable. Lin Xi changes into a full cotton camouflage outfit, tightening the cuffs and pant legs. This time, she wears jungle combat boots and a wide-brimmed hat. She carries a lightweight backpack containing a quick-dry outfit, insect repellent powder, and a plastic water bottle secured to the straps. She also discreetly stashes 2 compressed biscuits in her bag. Zhao Zhiyong carries a heavier load, including a gun, grenades, explosives, incendiary devices, a flashlight, a whistle, and a compass. Observing the abundance of his gear, Lin Xi feels her own supplies are scant and retrieves her black blade to strap onto her back. After reuniting with Ye Chen, they form a small team of 20. Among them are 5 researchers from the Institute, both male and female, all relatively young. The team leader of the Plant Research Division, Huang Baoying, is among them. Just as Lin Xi breathes a sigh of relief at not seeing old Zheng, she unexpectedly finds Bao Bao flying over to perch on her shoulder. Lin Xi scratches its little head, asking, what brings you here? Wuwu isn't coming this time, so you'll have no one to play with. Old Zheng approaches, hands clasped behind his back. He glances around, noticing Wuwu's absence, and then confidently states, who wants to play with that little chubby one? Our Bao Bao is here to attend to serious matters. Bao Bao can speak, so if there is something to convey, let it relay the message down the mountain. Can your little chubby one do that? Lin Xi looks at him challengingly. If you're so brave, say it again in front of my Wuwu and see if it doesn't bite you. She then glances at the researchers, all donned in ice vests, which is acceptable as long as they don't suffer from heat stroke. The scenery on the mountain may appear beautiful, but the dangers within are unknown to us. You must proceed with caution. I won't hinder you, but understand this. If I find myself in peril, I will abandon you. The group exchanges uncertain glances, still hesitant. Huang Baoying, however, stands resolute. This is the apocalypse. No one can guarantee their survival. Scientific research requires a spirit of adventure, and we are not afraid. The group encourages one another, their resolve firming. Lin Xi remains indifferent. As long as they do not impede her, she never prevents others from engaging in reckless behavior. The 20-member team consists of 5 researchers, 5 from the Ability Users Union, and 10 military ability users. It seems that this arrangement has been mutually agreed upon. The group promptly sets off. Lin Xi leads the way, while Ye Chen brings up the rear. The path has vanished. The roads of the pre-apocalypse are long obscured by overgrown trees. However, once they enter the mountains, the temperature indeed drops significantly, becoming much cooler and dimmer. Lin Xi instructs Qing Bao to remain vigilant for any dangers and alert her if anything arises. After 2 hours of traversing the woods, the ability users navigate with ease, yet the 5 researchers are already breathless. Ye Chen promptly calls for a break. Nearby, there is a large patch of flowers. Lin Xi recognizes them. In her past life, they were known as wooden bowl flowers. For the researchers, this clearly represents a new species. The flowers are sizable, lacking leaves with only stems, nearly 2 meters in diameter, a vibrant red adorned with uneven white spots, featuring 5 thick petals. The flower's center dips downward, resembling a bowl, with a hard, cone-shaped stamen. Though the flower itself is not toxic, the stamen is indeed poisonous, and while the petals appear edible, they become rubbery when heated, rendering them nearly inedible. However, Lin Xi cannot reveal this at the moment. She can only watch as the researchers busily utilize their tools. Zoe has already begun peeking curiously behind them. Such large flowers must have nectar, right? If they do, might it attract those sword-tailed bees with the stingers? Lin Xi chuckles softly, finding the imagery amusing. The sword-tailed bee's stinger is no trifling matter. You should pray to the heavens not to summon those bees. Think carefully. Both bees and ants are social creatures. If you provoke one, you might attract an entire colony. Haven't you had your fill of battling mutated ants? Ah, not again. My scars haven't even healed yet. We can't afford to provoke them, Joey laments. Zhao Hui pins him down, saying, sit still and don't stir up trouble. Once they gather some samples, we'll change positions immediately. Ye Chen keeps a lookout around them, and fortunately, no incidents occur. Chapter 165. On the mountain path, the group continues their ascent. Not long after, a startled scream pierces the air. Lin Xi first extends her mental perception to ensure no mutant beasts lurk nearby before investigating the source of the scream. It is an ability user whose leg appears as if slashed by a blade. Nearby is a patch of grass, a deep green with blades standing rigidly. Lin Xi recognizes it as serrated grass, typically lying flat and posing no threat. Unless stepped on, if one inadvertently steps on it, the blades rise sharply, cutting like razor-sharp knives. A researcher attends to the injured man's wound, relieved that he managed to dodge in time. Leaving only a shallow cut, Ye Chen retrieves a first aid kit, instructing others to help treat the injury. The serrated grass is carefully excavated by the researchers. Everyone, stay still. Lin Xi's gaze catches a flash of red. Her black blade unsheathes swiftly, slicing through a bright red snake into several segments. Zhou Yi, fearing the snake might retaliate, strikes its head with a piece of metal. Ah, you squished it. A petite girl, a researcher with a bob haircut, gazes at the severed snake head with regret. Zhou Yi shrugs nonchalantly. Oh, you even want to eat the snake's head? Not a problem. It can be cooked. The girl pouts, placing the snake's segments into a small box while retrieving tweezers to pick up the flattened head. Zhou Yi, Ye Chen warns him against bullying the researchers. Lin Xi approaches the girl, advising, with such a bright color, it's clearly poisonous. You should be cautious. If you get poisoned, there's no saving you. Bao Bao, perched on Lin Xi's shoulder, squawks loudly, eek, poisonous, scary. Lin Xi gently pinches its beak, signaling it to lower its volume. The girl, upon seeing Lin Xi, refrains from expressing her anger, whispering, I'll be careful. I'm keeping it in the box to show the professor. Lin Xi refrained from meddling further, urging everyone to regain their composure before continuing their ascent up the mountain. In less than half a day, despite the absence of any significant events, the group had already experienced the perilous nature of their surroundings. Mu Xiaolin, the researcher with short hair, quickened her pace to catch up with Lin Xi. President Lin, I have something to report. Lin Xi did not pause, nor did she turn her head, replying directly. Go report to Ye Chen. Mu Xiaolin, not particularly tall and with short legs, found it somewhat challenging to keep up with Lin Xi's stride. Professor Zhang said to find you if there was an issue. Lin Xi finally stopped, realizing how omnipresent that old man Zhang was. With a stern expression, she commanded, speak. Once Mu Xiaolin caught her breath, she quickly stated, this place is peculiar. With so many plants, it should attract a multitude of animals. Yet aside from bees and butterflies, there is hardly any wildlife. Something isn't right? Lin Xi was undoubtedly aware that something was amiss, but she had yet to identify the cause, so she decided to press on. This is indeed strange. Everyone stay vigilant. After 2 more hours of careful trekking, Ye Chen signaled for the team to halt for a break and some food. The military's supernatural beings had brought provisions and water for the 5 researchers, albeit just compressed biscuits. Lin Xi swiftly munched on a biscuit, washed it down with a bottle of water, and then took out her binoculars for a detailed observation. What's wrong? Ye Chen approached her. I have a bad feeling, but I can't pinpoint anything, Lin Xi replied, lowering her binoculars to scan the surroundings with her naked eye. Ye Chen pondered for a moment. There isn't a single animal here. I fear there are formidable mutated plants about. It should be so, but I wonder what they are, Lin Xi mused, mentally cataloging various mutated plants. However, she did not believe there was any plant she could not confront. She would face whatever came her way, as she had yet to encounter a mutated plant that was unafraid of fire. What should we do? Should we find a few plants to play with? Lin Xi could reach the mountain's peak at this moment, but with the researchers in tow, that was another story. Ye Chen glanced back reassuringly. Don't underestimate them. They have their convictions too. There are only 5 of them. We can manage. After a brief respite to replenish their strength with some food, the researchers regained a measure of energy. Qing Bao informed Lin Xi that there was a mutated tree near the mountain summit, but it did not emit any bloody scent. Lin Xi then conferred with Ye Chen. We must not linger. There is a mutated tree at the peak that we must secure before nightfall. A mutated tree that instills fear in mutated animals is too dangerous to leave unchecked as darkness falls. Ye Chen wasted no time in communicating with the others. The higher they ascended, the dimmer the light became. The branches grew denser, blocking both the sun's scorching heat and its illuminating rays. Yet, with each step, an odd sensation grew. The silence deepened, the flora became increasingly sparse, and even shrubs and weeds became rare, leaving only bare patches of soil exposed. How strange! The soil here seems fine. Why is there no plant growth? Huang Baoying, sweating profusely, crouched down to examine the earth closely. Because there is a sovereign here. This is its territory. Whether plants, animals, or humans, anyone who enters will be ensnared, Lin Xi stated calmly. This researcher surprised her. Several of them were military supernatural beings brought here, yet she stubbornly insisted on walking on her own. Is this the evolution of plants? Huang Baoying's breath became unsteady. Not quite. Plants naturally compete for the nutrients, moisture, and sunlight they need for growth. However, before the apocalypse, this competition was silent. In the post-apocalyptic world, mutations have amplified their instincts, granting them predatory abilities. Lin Xi stood beside her, surveying the area. President Lin is quite knowledgeable about plants. Huang Baoying looked at the young president, who always wore a stern expression. Not really. I've just burned a lot and gained some experience. Lin Xi remained patient, as a sense of foreboding lingered. Huang Baoying lamented, what a shame to burn them. It would be wonderful to leave some for our research. Lin Xi chose to ignore her and signaled Zhao Zhiyong to take the lead. After traversing nearly a kilometer of muddy path, the light in the forest had nearly vanished. Lin Xi switched on her flashlight and issued a warning. Watch your step. Roots may suddenly appear and drag you away. Simultaneously, she instructed Qing Bao to be cautious of any lurking roots. Oddly enough, they had yet to reach the summit, nor had they encountered any roots. Suddenly, she realized she was no longer with anyone else. Wait, where is Zhao Zhiyong? Ye Chen? Where are the researchers? Where have they all gone? All around her was a dense canopy of leaves, with no traces left by any human passage. This was abnormal. Chapter 166. Golden thread butterfly and mutated locust tree. Lin Xi sensed something was awry. Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashed a fiery net towards the treetops. To her astonishment, the foliage remained unscathed. Lin Xi's heart raced. How could this be? What kind of mutated tree could so effortlessly neutralize her attack? She readied her abilities once more, her palms ablaze. Lin Xi understood she had been ensnared. At some point, she had unwittingly entered this place, which filled her with panic. She forced herself to remain calm and continued onward, believing that no matter where she was, there would be an endpoint. She had no idea how long she walked until she spotted a radiant light. So bright it was blinding. As she approached, she finally discerned what lay within the glow. It was her home. Her villa, situated in that neighborhood from before the apocalypse. So that it's an illusion. When had she fallen prey to it? Was it when she stepped onto this muddy ground? The light was still present. And under Lin Xi's gaze, a beam of light fell before her. She scrutinized it closely. Even if cloaked in an illusion, the essence of the object remained unchanged. So, what was it? It was golden-hued, adorned with shimmering golden threads, fluttering about. Could it be the golden thread butterfly? Golden thread butterflies feed on nectar. Could it be that the mutated tree provides them with nectar, and in turn, they bewilder their prey? This was her first encounter in both lives. Mutated insects cooperating with mutated trees. Lin Xi recalled the characteristics of the golden thread butterfly. It was entirely golden, and when gathered in a swarm, they appeared as a dazzling brilliance. Many cults would capture and rear them, fabricating so-called miracles, for the butterflies were covered in hallucinogenic powder. Before the powder fell, when they fluttered, they resembled a pile of withered leaves, making it no wonder Qing Bao couldn't recognize them. How intriguing! We stumbled upon a multitude of golden thread butterflies, inhaling enough of their powder to be trapped in a web of illusions. She was uncertain if Qing Bao was awake, so she ordered Qing Bao to take her into the space. Qing Bao was indeed conscious, watching helplessly as everyone gradually succumbed to unconsciousness, only to be slowly dragged away by monstrous roots. Lin Xi, ensnared in the illusion, stood rigidly, calling out for her master, yet receiving no response. Just as she prepared to pull her master into the space, she received a faint signal from Lin Xi. Upon entering the space, her master remained in a stupor, causing Qing Bao to fret. Wuwu, where's Wuwu? If only Wuwu were here. An idea struck Qing Bao, and she moved Lin Xi to the well platform, where a floral arch had appeared. She fetched a handful of well water and poured it down Lin Xi's throat, splashing some on her face. Gradually, Lin Xi emerged from her hallucination. It was the well water. During my time in the illusion, I thought it was raining from the sky. Thank goodness for you, my dear Qing Bao. Qing Bao sighed in relief upon seeing her awake and hurriedly recounted the events of the others being dragged away by the massive roots. So that's what happened. The golden thread butterflies induce hallucinations, and the locust tree roots drag the victims away, hence the absence of any bloody scent. It's indeed rare for this mutated tree to collaborate with the golden thread butterflies. No wonder Qing Bao failed to notice. Lin Xi comforted Qing Bao with a gentle touch. She donned a gas mask and exited the space, feigning unconsciousness once more. Root indeed coiled around her, gently pulling her away. The roots gradually dragged them into a hollow, placing them before a peculiar, gnarled wooden stump before retreating in search of their next prey. Lin Xi assessed the stump and was taken aback. She first located Zhao Zhiyong among the group, administering well water to him. Followed by Ye Chen in his hallucination, Zhao Zhiyong encountered Zhao Xiaoxiao, a time when he had yet to return to the country, and life had been arduous for her. He was filled with pent-up frustration. Yet no matter how loudly he shouted, Zhao Xiaoxiao seemed oblivious to his presence. It was only when the well water reached his lips and splashed on his face that he began to discern the dissonance in his vision. Slowly awakening, upon opening his eyes, Lin Xi promptly handed him several bottles of water. Water, face splash, rescue, Lin Xi succinctly instructed before ignoring him. After surveying the surroundings, Zhao Zhiyong quickly regained his senses, realizing they had been captured in a hollow. What about that stump? Is it really a stump? It looks as though it has sprouted from the corpses of various animals. The remains of those animals seem to meld into the stump, forming numerous heads, tails, and torsos. Once the group regained consciousness, Ye Chen dispatched 5 supernatural beings to lead the researchers out first, while he and a few others remained in the hollow with Lin Xi and Zhao Zhidong. At that moment, several emerald-green tendrils extended from the stump, reaching toward them. Lin Xi gestured for Zhao Zhiyong to use a mound of earth to bury it, buying them some time. The earth is perhaps the least suspicious element for the mutated plants. Zhao Zhiyong unearthed a mound of soil to bury the wooden stake. In a hushed tone, he inquired, "What is that? Is it its root?" Lin Xi's expression was complex. This mishap was both a blessing and a curse. Indeed, this wooden stake was the most vital root of the mutated locust tree, akin to a heart. This was their Achilles heel. Under normal circumstances, mutated trees would never reveal their vulnerabilities unless, as just witnessed, they lost consciousness. In other words, had the golden-threaded butterfly not rendered them unconscious and dragged them here, penetrating their defenses from the outside would have proven far more challenging. It could be said that fortune and misfortune were intertwined. "I am about to make my move. You all be cautious," Lin Xi admonished them. Once she struck, the mutated trees would undoubtedly retaliate with a ferocity born of desperation, potentially leading to mutual destruction. Qing Bao had already informed Lin Xi that a large energy crystal resided within this wooden stake. Gripping the black blade tightly, Lin Xi engulfed it in flames and leaped upward, delivering a fierce slash at the stake. The stake splintered, producing a cacophony reminiscent of something vibrating. Simultaneously, the ground was suddenly pierced by countless roots, as Ye Chen utilized lightning to cleave the attacking roots into charred remnants. Zhou Yi, too, activated his golden powers, effectively severing the roots with great force. Zhao Zhiyong encased the roots in soil, slowing their advance. The wooden powers manipulated vines to keep the roots at bay. The water powers collaborated with Ye Chen to maximize the electric net's efficacy. Lin Xi swung her blade several more times to shatter the stake, binding the fragments tightly in a fiery web for incineration. For a brief moment, the writhing roots abandoned their assault on Ye Chen and the others, redirecting their efforts to hurl large clumps of earth at the stake in an attempt to extinguish the flames. One of the ability users, utterly exhausted, cried out, It's trying to extinguish its own fire." Lin Xi cast a glance at him. "It's futile. My flames cannot be extinguished." No sooner had she spoken than she unleashed 2 additional fire nets, just as a rumbling sound echoed from outside. Zhao Zhiyong and Ye Chen exclaimed simultaneously, "This place is going to collapse. We must evacuate." Lin Xi had already grabbed hold of the two injured ability users and leaped out. Before departing, she hurled two incendiary devices. And Qing Bao seized the opportunity to retrieve the mutated tree's energy crystal into her space. Just as they emerged, a thick branch nearly struck them. Zhou Yi, accompanied by two golden ability users, held up a triangular metal plate to shield them. They could hear the leaves thudding against the steel plate like bullets, a sign of the mutated tree's frantic struggle in its final moments. Zhou Yi screamed, "Ah, this is just leaves. How is this any different from a machine gun?" Zhao Zhiyong and another individual immediately constructed an earthen wall outside the metal plate to provide additional cushioning, significantly alleviating the pressure on Zhou Yi and his companions. Lin Xi and Ye Chen, one wielding fire and the other lightning, reduced the oncoming tree trunks and branches to ashes. After half an hour, they no longer needed to act. The locust tree began to wither, its offensive capabilities diminished to insignificance. Chapter 167. The emergence of the spatial ability user. Only then did they feel secure enough to retreat behind the triangular steel plate. Nibbling on compressed biscuits and sipping water while awaiting the recovery of their abilities. "Is this really a tree? I refuse to believe it," one exclaimed. "It's nothing short of a monster. Haven't humans been forbidden from attaining such powers since the establishment of the nation? Have all the eerie wooden stakes been incinerated? They could terrify researchers. Is that a wooden stake? It's a pile of corpses wrapped in wood. Come on, I thought you were going to say those were flowers blooming from corpses. What flowers could possibly bloom from corpses? Corpse flower. You've read too many novels. You should read more books. Must we endure this every time? Even if we survive the mutated trees, we risk being crushed by their trunks?" When the sky reappeared before Lin Xi's eyes, the sun had already set, and darkness would soon envelop the land. Lin Xi retrieved her baby from her backpack and fed it a few peanuts. "Baby, go fetch the researchers." Ye Chen and Zhao Zhiyong followed the baby. There was no time to descend the mountain. It was still relatively safe on the locust tree's territory for an overnight stay. Lin Xi took out a first aid kit to tend to the injuries, thankfully only minor flesh wounds. Before long, the baby returned. Lin Xi discreetly offered it a few walnut kernels, and it cleverly concealed itself in her bag to munch quietly, showcasing its high intelligence. Observing the researchers, aside from Huang Baoying, who was diligently collecting samples, the others appeared weary and nearly incapacitated. She glanced at Ye Chen. "Captain Yi, what is the plan for tomorrow?" Ye Chen settled beside her. Raising an eyebrow, "President Lin, how about descending the mountain tomorrow?" Lin Xi smiled. With nearly half of the 20 individuals incapacitated, delaying further could risk some being unable to descend. That night, they lit a fire and sprinkled insect repellent powder. Settling down to sleep on the ground, someone needed to keep watch on the mountain. Lin Xi and Ye Chen took the first half of the night, while Zhao Zhiyong and Zhou Yi covered the latter half. Lin Xi instructed Qing Bao to remain vigilant of their surroundings while releasing the baby to play nearby. As Lin Xi's gaze swept over the researchers, she noticed something amiss. The 5 of them had gathered numerous samples after entering the mountain. How could they now appear devoid of any? Logically, these hard-earned finds should not have simply vanished. Had they been lost? Ye Chen noticed Lin Xi's beautiful, expressive eyes scrutinizing the researchers. He waved a hand before her. "What's wrong?" Lin Xi, cautious not to disturb the other's slumber, whispered in his ear, "Where are their samples? They can't have all gone missing, right?" Ye Chen responded softly, "You seem quite concerned about them. I'm worried they might venture out to search again tomorrow." Lin Xi expressed her anxiety, having witnessed the researcher's tenacity. Ye Chen, reluctant to see her troubled, quietly assured her, "Everything is well accounted for. No need for concern." Lin Xi regarded him with suspicion. With so many samples, various small boxes, where could they all have disappeared to? Unless someone possesses spatial abilities. The realization struck Lin Xi like lightning, her eyes widening in astonishment as she stared at Ye Chen, who wore an amused expression. Ye Chen, feeling a hint of pride, remarked, "Don't you think we brought an unusually large amount this time?" Well, Lin Xi felt indifferent. She had never paid attention to what the convoy had brought along. Ye Chen discreetly revealed, "It's a spatial ability user." Lin Xi immediately thought of Huang Baoying. Among the researchers, she possessed the best stamina, but even that was merely in comparison to ordinary individuals. Those who have spent years in research, even if mutated, still belong to the weakest class among ability users. Ye Chen solemnly informed her, "This is confidential. We bear this responsibility ourselves. It cannot be disclosed." Not even to Lin Wuwu. Lin Xi nodded emphatically. The emergence of spatial abilities was wonderful. Should it come to light, she could simply claim to be a dual-element ability user. Ye Chen watched Lin Xi calculating her own benefits. A faint smile gracing his lips. When the spatial ability manifested, Luo Qingzhou and Grandpa understood how that individual had transported the gold back to Huagua. Their conclusion was that this person must be a spatial ability user. He couldn't care less about the rest. All he knew was that Lin Xi was an adorable fire ability user. Did she bring any delicious food? Lin Xi suddenly asked him. She had never been fond of compressed biscuits, but everyone had brought them. After all, they were filling, lightweight, and practical for expeditions. Ye Chen sighed. That limited space was far too precious. Where could they store food? The space was too small for provisions. He glanced at the baby, nestled beside Lin Xi, appearing rather plump. Lin Xi shot him a glare, warning softly, "If you dare touch it, old Zheng will roll over to your house." "Do you believe me?" Ye Chen chuckled. "I believe you. You are absolutely right." This night felt extraordinarily delightful to him, to the point where when Zhao Zhiyong and Joey arrived for their shift, Ye Chen felt he could continue holding on. Lin Xi paid them no mind, finding a place to stretch her body before quickly falling asleep. The next day, just as dawn broke, the researchers struggled to rise and began collecting samples from the mutated locust trees and golden-threaded butterflies. Once they had gathered everything, Lin Xi observed their trembling legs. They opted for a different route down the mountain, hoping to collect other new species. Perhaps the heavens were favoring them. Their bad luck seemed to have run out. As the descent proceeded quite smoothly, Ye Chen surveyed the ability users carrying the researchers. Deep in thought, in the future, researchers dispatched on missions should undergo some training beforehand. After just one day, they were already exhausted. This simply wouldn't do. Lin Xi, however, remained unconcerned, remarking, "After all, researchers rely more on their intellect than physical strength. We shouldn't set our expectations too high." But speaking of which, is the ratio of ability users among researchers high? High or low, they are reluctant to send them out. The current educational system is lagging behind, and identifying talented students is challenging. Researchers are a non-renewable resource. Ye Chen reflected on the pre-apocalyptic era with a sense of nostalgia. Suddenly, the frontmost researcher erupted with cheers, leaping in excitement. Were their legs no longer in pain? Huang Baoying gazed at the mutated aloe before her, tears of joy streaming down her face. Upon seeing this mountain and that mutated tree, she had feared that the heavens no longer wished to leave any space for humanity to survive. Perhaps this apocalypse truly aimed to eradicate humankind. Until they discovered these mutated aloes. Chapter 168, The Edible Mutated Aloe. The mutated aloe has grown taller, resembling a tree, with its exterior now a deeper hue, a grayish-green that offers better camouflage. Not only has the color darkened, but the hardness of the skin has also increased. They struggled to make a small incision with a knife. This incision yielded a copious amount of sap, which they collected in a cup. Gazing at the clear liquid, they eagerly proceeded with a simple test. It was found to be non-toxic, with a neutral pH and containing trace amounts of vitamins. This indicated it was edible and could replenish moisture, heralding the emergence of new sustenance, suggesting that fate had not driven humanity into a corner. They glimpsed hope. If they could find one, they could uncover many more new food sources. The researchers' exuberance was infectious, perhaps truly a remarkable discovery. Lin Xi had not anticipated finding mutated aloe in this place. The mutated aloe tree could grow quite tall, withstand drought, and contained 90% water. Initially discovered by a small base, they began cultivating and selling it. However, after several large bases took notice, the people from that small base were exterminated overnight. Subsequently, the mutated aloe became a monopolized commodity by the large bases, forbidden to trade or sell, with thieves and buyers pursued relentlessly. She had nearly forgotten about this matter. This lifetime had truly transformed. The excitement of the researchers heightened their adrenaline, and they walked briskly. They discovered 6 specimens in total, relocating 2 while leaving the others in place as a precaution. As they walked, they collected various plants. And upon exiting the forest, the sun set beautifully. From a distance, their makeshift camp was already guarded. As a group descended from the mountain, someone awaited them. The baby flapped its wings and landed on old Zheng's shoulder. Lin Wuwu dashed over to Lin Xi. "Ah Wu, the poop shoveler. Qingbao told me you almost got into trouble. I told you couldn't do without me." Lin Xi affectionately kissed its large head. "Yes. Yes, yes. This family cannot be without Wuwu. All right." Old Zheng approached, counted the people, and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Though a few injuries, we've brought everyone back." Ye Chen and Zhao Zhiyong stayed behind to discuss related matters with him. Lin Xi, wishing to avoid involvement, took Lin Wuwu back to the RV to Su Guangqing. Relieved to see Lin Xi unharmed, sighed in relief. The first order of business was to wash her hair and take a shower. After cleaning up, she changed into comfortable clothes, nestled in the air conditioning with Qingbao on her left and Wuwu on her right, while a small Mo rested in her arms. Truly delightful. After 2 days of eating compressed biscuits, she felt somewhat unwell. She decided to take out some supplies from her space to pretend they were homemade. Cold noodles paired with chilled watermelon juice seemed like a splendid idea. Upon opening the refrigerator, she was pleasantly surprised to find a box of sugar-preserved tomatoes. Su Guangqing quickly exclaimed, "I bought those from a wood-type ability user. Save them for you too. Eat up." "The box next to it belongs to old Zhao." Lin Xi happily took a large bite, enjoying the cool, sweet flavor. "Delicious." Zhao Zhiyong returned. "We discussed preliminarily. Let us rest for 2 days, then switch mountains before taking people up." Lin Xi nodded. "Go wash up. There's sugar-preserved tomatoes in the fridge." She didn't ask Su Guangqing to prepare dinner, as his cooking skills were inferior to her own. Su Guangqing simply went to the research institute to see if there were any good items. All the while cheering, Lin Xi pretended to fuss around the stove for a while before presenting a bowl of cold noodles and watermelon juice. She heated up the beef from the refrigerator. After cooling, it was ready for dinner. Each person had a large bowl of cold noodles, a serving of beef, a cup of watermelon juice, and they all enjoyed some tomatoes. Mo had cat food with mutated pork. Wuwu insisted on having sugar-preserved tomatoes. Su Guangqing shared a portion with it, but it was hardly enough. Lin Xi planned to make several buckets in her space. She thought they were delicious, and there was little technical skill involved. She had a substantial stock of tomatoes from the beautiful country, taking dozens of pounds, washing them clean, drying them over fire until the skins cracked. She peeled them and layered them in a large, stainless steel bucket, sprinkling sugar between each layer until full. She intended to make 3 large buckets, then let Qingbao freeze them on the snowy mountain overnight before storing them in the warehouse. Unexpectedly, not only did Wuwu love them, but Qingbao also enjoyed the flavor. After a restful night in the RV, Lin Xi awoke feeling a bit dazed. Breakfast consisted of dough prepared by Zhao Zhiyong and buns made by Su Guangqing, which were notably large, accompanied by slices of tomato and a clear soup with an egg. Lin Xi devoured 3 buns and a bowl of soup. Wuwu only ate buns and ignored the soup. Having already sneaked into the space to flaunt a small bowl of sugar-preserved tomatoes, Lin Xi spent a considerable time trying to clean its mouth, but it remained sticky, with its furry face and whiskers all clumped together. Lin Xi took it to the bathroom, rinsing it with warm water until it was clean. While others required 2 days of rest, Lin Xi did not. Initially, she intended to scout the mountain alone, but during the day, it felt inappropriate to wander off while others were watching. By evening, she informed Zhao Zhiyong and Su Guangqing and set out with Lin Wuwu. After a night and a day of rest, she was in high spirits. Lin Xi switched to a different mountain, as there were plenty of peaks in the mountainous area. While she couldn't match Wuwu's speed, she kept pace closely behind it. Wuwu raced up the mountain alongside Lin Xi, enjoying the noticeably cooler it dashed through the woods, startling several mutated birds into flight. Wild chickens? Although it was nighttime, Wuwu's vision was unaffected. Crouched beside some bushes, it suddenly accelerated and pounced on a wild chicken. Ecstatic, it brought the wild chicken to Lin Xi. "Ah Wu, the poop shoveler. I'll make you soup." Lin Xi patted it. "All right, I'll keep it safe." She ventured up the mountain at night primarily for fun with Wuwu, and reminded Qingbao to be on the lookout for any large creatures nearby. Lin Xi had little interest in lower-tier mutated flora and fauna. Her vision had improved significantly. Even without night vision goggles, she could see clearly in the forest at night. Thus, she distinctly spotted a deer antler swaying nearby. "Wuwu, over there, roasted venison." Wuwu had learned to be discreet and did not make a ruckus this time. Stealthily approaching, deer are known for their speed. A tiger may struggle to outrun one, but tigers are not suited for long pursuits. However, with Wuwu's wind abilities aiding it, The outcome was uncertain. Chapter 169. The Ice Vest Burst. No matter how fast Lin Xi was, she could not outrun a four-legged creature. By the time she caught up, she found a mutated deer lying on the ground, blood flowing from its throat. The armored mutant deer was also difficult to penetrate, yet the throat remained its weak point, just as it had been before the apocalypse. Wuwu lay nearby, panting heavily. It had run too fast and was still warm. Lin Xi poured a basin of icy well water from her space, and Wuwu eagerly drank several mouthfuls, feeling refreshed. Master, something is approaching. Qing Bao alerted her. Lin Xi released her mental energy, detecting rustling sounds. A snake, a golden-crowned silver-winged snake, a type of mutated serpent. Most mutated snakes evolve scales, but the golden-crowned silver-winged snake developed a pair of silver, webbed wings. It could not fly high due to its weight. Yet those wings allowed it to maneuver gracefully in midair. Likely drawn by the scent of the mutated armored deer's blood, it was nearly 20 meters long, indicating it was at full third tier. Poised to advance to the fourth tier, Lin Xi murmured, "Wuwu, let us catch it and roast it for you." Wuwu perked up, crouching down to await the opportune moment. The golden-crowned silver-winged snake slithered nearby. Flapping its body and leaping toward Lin Xi, Wuwu harnessed its wind abilities, leaping with it and forcefully stomping on its back with its robust legs. The unexpected strike sent the golden-crowned silver-winged snake crashing to the ground, while Lin Xi simultaneously plunged her black blade toward its vital point. Unfortunately, she could not pierce through. After all, it was a formidable near-fourth-tier beast. The snake rolled to evade her strike, wrapping its tail around Lin Xi instead. Hiss! If it had ensnared another person, they might have been helpless, but it had ensnared Lin Xi. Placing her hands on the snake's body, flames erupted from her palms, engulfing the serpent in mere seconds. The golden-crowned silver-winged snake was not foolish. The pain from the flames was unbearable, and it violently whipped its tail, sending Lin Xi crashing to the ground. Gritting her teeth, she braced for impact, only for Wuwu to summon a gust of wind, catching Lin Xi just in time before she hit the ground. The golden-crowned silver-winged snake turned its head, ignoring the flames, and lunged at Lin Xi. She blocked with her black blade but was thrown backward by the force of its strike. A fiery net erupted from her hands, enveloping the snake in flames. With its body ablaze, it lost the will to fight and turned to flee. "Don't let it escape." Lin Xi commanded Wuwu to trap it with wind and intensify the flames. The golden-crowned silver-winged snake writhed on the ground, desperately trying to shake off the flames. Just as Wuwu's wind could no longer contain it, Lin Xi leaped into the air, leveraging her momentum, and plunged her black blade deep into the snake's vital point. It let out a piercing cry, its tail crashing heavily to the ground. Concerned it might attract other mutated beasts, Lin Xi hurriedly stored both the mutated armored deer and the golden-crowned silver-winged snake into her space. With both Xi and Wuwu drained of energy, remaining outside was too perilous, so they retreated into the space. Lin Xi placed the energy crystals of the big locust tree and the golden-crowned silver-winged snake into the well water. As they both drank copiously from the well, one person and one tiger, it must be said that the well water had become increasingly refined in its energy, instantly replenishing the extraordinary abilities they had expended. Lin Xi felt a surge of energy coursing through her body, as though she were on the verge of breaking through to the fifth tier. Indeed, exhausting one's extraordinary abilities in battle was the swiftest way to enhance them. Once Lin Xi had recovered, she inquired of Lin Wuwu, "Wuwu, would you prefer snake meat or deer meat?" It majestically patted its paw and exclaimed, "Wu, I want both." Lin Xi had no choice but to slice off a chunk of meat weighing around 10 pounds, storing the rest in the warehouse for later preparation. The meat was tender, retaining its natural flavor more robustly than anything else. She cut the meat into thin slices, placed them on the grill, and controlled the flames with her hands, enveloping the pieces in a gentle heat while brushing them with honey, the sizzling sound filling the air. Though not particularly skilled at seasoning, she employed a simple method: sprinkle a bit, taste, and if it was insufficient, add more. After a few iterations, she added salt, black pepper, and honey, resulting in a delectable dish. The snake meat was fatty and tender, while the deer meat was robust. Once the meat was grilled to perfection, Lin Xi divided it into 2 stainless steel bowls, one for herself and one for Lin Wuwu. Lin Wuwu devoured its portion with great enthusiasm, stretching lazily in satisfaction afterward. Before their joy could linger, a loud crack echoed, accompanied by a series of hissing sounds. Ah, your vest? Ah, Wu, my vest? Lin Wuwu was taken aback. Its vest had split apart. A chubby paw clutched the torn fragments. The entire tiger appeared to be in distress. Lin Xi watched as a large tiger rolled on the ground, tears brimming in its eyes, and she too felt troubled. Perhaps it was due to the recent battle that Lin Wuwu's icy vest had been damaged. Furthermore, having ascended from Tier 3 to Tier 4, it had experienced a growth spurt and gained some weight, particularly after indulging in a hearty meal. The poor icy vest could no longer withstand the strain and had ultimately torn apart. Do not cry. There will always be a solution. I will go find Director Ye, and we can use our points to custom make a larger vest. All right? No more tears. Lin Xi comforted it for a considerable time before Lin Wuwu finally ceased its sobbing. It genuinely cherished that vest. It even wanted Lin Xi to help gather up the fragments. Lin Xi obliged, storing them away in the warehouse. After such an ordeal, both human and tiger lost their enthusiasm for hunting. Exiting the space, they headed down the mountain. Fortunately, dawn had yet to break, allowing Lin Xi to stealthily return to the RV. Once inside the bedroom, she closed the door and took Lin Wuwu to the space for a wash. Covered in sweat and dirt, it didn't take long for them to be clean again. And this time Lin Wuwu did not transform into a cat, but returned to its form as a little milk tiger. Lying by the bed and snorting heavily, still feeling sorrowful. Early the next morning, Lin Xi took Wu to find Ye Chen but encountered Old Zheng instead. Oh, Lin Wuwu, where is your vest? Lin Wuwu shot him a weary glance and retorted, Ah Wu, why do you care? Old Zheng chuckled. Could it be that it tore from being too tight? Have you gained weight again? You look like you've put on a size. Lin Wuwu was infuriated, opening its mouth wide to roar at Old Zheng, spraying saliva all over him. Old Zheng, startled, exclaimed, Oh dear, that's quite unsanitary. Before he could finish, he saw Lin Wuwu darting away in anger. Oh, it seems it's genuinely upset. What happened? Lin Xi scolded him. You mustn't speak of its weight again. If you do, I will complain to Zheng Nan. How can someone of your age bully a small animal? Old Zheng huffed in discontent. Who is bullying it? Surely, it's not that it truly is too heavy for its vest to handle. Upon noticing Lin Xi's displeased expression, Old Zheng suddenly realized, ah, it really is. No wonder it's so angry. Well, how can this be my fault? This must be blamed on Qin Yuansi. What kind of materials are they using? Not at all resilient. Not at all resistant. Lin Xi could no longer listen. Please refrain from provoking it today. It is a tiger after all, and you should be wary lest it truly takes a bite out of you. How would I explain that to Zheng Nan? Lin Wuwu sought out Ye Chen, remembering that its icy vest had been given by him. When Lin Xi arrived, she found Ye Chen grooming Lin Wuwu. Upon seeing her, Ye Chen wore a puzzled expression. She gestured to her body, mimicking a vest, then dramatically spread her hands apart. Why Ye Chen could not contain his laughter. Lin Xi. Chapter 170. Lin Xi hidden in the shadows. Ye Chen quickly composed himself, covering his mouth with a clenched fist. Oh Wu Wu, it's been a few days since we last met, and your fur is glistening more than ever. Have you grown taller? You look incredibly impressive. Like a true warrior. You have no idea how perilous it was the other day on the mountain. We almost flipped over. If only you had been there. This barrage of sweet words left Lin Wuwu utterly enchanted. When Ye Chen promised to custom make a larger icy vest for it, the little tiger finally brightened up. Ye Chen then discussed the plans for regrouping and heading back up the mountain the following day. You mean for me to remain hidden in the shadows? Lin Xi understood his intent. Indeed, you are exceptionally powerful, and when others are with you, they unconsciously rely on you, myself included. However, you cannot protect us forever. We need to face battles to enhance ourselves. Thus, I wish for you to remain concealed. Only intervene if our lives are in danger or if the researchers are at risk. Ye Chen spoke earnestly. Gazing into her eyes, he understood that Lin Xi was not fond of interacting with strangers and had her own secrets. This arrangement served multiple purposes. It ensured everyone's safety, enhanced their individual combat abilities, and afforded Lin Xi her own personal space, a trifecta of benefits. Lin Xi had to admit that Ye Chen's plan was indeed considerate. She agreed. With Qingbao watching over them, she need not worry excessively. For her, this arrangement was nothing short of delightful. The second group to ascend the mountain comprised a team of 30, expected to stay for a week. Upon hearing the duration, Lin Xi felt immensely relieved. Had she been required to accompany them for such a length of time, she would have surely succumbed to depression. Now, she needed only to remain hidden. This time, Zhao Zhiyong and Su Guangqing joined as well, and Ye Chen's team was naturally included. Additionally, there was Huang Baoying from the Research Institute, who caught Lin Xi's attention due to her spatial abilities. This group also brought along 2 mutated dogs, one of which was Lightning, who trailed behind with a pack of 5 little followers. Seeing them all together, Mo was tense. No need to worry, we'll be right behind you. Those little ones need some experience. After comforting her, Lin Xi sent Mo into the space. Lin Wuwu transformed into a little milk tiger, adorably following Lin Xi. After ascending to the 4th tier, it often felt the urge to change into this form, perhaps a new skill acquired through its advancement. Nevertheless, it was advantageous. The little milk tiger was far less noticeable compared to its hefty self. If it became too hot, it could retreat into the space. Evidently, with its heightened abilities, Lin Wuwu's heat tolerance had also improved. As Lin Xi observed the small team ascend the mountain, she followed suit. Along the way, she watched them tread cautiously, being chased by sword-tailed wasps, and leaping into a pond to escape only to have their pants bitten by mutated fish. She witnessed them band together to catch a mutated fish, and even dared to start a fire to cook it. Lin Wuwu was utterly thrilled, almost yearning to dive in and catch fish itself. Anxiously pacing in circles, Lin Xi stroked the little milk tiger, asking, still so eager for excitement, "Do you wish to join them?" It turned its head, eyes sparkling, and sweetly replied, "Ah, Wuwu wants to go." Seeing its enthusiasm, Lin Xi cautioned, "If you wish to go, then go ahead, but do not transform into a little milk tiger in front of them. And if it gets too hot, come back and stay in the space." Lin Wuwu nodded distractedly, gazing off to the side. Lin Xi then cut a large piece of mutated snake meat for it to carry along for grilling, as Ye Chen's group had not brought any supplies for it. Watching her rebellious little one walk away without a backward glance, Lin Xi couldn't help but smile in exasperation. Such a splendid space to inhabit, yet it preferred to revel in the bustling atmosphere of the human world, truly. It remained the playful and boisterous Lin Wuwu. Left alone, Lin Xi sought out Mo for companionship. Ye Chen, witnessing Lin Wuwu's arrival, couldn't help but chuckle. It was evident that the little one had insisted on joining due to the lively crowd. And it had even brought its own rations. Zhou immediately embraced it. "I knew it. How could we ever do without our little Wu?" Zhao Zhiyong took the meat Lin Wuwu had brought, rinsed it with water, chopped it into pieces, and grilled it alongside the fish. Lightning and the other 5 surrounded it excitedly, finally able to accompany their leader on a hunt. This lively atmosphere was not to Lin Xi's taste. She preferred solitude, as it was when she felt most at ease. Lin Xi savored the red wine and seafood pasta she had stored from the pre-apocalypse, indulging in a bottle of champagne to celebrate her solitary bliss. Mo relished the mutated snake meat Lin Xi grilled, which required no seasoning. Such simplicity was delightful. Accompanied by a bowl of well water, Mo's newly grown fur was nothing short of a glossy sheen. Lin Xi trailed behind the 30-member team, observing as they discovered numerous mutated plants, including mutated grapes. What was destined to disappoint them was that the mutated grapes evolved into vines, brimming with offensive power. And the fruits themselves became their weapons. Each grape fell from the sky like a stone, leaving the group battered and bruised. Lin Wuwu, embodying the role of a leader, used his hefty bulk of over 500 pounds as a shield to protect his fellow companions. They also encountered mutated jujube and blueberry trees, surprisingly sharing a similar evolutionary trajectory, transforming their fruits into weapons that inflicted harm without mercy. The worst misfortune struck when they stumbled upon a pomegranate tree, which had evolved its fruits into explosives. A careless encounter with one resulted in the seeds exploding in their faces. The metal plates wielded by the gold-type ability user offered some defense. But the pomegranate seeds proved remarkably hard, devoid of any juice, and embedded themselves within the steel. Their best fortune came in the form of a mutated cactus, which, despite its initial barrage of spines, bore flesh akin to mutated aloe vera, rich in moisture and edible. Mutated animals were also present, including mutated rabbits and squirrels, and they even encountered a nest of mutated foxes, 10 times larger than usual, whose mouths exuded toxic mists. When they faced these mutated foxes, Lin Xi was ready with flames in her hands, prepared to act should they falter. Yet, they persevered through a grueling war of attrition, employing feigned weakness and long-range sniping, ultimately exhausting the mutated foxes. The group found themselves utterly drained, but Ye Chen knew Lin Xi was nearby, alleviating his fears of being ambushed by opportunistic threats. After 5 or 6 days passed, with half of the team sustaining minor to severe injuries, the squad decided to descend the mountain. Chapter 171. The returning caravan, laden with spoils, encountered a mutated peach tree emitting a fragrant aroma on their way down. Upon observing the bees buzzing around the peach tree, they assumed the fragrance posed no danger. Lin Xi sighed, lamenting their unfortunate luck. The mutated peach tree bore fruits with a deadly scent that attracted a type of mutated bee known as the feathered bee. Small, swift, and numerous, their stingers were laced with potent venom, capable of inducing cardiac arrest within moments. These bees acted as the vanguard for the mutated peach tree, coexisting symbiotically, with the intoxicating aroma of the fruits functioning similarly to an anesthetic. Only the mutated feathered bees were immune. Initially, when people beheld the lively bees around the mutated peach tree, they had no reason to suspect the fragrance was perilous. Observing Ye Chen and his companions succumb to unconsciousness, Lin Xi realized that without her presence, they might have faced total annihilation. The mutated feathered bees were no match for Lin Xi, who incinerated a portion of them, allowing the remainder to escape, having no desire to pursue them further. She refrained from disturbing the mutated peach forest, knowing the researchers would be eager to collect samples for cultivation and experimentation. Through the days spent in the wild, Lin Xi had come to understand the researchers' intentions. They dragged the unconscious individuals to a safe distance, splashing water on their faces until they gradually regained consciousness. Lin Wuwu, weighing over 500 pounds, was given well water to drink before he finally stirred awake. Upon Ye Chen's awakening, his complexion appeared even worse. Ultimately, he had underestimated the danger present, as the recent successes had nearly made him forget that these woods teemed with lethal threats. Had it not been for Lin Xi's vigilance, their elite squad of 30 might have faced complete obliteration. "Are you all right?" Lin Xi ventured. "In truth, you simply had a stroke of bad luck." She was not particularly skilled in offering comfort. And after a moment of contemplation, this was all she could muster. Ye Chen, unwilling to burden her with worry, managed a strained smile. "It's nothing, just a lesson learned. We must remain cautious with any mutated plants. Complacency is not an option. We still lack experience and must train more." As the group regained consciousness, they realized how fortunate they were to have returned alive. Lin Xi accompanied them down the mountain. From that point on, every member of the caravan took turns ascending the mountain, extending their stays from a week to half a month. As time progressed, Lin Xi found her opportunities to intervene diminishing. The abilities of the caravan members had significantly advanced, and they had amassed considerable combat experience. Indeed, practice breeds knowledge. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They were now capable of fighting side by side, even managing to subdue a mutated centipede measuring 2 meters in length. When they triumphantly presented it to Lin Xi, she felt an overwhelming itch, as if she were covered in long, prickly hairs. The excited elder Zhang purchased the mutated centipede, declaring it a valuable medicinal resource. "Where did you find this? Go, gather more. You'll earn points for fish." Lin Xi, however, firmly intervened, warning them never to bring bugs home, regardless of their size. Any further attempts would result in a ban from her doorstep. Elder Zhang chimed in jovially, "Fear not. If she refuses you entry, you can always come home with me." Lin Xi shot him a glare, dismissing his fanciful thoughts. Nearly 2 months had passed since the caravan's departure, and they had spent a month and a half in the Yuqing mountain range. Supplies were running dangerously low, prompting the decision to retrace their steps back to the base. This journey proved immensely fruitful. Huangbao spatial storage brimmed with spoils, including various mutated flora and fauna samples sufficient to compile an illustrated guide to mutations, serving as a warning to other bases. Moreover, the strength of this group of caravan members had markedly increased. Their combat experience in the wilderness enriching their capabilities, thereby offering insights for future expeditions. As for personnel losses, thanks to Lin Xi's protection, the injuries sustained were manageable. The caravan itself had sustained little damage, rendering this expedition a resounding success. They continued to travel by night, familiar with the terrain, thus reducing their travel time. After 7 days, they arrived at the entrance of the city walls. With such a large caravan and so many people, their 2-month absence had raised concerns among the populace. As they finally returned, even the guards at the city gate expressed their excitement. The verification of identities, vehicle inspections, and cargo registrations consumed 2 hours. Upon entering the base, the road and its inhabitants appeared gray and dreary. The most prevalent hairstyle, regardless of gender, was predominantly shaved heads. Zhao Zhiyong, upon witnessing this, quickly deduced that the base was likely suffering from a water shortage. Lin Xi found this quite normal. During the intense heat of summer, with no rainfall, even bases with stored water dared not use it liberally. Each base had indeed drilled many deep wells, yet the water levels were low. And even with the contributions of water-type ability users, it was insufficient for the entirety of the base's population. Ensuring each individual had 1 or 2 bottles of water daily was already a remarkable feat. For daily living, everyone had to make do. It remained uncertain whether any of the plants they had brought back could be of use. Upon returning to the base, Lin Xi entrusted the mundane tasks to Zhao Zhiyong and made her way home. Upon arriving home, she immediately descended to the basement to turn on the air conditioning, then retrieved a stone basin to prepare for a refreshing soak. Unfortunately, the faucet yielded no water, likely due to time restrictions on the supply. She then ascended to the second-floor platform and siphoned water from the storage tank in her spatial warehouse to fill her own tank, finally allowing water to flow from the tap. Mo Xiaowu had the water chilled to perfection, making it so refreshing that even Lin Wuwu transformed into a little milk tiger, eagerly jumping into the basin for a soak. After nearly 2 months spent outdoors, returning home was a blissful relief. Lin Xi, Wuwu, and the entire Mo family relished this rare moment of tranquility. There was nothing quite like the comfort of sleeping in one's own bed, instilling a profound sense of security. However, as the night deepened, Lin Xi faintly heard the sound of muffled crying. Was it a ghost? She opened her eyes in the darkness, chuckling softly. She had never feared ghosts. Once, as a child, she dreamt of a ghost hanging outside her window. And instead of backing away, she bravely tugged at it, eager to discover what it truly was. Unfazed, she sat up to find it was Qing Bao, sitting by the window and sobbing. Lin Xi turned on the light and rushed over with a cup to catch Qing Bao's tears. After all, Qing Bao was an energy entity, and the tears she shed were undoubtedly pure energy, far too precious to waste. Chapter 172. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? At that moment, Lin Xi inquired. Why are you crying so much? What does our Qing Bao desire? Qing Bao's tearful state startled Lin Xi. She had never witnessed her cry before, aside from watching television. After much coaxing, Qing Bao finally managed to articulate through her sobs. I didn't mean to. The nonsensical statement left Lin Xi baffled. If it wasn't intentional, then it's fine, I don't blame you, Qing Bao. But can you tell me what happened? I seemed to feel the fire pearl calling me. I didn't know before. I just remembered. Before Qing Bao could finish, she burst into loud tears once more. Lin Xi felt utterly perplexed, still uncertain about the significance of what Qing Bao mentioned. She gently embraced the sobbing entity. Pitying the little one who still lacked a physical form, don't cry, I understand now. Our Qing Bao didn't mean any harm, I don't blame you, but I'm still unsure of what's going on. Would you like to share more with me? Once Qing Bao managed to relay her fragmented thoughts, Lin Xi was left in shock. During this period, Lin Xi had collected several high-tier energy crystals, which she had placed in the well water, effectively providing sustenance to the spatial spirit. Qing Bao. As a result, Qing Bao's energy had become increasingly potent. Yet, for reasons unknown, her sensing range remained limited to within 100 yards of Lin Xi. Intrigued by this mystery, she attempted to extend her senses outward and heard something calling to her. At the outset, she had assumed it was merely an illusion, until her energy grew stronger and the sounds she heard became increasingly distinct. Yet, she could not recall what it was until she acquired several high-level energy crystals, at which point, the realization struck her like a bolt from the blue. It was the Li Huazhu, one of the 5 treasures infused into the space during its formation. These 5 treasures corresponded to the 5 elements: Li Huazhu, Qinshuizhu, Ganjinzhu, Zhentuzhu, and Sunmuzhu. The treasures of the 5 elements maintained the flow of energy within the spatial realm. It was precisely because she had lost these treasures that the energy of the 5 elements could not function, leading to a desolate wasteland. Thus, Lin Xi was compelled to absorb various types of spiritual energy with utmost fervor, to restore the space alongside the energy of the 5 elements. Without the treasures of the 5 elements, although the space remained usable, it had inevitably devolved into a mere mundane existence. Lin Xi, however, was indifferent. The current state of the space was satisfactory to her, and she felt content. Whether or not she could locate these 5 treasures was of no concern to her. Yet, the troubling news from Qingbao revealed that the treasures of the 5 elements did not belong to this world. Their immense energy was beyond what this realm could withstand, which was why the Li Huazhu called out to her. A buzzing sensation filled Lin Xi's mind, sending chills down her spine. The 5 elements? They should be gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Are you only now sensing this? Did you not feel it during the heavy rain? Lin Xi's voice tinged with anxiety. I don't know. At that time, I had no energy at all. Qingbao began to weep uncontrollably. It seemed Qingbao had finally realized something. Indeed, during that time, Qingbao struggled to articulate her words, relying solely on instinct to seek out energy. Even if the Qanshui Zhu had called out to her, how could she have sensed it? Water corresponded to the incessant downpour. Fire, perhaps, related to the sweltering heat? And earth, could it be tied to the overwhelming earthquakes? What about gold? Could it be linked to the meteor showers? In her previous life, she had only survived 9 years of the apocalypse. What would follow? Would there be meteor showers? And would? She could not fathom. It felt as if something within Lin Xi's mind was vibrating. She pressed her forehead, which throbbed with excruciating pain, as the scenes from her 2 lives seemed to intertwine and shift before her eyes. After taking a few sips of well water, she gradually calmed down. Wait a moment, Qingbao. I remember the first time I entered the space, the stone tablet informed me that such treasures could not possibly exist here. Qingbao shivered. I do not recall, but I only remember that it was a great battle, and the previous master self-destructed. The heavens and the earth changed color, and countless mountains and rivers turned to ash. Later, my master and I entered the void, and subsequently arrived here, where we encountered another significant self-detonation. Eventually, my master employed a divine technique, calculating the essence of Wuwu, and entrusted the space to you. Lin Xi forced herself to suppress the tumult of her heart, attempting to untangle the entire sequence of events. A fierce battle in another world had triggered an explosion, damaging the space and causing the loss of the treasures of the 5 elements. Coincidentally, her own self-detonation had also instigated an explosion, and a fragment of consciousness from that world had arrived here at this moment. She was quite capable, bringing her back to the time before the apocalypse. And then entrusting the space and Wuwu to her. It was highly probable that during this process, the spiritual treasures lost by the space, accompanied by that mist, had arrived in this world, giving rise to the so-called apocalypse. The spiritual treasures might have initially been calling out to Qingbao, but after Qingbao was harmed, it was only now that she was gradually recovering and could sense them. However, in her previous life, she neither possessed space nor Wuwu. How then did the apocalypse come to be? Lin Xi found herself ensnared in the age-old dilemma of which came first, the chicken or the egg. Was it the apocalypse that preceded the spiritual treasures, or were the treasures the precursors to the apocalypse? In that moment, she could not comprehend, turning to see the anxious Qingbao. It's all right. In my previous life, even without you, the apocalypse still occurred. It has nothing to do with you. Qingbao leaped into her embrace, crying softly, yes. Lin Xi suddenly had a flash of inspiration. If we were to locate the Li Huazhu and bring it into the space, would it not alleviate the heat? Might your body not also recover? Qingbao nodded in affirmation, stating that the Li Huazhu longed to return home, which was why it persistently called out to her. Once it returned to the space, the anomalies would dissipate. Lin Xi smiled wryly, so it turned out that the apocalypse was merely the manifestation of treasures from another world. But what of all those who had perished? What kind of power could intertwine 2 entirely different worlds? Was it truly the so-called will of heaven? Could she genuinely find the Li Huazhu? And what of the Qanshui Zhu? With the current drought, could it still be found? If they could locate the Jin Tu Zhu, might it not prevent the earthquakes? Lin Xi was overwhelmed with thoughts, unable to find rest. This matter was far too grave. She did not wish to frighten Qingbao, so she feigned lying in bed, tossing and turning. If she truly managed to gather all 5 treasures into the space, would it signify the end of the apocalypse? With this thought, Lin Xi abruptly sat up. Looking out the window, she saw the sky beginning to brighten. After contemplating all night, she felt that for the sake of Qing Bao and the conclusion of the apocalypse, she must set out to retrieve these treasures. Truth be told, she considered her abilities limited and never envisioned herself as a savior. She merely wished to prolong her own life. Yet this time, if these 5 elemental treasures truly existed, she might indeed become a savior. She had always felt fortunate that when the sky fell, there was someone tall to bear it, but now it seemed her joy was misplaced. Who would have thought she had become that tall figure, which was utterly exasperating? Chapter 173. The contest of 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 for favor. She rose early, only to discover that Qin Yuansi had not returned the previous night. It appeared that the supplies brought back by the convoy had already been delivered to the research institute. Lin Xi's speculation proved accurate. The research institute had been bustling with activity all night, with researchers, including Qin Yuansi, Old Zheng, and Ye Ming, not having returned. They were all astonished by the newly emerged species, which defied their previously learned knowledge, prompting them to establish a new knowledge system, igniting their passion. However, none of this concerned Lin Xi. Considering Qin Yuansi's health, she prepared 2 liters of mung bean soup, still diluted with well water, for Lin Wuwu and Mo Xiaoyi to deliver. They were regular visitors to the research institute, given that it was where Mo Xiaoyi worked. After drifting outside for over 2 months, even if she were to search for the Li Huazhu, she needed a few days to recuperate. In the evening, Wu Lingshu came to see her, bringing several pounds of tomatoes. They sell these at the base? Lin Xi picked up a tomato, taking a whiff. It was quite sizable. Some were cultivated at the base, while others were planted by wood-type abilities users. We even received a few seedlings to plant at home, but they have yet to bear fruit. They're not expensive, just exceedingly rare. It was a stroke of luck to obtain them. Wu Lingshu's hair had been cut short, resembling that of a boy, and her complexion looked quite well. Su Guangqing had gone out, and she was also on edge, but now that she was home, her anxious heart finally found peace. The base has also successfully bred chicks. I found someone to buy 2 pairs. Dio, you want to raise them? I'm worried that if I bring them over directly, your cats and the tiger might. Lin Xi waved her hands repeatedly. No need. With my family to take care of, how could I raise chicks? They're so tiny. Whether it's Wu Wu or 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, one misstep and out Wu Lingshu, holding the chilled sour plum soup, chuckled. That's why I'm asking you. Raising chicks requires registration. If they die, you'll be blacklisted in the future. Is it really that strict? Lin Xi had little concern for such matters. Wu Lingshu worked at the Administrative Service Center and was quite knowledgeable about the base's livelihood. Yes, as long as they can be raised successfully, you can keep them for eggs or trade with the base. It would be a pity if they died. The temperatures are too high right now, and it's not easy for the base to hatch chicks and ducklings, so they encourage everyone to raise them to improve their living conditions. Water, on the other hand, seems to be perpetually scarce. Water is a challenge. We can only conserve it. The temperatures are soaring, and it hasn't rained in such a long time. We're now relying on deep well water, which is almost 200 meters deep. We're concerned that the water might evaporate from the heat, so we've even added a cover. However, with so many people, Lin Xi remained silent, recognizing that being able to drink water during such intense heat was already a blessing. Wu Lingshu hadn't seen her in a while, so she came to check on her. After chatting, she took her leave. Lin Xi had originally intended to give her a bottle of sour plum paste, but Wu Lingshu adamantly refused, and Lin Xi could only relent. She stood at the gate, reflecting on the ongoing hardships of life, yet at least they were still surviving. That night, Qin Yuansi did not work late. He returned home around 9 or 10, appearing somewhat dazed. He was not the only one in such a state. Lin Xi observed several researchers returning in a similar manner. After such long hours of overtime, Lin Xi thought it best to prepare something nourishing for him. Given the intense heat, she found some kelp, corn, and old duck soup from the space, ladling 2 spoonfuls onto the freshly cooked noodles, adding a bit of well water, and placing a duck leg atop it, setting a large bowl on the dining table to cool. Upon seeing Lin Xi, Qin Yuansi seemed to snap back to reality, finally able to set aside the matters from the research lab. Under her encouragement, he began to eat the now warm duck soup noodles. Qin Yuansi still seemed somewhat sullen. In his view, it was entirely normal for researchers to work day and night. However, Ye Ming, seeing them immersed in their research without rest, had actually driven them out, which was truly outrageous. It was about time. They were all of an age where they should take care of themselves. Lin Xi silently mused. However, it was evident that the base viewed them as precious resources, concerned about their well-being, which put Lin Xi's mind at ease. Qin Yuansi finished his noodles with a satisfying slurp and asked Lin Xi, "Is our water supply sufficient? I possess an application for the water manipulation ability, allowing us to release water as needed, and it suffices to allocate points accordingly." Lin Xi smiled softly, beckoning Imo Xiao-san over. "Come, conjure a spray of water." With a flick of his paw, Imo Xiao-san sent forth a jet of water. "Wow!" Qin Yuansi rushed over, both astonished and delighted, exclaiming, "We have such a little treasure at home." Imo Xiaowu, favored for his ice abilities, could not help but feel a tinge of jealousy upon witnessing Imo Xiao-san's pride. With a long meow, he tapped the water on the ground, instantly transforming it into ice. "Oh my!" Qin Yuansi gasped. His curiosity piqued as he examined both the water and the ice, unable to restrain himself from touching them. How remarkable these creatures have become, surpassing even humans. Imo Xiao-er and Imo Xiao-si, feeling slighted, began to bicker, asserting their dominance. The pair unleashed flames, while Imo Xiaoyi resorted to his usual tactic, teleporting himself into Qin Yuansi's embrace. "What on earth?" he exclaimed, bewildered as he held the fiery creature. Glancing helplessly at the two fiery trails below, seeking Lin Xi's assistance. With a chuckle, Lin Xi remarked, "Uncle Qin, perhaps it's time for you to take a bath." Qin Yuansi replied cheerfully, "Ah yes, I must indeed wash up. Little ones, play nicely and do not fight." Before he could finish, he set Imo Xiaoyi down, sidestepping the others, and made his escape. Consequently, 5 robust, short-haired cats flocked around her, meowing incessantly. Lin Xi had become quite adept at handling such scenarios. She prepared a bowl of chilled apple chunks, drenching them in well water, both refreshing and energizing. Sure enough, the 5 short-haired cats jostled eagerly around her. This latest expedition by the Research Institute proved immensely successful, and when it came to tallying points, they were quite generous. The Decepticon team garnered 50,000 points, with an additional 20,000 awarded solely to Lin Xi. Lin Wuwu received an oversized, resplendent golden vest. During her previous visit to the Research Institute, she had indicated her preference for a golden HUE.IT, was evident to all that without Lin Xi, the losses incurred would have been substantial. Moreover, the abilities of the participants had undoubtedly escalated, thanks to Lin Xi's protection, enabling them to fight without fear. The abilities of the remaining operatives were no doubt envious. After all, when they embarked on their journey, the dangers were unknown, and the specter of life and death loomed large. Those who stayed behind felt fortunate. Yet now, as the convoy triumphantly returned, the participants reveled in their abundant points, their abilities enhanced, leaving many to lament not having gone themselves. Chapter 174. Preparations before departure. The Research Institute released a new announcement, revealing their findings that enhancements in abilities during combat were most pronounced. Furthermore, several types of mutated beast meat had been confirmed to possess restorative properties. However, they advised against consuming untested new species to avoid potential poisoning. Lin Xi noted a limited supply of mutated beast meat for sale at the supply point, priced exorbitantly at over 100 points per pound, attracting many onlookers but few buyers. After a week, once Qin Yuansi's schedule had eased, Lin Xi broached the subject of her plans to venture out for an extended period. "UVE just returned. Shouldn't you rest a while longer?" Qin Yuansi assumed Lin Xi intended to team up with others for her journey. "I have pressing matters to attend to and must go alone. It may take some time, but I promise to return once I'm done. Please take care of yourself during my absence and avoid working late." Lin Xi's tone carried a hint of complexity. The whereabouts of the Li Huazhu remained uncertain, and the duration of her search was unknown. Acknowledging her determination and capabilities, Qin Yuansi refrained from further persuasion. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "Have you prepared your means of transportation? I can arrange for someone to reinforce your vehicle. Is your fuel supply sufficient? I can help procure more." Lin Xi hesitated. "Fuel is unnecessary. I have enough points to purchase what I need." However, she indeed wished to fortify her motorcycle and off-road vehicle as well. Sensing her indecision, Qin Yuansi explained, "A newcomer at the Research Institute possesses metal manipulation abilities and excels at enhancing ordinary machinery for durability. I discovered him while he was transforming a salvaged bicycle into an electric one, seamlessly connecting the metal components. Despite his youth, he possesses remarkable talent." Intrigued, Lin Xi considered the advances in post-apocalyptic vehicle technology, recognizing the potential value of his skills. What is his name? Qin Yuansi's curiosity deepened. He was aware of Lin Xi's vehicle stockpiling in the beautiful nation, but was uncertain if she had successfully brought them back or if they remained intact and functional. Nevertheless, Lin Xi's demeanor suggested she had retained her vehicles. However, Qin Yuansi would never disclose this matter to anyone else. His name is Zhang Yongping, and he is currently apprenticing with me in materials and machinery. Lin Xi nodded, realizing that to learn about machinery with metal manipulation abilities, one must first understand materials. Wait, Zhang Yongping, isn't he renowned as a mechanical master? Lin Xi recalled that he hailed from a family of esteemed engineers, acquiring extensive knowledge from a young age. Let him give it a try. 1 or 2 vehicles should pose no problem. Recognizing the opportunity to work with a future mechanical prodigy, Lin Xi was determined not to miss out. As Qin Yuansi suggested, testing 1 or 2 vehicles would be harmless, especially since she had a considerable number in her space. The following day, as the sun set, Zhang Yongping arrived after work. Wow! What a magnificent tiger! What a grand cat! It appeared that the future mechanical master was still just an excitable youth, under 20 years old. Zhang Yongping stood about 1.77 meters tall, sporting a short crop of hair, with well-defined features and fair skin, clad in a long-sleeved gray work uniform. He appeared quite spirited, likely untouched by the hardships of the apocalypse. Lin Xi prepared a generous bowl of potato and beef over rice, accompanied by some pickled radish shreds and a platter of watermelon. Zhang Yongping hesitated. Senior sister, this watermelon must be quite precious. I've heard it's hard to come by. You should save it for my master. He focused solely on the potato and beef dish, referring to Qin Yuansi as his master. Lin Xi remained silent, stepping aside until he finished eating, at which point she handed him the watermelon. Go on, enjoy. I have a friend with wood manipulation abilities. I can easily procure more. Oh, then I shall graciously accept, Zhang Yongping exclaimed. Senior sister, I've heard you're quite remarkable. Did you know that the mutated ants at the research center have amassed to such heights? As he spoke, he animatedly gestured in large circles. They say your efforts have reduced them to mere ashes, he continued, and Brother Ye, whom I have always idolized. It's said that you 4 bravely ventured into the ant nest, demonstrating extraordinary prowess against the soldier ants and capturing the queen. Lin Xi frowned, observing that this future mechanical master seemed somewhat lacking in common sense. How had he survived until now? This was her assessment as she subtly probed further. It became clear. His parents were crucial technical personnel for significant engineering projects and had relocated to the central military base early on. Due to his exceptional talent, he had been brought to the headquarters of the Central Military Base Research Institute. Although life was not as prosperous as before the apocalypse, he had never truly experienced hunger or cold. Senior sister, my master instructed me to assist you with your vehicles, and I guessed you were preparing for an extended journey. Please take me with you. Lin Xi had an aversion to children, especially those who chattered incessantly. Thus, she took Zhang Yongping to inspect the RV, giving him tasks to keep him occupied. Wow, wow, wow. Is this the legendary steel beast? I love it. I want to study it thoroughly and create one of my own. If the vehicle's surface hadn't been so hot, Zhang Yongping would have certainly climbed atop it. Zhang Yongping returned to the research center, excitedly reporting his intention to take a few days off to study the structure of the Steel Beast RV. Consequently, he brought along a group of eager learners keen to join him in his endeavors. Lin Xi scowled at the situation. However, recognizing the value of their enthusiasm for learning, she chose not to intervene. After all, even if they dismantled the RV, she had others. Lin Xi borrowed a vehicle for a quick trip, returning with an off-road vehicle and a motorcycle, effectively laundering them, and no one dared to question her. Zhang Yongping was elated, almost wanting to move into Lin Xi's home, for all 3 vehicles had become his treasures. Over the course of half a month, the 3 vehicles were successfully reinforced. When Lin Xi offered him compensation, he adamantly refused, insisting instead that she promised to team up with him once. Lin Xi pondered the feasibility of him being allowed to join a mission from the research center and eventually agreed. She did, however, provide him with a few boxes of chocolate, bags of chips, and soda, instantly earning her his heartfelt appreciation. As these were his all-time favorites, scarce in the current market, Lin Xi mused that his tastes were rather excessive. With her transportation preparations complete, Lin Xi was ready to set off. Chapter 175. Farewell gifts. Before her departure, She visited Zhao Zhiyong and Wu Lingshu, presenting each with bottles of water infused with half-well water. Wu Lingshu expressed her concern. "You're going out alone. Perhaps we should go together." Lin Xi patted her hand reassuringly. "I am quite capable. There's no need to worry about me. Besides, it's merely a personal matter that I will resolve before returning." Zhao Zhiyong remained silent for an extended period before finally speaking in a somewhat exaggerated manner. "It seems our ranks are too low to be of assistance. What excessive modesty in the hierarchy of the base. Your ranks are indeed among the highest. I merely find myself at a loss regarding my destination and the duration of my absence. Hence, I do not wish to burden you with my uncertainty. Just remember to uphold the reputation of the Decepticons on my behalf." Lin Xi spoke the truth. Zhao Zhiyong's prowess positioned him among the elite at the base, and Su Guangqing, once matured, would undoubtedly rival him. As for competing with her, that was out of the question. After all, she had her advantages, and it was only natural for her to overwhelm them. Upon her return, Lin Xi discovered Ye Chen waiting for her at the entrance. Before she could utter a word, he inquired with clarity, "Are you leaving?" Ye Chen had been quite busy of late, yet that did not imply he was oblivious to Lin Xi's activities, considering their close proximity. "Yes, I need to attend to some personal matters. It may take a bit longer," Lin Xi remarked, feeling somewhat warm standing outside, noticing that Ye Chen's clothes were drenched. After a brief pause, he cautiously asked, "Will you return?" Lin Xi, taken aback by the question, replied, "Why wouldn't I come back? This is my home." Then, as if recalling something, she added with a hint of vigilance, "You aren't contemplating reclaiming our little building just because you see it unoccupied, are you? Don't even think about it. I intend to return." Ye Chen chuckled at her words, relieved that his worries had been unfounded. Lin Xi had her own affairs to manage, and he too had his responsibilities. As the strongest combatant in the military, he could not simply follow her without regard. All he needed to know was that she would return, and he would be here waiting for her. "Rest assured, I will guard it. No one shall dare to seize your little abode." Hearing this, Lin Xi felt considerably reassured. She certainly did not want to be robbed of her home. With Qin Yuansi unreliable and his mind preoccupied with research, he would remain oblivious to any theft that might occur in her absence. Regardless of his status, Ye Chen was still a member of the Yi family, and fostering a good relationship with him would be beneficial. "I've made an excess of mung bean soup. Take some back for Dini to try." Ye Chen did not refuse. He accepted the offering. After much contemplation, Lin Xi decided to provide him with several bottles of water mixed with well water. She was uncertain when she would return, but if the Yi family could indeed bring some stability to Huagua, she was willing to take a risk and provide them with some well water. Just in case. After all, thus far, Ye Chen's grandfather had been nothing like the base leaders she had encountered in her previous life, never hoarding scarce resources for himself to cultivate loyal subordinates. Lin Xi had visited various supply points, each stocked with survival supplies, while those rare items, though few and costly, were also distributed among the supply points, without being used as a means to consolidate power. And then there was Yi Ming, who controlled the headquarters of the Research Institute and worked hand in hand with Ye Chen's grandfather, tirelessly leading researchers in the quest for species capable of countering natural disasters. In her previous life, once the Research Institute seized power, power struggles with the base leaders were a common occurrence, but ultimately, it was the lowest tier of individuals who paid the price. Observing this life, with Yi Yuntian as the de facto ruler of the base, supported by Yi Ming in the Research Institute and the esteemed reputation of Ye Chen in the military, the Yi family's control over the base was unequivocal. Perhaps this was the optimal arrangement. At least within the central military base, any ambitions would first have to be suppressed. As long as Yi Yuntian remained stable, this place would not undergo upheaval, nor would it witness any disregard for human life. Yet, Lin Xi couldn't shake a sense of unease regarding his safety. Ye Chen followed Lin Xi into the little building, where she instructed him to sit in the living room. After a prolonged wait with no sign of her return, he ventured into the kitchen only to find Lin Xi in a trance. "Xi, are you all right?" Lin Xi snapped back to reality. "I'm fine. I was just lost in thought." She retrieved a pot of mung bean soup from the refrigerator and handed him several bottles of mineral water. "These were given to me by someone. They claim to contain minerals. I've tried them and found them satisfactory. You know, your grandfather is getting older, and with the heat, it's beneficial to replenish some minerals. You might as well give it a try. And if you're concerned about toxins, find baby to test it. Don't take it for analysis. That would waste water," Lin Xi said sternly. Was this her way of ensuring everything at home was arranged before she left? Such was her nature, always worrying for others, unaware of how many people she had shared this water with. Ye Chen could only respond indirectly. Water is a precious resource. By distributing it so freely, you may inadvertently raise suspicions. In the future, you must be cautious about sharing it indiscriminately. And why must you involve baby for testing? I can do it myself. Lin Xi was well aware of the potential for suspicion. Her willingness to take risks stemmed from not wanting to be robbed. What if a base leader like the one from her previous life emerged? Would she still be able to lead a life of freedom? She could only imagine the troubles that would ensue. Although she would prefer solitude, Lin Wuwu would undoubtedly object. With this thought, Lin Xi, unusually, voiced her concerns. You too must pay attention to keeping your father and grandfather safe. They must not encounter any trouble. Moreover, you need to manage the base well. While one should never harbor malicious intentions, it is wise to remain vigilant. Your grandfather's position is undoubtedly coveted, and many would wish for his downfall. Please, take care not to bring misfortune upon me. Ye Chen was taken aback by her words, feeling a surge of excitement. It turned out Lin Xi genuinely cared for him and his family. Upon hearing the last sentence, he realized she was primarily concerned about her little building. Ye Chen returned home, clutching the water and mung bean soup. He hid the water away, served a bowl of mung bean soup to his parents, and then carried the pot to the study to find his grandfather. Upon entering, he was startled to see Luo Qingzhou inside. Ah, Luo Go, what brings you here? Luo Qingzhou noticed the guilt on Ye Chen's face. Ah, I'm here to report on your conduct. Ye Chen scoffed. Come on, we're not children anymore. Do we really need to report? He served a bowl of mung bean soup to his grandfather and another to Luo Qingzhou. With only a small amount left for himself, he decided against fetching another bowl, opting instead to drink directly from the pot with a ladle. Ye Yuntian took a sip, nodded in approval, delicious, and finished the entire bowl in one go. Luo Qingzhou drank half a bowl, appreciating the sweet taste that invigorated him. Where did this come from? Ye Chen looked at him, puzzled. Of course, I made it. Did it just fall from the sky? Luo Qingzhou fell silent. Finishing the remainder of his bowl as he prepared to speak again, Ye Yuntian blinked at him. He immediately understood. No wonder it's so delicious. It turns out you made it yourself. This is the best mung bean soup I've ever had. Your uncle and aunt must praise you properly. Ye Chen, collecting the empty bowls, reveled in the praise. I prefer to remain unrecognized for my contributions, keeping my merits hidden. You two enjoy your conversation. I'm off to sleep. Ye Chen exited the room, inwardly lamenting his misfortune. How had he coincidentally encountered Luo Qingzhou now? He wondered if Luo Qingzhou had detected what Lin Xi might have added to the mung bean soup. Though Luo Qingzhou, weary from his journey, felt rejuvenated after drinking the soup, he remained perplexed. Sir, what about Qin Chen? Luo Qingzhou began. Some matters are indeed significant, involving life and death, and must be addressed. However, some matters are trivial and do not require our intervention. We should let them unfold naturally. Do you understand? Ye Yuntian seemed to feign ignorance, donning his reading glasses to examine the documents before him. Luo Qingzhou grasped the old leader's intent and chose to let the matter rest. Chapter 176. A familiar face in the past few days, Lin Xi bid brief farewells to her acquaintances, even gifting baby a large bag of his favorite red dates, receiving in return a substantial piece of jerky. She had already driven her motorcycle and off-road vehicle out of the base a few days prior. Receiving them in her space, as night fell, she arranged for Mo Xiaoyi and Lin Wuwu to deliver supper to Qin Yuansi. Preparing to set off herself, when she drove her RV out through the city gate, the guards recognized her and promptly opened the gate. The roads surrounding the base had been cleared multiple times, making them easily passable. After 2 hours of driving, Lin Xi exited the vehicle and stored the massive steel beast in her space. She had no need for such a large vehicle alone. It was simply wasteful. She switched to a military off-road vehicle she had stockpiled in the United States, with Lin Wuwu and the Mo family cat safely tucked away in her space. Sitting in the passenger seat was Qingbao, clutching a straw for his watermelon juice. Lin Xi navigated the smoother paths, not bothering to ask Qingbao which direction they should take, for she knew that if Qingbao sensed the call of the fire pearl, he would naturally guide her. After several hours, Qingbao excitedly floated out, making a wide turn. There, to the east, Lin Xi pressed the accelerator hard. The road was bumpy, but she felt free and unrestrained alone. Wherever the vehicle could go, she would go, and if it could not, she would summon her motorcycle from the space. If even the motorcycle couldn't traverse, she would simply walk. She continued to travel by night, not wanting anyone to witness her disappearance or sudden reappearance. Thus, Lin Xi only entered and exited her space when the sun had not yet risen. After over 10 days of travel, Qingbao's sensation remained faintly perceptible. She was often covered in mud and sweat. But she had mentally prepared herself for this. Within the space, she could rest well and felt no anxiety. However, Qingbao grew increasingly restless. She must have realized the location of the fire pearl, yet their current pace was insufficient. After advising Qingbao, Lin Xi resolved to hasten her journey, altering her rest period to span from 9 in the morning until 6 in the evening, dedicating all other hours to travel. During the trek, when hunger struck, she resorted to consuming instant meals such as hamburgers and noodles, washing them down with soda, only finding the time to enjoy a proper meal when resting in her space. The roads of the pre-apocalyptic era had long since vanished or transformed into dense jungles. Now, Lin Xi traversed either dirt paths or shaded woodland trails, each presenting its own set of advantages and disadvantages. Although the dirt roads were somewhat bumpy, they could generally accommodate off-road vehicles. The forest paths offered a refreshing coolness but were only navigable by motorcycles, and the mutated trees and creatures were hardly to be trifled with. Such was Lin Xi's life, endowed with spatial abilities and strength. Few could travel as swiftly as she did. Nevertheless, after nearly a month of relentless travel, as they neared their destination, Qingbao surprisingly became calm, shedding any anxiety. Lin Xi, fatigued from the ordeal, decided to take a break in her space. Lin Wuwu, unbeknownst to its own cunning, refused to partake in such a military-like expedition. Instead, it busied itself with ransacking the fish and shrimp in the creek, the crabs in the lake, the wild rabbits and plump sheep on the grasslands, and even uprooted a couple of sweet potatoes from the fields. Only in Lin Xi's orchard, where Qingbao had set up a barrier, was Lin Wuwu unable to wreak havoc. Otherwise, it would have disrupted the place as well. Qingbao, having led the way for several days, returned to find the space in disarray, prompting even the usually amiable Qingbao to contemplate a scuffle with Lin Wuwu. "Ah Wu, if you dare to hit me, I'll have the poop scooper deal with you," Lin Wuwu retorted defiantly, its rotund backside raised in protest. Sensing trouble, Lin Xi swiftly retreated to the villa, feigning sleep. However, Lin Wuwu seemed to have truly grown a bit larger. Fortunately, it could transform into a small milk tiger, or else the 600-pound tiger would have easily overpowered it. After a day's rest, Lin Xi resumed her journey with renewed vigor, following Qingbao's guidance. Meanwhile, Lin Wuwu faced a dismal fate. Having been unceremoniously ejected from the space by Qingbao, the off-road vehicle was hardly equipped to accommodate such a sizable tiger. Thus, Lin Wuwu had to revert to its smaller form, the little milk tiger. Disgruntled, let out a feeble roar, lacking any real menace. Observing Lin Xi's retreating figure, a clever idea struck It. It sweetly whined, "Ah Wu, poop scooper, she actually kicked me out, you should talk to her." The sight of such a fierce creature attempting to act cute was quite amusing. But alas, Lin Xi was too preoccupied to pay any heed. Internally, she lamented. Had Lin Wuwu been a tad more obedient, Qingbao would not have resorted to such measures. Clearing her throat, she called out, "Wu Wu, dear, we are nearing our destination. I'm feeling a bit anxious. Would you keep me company?" Upon hearing the poop scooper's fear, the little tiger's bravery surged. It leapt onto the back of Lin Xi's seat, its voice now filled with bravado as it declared, "Ah Wu, fear not, I'm here. What would this family do without me?" It cast a sideways glance at Qingbao, who, thankfully, was too disinterested to engage. Lin Xi drove swiftly, as the road was nearly devoid of humans, populated only by mutated flora and fauna. Charging forward saved her considerable trouble, however. Just as dawn broke, she encountered a woman by the side of a dirt slope. The woman, upon spotting the off-road vehicle, frantically waved her arms and shouted, seemingly intent on rushing towards it. Lin Xi, undeterred, maintained her speed, causing the woman to dive to the side at the last moment, her fall revealing a familiar face. As she continued on her way, Lin Xi couldn't shake the nagging sensation that the fallen figure was oddly familiar. Though she couldn't recall from where, for some reason, the sight of that woman stirred a deep unease within her. "Ah Wu, poop scooper, what's wrong?" Lin Wuwu, though brash, possessed keen insight, immediately sensing Lin Xi's discomfort. Despite being a rebellious cub, Lin Xi found solace in its concern. "It's nothing," Just out a sudden realization struck her, causing her to erupt in laughter. What a twist of fate! That is Zhao Qianyun. In my previous life, she saved me only to betray me, administering the ability suppressant. Lin Xi had believed she would never encounter these individuals again while in the capital. Could it be that she was now near Haishur? That would be splendid. If only those who had betrayed her were also present. In that moment, Lin Xi's heart filled with rage, her eyes ablaze with vengeance. Merely killing them once would not suffice. She turned the vehicle around, heading back. Zhao Qianyun lay on the ground, her hands and knees scraped and bleeding. Painfully trying to rise as she brushed off the dirt, her features contorted with resentment. She cursed the driver incessantly, that scoundrel rushing to reincarnation. May you meet a wretched end. With a grimace, she noted a significant tear in the only dress she possessed. What to do? She hadn't completed a mission in 3 days. Where could she find someone? Just as despair settled in, she spotted the battered off-road vehicle returning. Chapter 177. Lin Xi's calculated scheme. The off-road vehicle was evidently imported, and the fuel it consumed must cost a fortune in points. At last, she had stumbled upon a lucrative target. When the vehicle halted and Lin Xi emerged, her shoulder-length hair braided neatly, she donned a fitted white long-sleeved t-shirt and dark gray cotton joggers. Complemented by gray sneakers, as she approached, Zhao Qianyun could see her fair, luminous skin, devoid of any foul odor, her attire immaculate and subtly fragrant, exuding an air of calm and ease reminiscent of pre-apocalyptic travel. Lin Xi had just changed into these clothes after entering her space, having always favored military-style attire for its durability and breathability during combat. However, she worried that such military elements might invoke suspicion, prompting her to replace all military-related items. Zhao Qianyun gazed at the tall, stunning woman before her, instinctively clutching her long untouched dress. Lin Xi radiated vitality and health, while Zhao Qianyun looked haggard and grimy, causing her to lower her head in shame. Was she feeling inferior? No, not at all. She merely feared that her uncontainable rage and jealousy would be discovered by the woman in front of her. The clean clothes, rosy complexion, formidable off-road vehicle, and expensive fuel all required substantial points to support. Internally, she cursed that shameless woman for her good fortune, wondering who she had befriended to live so comfortably. Yet, a sliver of rationality remained. She could not allow Lin Xi to uncover her true nature. Observing Lin Xi's evident distress, it was clear to her that Lin Xi's situation had deteriorated. However, it was far better than the last encounter when Lin Xi had been left naked and battered, locked in a cellar. It made sense that Lin Xi had encountered her earlier this time. Who are you? How did you end up here? Which is the nearest base? Lin Xi inquired, tossing a half-full bottle of water as a token of compensation. Zhao Qianyun eagerly accepted the chilled bottle, her mind racing with schemes. She quickly gulped down the water before cautiously replying. My name is Zhao Qianyun. I'm terribly hungry and was looking for something to eat. The nearest base is Base 32, just a day or two of driving away. She lowered her gaze, appearing pitiful, and her demeanor matched Lin Xi's recollection of her. Heh, so you're just a pawn for the tiger? Lin Xi mused, recalling her own past blindness and the well-deserved fate that had befallen Zhao Qianyun. Zhao Qianyun, eager to ingratiate herself, added, We have a camp nearby, an underground shelter that's quite cool, with a water source. You can rest there today, just a little food will suffice. Plus, there are ability users to ensure your safety. Lin Xi glanced around, hesitating. Does she really think she can deceive me with just a few words? If I fall for this too quickly, will it raise suspicions? Zhao Qianyun, sensing her reluctance, hastily added, Look at your vehicle. In this heat, running it non-stop will wear it out. Lin Xi nodded in agreement. Where is your camp? Is it far? Zhao Qianyun licked her lips. Not far. By car, it would take about 20 minutes. Lin Xi allowed her to get in the vehicle, instructing her to lead the way as Zhao Qianyun settled into the back seat. The cool air enveloped her, making her sticky skin feel refreshingly pleasant. She looked around. It had been ages since she had sat in such a spacious and comfortable vehicle. Every previous ride had been cramped like a can. With the air conditioning off due to the exorbitant fuel costs, during the bitter cold, it had been tolerable as they huddled together for warmth, but in the sweltering 60-degree heat, being packed together was no better than being in a pressure cooker. She caressed the genuine leather seats, her face alight with greed. Awu, Awu. Zhao Qianyun jumped at the unexpected sight of a small tiger in the passenger seat, round and plump, its vibrant coat gleaming, displaying a fearsome snarl towards her. With food scarce, how could anyone afford the luxury of keeping a tiger? What is a tiger to me? Just a little fat cub. I'll have you for dinner if you make a sound. I'll make sure that shameless woman pays dearly. Zhao Qinyun seethed inwardly, her hands digging into her skin, yet her exterior remained composed. She cautiously asked, "Ah, is that a tiger?" Lin Wuwu disliked her gaze, feeling uncomfortable. Lin Xi gently comforted the little tiger, easing its tension. Casually, she remarked, "This is my Wuwu. It's quite timid, so don't frighten it, and don't worry, it doesn't bite." Lin Wuwu would never resort to biting. It is merely being pretentious. However, it can wield wind blades and gusts. After a brief period of travel, Lin Xi spotted a narrow path blocked by metal sheets, where a few individuals appeared to be stationed. Zhao Qinyun, fearful of scaring away the prized catch, hurriedly approached to converse with them. To her surprise, it seemed she had indeed stumbled upon a valuable target. This vehicle must be worth quite a few points. A vehicle, ha ha ha, not just a vehicle, but also people as well. Who is that woman? You mustn't provoke someone of considerable stature. The group was calculating their next moves, and after Lin Xi briefly scanned them with her mental prowess, she chose to disregard them. After proceeding down the path for a few more minutes, she indeed arrived at the entrance of a bomb shelter. The entrance was spacious enough to accommodate a vehicle. Lin Xi secured her car, donned a backpack, and, with Lin Wuwu in tow, exited the vehicle. Upon entering, a chill enveloped her, though the scent was far from pleasant. She glanced down at the little milk tiger, noticing that Lin Wuwu was equally affected, its face reflecting a sense of regret. Tsk, had it behaved a bit more docile in the space, perhaps it wouldn't have been kicked out by Qing Bao. This way. Zhao Qinyun eagerly gestured the direction to Lin Xi. The lengthy corridor of the bomb shelter was dimly lit, and as Lin Xi ventured deeper for nearly 10 minutes, the odor intensified. Lin Wuwu was already in a state of unrest, and just as Lin Xi grew weary of walking, she picked up the little milk tiger and expressed her reluctance to continue. Wasn't he the aim to lure her into confinement? This place could serve that purpose just as well. She expressed her annoyance. Where else do we need to go? I'm staying right here. It's quite cool. Zhao Qinyun, vexed internally, maintained a forced smile. There isn't even a place to sit here. Just a little further and we'll arrive. Lin Xi, with a half smile, replied, "Forget it. I won't linger here any longer. I think I'll head back to the car." Chapter 178. An interesting pair of sisters that simply won't do. Zhao Qinyun's voice escalated uncontrollably, quickly reverting to a smile. "If you leave now, our captain will blame me for not attending to you properly. At least have something to eat and drink." Lin Xi turned around, casting her a glance, and impatiently stated, "What does it matter to me? I'm leaving." Zhao Qinyun infuriated. "You." Before she could continue, she was interrupted. "My apologies, young lady. This fool is rather inarticulate. Please do not take offense." A group of individuals approached, varying in height, all bald except for one girl. Among them was a shorter but robust bald man wearing the typical floral shorts and a short-sleeved shirt seen on beaches, exchanging awkward pleasantries. "This is our Wu Gu, and this is our new guest." Although Wu Gu had little regard for her, Zhao Qinyun's demeanor instantly shifted to one of excessive flattery. The younger girl in the group coldly observed Zhao Qinyun. "I am Wu Hong, a Tier 3 lightning ability user. We have a cool environment here, and with few people around, guests are always welcome. Please, 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 come a few steps further. Our esteemed guest can take a proper rest." Wu Hong was originally a minor leader of an underground gang. Before the apocalypse, the Flower Nation had inexplicably intensified its crackdown on criminal organizations. Both of his bosses were captured before the collapse, and he himself was wanted. He quickly went into hiding, and when the apocalypse struck, he was at a loss, afraid to approach any base. Individuals like him would be immediately sent to the mines upon entry. Fortunately, he awakened his powers, harnessing his lightning ability to gather a band of desperate individuals, eliminate a troop of soldiers, and seize this bomb shelter along with its supplies, enjoying the life of a local tyrant with both women and subordinates. His only concern was the fear of being besieged. Thus, when his subordinates informed him of a particularly high-end off-road vehicle's arrival, his first instinct was to worry it was the military. "I am Lin Xi, from the Ability User Guild, here on a mission to locate someone." Lin Xi conjured a small flame in her hand. Wu Heng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He was both ruthless and greedy, yet not foolish. Rather, Quite astute. The energy emanating from this woman immediately informed him she was no ordinary person. She lacked neither water nor food, and daring to drive a vehicle with such high fuel consumption around and venture here undoubtedly indicated she had formidable backing. Either she was powerful herself, or her allies were. Regardless, neither option was to be trifled with. However, being formidable did not imply she was untouchable. Strength could be outsmarted just as easily as it could be overpowered, Wu Heng politely suggested. It is rare for us to have an outsider. Perhaps we could invite Miss Lin to dine with us shortly and discuss the happenings outside. Would you honor us with your presence? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xi acquiesced, and the group made their way deeper into the bomb shelter. That little tiger is adorable. Can I have one? The cold girl who had been observing Zhao Qinyun suddenly transformed, affectionately clinging to Wu Heng's arm. Shwe, that S out of the question. That S someone else's pet. If you like it, I can catch you 10 or 8 on another day. Wu Heng initially rejected her request with a stern expression, but upon seeing her pout, he found himself unable to resist soothing her. Lin Xi noticed that since this girl named Shwe arrived, Zhao Qinyun's gaze towards her was venomous. Oh, it seemed there was animosity between them. Well then, may I at least touch it? Just a little. I adore fluffy creatures. The girl stomped her feet, playfully pleading in a manner that was hard to refuse. Lin Xi observed that Shwe appeared cleaner than most, indicating she was likely quite cherished. Indeed, Wu Heng found himself in a predicament. Shwe disregarded the situation entirely, bouncing over to Lin Xi, peering down at the Lin Wuwu nestled in her arms, reaching out to stroke it before leaping back. She then clung to Wu Heng, stamping her feet. Ah, it's so cute, so cute. You must help me catch one. As she reached out, Lin Wuwu initially intended to swat at her, but Lin Xi halted it. While Shwe was petting Lin Wuwu, she discreetly slipped her a crumpled piece of paper. The bomb shelter, spacious enough to accommodate a gathering, served as their meeting area, featuring a large round table seemingly salvaged from elsewhere. The note, which Qing Bao had examined in her space, contained only 4 words: poison, run, hee hee. This pair of sisters is quite intriguing. Lin Xi cast a deep glance at her, and Shwe mischievously shrugged her shoulders. Little tiger. Come play. What a ridiculous notion. Lin Wuwu sulkily buried its head, overwhelmed by the stench all around. It was becoming quite vexed. A middle-aged man with a gap-toothed smile introduced himself to Lin Xi. We are in a prime location here, cool and with a water supply. Our leader is kind-hearted, having taken in many who were cast out. Don't be swayed by the boastful tales from those bases. They detest us ability users, constantly looking for trouble. Many of our ability users were expelled from there. Is that so? Lin Xi found this rather remarkable. Having lived 2 lives, she had never encountered a base that expelled ability users. If it were true, she was determined to witness it firsthand. Another man, adorned with a tiger tattoo on his arm, added, they don't just expel people. They shoot them too. They kill without a second thought, making ability users live in constant fear, uncertain of when their lives may be snuffed out. Lin Xi began to harbor doubts. Surely, there must be a reason for such killings. There can't be no cause at all. Wu Heng dismissed her skepticism. Failure to complete a task, of course. There are so many ability users who have escaped. Lin Miss, you should stay away from those bases. They lack food and water. Unlike us here. Stay a few more days, and you'll see. Lin Xi remained unconvinced by their words, silently listening. Although they claimed to be treating her to a meal, it turned out to be reheated individual rations and a few cans of meat. Judging by the eagerness on their faces, she could tell this was their finest fare. Miss Lin, please, do not be shy. Eat more. Observing Lin Xi's disinterest, Zhao Qinyun swallowed hard while encouraging her. Lin Xi offered her the food. I'm not hungry. I don't wish to eat. Here, take it. It's for you. Wu Heng's expression darkened. Miss Lin, are you looking down on us? Lin Xi maintained her nonchalant demeanor. How could that be? I simply never eat others' food. After a prolonged wait, as these individuals hesitated to take action, she decided to make the first move. Chapter 179. Another old acquaintance. Lin Xi retrieved a gas mask from her bag and donned it. The others immediately recoiled from her. Wu Heng sneered. Miss Lin, you are quite audacious, boldly venturing in alone. Do you truly believe this place is so easily accessed? He had already dispatched men to scout the area. This girl had no backup. He intended to use the food to outsmart her, yet that did not equate to fear. Ability users were equally wary of bullets. Wugu, let us strip that wretched woman and turn that plump cub into barbecued pork to accompany your drinks. Zhao Qinyun's voice was shrill and piercing. Lin Wuwu lifted its head in Lin Xi's embrace, indignant at the thought of being made into barbecued pork. Did it truly appear to be such an easy target? Lin Xi shot a glance at a shui, who had turned pale and was retreating. She scoffed. And what makes you think I am so easily dealt with? A fiery net surged forth from Lin Xi. Isolating her from the others, Wu Hong raised his gun. Heh, you foul wench, I see you. His vision suddenly blurred, and he staggered unsteadily. With several thuds, everyone in the bomb shelter, save for Lin Xi and Lin Wuwu, collapsed to the ground. Due to Qingbao having long since placed the hypnotic gas canister in the air raid shelter's passageway, with the safety pin already tucked away in the spatial realm, there was nothing more suitable for use in the shelter than the hypnotic gas itself. Lin Xi suddenly found herself reminiscing about Zhao Zhiyong and Ye Chen. If they were present, how could she possibly be burdened with handling the remaining trivial matters? In a moment of urgency, she hastily retrieved that a shui, who appeared to possess a semblance of cleverness. She located a spot shielded from direct sunlight and placed her there, observing her dazed expression. Lin Xi splashed a bit of water on her face. Fortunately, she had not inhaled too much of the hypnotic gas, and her timely extraction allowed her to awaken after a bit of fuss. When a shui opened her eyes and saw Lin Xi, she was taken aback. It's you? You've come out, thank you. What is your name? Although Lin Xi had no need for her to send little notes. It was rare to find someone with such sentiment. I am Zhao Qinyue. What about them? Her disbelief was palpable. Lin Xi gestured towards the direction of the air raid shelter. Inside, they are all incapacitated. Do you wish to kill them? Are you brave enough? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Qinyue replied, Yes, I want to kill them. I was captured. I have a knife. I've hidden a knife. Tears streamed down her youthful face as she trembled with excitement. Her expression a blend of sorrow and joy. Zhao Qinyue? It sounded like she was a sister to Zhao Qinyun. Tsk. The knife the young girl had concealed was likely not very effective. Lin Xi handed her a tactical knife measuring 50 centimeters in length. In truth, I could burn them alive, but if you wish to cleanse your hatred with their blood, then the opportunity is yours. I shall await your return. She refrained from voicing her own demands, wishing to see how far this young lady could go, whether she could manage this chaotic situation. Without a word, Zhao Qinyue seized the knife, wiped her tears, and began her cautious approach towards the air raid shelter. Lin Xi's mental fortitude naturally accompanied her. Zhao Qinyue's first target was Zhao Qinyun. She stabbed her repeatedly with ferocity, and then broke down into tears. Tsk. What grudges and grievances? Yet Lin Xi found great satisfaction in the scene. The young girl quickly dried her tears, then dealt with the remaining members of Wu Heng's group. From her initial frenzied stabbing, she progressed to cleanly slicing throats, showing marked improvement through practical application. Emerging from her near breakdown of weeping, her hands grew steadier, her grip tighter. She appeared significantly stronger. Subsequently, she traversed the entirety of the air raid shelter. 7 out of 10 people inside perished at her hands, each strike precise and efficient. The young girl performed admirably. Lin Xi knew that most of those within deserved their fate, yet some were unjustly caught up in it. She found it difficult to discern, nor did she wish to expend energy on such matters, thus leaving it to the young girl to resolve. But what if Zhao Qinyue made a mistake? Oh well, if fate decreed it so. After an hour, Zhao Qinyue stumbled out, her short skirt barely covering her backside, and her long legs stained with blood. Killing a few defenseless individuals had left her drenched in gore. Reminding Lin Xi of the time they fought mutated cockroaches, it was uncertain how much harm was done, but the shock factor was off the charts. She resembled a walking horror, blocking the entrance as if to prevent her from returning home. Zhao Qinyue weakly knelt before Lin Xi, her gaze unwaveringly resolute. She returned the knife and bowed deeply, the force of her bow causing her to sway slightly. Yet through her tears, she smiled. They captured many people. Can I set them free? There are still supplies here. We don't need them. They're all for you. Is that all right? Lin Xi, expressionless, replied, You did well. Keep the knife. The rest is up to you. I'll go gather supplies first. Indeed, Lin Xi found firearms in the warehouse. She moved a few to the vehicle. Unfortunately, to transport everything, she would have to silence everyone here. Best to leave it be. She was no murderer, after all. There was no need to indulge in killing for amusement. Once she finished her tasks, Lin Wuwu began to whine, complaining about the odors in the vehicle and on her body, demanding a bath, truly behaving like a little child. She even approached Lin Xi to complain, "Ah Wu, it is all Qingbao's fault for kicking me out, forcing me to toil so hard to clean up, and now I have to bathe, ah Wu. It's all her fault." Lin Xi raised an eyebrow, pondering whether suffering truly cultivates growth. This complaint had evidently required some thought. It was rare for Lin Wuwu to exhibit such intellect, a most commendable feat. Suddenly, a foul odor wafted in, and a group of emaciated, barely clothed individuals approached, supporting one another as they wept. They all knelt before Lin Xi. A crowd of them bowed deeply, rendering her somewhat awkward. Lin Wuwu's eyes widened. She no longer seemed to mind their smell. "Miss Lin, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't know if we would still have our lives to escape. We have nothing, so we can only bow and plead for the heavens to bless you with longevity." Zhao Qinshui had changed into a tattered t-shirt and long pants. Lin Xi regarded them, uncertain of what to say. "You all should go to the warehouse and find something to eat." "I no longer want those. I can't carry any more." "Lin Xi, you are Lin Xi, Miss Lin?" A gaunt figure with an unsettlingly large eye, resembling a skeleton, called out her name. Zhao Qinshui rushed over to assist him. "Brother Luo? Are you all right?" Lin Xi searched her memories from 2 lifetimes. But who was this? She didn't recognize him. "It's me. I am Rogers." "Ah." The skeletal figure broke down into tears. Lin Xi inhaled sharply. Was this her private psychologist? That irascible, rotund Rogers? The one who couldn't even fit into a small office chair. Tsk. What torment had he endured, reduced to a mere shadow of his former self? Chapter 180. Rogers, who fell into the pit. The apocalypse proves that nothing fat cannot be shed. He is fine. You should quickly find him something to eat. Lin Xi urged Zhao Qinshui, watching her dash off in search of food. Lin Xi handed a bottle of diluted well water to Rogers to sustain him. She could hardly bear to witness his plight. After all, he was an old acquaintance, but his skeletal appearance was truly distressing. Rogers' eyes lit up at the sight of the water. He gulped down half the bottle, clutching the remainder tightly in his hands, as if fearing Lin Xi would snatch it away. Zhao Qinshui returned with some bread, encouraging him to eat slowly with the water. He quickly insisted he had drunk enough, thrusting the water back to Zhao Qinshui, insisting she drink. Zhao Qinshui, wiping her tears, fed him the bread, leaving Lin Xi feeling both superfluous and conspicuous. She excused herself to rest, allowing them some privacy, suggesting they discuss matters once night fell. She then set fire to the bodies inside the air raid shelter. On such a sweltering day, leaving them inside would only intensify the stench. After incinerating the shelter, she felt considerably better. She secured a slightly wider entrance to the shelter, dragging over metal sheets to barricade the entrance. Setting up an alarm system, instructing Qingbao to alert her should anyone approach, before getting into the vehicle and entering the spatial realm. Once inside the space, she first bathed the temperamental Lin Wuwu, making it fragrant, after which it happily scurried off to find its little subordinates. After freshening up, Lin Xi set about preparing breakfast and lunch. She took 2 marinated ducks, chopped them, and divided them into 2 portions. Next, she decided to stir-fry a bowl of tomatoes and scrambled eggs, added a small bag of pickled vegetables, and served up 2 generous bowls of rice. The aroma of the tomato and scrambled eggs wafted through the air, prompting Lin Wuwu to arrive unbidden. "Ah Wu, so delicious. I want to eat this again next time." Lin Wuwu licked the sauce from the tomato and scrambled eggs. Lin Xi's meatless dishes had unexpectedly won Lin Wuwu's affection. She felt a tinge of pride. "Aren't you usually not fond of my cooking?" Next time, make a huge pot, and just serve a ladleful when it's time to eat." "Perfect," Lin Wuwu, ever knowledgeable about food, wagged its tail. "Ah Wu, tomato and scrambled eggs are delightful. Don't use a large pot. It's best to use a small pot." So you even know about small pot dishes now." "Ha, what a rebellious child." Lin Xi slept in the spatial villa until nightfall, only rising once the outside world had darkened. "Has anyone attempted to intrude?" she inquired of Qingbao while braiding her hair. No one has approached this entrance." Qingbao had been stationed near the off-road vehicle. Exiting the space, Lin Xi stepped down from the vehicle. After walking a short distance, Zhao Qinshui followed closely. "Miss Lin?" Lin Xi paused. The sun had set, and she had no desire to return to the air raid shelter. What about Rogers? Is he feeling better? I'm doing well. I must thank you, Miss Lin. Rogers approached slowly, leaning on a stick. It was evident he had cleaned himself up. Lin Xi regarded the hollow-cheeked man, unable to suppress her sentiments. Rogers had remained in Haishur, heeding the directives of the national authorities, enduring the fog and evading the extreme cold. Only to nearly succumb to the oppressive heat, he had awakened his mental powers, and given his background in psychology, his powers had become adept at manipulation. Logically, he should have fared well, but misfortune struck when he formed a combat team. The team was aptly named the Irascible Fatty Battle Team, perfectly encapsulating Rogers' style. Zhao Qianxue had awakened water-based abilities and was a member of their team. Everything had initially proceeded normally until one day, she encountered her cousin Zhao Qianyun. Zhao Qianyun, in tears, implored her for assistance, claiming that many innocent family members had been captured by Wu Heng's group. Rogers had been cautious. After investigating and confirming the truth of her claims, he rallied several teams and reported the matter to the military. Unfortunately, 2 military teams of ability users and 3 guild teams fell into an ambush while attempting to suppress this group. Upon reaching this point, Lin Xi understood the general trajectory of events. Zhao Qianyun was indeed a calamity. The military personnel had been slaughtered on the spot, while the remaining ability users were imprisoned. Zhao Qianxue naturally berated Zhao Qianyun, yet what purpose did it serve? Just as Zhao Qianyun sought to eliminate her, she had not anticipated that Zhao Qianxue, being younger and more striking in appearance, would catch the eye of Wu Hong. Although Zhao Qianxue was unwilling, she had no choice but to compromise in order to safeguard the lives of Rogers and the others, while seeking an opportunity to rescue those imprisoned in the cellar. Wu Hong kept a watchful eye on her, restricting her freedom, and the captives were afforded only meager rations each day. It was only during hunts that they were allowed a more substantial meal, not out of compassion, but to ensure they served as cannon fodder. Those who survived were merely retained for future use. With each passing ordeal, the number of survivors dwindled, compelling them to expand their operations. Thus, Zhao Qianxue's predicament was entirely the doing of Zhao Qianyun. She had tearfully questioned Zhao Qianyun about the reasons behind her torment, but Zhao Qianyun merely laughed, reveling in her own misfortune and unwilling to permit her detested cousin an untroubled existence. Zhao Qianxue harbored profound resentment towards her, continually inciting Wu Hong to make her life miserable. Wu Hong understood the dynamics, but, in his desire to appease the enchanting Zhao Qianxue and extract some residual value from the waning Zhao Qianyun, saw no harm in it. Thus, he dispatched Zhao Qianyun to seek out unsuspecting prey, luring passers-by into their trap. Upon witnessing Lin Xi being deceived into their midst, Zhao Qianxue felt compelled to warn her to flee. Yet she was taken aback when Lin Xi arrived fully prepared and single-handedly subdued everyone present. To her astonishment, Zhao Qianxue found the audacity to slaughter the majority of those gathered. Ultimately, Rogers intended to escort his companions back to Base 32. However, the state of these individuals was dire. After finally receiving sustenance the previous day, 3 had succumbed to overeating. Rogers sighed and shook his head, noting the delicate relationship between the military and the ability users, pondering the implications of their circumstances. Yet, this was of no concern to Lin Xi, who neither could nor wished to intervene. Rogers discerned her sentiments and refrained from further discussion, merely inquiring about her base of operations and future plans. Lin Xi pondered before countering with a question. Which direction is Base 32? Rogers gestured towards the southeast. Qing Bao informed her that this aligned with her intended route. Lin Xi then replied, I am based at the central base, and I am preparing to head to Base 32. A smile illuminated Rogers' face. Are you taking on a task? 2,000 points? Just escort us back to Base 32. It's less than a 2-day journey. This proposition left Lin Xi somewhat hesitant, as the prospect of encountering acquaintances could be a double-edged sword. However, the allure of earning points, especially for a relatively simple task, conflicted with her principles. Chapter 181. Entering Base 32. Rogers smiled slightly. We have a vehicle, food, and firearms. Our only concern is our weakened condition, which leaves us vulnerable to mutated flora and fauna. Thus, your sole responsibility is to protect us from attacks. Everything else is unnecessary for you to fret over. It is no wonder that Rogers was the finest psychologist she had ever encountered. He could perceive her worries without her uttering a word. Interacting with intelligent individuals is indeed a relief. She nodded, thereby accepting the task and inquired curiously, "How could someone as astute as you be deceived by Zhao Qianyun?" Rogers's face flushed crimson. I was blinded by infatuation? Lin Xi tilted her head, studying him. Rogers asserted with righteous indignation. "Xiaoxue is still a young girl. Do not speak recklessly." After a moment, he sagged, dejectedly confessing. "In truth, I have reflected upon this. The prohibition against office romances exists for a reason. Moreover, that malicious woman spoke the truth. Her family was indeed captured here, but they had long since perished from torment. Yet, who could fathom such a person? Even if not seeking revenge for her family, how could she betray her own kin? I initially believed her to be elusive, suspecting she aimed to deceive us for her family's vengeance. Especially since Xiaoxue was quite eager. Who knew? Ha ha. The self-deprecation lingered in that laugh. Upon hearing that he too had fallen victim to Zhao Qianyun's ruse, Lin Xi's spirits lifted. Look at that, such an intelligent person could also be deceived. It fostered a sense of camaraderie in their shared plight. Feeling buoyant, she became more amiable, patting Rogers on the shoulder. "Let us rest for another day. Recuperating for an extra day before embarking on our journey is wise." Rogers, perplexed by her sudden uplift in mood, watched as Zhao Qianxue approached, head bowed, taking tentative steps closer. "Brother Da, I am sorry. Had it not been for my foolishness, so many lives would not have perished. I deserve my own suffering, but what of those who died? They were truly innocent." Rogers regarded the young girl, recalling how, before the apocalypse, those of her age were carefree students. Yet, she had already endured considerable hardship, much pain she ought never to have borne. He spoke gently. "It's all right. This serves as a lesson for us to remember, though the cost of this lesson is far too great." He had never blamed her. It was his own judgment that had faltered. The hormones coursing through him had clouded his reason, endangering the entire team. Even without Zhao Qianyun, there would have been another and yet another. Rogers was a perceptive man. Upon recognizing an error, he promptly sought to rectify it. In a world ravaged by chaos, survival necessitated unwavering composure. The intoxicating allure of romance would only hasten demise. Such a luxury was unattainable in these dire times. Gazing at Zhao Qianxue, Rogers's eyes brimmed with trust. Yet devoid of any lingering affection, he softly instructed. "Xiaoxue, let everyone eat slowly and rest well. We shall depart for the base tomorrow night. Miss Lin has accepted the task of escorting us." Zhao Qianxue was no longer the naive girl who chased after Rogers. Now, she yearned for strength. She aspired to be like Lin Xi, and when she was powerful enough to protect those she cared for. She nodded emphatically. Rest assured, I will make the arrangements." Rogers informed Zhao Qianxue that Lin Xi greatly disliked being disturbed by strangers, thus she discreetly refrained from intruding upon Lin Xi and ensured no one approached her shelter. As they prepared to leave, Lin Xi observed them filling containers with water. Zhao Qianxue explained, "There is a small spring here. Its flow is minimal, but it's better than nothing. Once we return to the base and report, they can send people to collect water." Lin Xi, intrigued, made a point to investigate this so-called spring. In a landscape scorched by heat, where most surface water had evaporated, how could a spring still flow? This sparked some calculations in her mind. Qingbao had previously informed her that her sensations here felt chaotic, at times reminiscent of the essence of the Qin water pearl, and at other times akin to the leaf fire pearl. She despondently concluded that her recovery was not yet complete, leading to this confusion in perception. Suddenly, Lin Xi queried Rogers, "Is this base the closest to Haishur?" Rogers nodded, affirming that this was indeed the case. Which is why he had chosen this location. He was curious about how Lin Xi had ended up at the central base. Lin Xi harbored a suspicion, though she feared it might be mere self-delusion. She speculated that both the Qin water pearl and the leaf fire pearl might be here because, at the onset of the apocalypse, she had been in Haishur. If these two treasures sought to return to her space, they might very well come here to find her. Indeed, upon sharing her hypothesis with Qingbao, silence ensued. Perhaps she had been overly self-indulgent. Setting that aside, she resolved to proceed to base 32, as the sun dipped below the horizon. Lin Xi set off with 7 vehicles of various kinds. After 2 nights of travel, they finally arrived at base 32 just before dawn, at the entrance of the city walls. Lin Xi bid them farewell. "All is well. You have arrived safely, and now we shall part ways." Rogers nodded, acknowledging their fortune in receiving Lin Xi's assistance and protection to return safely. He transferred points to Lin Xi. Thank you, Miss Lin. Were it not for you, we likely would have perished there. If you need assistance, you can find us at the third building on the left of the Ability User Association, on the third floor. Lin Xi had been most generous in her aid. She had scarcely claimed any spoils of war, leaving behind ample supplies for them, allowing them to recuperate in peace for a time. Lin Xi swiped her identity bracelet, then helped Lin Wuwu swipe his identification card, and they smoothly entered. The two verification personnel exchanged glances, their expressions growing markedly more serious. Lin Xi drove around, noting that the layout was similar to Base 8, and found the guest house constructed of stone, concrete, and some unknown coating. Upon entering, the ambience shifted to a cooler one, though that was the extent of its merits. The building comprised 3 stories, and Lin Xi selected a room on the second floor. After swiping her identity bracelet and allocating points, she reserved a room for 3 days at 15 points per night. She was indifferent, as she had plenty of points. The room remained compact, and after locking the door, Lin Xi retreated into her space. Although it was broad daylight, it was still time for her to sleep. Having lived a nocturnal lifestyle for so long, her biological clock had become disordered. Now that she was near the treasures, it would be prudent to rest and recuperate before making a decisive move. Qingbao remained troubled, alternating between sensing the treasure in the east and then in the south. Lin Xi comforted her. It's all right. We are close by, so what is there to worry about? At most, we'll explore both locations, and who knows, we might even encounter high-level mutated beasts, and then we can roast them for Wuwu. Lin Wuwu heard the word eat and hurried over, exclaiming, "Ah Wu, I want to eat tomato scrambled eggs." All right then, good news, the rebellious child has finally started to think. Bad news, the thinking hasn't developed much. Chapter 182. Wuwu's dominance in protecting its master Lin Xi had rested for a day and a night at the guest house. The next day, as she took a few steps outside, she was intercepted by several individuals. A glance revealed them to be military personnel. The leader, a major with a scar running from his brow to the corner of his eye, bore an air of cruelty. His tone was quite brusque. "You are Lin Xi, come with us." Lin Xi furrowed her brow. She had encountered many soldiers before, but never one with such a poor attitude. Even individuals like Ye Chen and Elder Yi had never displayed such arrogance in her presence. The soldiers of Base 32 were indeed unfriendly toward ability users. However, Lin Xi was the type who preferred a gentle approach over a forceful one. She stepped forward, coldly laughing. "Who do you think you are, demanding that I follow you?" Yin Xiaoyu huffed with irritation. "Take her away." 4 men aimed their guns at Lin Xi before she could react. Lin Wuwu instantly transformed into a gigantic form, swirling winds lifting the 4 men along with their weapons into the air before tossing them heavily to the ground. A thunderous roar erupted from Lin Wuwu, resonating throughout half the base. Enraged, Lin Wuwu had witnessed the assailants brandishing guns at its caretaker, who, shockingly, did not retaliate. What would happen to this home if it were not around? Lin Xi stared at the golden giant tiger before her, momentarily stunned. Was this a second maturation? Wuwu truly had grown. It now reached her shoulder, its limbs more robust than ever. The sudden gust it unleashed indicated it was at least a 4th-tier beast. Such a large creature could hardly be coddled. No wonder it preferred to revert to a small milk tiger. Nevertheless, the sensation of its plump form was extraordinarily delightful. Yin Xiaoyu's expression darkened further, bringing a mutated beast into the city and attacking the city defense team. "You people are clearly up to no good." Before he could finish, a thorny black vine shot toward Lin Xi. "Ha! You dare to attack me with mere wood abilities?" Lin Xi snapped, flames erupting from her hands and surging toward the 5 men. Yin Xiaoyu's fury escalated as he saw her flames racing towards his fallen comrades. The barrage of black vines surged toward Lin Xi. Angered, she thought, "Are they really trying to harm me?" The atmosphere at Base 32 is indeed corrupt. Her earlier flames had been meant to singe their clothes and diminish their bravado. Now, she was determined to teach them a harsh lesson. She unleashed a torrent of fire to engulf the black vines, which disintegrated into ash upon contact. The fiery onslaught continued unabated, advancing toward the obstructing vines and targeting Yin Xiaoyu. Realizing the flames were approaching rapidly and without time to retaliate, he hastily wrapped himself in the vines like a cocoon. "Miss Lin, please show mercy." Rogers, supported by 2 individuals, hurried over, panic evident in his demeanor. "Get lost?" Lin Xi glared fiercely at him, warning him not to overstep his bounds, turning her attention back to the cocooned figure. Did he think he could escape unscathed by hiding within the vines? How naive! The vines disintegrated upon contact with Lin Xi's flames, as fire was the natural nemesis of wood, and she was a tier higher. Grasping his neck, she lifted him. What a grand display of authority! You call yourself military? Alas, I have never seen a military devoid of clothing. You dare to fire upon innocent civilians without evidence? Ha! I could strangle you, and no one would dare utter a word. Rogers shouted, 1,000 points per person. That's a total of 5,000 points. Lin Xi hesitated. The life or death of a person mattered little. But wasting points was unacceptable. Damn. Was this gluttonous fool? No. This skeletal figure intentionally provoking her? At this moment, several ability users had gathered around, their expressions a mix of astonishment and admiration for Lin Xi and Lin Wuwu. Ordinary folks kept their distance, unwilling to entangle themselves in the chaos. Zhao Qianxue, standing beside Rogers, gazed at Lin Xi with her fists clenched, her eyes shining with determination, silently vowing to become someone like her. Just then, a group of soldiers approached, led by a resolute-looking man in his 40s. I apologize, but could you please set him down? We will handle the situation. Such politeness? Lin Xi reluctantly retracted her murderous aura and tossed the unconscious man at the feet of the soldier. First, he impersonated a military officer. Second, he threatened me and my mutated beast with a firearm, prompting our counterattack. You see, I'm quite reasonable. And look at how frightened my Wuwu is. Upon hearing this, Lin Wuwu shrank into a ball. Lowering its head and whining against Lin Xi. Caught off guard, Lin Xi stumbled slightly. Zhu Fan, observing the theatrics of the tiger, appeared momentarily dazed. I'm not sure if Miss Lin's mutated beast was registered upon entering the city. Lin Xi produced a badge and waved it. Of course, as she prepared to hang it around Wuwu's neck, she realized it had shrunk a size smaller and wouldn't fit. It's a bit small. So I won't hang it. She presented Wuwu's identification to Zhu Fan. Zhu Fan took it and examined it. Noting it read Central Military Base Mutated Tiger, Lin Wuwu, he let out a barely perceptible sigh. Clearly, Yin Xiaoyu had provoked someone he shouldn't have. At that moment, a note was passed to Lin Xi. Chairwoman Lin, regarding the situation at the air raid shelter, could you please assist in verifying? Zhu Fan had a congenial disposition, always leaving room for negotiation in his speech. Lin Xi was not surprised they had quickly learned of her identity, considering she had scanned her identification bracelet upon entering the city. All right, since you were so courteous. I have no intention of making things difficult for you, she agreed readily. It seemed Base 32 still had some diplomatic individuals. Rogers finally breathed a sigh of relief. He only knew Lin Xi was powerful but had no idea she could effortlessly crush a third-tier ability user. As for the mutated tiger, it could switch between combat and domestic modes. Lin Wuwu found its large form cumbersome and reverted to a small milk tiger. Now understanding the situation at the air raid shelter, Rogers realized why he had to intervene. After returning to the base, he promptly headed to the military center to inform Zhu Fan and the others about the events concerning Wu Hong. After all, some of the ability users who accompanied him were from the military. He recounted how they had been ambushed and how he managed to escape. Lin Xi had single-handedly taken on the air raid shelter, providing Zhao Qianxue with a knife, and eliminated the gang occupying it, rescuing everyone in the process. However, the account was too fantastical for the military to believe. After all, Wu Hong was a third-tier ability user who had gathered a band of vicious criminals. The base had dispatched personnel to eliminate him twice, but due to the hostages he held, they could not act decisively. Yin Xiaoyu reacted the most strongly, suspecting Rogers was colluding with Wu Hong, intentionally endangering the military's ability users. Thus, they sought Lin Xi to verify the situation. Chapter 183. Is there really an bureau? Rogers, aware of Yin Xiaohua's temperament and reflecting on Lin Xi's character, felt a sense of dread and immediately instructed Zhu Fan to rescue her. After detailing the air raid shelter incident, Lin Xi felt compelled to add a few more words. This person had issues. Who yells for violence upon seeing ability users? Was he simply foolhardy? The central base had invested immense effort to foster peaceful coexistence among ability users, yet this was how they conducted themselves. Zhu Fan displayed a pained expression, struggling to find the words. Yin Xiaohua does indeed have issues. He is too impulsive and extreme. We have reported his behavior. However, currently, We are in need of personnel and hope he can atone for his mistakes. Moreover, our base's supply routes to the upper base have been severed by 2 mutated beasts, making it impossible for personnel replenishment. Rogers interjected. Miss Lin, this time he is in the wrong. Please be magnanimous and do not hold it against him. Lin Xi shot Rogers a glance. He was never one to be magnanimous. Considering Yan's tone, it was evident he did not regard them highly, yet Rogers was eager to defend him, suggesting ulterior motives. Lin Xi was not inclined to indulge him. Very well. You can deduct points. I'm leaving. Seeing Rogers' astonished expression, she sneered. I haven't even asked you for compensation for the emotional distress my Wuwu has suffered. Rogers glanced at the little milk tiger trailing behind Lin Xi, its tail wagging. He longed to inquire whose spirit had truly been damaged but held his tongue. Just as Lin Xi reached the door, she tapped her head and turned back. I almost forgot to ask, what kind of mutated beast could sever the supply routes to your base? To the east, there is a mutated spider. A fire-type ability user. Many lives were lost in the assault before it was confirmed to be 5th tier, beyond the capabilities of current ability users, Zhu Fan explained, his voice growing increasingly somber. He sighed again. To the west, there is a river with water, but it is home to a mutated crocodile. Out of 10 people sent to fetch water, only 5 return. According to reports, it is also likely a 5th tier creature. Zhu Fan's expression grew increasingly grim. The country had yet to uncover any 5th tier mutated beasts, yet 2 had suddenly emerged at their base, truly unfortunate. Lin Xi remained silent. For Qingbao was already ecstatic, nearly losing control. Treasures possess spiritual energy, and with good fortune, mutated beasts can harness these treasures to enhance their strength. The 2 5th-order mutated beasts, one embodying fire and the other water, combined with her previous sensations of the fire pearl and the water pearl, allowed her to be 90% certain that finding these 2 mutated creatures would lead her to these treasures. Lin Xi let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, the heavens were watching over her, granting her the fortune of discovering both during this excursion. She cautioned Zhu Fan, you are ill-equipped to deal with 5th-order mutated beasts. Refrain from sending others to make futile sacrifices. I shall return in a few days to investigate. Zhu Fan was momentarily taken aback, but Rogers quickly interjected. Of course it's posted. You'll see for yourself. That's good to hear, Lin Xi replied, satisfied, as she departed. Rogers frantically tugged at Zhu Fan's sleeve, exclaiming, hurry and get it posted. Set the points high. As long as we can eliminate those 2 pests, any amount of points is worth it. Oh. Zhu Fan, suddenly roused from his stupor, called for assistance. However, his concern lingered, prompting him to personally rush to the task hall. Lin Xi had intended to operate discreetly, yet the grandeur of her actions drew the gaze of onlookers wherever she went. Look at that little tiger. It can transform into such a large creature in an instant. Is that real? It must be magic. Ah, it's so adorable. Don't be foolish. That is called majesty, not cuteness. I want to raise a tiger too. I wouldn't mind if it could transform. Wow, its fur is so shiny. Its abilities are truly majestic. With a single strike, it sends people flying. Well, it seemed she was merely being overly sentimental. Lin Wuwu had already trotted ahead. Its little tail held high in pride, strutting with an air of confidence that made Lin Xi reluctant to intervene. Lin Wuwu, with its keen sense of smell, found its way to the cafeteria. Ah Wu! The mighty Wuwu wants to feast, Lin Xi acquiesced. Her little Wuwu could now protect its owner, which was certainly cause for celebration. She waved her hand grandly. Go ahead, order whatever you desire. Points are but a fleeting concern. Suddenly, a young man emerged from the side, appearing to be in his 20s, not tall, with modestly sized yet bright eyes. He crouched a short distance in front of Lin Wuwu and whispered, Wu Xiaoya, may I have the honor of treating you to some 5-flavored pork? Huh. How does he know it loves 5-flavored pork? Lin Wuwu stepped back, stopping only when it was beside Lin Xi. Quite clever indeed, not succumbing to the allure of 5-flavored pork, Lin Xi mused. She turned to him and asked, Who are you? The only one who would call it Wu Xiaoya would be Zhou Yi's group. The young man stood up, grinning. My name is Xiao Gao, from the Ability User Guild, and I greatly admire the Great Tiger. At this moment, he no longer referred to it as Wu Xiaoya. Lin Xi raised an eyebrow and led Lin Wuwu into the cafeteria. The dining hall was sparsely populated, and Xiao Gao guided her and Lin Wuwu to a corner. There lay glistening, translucent red braised mutated 5-flavored pork alongside a large mutated fish. Ah, he knows I brought a cat. When Xiao Gao placed the dishes on the table, he gestured a few characters, and in bureau, tonight, is that organization still operational? Lin Xi was astonished, realizing he meant to meet her later. Xiao Gao softly said, "You saved our comrade. This meal is a token of our gratitude. We hope you enjoy your meal. I shall not disturb you further." His voice grew louder with the final sentence, and after speaking, he departed politely. Lin Xi turned to see Lin Wuwu already indulging in the feast. Observing its delighted demeanor, she couldn't help but remark, "My dear cub, what would you do if he had poisoned the 5-flavored pork?" Just as she praised its cleverness, it seemed that intelligence had been devoured along with its meal. Awu? Lin Wuwu, with greasy lips, froze in confusion. Chapter 184. Xiao Qiao's request. After dining, Lin Xi wandered through the supply point. The prices of vegetables and grains here were half again as high as those in the central base, yet still within a manageable range. There was also a drinking water station, but water was limited to 300 milliliters per person daily. It appeared that Base 32 was also struggling. Though the streets were not crowded, she witnessed 3 disputes between soldiers and ability users. Each base bore its own troubles. Upon returning to her guest house and resting for a short while, a knock sounded at her door. The visitor was not Xiao Gao but a short, bewildered individual with an utterly unremarkable appearance, the kind one could easily lose among a crowd, with a smile upon his face. He said, "Apologies for the intrusion, President Lin. I am Xiao Qiao from the Bureau of Base 32. Hee. Ah, hello, do you require something?" Lin Xi inquired, somewhat puzzled, wondering if her little secret had somehow been discovered. Xiao Qiao's smile faded. "Yes. May I take up a bit of your time?" Given his politeness, Lin Xi felt it impolite to refuse. She had not anticipated that even in the apocalypse, the Bureau could still exist across various bases. According to Xiao Qiao, their primary task across these bases was to gather information and relay significant parts back to the central base. The conflict between ability users and the military at Base 32 was indeed pronounced, and they had reported the specifics to the central base. However, neither the central base nor the eastern base had dispatched personnel yet, so they were particularly attentive to any arrivals from those locations. Initially, when she entered the base, her identity should have been reported to Xiao Qiao, but since she was accompanied by a small milk tiger rather than the adult tiger mentioned in the reports, there was a delay in confirming her identity. Upon hearing this, Lin Xi sensed trouble brewing and forced a smile. "Hee. Why would you need to confirm my identity? I'm not on a business trip. Your affairs are beyond my assistance." Hee. Hearing her words, Xiao Qiao chuckled. "President Lin is overthinking it. Our work necessitates being well informed. Your combat prowess is renowned, and we have heard much about you. Of course, it's not just you. We have a general awareness of all capable ability users across the bases." Lin Xi skeptically asked, "So, you are monitoring ability users across the bases?" Xiao Qiao continued to smile. "Oh dear, if it were as you say. We would be overwhelmed. Our primary focus is on civil affairs, base movements, and military conditions. Naturally, any special circumstances need to be reported to the central base, like incidents involving Yin Xiaoyu.as for high-ranking ability users like yourself. We merely harbor a sense of admiration, exchanging information among the bases." With such a light touch of flattery, Lin Xi found herself at a loss for words. However, upon hearing Yin Xiaoyu's name, she rolled her eyes. "That person must be problematic." Xiao Qiao's smile dimmed slightly. "That's a lengthy story." Lin Xi immediately became alert. No, she did not wish to involve herself in such matters, let alone hear about them. She decisively stated, "If it's too long, then let us skip it. Is there anything else? If not, I shall have to bid you farewell." Xiao Qiao chuckled softly. Indeed, President Lin was as the report described, formidable in combat, but somewhat lacking in other areas. He wasted no time and plainly stated, 2 matters. First, we thank you for rescuing our comrade who was trapped in a bomb shelter during reconnaissance. We have been searching for an opportunity to save him. Thank you. You may not know him, but both he and we are very grateful to you. Second, there are 2 major mutated beasts nearby that have long caused havoc. We would like to request your assistance in eliminating them. The reward for these 2 tasks is a total of 100,000 points, plus a promise from the Bureau, which is valid indefinitely. Lin Xi, puzzled, asked, "A promise? What use is that?" Xiao Qiao explained. "Every base has our personnel, facilitating the transmission or gathering of information through exclusive channels. NO1 can be swifter than us. Naturally, If President Lin requires points, weapons, or equipment, feel free to request. Oh, I see. That promise does have some value. However, the new weapons from the Research Institute are still under development, so I shall hold on to them for now. Moreover, Lin Xi had originally intended to seek out those two mutated beasts herself. Her expression softened considerably. I shall accept this task. Do not intervene. Battling mutated beasts is not simply a matter of numbers. In a couple of days, once I have recuperated, I will investigate. If I cannot manage them, then your efforts would be in vain. Xiao Qiao had not anticipated that a high-ranking ability user like Lin Xi would be so agreeable, accepting such a significant task with just a few words. He had expected prolonged persuasion and was prepared for Lin Xi to demand a steep price. It was evident that the conflict between ability users and the military in this area had its reasons. He sighed. If only all the members of the ability user guild were as easy to negotiate with as President Lin. Lin Xi stifled her curiosity, refusing to engage further. She had no desire to be led astray by these individuals. She sought only the simplest of transactions, thus avoiding further troubles. Noticing her reluctance to respond, Xiao Qiao found it quite amusing. This President Lin appeared entirely uninterested in wielding power or stirring conflict. In that case, if President Lin requires support, she may dine in the cafeteria, where Xiao Gao will be assisting for the next few days. With that, Xiao Qiao, being perceptive, took his leave without further disturbance. Lin Xi hesitated. Wait, who is the director of your bureau? May I inquire? Previously, she had delivered a large supply of water to their director, who had also given her some items in return. Xiao Qiao pondered for a moment, recalling the trustworthiness level marked on Lin Xi's record. His surname is Luo. Lin Xi's expression darkened. It turned out to be that man, the one who had produced 9 guild leaders with his unscrupulous ways. Upon observing Xiao Qiao's expression, it was evident that she was familiar with the esteemed name of the director. Once Xiao Qiao departed, Lin Xi escorted Lin Wuwu back to their space. Throughout Lin Xi's conversation with Xiao Qiao, Lin Wuwu had been yawning incessantly, lying motionless on the bed. In stark contrast to her usually exuberant demeanor, a nagging worry crept into Lin Xi's mind. Could she truly be poisoned? That seems unlikely. Once Lin Wuwu entered the space, her spirits lifted slightly, and she scurried over to the well, requesting Qing Bao to fill a large basin with water. Qing Bao informed Lin Xi that as the Batian tiger's rank increased, it could enlarge its form to overpower adversaries. However, maintaining such a colossal size required a significant amount of energy. After Lin Wuwu consumed several times more well water than usual, she regained her vivacity. Lin Xi speculated that Lin Wuwu transforming into a small milk tiger likely conserved energy. Yet, Qing Bao clarified that the Batian tiger lineage naturally had a lengthy juvenile phase, regardless of Lin Wuwu's mutations. She remained an undeveloped little milk tiger. Lin Xi was astonished. Despite weighing several hundred pounds, she was indeed still a baby. Chapter 185. The betrayal of Yin Xiaoyu. After a day's rest, Lin Xi ventured to the mission hall. Accepting the top 2 tasks displayed on the large screen under the banner of the Batian Tiger team. While traversing the dust-laden path, Rogers approached her. Miss Lin. He still preferred to use the old form of address. Lin Xi slowed her pace. Shouldn't you be recuperating at home? Do you need something? Rogers appeared quite slender, yet he seemed much more lively than during his previous days in the air defense. You saved my life, and I have nothing to repay you with, so I thought to invite you to the cafeteria for a meal. By the way, I heard you've taken on tasks involving mutated spiders and crocodiles? I've encountered both, but found them too formidable to handle. Lin Xi accompanied Rogers to the cafeteria. His invitation served 2 purposes: to treat Lin Xi to a meal and to inform her about the circumstances surrounding the 2 mutated beasts. The most expensive item on the menu was a type of mutated flying fish. Its flesh tender, free of any fishy odor, and brimming with energy, though quite costly at 300 points per plate. Lin Xi delightedly remarked, I can't believe you have fish here. I thought all the surface water had dried up. At this point, Rogers expressed his regret. That comes from the Changyuan River, known for its excellent water quality. After being fetched, it can be consumed directly without filtration. Unfortunately, it has now been overrun by mutated crocodiles. He continued earnestly, Miss Lin, I recognize your prowess. From what I understand, that mutated crocodile is indeed quite a challenge. Even artillery may struggle to hit it. Do you know why Yin Xiaoyu harbors such prejudice against ability users? It is directly linked to these 2 5th-tier mutated beasts. Rogers began recounting the tale of the 5th-tier mutated crocodile. 6 months prior, Following the onset of extreme heat, the base's water supply dwindled, leading to a focus on the nearby river. Strangely, despite the persistent high temperatures affecting surface and underground water sources, the Changyuan River maintained a low water level. To uncover the cause, Base 32 dispatched researchers, ability users, and military personnel 3 months ago, only to face a catastrophic disaster, led by none other than Ye Chen. They brought heavy weaponry, yet the mutated crocodile proved impervious to their attacks. Even when struck by shells, it merely sustained injuries and retreated into the water, where subsequent artillery strikes lost their potency. Out of more than 200 personnel, fewer than 50 returned, primarily soldiers and researchers. The loss of ability users was significant, leading their remaining allies and families to direct their ire at Ye Chen. However, given Ye Chen's temperament and his bias against ability users, effective communication became increasingly difficult, exacerbating the conflict. After listening, Lin Xi understood that even with advanced weaponry, it was unlikely this group could escape the jaws of a 5th-tier mutated beast. The mutated crocodile from 3 months ago was probably a 4th-tier creature. But its rapid ascension to 5th-tier status was alarming. Curiously, she inquired, "How did you, a fragile mental type, manage to survive?" Roger sighed in resignation. "Given your description of me as fragile, I naturally stayed far from the battlefield. My role primarily involved reconnaissance and alerting others, but above all, it was Ye Chen who saved me. Frankly, had he not acted swiftly, it's likely none of the 50 would have returned," he shrugged. Continuing, in truth, Ye Chen did his utmost. Fortunately, as a wood type, he could simultaneously summon multiple vines, rescuing many. That time, he himself was gravely injured. Yet, some still blamed him for not saving those left behind. The water arrows from the mutated crocodile were utterly unmanageable at close range, especially for those closest to it. She silently chewed on the fish, reflecting that confronting a 4th-tier mutated beast with only 3rd-tier abilities was a desperate gamble. Unless one could strike at the creature's weaknesses, much like the Batian tiger team targeting the eyes of the mutated mountain beast. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that the mutated crocodile had the advantage of terrain. Sensing danger, it could swiftly retreat into the water, leaving little opportunity for retaliation. Objectively speaking, having 50 individuals return unscathed was already a testament to effective command. "He did well under the circumstances," Lin Xi remarked. "The offensive power of wood-type abilities is only slightly greater than that of water-type. Yet, Ye Chen's ability to wield wood-type attacks so effectively indicated remarkable talent." Rogers sipped his drink and nodded. "He wasn't always this obstinate. It mainly stems from..." Lin Xi listened as Rogers elaborated, ultimately circling back to the issue of mutated beasts. It was unfortunate that Base 32 faced such a harrowing fate. Possessing 2 of the few 5th-tier mutated beasts currently known to the nation, the mutated spider not only spun webs but also breathed fire and spawned countless smaller mutated spiders. The enormous webs they wove were teeming with these smaller creatures, obstructing the vital transportation route between the eastern base and Base 32. To circumvent the blockade would require a detour at least double the distance, making vehicular passage exceedingly difficult. Consequently, they organized a team to eliminate the threat. Lin Xi could easily predict the outcome. The difficulty level of battling mutated spiders was on par with that of mutated mountain beasts. Having finished her meal, Lin Xi wiped her mouth with a napkin. "This must have resulted in substantial losses, right?" Rogers grimaced and nodded. The casualties among ability users were significant, and the military suffered near total annihilation. The primary nemesis of the mutated spider should be fire. Unfortunately, this mutated spider itself possesses fire abilities, and its shell has mutated to an incredibly hard state, rendering firearms significantly less effective. If I'm not mistaken, upon realizing they were outmatched, the military likely prioritized covering the retreat. However, as you might expect, the ability users probably sacrificed the soldiers as scapegoats to buy themselves time to escape. Lin Xi spoke calmly. Rogers looked at her in astonishment. "You sound as if you were there. But did you know? Among those soldiers was Ye Chen's younger brother." Lin Xi raised an eyebrow. He never anticipated that those he fought to protect would turn against the soldiers. And what of the ability users who managed to escape? If I'm correct, they should have gradually succumbed as well? Rogers nodded. Yes, most perished during the mission, while a few left Base 32, but their fates remain unknown. If he had taken decisive action, the matter would have been resolved, and the grievances would have been settled. What more was there to ponder? Lin Xi felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. To be honest, she had witnessed too many such situations in her past life. And this life would not be devoid of them either. For instance, when the central base undertook a mission in the Yuqing mountain area, had she not been present, they would have suffered immense casualties and experienced similar conflicts. The difference was, she believed Elder Yi could successfully mediate the situation. Chapter 186. Lin Xi, who needs no assistance yet, she remained confident that Elder Yi would quell this matter. Yin Xiaoyu was not a villain. In fact, he exhibited a sense of responsibility, demonstrating a lack of stubbornness. Having witnessed the true nature of those involved once, he would likely refrain from indulging them in the future. That was commendable. Lin Xi saw no issue with this approach. It was one thing to strive to protect others during their retreat, but it was another to find one's soldiers and younger brother sacrificed to the mutated spiders. Upon realization, eliminating those responsible should pose no problem. However, the core issue was that this matter should end here. When he attempted to vent his resentment and hostility upon the innocent, he no longer belonged in the military. His severity towards ability users and their bias against him only intensified, even hinting at a burgeoning conflict, which was problematic. Certainly, the root of this opposition was not solely his doing, but his poor initiation necessitated a swift resolution. Was he wronged? Perhaps. Were there many unjustly perished souls in the apocalypse? Certainly. For the sake of his grievances, the entire base had been thrown into turmoil. That was his original sin. Rogers interjected, unable to contain himself. Yin Xiaoyu is quite powerful. The military needs such strength. He never truly aimed to harm you. Lin Xi regarded him with amusement. Rogers, your naivety surpasses even that of the pre-apocalypse era. Do you believe my stance stems from his potential threat to me? His actions are inconsequential to me. Why concern lies in his unsuitability for military service, as his conduct tarnishes the military's image and propagates a misguided attitude towards ability users from the base. His actions are heavily constrained by his position, but what if he were not a military man? What if he were merely an ordinary ability user? Guess why I chose not to join the military? Had I been in his position, I would have eliminated all those instigators. They would only bring calamity. Lin Xi articulated her thoughts with unwavering composure. Rogers stared at her in shock. This was a far more ruthless perspective. In this apocalyptic world, he has been striving diligently to adapt, yet he perpetually feels a sense of lagging behind the times. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he hastily raised his head and exclaimed, I've digressed. In short, what I mean to convey is that both of these tasks are of the utmost difficulty. If you decide to go, it would be prudent to bring along more assistance and prepare thoroughly. On the verge of dozing off, Lin Wuwu, with a pout, let out an irritable roar. Wu, don't be afraid, shoveler. I'll take you fishing. I'm the best at catching fish, of course. The fish and shrimp in this space are well within your capabilities. Lin Xi chuckled as she tried to soothe it. Turning to Rogers, she added, thank you for your concern, but it's fine. It's merely a 5th-tier challenge. And I am confident. The reason she was still a step away from reaching the 5th tier was simply due to the absence of formidable opponents. This time presented a splendid opportunity for her to ascend. Moreover, her fire abilities could sustain indefinitely, and with Lin Wuwu, Qingbao, the 6 members of the Mo family, and an abundance of weaponry at her disposal, her resources were far from limited. A mere 5th-tier mutated spider posed no challenge at all. The real trouble lay with the mutated crocodile. Should it retreat into the water, what could Lin Xi do? Should she follow it in? Fire abilities do not fare well in water. Could she truly rely on Lin Wuwu to drive it out? Lin Xi cast a glance at the dazed little milk tiger, harboring no expectations. After expressing her gratitude to Rogers for the reminder, she exited the cafeteria, preparing to return to the guest house. However, she soon discovered that numerous ability users were staring at her. Accompanied by hushed whispers, is that her? Indeed, it is she who has taken on those 2 tasks. She isn't from around here, clearly unaware of the gravity of the situation. Indeed, how many lives have we lost over these 2 mutated beasts? But I've heard she is quite formidable. Yet, formidable or not, she is merely flesh and blood. Those 2 mutated beasts are impervious to blades and bullets. How could she possibly fight them? True, she is an outsider. She likely has no comprehension of their ferocity. Lin Xi frowned slightly. These people surely revel in creating a fuss. She could hardly be bothered, hastening her pace, and soon arrived at the guest house, drenched in sweat. Yet, at the entrance stood the sullen Yin Xiaoyu, unaccompanied by anyone brave enough to linger. Lin Xi pretended not to see him and entered the guest house directly. President Lin, I've heard you've taken on the tasks involving two formidable mutated beasts. Yin Xiaoyu's tone remained as rigid as ever. Having been directly addressed, Lin Xi could no longer feign ignorance. Yes, is there a problem? Yin Xiaoyu's gaze bore into her. No problem, merely that if President Lin requires assistance, I can offer my help unconditionally. Lin Xi declined. There's no need. Undeterred, Yin Xiaoyu pressed on. President Lin, I know you're very capable, but you've never encountered a fifth-tier mutated beast. You might not understand their might. Lin Xi interrupted him, weary of lingering in the heat. Thank you for your kindness, but I do not require your assistance. Fifth-tier mutated beasts are comparable to sixth-tier ability users. Whether it's the mutated spider or the crocodile, their evolution includes an impervious exoskeleton. If I am not mistaken, the spider's silk is resistant to fire, is it not? What nonsense. If he were to accompany me, I'd have to reveal all my tricks. She added, Captain Yin, it would be best to focus on your own affairs. I do not need anyone's help. Yin Xiaoyu stood there for a long while, motionless. He had once thought that even at the moment of his demise, he could never vanquish the spider that had claimed many of his brothers. Yet, this formidable young woman asserted her confidence in capturing it. When he received the news earlier, he had assumed he would be leading a team alongside her, and felt a surge of wariness. But upon hearing she needed no support and would venture forth alone, a myriad of emotions stirred within him. Indeed, her strength surpassed his, yet Yin Xiaoyu worried she might not be able to defeat the spider alone. Perhaps this was the closest they had ever been to eliminating it, and he wished to assist her, but was regrettably rebuffed. Returning to the guest house, Lin Xi organized the weapons she had in her space to avoid searching for them later when needed. Once prepared, she headed to the villa to take a shower, change into her nightwear, and enjoy a glass of red wine. The alluring aroma of the wine tempted Qing Bao, who took a sip, and Lin Wuwu scampered over, expressing a desire to drink. Lin Xi declined, offering it only a glass of tomato juice. You're still a baby. You cannot have wine. You can drink when you grow up. Lin Wuwu was not picky, simply feeling a bit envious watching others drink. After finishing, it licked its lips. Ah woo, tomato juice is quite good too. Chapter 187. The fire-breathing mutated spider. The next day, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Lin Xi checked out of her room and drove her off-road vehicle out of the city gates. Yin Xiaohua stood not far from the gates. Watching her depart, beside him, Rogers appeared somewhat troubled. I advised her, but she insists on going without help. However, she is truly strong. If even she cannot defeat those two mutated creatures, who then could? Yin Xiaohua remained sullen yet silent. He had reviewed her dossier. The Central Base's Predators team indeed had an illustrious record, but her teammates were absent, leaving him uncertain about her chances of success. Base 32 had made commendable repairs to the surrounding roads. In Lin, she reached the vicinity of Luo Mountain in just 4 to 5 hours. Night had fallen, and logically, nighttime operations should not favor her. Yet, she possessed night vision goggles, and Qing Bao could assist her with invisibility. Lin Xi stored both the vehicle and Lin Wuwu within her space, then stepped inside to grab a bite. Qing Bao informed her that the fire orb was nearby, in the same direction as the mutated spider. It was easy to deduce. If the mutated spider could sense the benefits of the fire orb, it was likely nestled within its lair. As she drew closer, even Lin Xi could faintly perceive a potent and pure energy. The area around Luo Mountain was filled with plants, yet neither Lin Xi nor Qing Bao sensed any mutated flora. It seemed the mutated spider had eradicated all mutated plants from its territory. Not long after ascending the mountain, she discovered branches adorned with webs of varying thicknesses, appearing dusty and grimy. These webs served as both traps and warnings, the moment a person or creature intruded. The lurking mutated spider would immediately be alerted. Donning gloves, Lin Xi touched the thickest web, which was as thick as a child's arm, and struck it with her black blade. Finding it unyielding, it appeared that the black blade would be ineffective against the mutated spider. Lin Xi controlled her flames to burn the thickest web, but to her astonishment, it too would not catch fire. With so much fire failing to burn the spider silk, she felt she was on the brink of a lucrative discovery. She instructed Qing Bao to collect all this uncuttable, unburnable silk. It was a prized possession for Qin Yuansi, who had long coveted mutated spider silk. Qing Bao found an empty container and filled it with the collected silk. Along the way, countless small mutated spiders scuttled about, and Lin Xi incinerated them one by one. The fifth-tier spider was likely aware of an intruder in its territory and was probably on its way to confront her. Lin Xi set traps. Although she wielded fire abilities and not earth powers, it mattered not, for Qing Bao could handle the excavation. It gathered dirt and set it aside, creating a pit the size of 2 containers, into which she placed steel plates. Lin Xi then laid several explosives on the plates. Lin Wuwu and Imo 1 through 5, activated their hunting mode. The little ones stealthily approached the smaller mutated spiders, while Qing Bao ensured their safety, ready to retreat them into the space should they encounter trouble. Qing Bao also collected the slain mutated spiders into the container for later exchange for points, as Lin Xi had instructed. Nearby the pit, Lin Xi commenced a massacre, intending to lure the largest mutated spider over. If it refused to come, she would eliminate its entire progeny. As her actions grew more audacious, countless small spiders were incinerated before they could even reach her. The number of small spider carcasses collected by Qing Bao continued to rise. These small spiders ranged from 30 centimeters to a meter in length, with their chest and abdomen connected by elongated, spiked appendages. Their front heads bore a pair of long pincers, with venomous fangs at the tips. 4 pairs of legs sprouted from their thorax, each covered in coarse hairs, allowing them to traverse any terrain with ease. Their clawed toes could easily pierce through wood and soil. Both the cephalothorax and dorsal surfaces were armored with tough scales, likely evolved in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Moreover, Lin Xi was aware that mutated spiders not only spun silk but also excreted a venomous substance. They would bind their prey with silk and then dissolve them with their venom, turning them into liquid sustenance. Just as she was about to slay the majority of the spiderlings, the 5th-tier mutated spider had yet to make an appearance. Just as she pondered this, a sudden sound of something slicing through the air reached her ears. It had arrived. Lin Xi dodged a strand of silk, but it was futile. Soon, she was enveloped in a torrent of silk. Before long, she was cocooned within a web, drawing her Wuyu blade from her space. She prepared for the confrontation. This spider stood 5 meters tall, only slightly shorter than a small building, its entire exoskeleton a vivid crimson. Lin Wuwu let out an enraged roar, growing even larger, reaching 3 meters in height, and summoned a massive gust of wind to ensnare the mutated spider, delivering a powerful strike that sent it reeling. Simultaneously, Lin Xi emerged from her silk cocoon, wielding a short blade that measured 55 centimeters in length and 6 centimeters in width, specially crafted for her by Qin Yuansi in collaboration with a master blacksmith. The materials employed were the sharpest claws of the mutated badger, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mere clay. The crafting process consumed an extensive duration, as the claws of the mutated badger were exceedingly hard, rendering standard tools ineffective for forging. They could only be meticulously polished into shape, bit by bit. The mutated spider unleashed a torrent of silk towards Lin Xi, only to have it severed by Wuyu. Realizing that silk was futile against Lin Xi, the mutated spider promptly redirected its assault towards Lin Wuwu. Switching to flames as a means of attack, the silk ensnared Lin Wuwu, who retaliated with gusts of wind, yet found herself powerless against the onslaught, her frustration causing her wind blades to spiral towards the mutated spider. In an instant, Lin Xi released a fire net to fend off the mutated spider's flames, though the intense heat left her momentarily stunned. It appeared the spider had greatly benefited from the Li Hua pearl. Observing Lin Wuwu, who was perilously close to being cocooned, she raised an eyebrow and swiftly wielded Wuyu to sever the silk binding her companion. It must be said, this blade made the task of cutting through silk exceedingly effortless, justifying the extensive time Qin Yuansi had devoted to its creation. Though the mutated spider was large, its 8 legs allowed for remarkable agility and evasion. Lin Wuwu and Lin Xi launched a joint attack. Yet the wind could not significantly amplify the flames. Instead, the spider unleashed several fireballs, nearly singeing both Lin Xi and her tiger companion. Lin Xi's expression darkened. She had always been the one to incinerate others. Never had anyone dared to burn her. She retrieved her sniper rifle loaded with armor-piercing rounds and called out to Qing Bao. Lin Wuwu was drawn into the spatial realm, and Lin Xi rendered herself invisible. Given their close proximity, aiming was rendered unnecessary. She continuously pulled the trigger, and the armor-piercing bullets struck the mutated spider. Although the spider was attacked, the damage was minimal. It soon realized its adversary had vanished, and instinctively expelled fireballs in all directions. The surroundings were instantly engulfed in flames, the temperature soaring to unbearable heights, even for Lin Xi. Retreating 10 meters, she extracted 3-4 rocket launchers from her spatial realm. Weapons designed to combat armored vehicles and fortifications. At such a close range, she had faith in their efficacy. After honing her aim with her mental prowess, she commenced firing. The bombs erupted instantaneously, creating a massive wave of fire. Complemented by the explosives Lin Xi had previously laid in the pit, the thunderous roar was such that even Lin Xi had to retreat into the spatial realm for safety. When she emerged once more, clad in specialized fireproof gear, she found herself surrounded by a sea of flames, yet astonishingly, the mutated spider was still alive, albeit gravely injured. Its body was marred with wounds, a significant hole gaping in its abdomen, and only 3 of its 8 legs remained functional as it slowly retreated. Lin Xi would not permit its escape. She pursued it, and just as she was about to close the distance, the mutated spider turned and shot venom like an arrow. Lin Xi dodged swiftly, but the cumbersome nature of her fireproof suit caused the venom to graze her arm. Without time to contemplate, she leaped high, and her short blade Wuyu plunged forcefully into the spider's head. The mutated spider received a fatal blow, thrashing in its death throes, its venom splattering in all directions. The struggle of a 5th-tier mutated beast before its demise was no trifling matter. Lin Xi quickly withdrew her blade and retreated into the spatial realm. Before the spider could writhe much longer, its head suddenly exploded, sending brain matter flying, and its vast body finally collapsed in defeat. In the moment she withdrew her blade, Lin Xi had placed 2 grenades into its wound, and no matter how tough its exterior, there was surely no armor within its brain. As she removed her fireproof suit in the spatial realm, her arm throbbed painfully, the skin having been corroded and turned black. Lin Xi poured well water over the wound, and the pain subsided instantly. After sprinkling some anti-inflammatory powder and bandaging the injury, she changed into a combat uniform. She instructed Qingbao to monitor the external flames, only venturing out once the temperature had sufficiently decreased. Together with Lin Wuwu, she replenished their energy with well water. Reflecting on the formidable nature of 5th-tier mutated beasts, she was uncertain where the Li Huo pearl lay hidden, intending to search for it only after the flames had been extinguished. Qingbao observed the fire outside, while Lin Xi reclined on the grass, joined by Lin Wuwu and the 6 members of the Mo family, who seemed to gather around her for warmth. Hours passed, and Qingbao eventually informed Lin Xi that it was safe to emerge, and she could sense the presence of the Li Huo pearl. Eager to locate it, Lin Xi exited the spatial realm. Outside, the world was shrouded in darkness, the combination of fire and explosions having elevated the temperature of the area. Lin Xi proceeded towards a direction untouched by the flames. Dawn was approaching. After walking for an hour, she was about to inquire of Qingbao when a powerful surge of energy rushed towards her. Lin Xi gazed in astonishment as a glowing, 3 to 4 ton rock hurtled in her direction. "What is that?" she exclaimed in surprise. Qingbao's jubilant voice rang in her ears. "Yea, it's the Li Huo pearl." What an oddity! Was that truly a pearl? In Lin Xi's understanding, pearls were typically small. Even if one resembled a basketball in size, it could still be termed a pearl. Yet this was unmistakably a colossal rock. Alarmed, she fled, but alas, she could not outrun it. She watched helplessly as the glowing boulder vanished upon impact with her head. Wait, where did it go? A tremendous wave of energy struck Lin Xi, rendering her dizzy. The fire abilities within her surged violently, coursing through every meridian. She found herself utterly immobilized, unable to hear anything, only witnessing Lin Wuwu and the 6 members of the Mo family being forcefully ejected. She longed to ask what was happening, but she lacked the strength to utter a single word. Lin Xi fainted. Lin Wuwu nudged her with its head. "Oh, the litter cleaner, what's wrong?" Qingbao offered no response. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Wuwu gravely addressed the 6 members of the Mo family. "Oh, do not be afraid. The litter cleaner is leveling up, and Qingbao is leveling up too. Oh, Qingbao has sent us to protect the litter cleaner." The 6 members of the Mo family obediently followed its lead, and thus, the 7 furry companions nestled beside Lin Xi as the sun ascended higher. Lin Wuwu felt its fur becoming increasingly hot. "Aw, it's so hot. The litter cleaner has no fur. It must be even hotter." Mo Xiaowu meowed, and Mo Xiaosan summoned water to drench Lin Xi. Subsequently, it froze the water into a thin layer of ice. Lin Wuwu nodded in approval, stating with seriousness, "Aw, it's too hot. We must find some shade and place the litter cleaner beneath it." Mo Xiaoyi and Mo swiftly set off in search of shade. Not far away, they indeed discovered a patch of shade, but the predicament remained. How to get Lin Xi there? Mo Xiaoyi and Mo conveyed that they could not carry her. Lin Wuwu pondered seriously for a moment before enlarging its form. Using its large mouth, it grasped Lin Xi's calf and dragged her towards the shade. Thud! What was that sound? It paused to contemplate. Unable to decipher it, it shrugged and continued, thud. Huh? Lin Wuwu blinked. Regardless, when it prepared to proceed again, meow meow meow. Mo hurriedly blocked its path. "Uh-oh, how could I let the litter cleaner bump her head?" Lin Wuwu's voice trailed off, its furry face filled with guilt. Mo guided Lin Wuwu to switch sides, demonstrating by gripping Lin Xi's collar. Lin Wuwu nodded solemnly, then grasped Lin Xi's collar and dragged her into the shade. However, that wouldn't suffice. The shade would soon vanish, necessitating another search for cover. Suddenly startled by the sound of human voices, the 7 furry companions froze. Lin Wuwu stepped forward, growling lowly at the approaching figure. Yin Xiaoyu, after watching Lin Xi depart alone, grew increasingly uneasy. It was not that he underestimated her abilities, but rather his fear that if Lin Xi faltered, there would be no one capable of handling the 2 mutated beasts for a considerable time. Thus, in the dead of night, he resolved to follow her. Upon reaching the foot of Yunluo Mountain, he beheld flames leaping from the mountainside, accompanied by the sounds of explosions. Yin Xiaoyu deduced that Lin Xi was engaged in a battle with the mutated spider, and refrained from ascending the mountain. Having no means to assist, he opted to stand back and avoid hindering her efforts. As he waited, the sun rose, and the fires on the mountain were extinguished. Yet no one had descended. His heart sank with concern, fearing that Lin Xi may have perished. Consequently, he parked his vehicle at the mountain's base and made his way up. Along the path, he found no traces of webs or spiders. Not even a single corpse. Reflecting on Lin Xi's fiery onslaught, he was not surprised. It was likely she had reduced the spiders to ash. After wandering for quite some time, he encountered an eerie silence where once hordes of mutated spiders roamed the mountainside. He stood in disbelief, unable to accept that the creatures which had claimed so many lives, which had plagued them for so long, had simply vanished. Yet the evidence lay before him. Within the territory of the mutated spiders, he faced no threats whatsoever. Chapter 189. Everyone has ascended. Mo approached and called out a few times to Lin Wuwu, who hesitated for quite a while. It first walked over to Yin Xiaohua, deeply sniffing him, and upon detecting no unpleasant scents, nodded in approval. Lin Wuwu then found a stone, deftly flicked its sharp claws from its paw pads, and with a light stroke, shattered the stone. Yin Xiaohua couldn't help but smirk. It was truly remarkable that he was being intimidated by a tiger. He first carried Lin Xi to the car, then glanced at the group of small animals that remained closely beside him. Shaking his head, after driving for less than half an hour, Yin Xiaohua indeed brought them to a cave. The cave was quite spacious, and due to the high temperature, it was dry, yet it felt several degrees cooler than outside. Lin Xi lay at the innermost part, circled by the 7 furry little creatures. Yin Xiaohua sat at the entrance of the cave, observing the small animals as they vigilantly guarded Lin Xi without eating or drinking. Occasionally, he would provide them with water or make some ice. Feeling a sense of admiration in his heart, he handed them an empty lunchbox. After witnessing their water abilities that morning, he decided not to waste his own water on them. After some time, Mo Xiaosan scampered over to retrieve the lunchbox and filled it with water. Mo Xiaowu came over to freeze the water and then beckoned the older ones and their mother to drink. Lin Wuwu allowed them to drink first, only drinking after Mo Xiaosan had placed a bowl of water for her. Yin Xiaoyu did not leave. He intended to wait until Lin Xi awakened. He speculated that Lin Xi was in the process of leveling up. With her strength, she could now handle 5th-tier mutated spiders on her own, proving that her abilities were no less than level 5. If she were to ascend further, could she be at level 6? He gasped internally. If that were the case, Lin Xi would most likely be the strongest in the Flower Kingdom. Although he had offended such a person, he felt no fear. As long as she could eliminate the mutated crocodiles too, she could do whatever she pleased. It was not until midnight that Lin Xi finally awoke, having fainted due to her ascension. Originally at level 4, she had been on the verge of leveling up to 5, but the energy from the Li Huoju Yin had surged through her, propelling her directly to level 6. As soon as she awoke, the 7 furry little creatures rushed into her embrace, chattering excitedly to express their feelings. She had been careless. Fainting in the wilderness had undoubtedly given her enemies an opportunity. If it had happened during a battle, it could have been disastrous. Lin Xi reflected on the need to be cautious when collecting these pearls in the future, ensuring she controlled both time and place. Lin Wuwu claimed the central position in her embrace, exclaiming, "Aw-oo, pooper scooper, what would you do without me? Let me tell you." While Lin Xi listened, she reached up to feel a large bump on the back of her head. Could it be that she had hit her head when she fainted? To her surprise, she encountered Yin Xiaoyu here. However, Wuwu informed her that he had arrived some time after she had fainted. So he likely hadn't witnessed anything he shouldn't have, and there was no need for her to resort to silencing him. "You're awake?" Yin Xiaoyu, hearing the commotion inside, knew Lin Xi had regained consciousness. He was completely unaware that she was contemplating silencing him. "Thank you for your help, but how did you come to be here?" Lin Xi gently touched the bump on her head, which was quite large and painful. Upon seeing her gesture, Lin Wuwu lowered its head, folding its ears back, and stepped aside. Yin Xiaoyu glanced at both her and Lin Wuwu, his expression still serious. "I just came to see if there was anything I could assist with. Since you're fine now, I shall take my leave. However, I didn't see your vehicle. Would you like to ride back with me?" Lin Xi declined. "Thank you, but I have hidden my vehicle and won't be returning to the base for the next few days. I plan to head directly to Changyuan River in a couple of days." Yin Xiaoyu nodded. Since she could eliminate 5th-tier mutated spiders, dealing with the mutated crocodiles afterward should pose no problem. He realized that staying would neither help nor be welcomed, so he said no more and departed. Lin Xi was surprised that Yin Xiaoyu had come to check on her safety. It appeared that although his personality was not particularly likable, he was not a malicious individual. "You must be hungry. Why not eat something first?" Knowing that the little creatures had been steadfastly guarding her, Lin Xi realized they must be famished. She filled a medium-sized stainless steel basin with roasted mutated deer meat, added chunks of chilled watermelon, and a large basin of well water. Once the Li Huoju was stored in her space, the area became increasingly illuminated, with abundant yet gentle light, and the energy grew denser. Lin Xi observed the 6 members of the Mo family, who had only taken a few sips of well water, appearing as if they were stuffed and swaying unsteadily. Lin Wuwu, however, was more impressive. Having drunk nearly half a basin of well water before collapsing to the ground, she expressed concern and asked Qing Bao, "Are they okay?" Qing Bao floated around them, assuring her, "They're fine." The energy was simply too rich, and they leveled up. When the Li Huoju returned to the space, Qing Bao had also ascended, now able to move within a radius of 1,000 feet around Lin Xi. In other words, one Li Huoju had expanded Qing Bao's activity range tenfold. Indeed, treasures were treasures. Despite Lin Xi having gathered numerous items, only a Li Huoju significantly enhanced Qing Bao's abilities, making her seem to soar upward like a rocket. After confirming that Yin Xiaoyu had left, Lin Xi brought the little creatures into her space. She first washed up and took a bath to freshen herself before finding some light food to eat. Having spent a long time in the fire, she craved something cold, so she rummaged through the fruits stored in her space, finding chilled mango, sticky rice, and a large bowl of candied tomatoes. This time, the mission of hunting the mutated spiders was flawlessly accomplished. A week later, under the scorching sun, Lin Xi squatted by the Changyuan River, feeling quite troubled. The Changyuan River was indeed unique. While all other rivers had dried up, it continued to flow with clear, pristine water. The 5-tier mutated crocodile in the river was nearly 50 meters long, its body covered in scales that shimmered with a faint blue glow. The presence of scales was not the issue. The real problem was that the crocodile had been startled and refused to emerge. Chapter 190. The extremely cunning mutated crocodile. A few days prior, after regaining her strength, Lin Xi had come to the banks of the Changyuan River. Lin Wuwu had already ascended to level 5. While it was a cute little tiger in daily life, in battle form, it stood 2 meters tall, with muscles weighing at least 1,000 pounds. Its striking orange-gold fur, adorned with solemn black patterns, made it all the more intimidating. The 6 members of the Mo family had also grown considerably, now at level 4. However, no matter how large they became, they were still only the size of medium-sized dogs, far inferior to Lin Wuwu. Now a level 6 ability user, Lin Xi arrived at the banks of the Changyuan River, first casting her fishing net to catch some fish, which she then stored in her space. Naturally, this action provoked the wrath of the mutated crocodile. However, it was very cautious, silently swimming beneath the surface to Lin Xi's side, patiently lying in wait when she was off guard. It leaped up, opening its massive jaws to bite at Lin Xi. Lin Xi had long sensed its presence, feigning ignorance, waiting for it to reveal itself as the mutated crocodile's body broke the surface of the water. She leaped into the air, swinging the Wuyu blade, which was engulfed in deep red flames. With all her strength, she struck down heavily upon the crocodile's head. Its scales provided some protection, but its eyes were unarmored. The moment the mutated crocodile faced Lin Xi, it lost one eye and began thrashing about, swinging its massive tail towards her while swiftly retreating into the depths of the river, leaving Lin Xi standing at the water's edge, blade in hand. This was the first mutated beast that had faced her and then fled. Lin Xi returned the blade to her space, feeling a sense of regret. She had indeed been careless. Her habitual thinking led her to never consider that it would run away. Lin Wuwu, standing nearby, felt a sense of futility as the mutated crocodile vanished in the blink of an eye. It, relying on its large build, approached the shallow water and shouted, "Au, coward, come out if you dare." Unfortunately, after half a day, the mutated crocodile still did not respond. Lin Xi comforted it. "It's all right. We'll wait here. I refuse to believe it won't come out." Thus, Lin Xi set up camp among the trees by the riverbank, determined to wait for the crocodile to appear. However, days passed without any sign of the mutated crocodile. "Oh, what should we do? That coward won't come out?" Lin Wuwu fretted, as this was its first encounter with such a cunning prey. Lin Xi was equally frustrated. Had she known it would be scared away? She should have cut off its escape route from the start instead of using all her abilities. She did not want to throw bombs into the water either, as they were of little use. And the water was precious. Lin Xi had no choice but to re-strategize. She was not keen on dragging this out indefinitely. The initial plan was to eliminate the mutated crocodile first, then search for the Qinshuizhu. As she feared that if the Qinshuizhu entered her space, she might faint again, creating uncontrollable danger. But now, if she were to take out the Qinshuizhu, could it potentially lure the mutated crocodile out? Lin Xi contemplated this for quite some time before finally asking, "Qingbao, if I take out the Qinshuizhu, can it remain outside the space?" Qingbao, perched on Lin Xi's shoulder, replied, "As long as the master gives it a command, the Qinshuizhu will obey. If not specifically instructed, it will return to the space on its own. Is that so? Then let us give it a try." Lin Xi grit her teeth and said, "Qingbao, go bring the Qinshuizhu to the shore." Qingbao cheered and vanished in an instant. It must be said that since the Li Huazhu had been retrieved from the space, Qingbao's range of activity had greatly expanded. Lin Xi's surroundings now spanned 3,000 meters. When Qingbao returned with the Qinshuizhu, Lin Xi was astonished. This was nothing like the Qinshuizhu she had imagined. The true essence of the water droplet resembled a flowing liquid, imbued with delicate shades of blue. When touched, it felt soft and elastic, and it was of considerable size. As Lin Xi caressed it, she instructed it to wait before returning home. For she first needed to eliminate the mutated crocodile. In an instant, the water droplet vanished without a trace. While Lin Xi stood in bewilderment, the water droplet reappeared before her, ensnaring the mutated crocodile. Through the translucent liquid, Lin Xi could easily see the creature struggling in agony. Indeed, she sensed the water droplet's urgent desire to return home. She attempted to convey, "Wait until it perishes before discarding it, then you may return to your space." The water droplet vibrantly quivered, twisting its supple form at a right angle, causing the crocodile's neck to contort at an unnatural angle. What a formidable treasure this was, akin to a devastating weapon. Truly ferocious, the liquid, eager to rid itself of the crocodile, surged towards Lin Xi and vanished upon making contact with her forehead, plunging her into darkness and nearly causing her to topple. Fortunately, Lin Wuwu, sensing the impending danger, swiftly lowered its massive body, allowing Lin Xi to rest upon it. Lin Wuwu then made its way to a tree by the lakeside and lay down, with Lin Xi leaning against its soft belly, finding immense comfort, albeit slightly warm. Huh. Why was it only a tad warm? Lin Xi, preoccupied with the thought of exterminating the mutated crocodile, had not noticed that the temperature had notably dropped over the past few days. Could it be due to her having stored the fire pearl in her space? If she were to gather all 5 pearls, would it signal the end of the apocalypse? Feeling feeble, Lin Xi could only indulge in her errant thoughts. However, this time, collecting the water droplet felt significantly better than the last time with the fire pearl, for at least her consciousness remained intact. After 6 or 7 hours, Lin Xi finally regained her strength. Accompanied by Lin Wuwu and Mo, as well as a few others, she returned to her space, only to find a gentle drizzle falling, rendering the landscape into a picturesque ink wash painting. Hazy yet beautiful, the few playful creatures dashed out, frolicking and reveling in the rain. Lin Xi extended her hand, feeling the fine raindrops and the energy they carried. Was this the power of the treasures? The form of the clear treasure had solidified further. Previously it had been a nebulous mist, but now it bore a semblance of reality. The crops and fruits planted in the space instantly matured, and the fish and shrimp grew even more succulent, with Clear Treasure and Lin Wuwu bustling about. Clear Treasure was occupied with transferring the right produce to the storage, while Lin Wuwu, taking advantage of its size, was voraciously catching large fish by the lakeside. The ease with which the mutated crocodile was dispatched left Lin Xi with a lingering sense of unreality. Chapter 191. A Siege of Mutated Beasts? Upon returning to the villa, she made her way to the grand living room and retrieved a dozen boxes of spicy crayfish, an ample stock, though opportunities to enjoy them had been scarce since the apocalypse. With various flavors, spicy, aromatic, garlicky, and original. She also grabbed a few cans of beer. Turning on the television, she played a movie from before the apocalypse. Eating only crayfish felt a bit monotonous, so she also prepared a bowl of tom yum soup and peeled a fresh durian, placing the succulent flesh on a plate for hearty enjoyment. When Lin Wuwu was drawn over by the enticing aroma of the spicy crayfish, it discovered a pile of stinky durian, becoming flustered and rolling about in turmoil. The 6 members of Mo's family feasted on the 2 sizable fish caught from the lake, which were larger than they were. Lin Xi helped grill the fish to perfection and serve them in a bowl. That evening, Lin Xi indulged in a satisfying meal and felt pleasantly tipsy. Lin Wuwu endured the foul odor and munched on a fair number of crayfish, while Lin Xi had peeled some for it. Though it was still insufficient, it even sneakily sipped Lin Xi's beer, only to be overwhelmed by the taste. Shaking its head in dismay, Momo's 6 companions devoured the grilled fish entirely, each of them sprawling on the villa floor with full bellies. The next day, upon awakening, Lin Xi felt rejuvenated and promptly washed several of her furry companions in the bathtub of the activity room. After tidying herself, she ventured to inspect the space after the rain. The area had transformed, becoming even more spacious and vibrant. The well water now brimmed with energy, and from the wellhead, she could faintly perceive energy swirling within the water. After taking a sip, Lin Xi felt invigorated. Though her ascension would no longer be as rapid. Previously, she had consumed well water as drinking water, but now it required dilution before consumption. Was this truly well water, or merely a manifestation of some treasure in the guise of well water? She was uncertain and chose not to ponder further. Lin Xi spent 2 days in her space before switching to a truck, preparing to return to Base 32. She intended to leave the mutated spiders and silk for Qin Yuansi. After decapitating the mutated crocodile, she placed the head and a small portion of its body in the truck, along with a few lower-tier mutated spiders. Thus, Lin Xi drove back to Base 32 at the city gate entrance. The enormous crocodile head left everyone speechless, their gazes filled with admiration, fear, and deep apprehension. However, Lin Xi was unconcerned. She called out to the dazed guards, swiped her identity bracelet, and entered the base. Once inside, she drove directly to the task center, ready to conclude 2 missions. In fact, during the days she had dealt with the mutated crocodile, the base had already dispatched personnel to Luo Mountain to confirm that the mutated spiders there had been eradicated. Regarding the mutated crocodile, the staff at the task center were thrilled to witness the crocodile head awkwardly crammed into the truck. There was no need for them to report to superiors. As Yin Xiaoyu and Zhu Fan hurried over, having received news from the city gate guards, Zhu Fan was visibly excited. Is this the 5th-tier mutated crocodile? Indeed, Lin Xi nodded. The spiders have been incinerated. leaving only the smaller ones. The crocodile was too long to fit, so I had to chop it up, and the rest was burned. Do you wish to purchase it? Absolutely. The research institute needs it. Zhu Fan, fearing Lin Xi might change her mind if he delayed in his response, urged the task center staff to expedite the settlement process for Lin Xi. Any sensible person would refrain from offending such a high-tier ability user. Then take the truck to unload the goods, remember to allocate points, and ensure the vehicle is returned. Lin Xi completed her tasks, feeling elated as she noted the 100,000 points earned. Discovering 2 treasures and accumulating such points made the mission exceedingly worthwhile. Glancing at her point balance, Lin Xi felt she could indulge in the new weapons released after the apocalypse without restraint. After dining at the cafeteria, she leisurely strolled back to the guest house with Lin Wuwu. Distinctly feeling the temperature drop, it was no longer above 50 degrees even during the day. She lifted her gaze towards the blazing sun. Was the extreme heat truly coming to an end? Upon reaching the guest house, Lin Xi requested a room on the 2nd floor for 3 days. No sooner had she entered than someone knocked at the door. Upon opening it, she found Xiao Qiao from the Unan Bureau, who sighed in relief upon seeing her. President Lin, I apologize for the intrusion. Lin Xi regarded him with a complex expression. You arrived rather swiftly, did you not? This sequence of events hardly seems coincidental. Xiao Qiao felt somewhat embarrassed but got straight to the point after expressing his apologies, his face taking on a serious demeanor. We have been monitoring when President Lin would return. We received news that Base 39 is under siege by a large number of mutated beasts, both ground and aerial. Lin Xi was taken aback by the news. Just 2 years into the apocalypse, and we already have mutated beasts laying siege. This escalation seems rather abnormal. However, based on her experience, such irregularities often indicated a heightened likelihood of the appearance of elemental treasures. Once she regained her composure, she smiled and asked, So, what do you seek from me? Xiao Qiao gazed at her with admiration, stating, Today's news of President Lin eliminating 2 major mutated beasts is bound to spread across the various bases. As far as I know, no one in Huagua can compare to you. Therefore, the central base wishes to request your assistance, and of course, you may state any conditions you have. Lin Xi, not one to assume superiority, acknowledged, I will proceed as swiftly as possible. What are the specifics of the situation? Xiao Qiao was astonished by her willingness. The highest tier ability user was surprisingly accommodating. He paused for a moment to digest this monumental news before articulating clearly. A month ago, Base 39 discovered a significant gathering of mutated beasts near the base. They suspected an impending siege and sought aid from the eastern base. The eastern base dispatched 2,000 ability users along with large-caliber weaponry and ammunition. 2 weeks ago, the mutated beasts indeed commenced their assault, resulting in substantial casualties among the ability users and a depletion of ammunition. However, the mutated beasts are likely to return. The central base's reinforcements are still en route, hence the call for neighboring bases to expedite assistance to Base 39. The more Lin Xi listened, the more perplexed she became. Even if there were a few 5th-tier mutated beasts, most were insignificant, and they were not lacking in food. Why would they resort to a siege, a strategy fraught with peril? Understood, I will depart tomorrow. With the daytime temperatures having decreased, I should reach there in a few days. Xiao Qiao hesitated, it's quite laborious for you. President Lin, shall I send someone to drive for you? Lin Xi felt tempted. Having someone else drive would indeed be quite comfortable. However, when she is alone, she can change her mode of transportation at will and enter the space whenever she pleases. Having someone drive for her would only hinder her speed. She wishes to reach her destination as swiftly as possible, and no need for that. I am accustomed to my solitude and do not require anyone to hold me back. Lin Xi declined. Xiao Qiao nodded in agreement. Don't worry, I won't let anyone impede your progress. If you have any requests, feel free to mention them, and I will do my utmost to accommodate you. At the moment, I can't think of anything. Let us leave it for now. When the time comes, I will go to the central base to retrieve it. Lin Xi truly pondered for a moment. She lacked nothing and desired nothing, and for a time, she genuinely could not think of anything. This moment, she could candidly declare, I am wealthy beyond measure. There is truly nothing that can particularly move me. Chapter 192. What truly constitutes power and prestige? The next day, Lin Xi checked out of the guest house and set off in her truck. Just before exiting the base, she encountered a crowd causing a commotion, blocking the road completely. She had no intention of meddling, but since they obstructed her path, taking a detour would mean circling the entire base, which would be quite troublesome. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that among the crowd were actually Rogers and Zhao Qianxue. Very well, it wouldn't hurt to take a look. She instructed Lin Wuwu to stay in the car and enjoy the air conditioning while she got out and stood at the back of the crowd to listen. This was a call to arms issued by the central base. If you don't wish to attend, then don't. But why block us from signing up? That was Zhao Qianxue's voice. As the president of the Ability Users Association, I naturally have the right to prevent you from seeking your own demise. This is for your own good. What is so remarkable about being a mere president? Ha ha, President Liu. Are you suggesting that once all the military personnel perish, you'll come to take over Base 32? That was Rogers' sarcastic remark as, oh, what if it is? Do not forget how the military treats us ability users. Our people die or are injured on missions with them. And how many return? For the greater good, you cannot sign up. Don't think that just because you associate with that Yin Xiaoyu, you can pick up scraps from behind. How dare he insult others? Lu Daoqing, stop spewing nonsense. Your ulterior motives have sowed discord between ability users and the military, resulting in countless deaths. Does your conscience not ache? Ultimately, she was just a young girl, unable to strike at the heart of the matter with her insults. A cacophony erupted, and then came Zhao Qianxue's startled cry, as if she had fallen to the ground. Lu Daoqing, how could you lay a hand on a young girl? Do you still have any decency left? Rogers's voice was filled with indignation. And what of it? Power is paramount. Without strength, what right do you have to speak? Oh, who could possibly rival her in strength? Zhao Qianxue? Lin Xi recalled the girl who had bowed to her while crying and laughing. Alas, what an injustice! She did not wish to interfere, but her vehicle could not proceed. A flicker of flame enveloped Lin Xi, causing those nearby to feel an intense heat, naturally parting to make way for her to squeeze through. Rogers' physique had filled out remarkably, now looking far from the skeletal figure he once was, though his complexion appeared rather poor. Zhao Qianxue was pale, likely having suffered an attack. Lin Xi advanced into the center of the crowd. Unreservedly speaking, what are you, to claim that power is paramount? You have strength, yet I see you do not confront the mutated beasts. You have strength, yet you do not save ability users. You have strength, yet you bully weaker girls. You claim to possess power, yet you cower like a turtle, hiding behind the military, waiting for protection, and still expect to be respected. What kind of being are you? Get lost. Lu Daoqing was a man in his 30s, not particularly tall but quite robust, a third-tier metal-type ability user. That moment, he was rendered crimson with embarrassment by Lin Xi's words. While everyone understood certain things, none had ever stated them so bluntly before. He glared at Lin Xi. And you? What are you? Ha ha. Lin Xi had little interest in idle chatter. She preferred to take action. With a single hand raised, flames soared 3 meters into the air. I am Lin Xi. Lin Xi? The very person who had recently been the topic of conversation within Base 32, renowned for single-handedly exterminating 2 fifth-tier mutated beasts. Leaving everyone in awe, the Ability Users Association sought to forge connections with this individual to counter the military. Lu Daoqing narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the girl before him. Just a slightly taller girl, this was likely a ploy by the military to suppress the Ability Users Association under the guise of grandeur. A mere fire-type ability user, how utterly naive. Lu Daoqing did not metallize his arms, but instead coated his body in a thin layer of metal, demonstrating a mastery of his ability. However, he was unaware that such tactics were far from sufficient against Lin Xi. Lin Xi formed the flames into a fireball, and with a resounding boom, trapped Lu Daoqing within it. This inspiration struck her when she had seen the water spirit pearl eliminate the mutated crocodile. Power is paramount. A smirk danced on her typically serene face. Someone tugged at her arm. It was Rogers, shaking his head at her. Zhao Qianxue, filled with reluctance, whispered urgently, Sister Xi, we cannot kill here in the base. I know. Merely leaving him alive will suffice. Lin Xi was unconcerned. Chairwoman Lin, this is Base 32, not the central base. The affairs of the Ability Users Association have nothing to do with you. A bespectacled man beside Lu Daoqing spoke politely. Yet, he was both astonished and furious. A third-tier metal user could not even withstand a single move from her, forcing him to suppress his inner rage. Lin Xi tilted her head. Is that so? I recall the rules stating that power is paramount, and there are no restrictions based on location. But it matters not. The metal released by the man trapped within the fireball had melted, and the metallic liquid flowed over Lu Daoqing, eliciting horrific screams as for his clothing and hair. They had long been reduced to ashes. Lin Xi controlled the fireball and hurled him out. This Lu, clearly harboring ill intentions, had been dealt with. Lin Xi employed a hidden force, scorching his ability channels, rendering him incapable of using his abilities henceforth, forever stripping him of his status as an ability user. Now, I shall assume the role of the chairperson of Base 32. Do any of you have objections? Lin Xi smiled as she surveyed the crowd, and every gaze that met hers quickly averted. Excellent, it seems you all have no dissent. Then I shall replace this Lu fellow, and from now on, I am the chairperson of the Ability Users Association at Base 32. Is there anyone who dares to oppose? The fireball danced joyfully in Lin Xi's palm, and she deliberately turned her gaze towards the bespectacled man. What about you? Do you have any objections? His heart raced. He understood that should he utter a single word of dissent, the fireball in her hand would immediately charge at him. It seemed that this woman was indeed formidable. He stiffly forced a smile. No, this was merely a misunderstanding, Lin Xi sneered. Quite right. You re-aware of your fear, I might as well inform you that this Lu has been rendered powerless. Not killing anyone is merely a matter of course. I possess ample means to deal with you. This is what you often preach about power being paramount. How does it feel when it falls upon you? You should truly be grateful to the base. Without its protection, do you think you could ever be deemed strong? This is what it means to be ignorant of one's own limitations. The faces of those surrounding her turned a sickly shade of greenish-white. Chapter 193. Arrival at Base 39. After Lin, she established her authority through decisive action. She did not wish to continue fighting, she proclaimed. I am uncertain whether the notice from the central base has reached this place, but the best way to enhance one's abilities is through battle, through life and death confrontations with mutated beasts, not by bullying those of lower ranks. If you do not wish to be devoured by mutated beasts, you must find ways to improve yourselves. There is no use in preying on the weak. Zhao Qinshui gazed at her intently, and a water sphere began to form in her hands. Inspired by Lin Xi, she aimed to attempt trapping prey with her water sphere. With the dispute resolved, Lin Xi prepared to leave, casting a glance at her. To be fair, Zhao Qinshui did exhibit some talent. Every living creature contains water. Thus, water-type abilities should not merely involve releasing water but should encompass water manipulation, including controlling the moisture within the bodies of prey. Once you learn to extract the moisture from a prey's body, you too can wield formidable power. Zhao Qinshui felt as if she had received a revelation. She had been troubled by the perceived weakness of her water-type abilities. Her youthful and charming face radiated admiration. Thank you, Sister Xi. Are you planning to head to Base 39? Rogers inquired. Lin Xi raised an eyebrow. Naturally, that is my hunting ground. I can earn quite a few points there. Zhao Qinshui exclaimed enthusiastically. We will be going as well. Lin Xi glanced at Rogers, who nodded with a smile. She wholeheartedly agreed. Remaining cooped up in the base without practical combat would make leveling up quite challenging. Be cautious then. If you can fight, do so. If you cannot, run swiftly. Lin Xi climbed into the truck, only to find that the crowd blocking the road had yet to disperse. She leaned out of the driver's seat and shouted, causing the crowd to scatter like startled swallows. After driving for a short while, she spotted Yin Xiaoyu standing by the roadside. Not a good sign, as he coldly observed her dealing with the ability users from a distance, not even offering any words of encouragement. Of course, Lin Xi had no intention of heeding him. Once she had distanced herself from Base 32, Lin Xi stowed the truck and switched to an off-road vehicle. As the temperature had dropped to over 40 degrees, traveling during the day posed no issue. 2 weeks later, Lin Xi had arrived near Base 39. The closer they approached, the more they discovered the skeletal remains of both humans and mutated beasts, indicating that Base 39 had indeed endured a fierce battle. Qingbao, have you sensed any treasures here? Lin Xi inquired. Not at all. Qingbao diligently wandered about, yet found nothing of note. Very well, let us proceed into the base. There were quite a few ability users entering the city, and Lin Xi found herself at the end of the line, when suddenly a mournful wolf howl and the crack of a whip resounded from the front of the queue. Lin Wuwu immediately perked up, tugging at Lin Xi. Oh, you want to witness such commotion? Lin Xi had no choice but to lift it up. It stood on its tiptoes, resting its paws on Lin Xi's shoulder, yet discerned nothing significant. After a lengthy wait, they finally reached Lin Xi, who swiped her identity wristband and Lin Wuwu's identity tag, allowing them entry. Just as Lin Xi had driven a short distance, a soldier approached and saluted, requesting her to halt. She reluctantly lowered the window. The soldier's gaze swept over the little tiger in the passenger seat, and with a hint of confusion, he asked, "Are you President Lin Xi of the Central Base?" Lin Xi nodded. It seemed she was quite well known. The soldier's demeanor brightened. "Wonderful. The leaders of the Central Base have instructed us to wait for you here. Please hold on a moment, I shall inform them." With that, he dashed off without a backward glance. Who could the leaders of the Central Base be? Perhaps Ye Chen and the others. They certainly had a way of commanding respect from young soldiers. Feeling weary from the drive, Lin Xi rested her head on the steering wheel and dozed off. 15 minutes later, a familiar smiling face appeared outside her window. "You must be exhausted. If only I were there. You wouldn't have to endure such strain. Here, let me drive." The first words out of Ye Chen's mouth resonated with Lin Xi's sentiments. Driving alone was not only tiring but also monotonous. Lin Xi alighted from the vehicle and stretched, her joints cracking in protest. She switched to the passenger seat, lifting Lin Wuwu to the back. "It's been a while. You've reached the 4th tier, haha. Compared to you, I feel utterly insignificant," Ye Chen remarked. Glancing at the little tiger with a hint of curiosity, "Is this Lin Wuwu?" "Au. The familiar style and response left Ye Chen in disbelief. As he drove, he asked, "Has it regressed?" Lin Wuwu, dissatisfied, clung to the back of his seat, exclaiming, "Oh, you're the one who's regressed? I am a 5th-tier tyrant tiger," Lin Xi briefly explained. "Wuwu has gained a size-altering ability, but it consumes a lot of energy, so it adopts this form to conserve it." Ye Chen took it in stride. "These days, anything is possible. By the way, I know you prefer tranquility, and I didn't want to disturb you, but all the lodgings at the base are fully booked. I was concerned you might struggle to find accommodation, so I've reserved a room for you at the military center's guest house." "How did you know I would come?" Lin Xi yawned. It was indeed delightful to have someone drive for her and arrange her lodging. Ye Chen chuckled. "Of course, I received news that President Lin, who fought valiantly against 2 formidable mutated beasts at Base 32, is en route to support Base 39. Lin Xi adjusted her seat slightly backward and laughed. "Didn't they say communications were cut off? How come you all seem so well informed? There's always a clever way. And you have no idea how many people are working tirelessly to relay such news." Ye Chen replied as he turned the car into the military center. A small 2-story building, adorned in green, came into view. Downstairs, Zhou Yi, Zhao Hui, and Yu Xiaofeng were gathered in a small circle, engaged in conversation. Before the vehicle had even come to a halt, Lin Wuwu joyfully bounded out of the window, startling several individuals. Zhao Hui blinked. "Hey, who is this? Where did this little tiger come from?" Only upon seeing Lin Xi emerge did he realize that this small tiger must be Lin Wuwu. Zhou Yi exclaimed dramatically, "Oh my little Wuwu, how have you reverted to a younger form?" Yu Xiaofeng looked around in disbelief. "No way. Is this really Wuwu? Could it be Wuwu's illegitimate child?" Angered by their remarks, Lin Wuwu's form expanded dramatically, transforming into a 2-meter-tall tiger, roaring loudly and splattering saliva everywhere. "Oh my. It grew so large in an instant. I almost went deaf from Wuwu's roar. This is unacceptable. I tell you, we won't fit at the card table later. Turn back quickly." Lin Xi and Ye Chen stood by, watching their playful banter with amusement. "Sister, we're taking Wuwu to the cafeteria for a meal. Do you want us to bring you some food?" Zhou Yi shouted. "No, that's unnecessary. You take Wuwu along." Lin Xi retrieved a stainless steel bowl for the little tiger, ensuring it wouldn't feel disregarded. Wuwu happily carried the oversized bowl, dashing off without a backward glance. The cafeteria's food could hardly compare to the richness and delicacy of the space, and Wuwu was merely seeking a bit of excitement. Lin Xi instructed Qingbao to follow discreetly, ready to whisk it away into the space at the first sign of danger. Their room was on the 2nd floor, and the weather had cooled significantly lately, with the air conditioning working exceptionally well. "You should rest today. We can talk more tomorrow. I'll keep an eye on Wuwu," Ye Chen, ever considerate, suggested. Lin Xi nodded. "All right." Chapter 194. Rescuing the mutated snow wolf cub. The military guest house was just like the other lodgings at the base, likely constructed according to a unified plan from the outset. Lin Xi retreated into the space. The 6 members of the Mo family could no longer make appearances, as they had all grown considerably and could not slip in and out of the space discreetly as before. Perhaps due to the exhaustion from their long journey, Lin Xi fell asleep early, only rising after 9 the next morning. After washing up and enjoying a bowl of beef noodles with 2 eggs, she tidied herself before seeking out Ye Chen. However, Ye Chen had already left for a meeting at the administrative center, and she only encountered Ye Wuwu is still sleeping in Ye Chen's room. He played late last night. Should I wake him? Not just yet. Can you open the door? I'll go fetch him. In this unfamiliar environment, Lin Xi did not want Wuwu to leave her sight. All right. Zoe went downstairs to fetch the key for Lin Xi. She gently lifted the snoozing Lin Wuwu, who lay sprawled on its back, and cradled it in her arms. Remarkably, it didn't even open its eyes, merely twitching its nose and then rolling over in her embrace. Instinctively burying its head beneath her arm, Lin Xi pretended to carry it into her room, but in reality, she placed it into the space. With nothing else to occupy her, Lin Xi ventured out for a stroll. To her disappointment, the layouts and facilities at the various bases were remarkably similar, though there were now more supply points selling aloe and cacti. Perhaps it was her imagination, but the number of mutated beasts at Base 39 appeared to be noticeably higher than at the others. President Lin, a military jeep pulled up beside her. Captain Yi is looking for you. It seems urgent. Get in? Urgent. Lin Xi felt puzzled but climbed aboard nonetheless. She recalled that this vehicle had been parked downstairs at the guest house yesterday. Less than 10 minutes later, she arrived back at the military center's guest house. Ye Chen's demeanor was visibly grim, and upon seeing her return, he pulled her towards a gruesome sight. You have many mutated beasts. Can you help me assess if this snow wolf still has a chance? He continued. I recall the report stated that 2 high-tier snow wolves were involved when the mutated beasts besieged the city, and I have my suspicions. As he spoke, Lin Xi observed the snow wolf closely. The more she looked, the tighter her brow furrowed, and she raised her hand to stop Ye Chen from saying more. Please find a veterinarian. If none are available, a doctor will suffice. Its external wounds need stitching, and the bones need setting. I will stay here with it. Ye Chen immediately turned to leave. Without delay, Lin Xi fetched a bottle of water mixed with well water. Slowly feeding it to the injured mutated snow wolf, no matter what, she had to keep it alive. The mutated snow wolf cub should have been pure white, roughly the size of an adult border collie. However, its entire body was stained a deep crimson with blood, the numerous whip marks crisscrossing its form, with skin and flesh torn and mixed with debris and dirt. The ring of wounds around its neck was particularly concerning, appearing to be infected as if it had been fitted with a collar lined with barbs. Its forepaws exuded a foul odor, and 2 of its legs were broken, with 1 bone protruding through the skin. Lin Xi speculated that it had attempted to escape but had been captured. Anyone who beheld such injuries would feel a deep discomfort. The perpetrator had gone too far. It was just a cub. They could have either killed it for meat or spared its life, yet subjecting it to such torment was, in essence, a form of cruel torture. After half a bottle of water had been consumed, the snow wolf cub finally seemed to regain some strength, its breathing becoming less shallow. Lin Xi noted that some of its older, filthy wounds showed signs of infection, and it was imperative to clean them. Don't move. I need to clean your wounds. I will be gentle and try not to hurt you, so please hold still. Regardless of whether it understood her words, she could only offer such reassurances. Lin Xi carried it to the bathroom, laid down a plastic sheet, filled a bucket with water, and mixed in some well water before gently pouring it over the snow wolf cub. Surprisingly, the cub did not struggle. On the contrary, its body relaxed. Lin Xi surmised that the well water had not irritated its wounds and might even have a soothing effect on the pain. After rinsing it thoroughly, she wrapped the cub in a clean, large towel and returned to Ye Chen's room. She gently stroked its fur, and soon enough, its coat appeared much cleaner, though the wounds remained ghastly. The remaining half-bottle of water was slowly fed to its mouth. The snow wolf cub seemed to gather strength, its eyes gradually opening. Lin Xi gazed in astonishment at the creature before her. Its eyes were a translucent blue, imbued with a hint of dreaminess. Indeed, the snow wolf possessed remarkable beauty. You've sustained severe injuries. Please remain still. Soon, we will find a doctor to mend your bones and stitch your wounds. Once you recover, you'll be able to seek out your parents. Lin Xi was uncertain if it could comprehend her words, but hoped it would sense her kindness. The snow wolf cub twitched its nose, catching a whiff of a pleasant aroma, which eased its anxiety somewhat. It vaguely remembered that just before losing consciousness, It had detected this scent, which had dulled its pain. It had also drunk some refreshing water, and after quenching its thirst, the pain had subsided. Although it did not understand the human speech, it felt assured that she would not harm it like those malicious individuals. Ye Chen located a military doctor, who hurried over with surgical instruments. The snow wolf cub began to struggle upon catching a whiff of an unfamiliar scent. Lin Xi hurriedly attempted to soothe it, her flustered demeanor causing beads of sweat to form on the doctor's brow. How could the injuries be this severe? We need to take x-rays to assess the situation before we can proceed. The snow wolf cub could still faintly hear her words, so Lin Xi accompanied it to the hospital. After administering anesthesia and while waiting for the bandaging and stitching to commence, Ye Chen recounted the events that had transpired leading to this moment. This all began when they received a distress signal from Base 39. When they first received the message, they found it peculiar, as mutated beasts were typically capable of finding food in the wild. It was illogical for them to besiege a base when food was not scarce, as it would lead to significant casualties, contrary to the survival instincts of mutated beasts. The central base had issued directives for the eastern base to investigate the underlying causes. And Ye Chen had also brought personnel along. He had only arrived 2 or 3 days before Lin Xi and had quickly joined forces with the eastern base. The personnel dispatched from the eastern base uncovered the issue in no time. It was not complicated. The inhabitants of Base 39 had established a fighting arena, with betting schemes that led many to earn their livelihoods by hunting, capturing, and taming mutated beasts. Initially, the base leader believed that hunting mutated beasts was not detrimental and allowed them to proceed. However, as their hunting expanded and they captured more cubs, an increasing number of mutated beasts began to take notice. Yet, they still did not cease their activities. The proximity of mutated beasts to the base facilitated their hunting and capturing endeavors, as they could retreat to safety and bombard the beasts with artillery if necessary, which explained their high ammunition consumption. In the minds of the mutated beasts, this was akin to discovering the lair of these humans. Chapter 195. The siege provoked by the fighting arena among the mutated beasts besieging the base were various mutated birds and a group of land-dwelling mutated creatures, including a pack of black wolves. Snow wolves were scarce, with only 2 present, both of which were 5th tier. According to investigations, the black wolves had been clashing with Base 39 for some time, with each side experiencing victories and defeats. However, the 5th tier snow wolf was a first-time occurrence, and it was evident that the snow wolf had held back during its attack. The higher the tier of a mutated beast, the more their thought processes resembled those of humans. Ye Chen found the report perplexing until he encountered this snow wolf cub by chance today. Snow wolves were indeed rare, and they were fiercely protective of their young. It was quite a coincidence for a mutated snow wolf cub to appear at Base 39. Upon the arrival of personnel from the Eastern military base, they had already mandated that the base rectify the situation and abolish all fighting arenas, reporting the specifics to both the Eastern base and the Central base. Coincidentally, Ye Chen had also arrived, so relevant meetings included him as well. However, the pressing issue remained. When would the next siege by mutated beasts occur? Having listened for a while, Lin Xi could only sigh. How should I put this? Hunting mutated beasts isn't inherently wrong. If it's for survival, then there's nothing more to say. But if it's for the sake of establishing a fighting arena and betting to hunt mutated beast cubs, it is simply self-destructive. Moreover, it drags the entire base down, positioning them against countless mutated beasts. The current living space for humanity is evidently being severely constricted by mutated beasts and plants, as they have evolved not only enhanced offensive capabilities but also cognitive abilities. Conversely, since they possess the capacity for thought, they can weigh advantages and disadvantages. If humanity could ally with mutated beasts or plants to eradicate the opposing force, it would surely be preferable to an alliance between mutated beasts and plants against humanity. In the previous life, humanity, after enduring countless battles, had learned to incite internal conflicts among high-tier mutated beasts, subsequently uniting with mutated plants to eliminate the beasts. Now, these individuals, for the sake of so-called entertainment and to earn points, are redirecting animosity towards humanity. Reflecting on the sacrifices of the previously fallen superpowers, the base leader here is utterly disgraceful. Lin Xi understood Ye Chen's sentiments well. Do you think those 2 mutated snow wolves have come to search for their cubs? Ye Chen tugged at his collar, visibly agitated, bloodstains adorning his attire. Had he not stumbled upon the scene by chance, the wolf cub would have perished. Even so, the group refused to relent, compelling him to spend a considerable number of points to acquire the cub. Snow wolves are rare. I have only seen this one, if possible. I wish to locate all the snow wolf cubs. Lin Xi regarded him with sympathy, realizing that this base was yet another pitfall. It should be fine. I will take care of it for the next few days. You focus on your responsibilities. If the animosity between humans and mutated beasts sparked by the fighting arena resulted in a siege with such devastating casualties, it was likely that the base leader would be replaced. Ye Chen felt a wave of frustration wash over him. I must trouble you again. He understood that only Lin Xi could sustain the snow wolf cub's life. When he returned after seeking a doctor, the cub appeared to be in a better state. After a lengthy wait, the doctor finally emerged. The wounds had been stitched, the leg bones set, and plastered. Fortunately, though the injuries were extensive and deep, they had not become infected, and as a mutated creature, its recovery abilities were remarkably strong. It should be fine. Ideally, it would require hospitalization for observation and a few more injections, but given the shortage of medications and the fact that it was a mutated beast, it would not be prioritized. That's all right. I will take it back. Please inform me of the necessary medications, and I will seek them out if I can find them. I will bring it back for injections tomorrow. The doctor sighed in relief. That would be wonderful. Otherwise, I would be in quite a predicament. Ye Chen volunteered. I will carry it. No, it has just begun to recognize my scent. If you carry it, it may struggle again. Lin Xi returned to the guesthouse room, prepared a clean old nest, laid out a large towel, and gently placed the still anesthetized snow wolf cub upon it. Due to the stitching, much of the cub's fur had been shaved away, rendering it somewhat unappealing. However, donning a surgical gown made it look much better. Lin Xi leaned against the headboard with a book, flipping through its pages. After 2 hours, the snow wolf cub stirred. Due to the anesthesia, its movements were unsteady, and it struggled to control its limbs that don't move. Your wounds have been bandaged, but you must remain still. Lin Xi kept a safe distance. After all, the snow wolf was a wild beast that preferred not to be too close to humans. Are you hungry? Little one, you've been injured and lost so much blood. You should replenish your strength. Besides, when I touched you earlier, I felt your protruding spine, indicating you lack sufficient nourishment. She prepared a bowl of water, mixed with well water, reasoning that whether or not it received injections would be inconsequential. Additionally, she offered a small basin of roasted mutated snake meat, which belonged to Lin Wuwu but was temporarily borrowed. The snow wolf cub, enticed by the energy in the water and the enticing aroma of the snake meat, ravenously devoured the food, having not eaten to its fill for quite some time. Within minutes, both bowls were empty, and the little one appeared more spirited, casting a wary glance at Lin Xi. For you. You shall recuperate here. Once you're well, I will release you. Be obedient and don't injure yourself. Lin Xi spoke, only to remember that it likely could not understand her. Right? She could summon Wu Wu to serve as a translator. After all, Wu Wu had been able to comprehend the black wolf's speech. There was no reason it wouldn't understand the snow wolf's communication. Wu Wu, roused from sleep, appeared disheveled and dazed. Upon noticing the presence of a wolf in the room, it quickly came to its senses. A wolf? It loathed wolves above all else. The last time a pack of wolves had bullied it while its caretaker was absent, a Wu Wu growled at the snow wolf cub, which bared its teeth in defiance. Wu Wu! Lin Xi scooped it up and cradled it, smoothing its fur. This is a snow wolf, not a black wolf. Look, it's still just a child. It was deceived away from its parents and has suffered grievously, nearly losing its life. Speak kindly to it and help it feel secure while it recovers. Once it is healed, we will help it find its parents. Initially, Wu Wu had only noticed that it was a wolf and had not observed closely. But upon closer inspection, it realized the snow wolf cub was indeed in a pitiable state, which eased its heart somewhat. A Wu, considering the caretaker's presence, I shan't hold it against the little tyke. The snow wolf cub nestled in the corner, gazing at the fierce little milk tiger curled up in the embrace of that fragrant person. Unscathed by the whip's lash or tormented by a painful collar, I felt no envy whatsoever. Chapter 196. Let us go. Let's fish together. Although Lin Wuwu harbored no fondness for wolves, for the sake of the caretaker, it earnestly communicated with the snow wolf cub, making affectionate sounds as they conversed. Lin Wuwu leaned against her embrace, angrily gnawing at its own paw. A Wu. It had sneaked out to play. only to fall into a trap and be captured by a wicked person who beat it daily, withholding food and forcing it to fight other wolves. Wu, not merely to fight, but to kill other wolves. Caretaker, I shall set that villain ablaze. Though Lin Wuwu had little affection for the snow wolf cub, it loathed evildoers even more. What can you possibly burn? You lack even a spark. You are merely a paper tiger. Lin Xi gently petted it from head to tail, seizing the moment for a lesson on crisis awareness. Thus, children must not run around recklessly. They must stay close to their families. Look, it snuck out to play and was captured by a wicked person. Such a pity. Perhaps its parents are still searching for it outside. You must reassure it not to fear, to rest and heal. Once it is well, I shall take it out. Lin Wuwu considered itself a good leader and instinctively included the snow wolf cub as a subordinate. It jumped down from Lin Xi's arms and offered solace to the snow wolf cub. The snow wolf cub did not comprehend Lin Xi's words, but understood what Lin Wuwu conveyed and was immediately excited to stand up. Lin Xi halted it. Don't move. If you do, your injury will heal more slowly. Yet, she mused that this snow wolf cub was too easily deceived. Indeed, children require more lessons on crisis awareness. Lin Xi did not take Snowball for an injection. Snowball was the name Lin Wuwu had given the snow wolf. It was not that Lin Xi lacked medicine. Her spatial warehouse was stocked with every kind. The main issue was that Snowball was recovering too quickly. By the next day, it could stand, and during the dressing change, the deep and long wound had already begun to close. If she took it to the hospital, they would undoubtedly discover the truth. On the third day, Lin Xi helped remove the stitches, but still applied a bandage and dressed it in an unattractive surgical garment, leaving the cast on its leg intact to continue masquerading as a patient. Lin Xi placed them in the space to play. When Snowball first entered the space, it was initially overwhelmed by the vastness. By the seventh day, Snowball's wounds had fully healed. Even the shaved patches of fur had regrown half an inch. After 7 days of sumptuous care, Snowball had ballooned like a balloon, gaining considerable muscle and even leveling up to Tier 3. Now, Snowball was so striking that Lin Xi could not help but steal glances. Its snow-white fur glistened, its ears stood upright, and its ice-blue eyes were profound and bright, imbued with a touch of innocent foolishness. She was captivated. Wu. Lin Wu's jealousy ignited. It rushed over, bumping its head against Lin Xi's leg and rolling on the ground in a tantrum. It sensed that the caretaker truly favored that wretched Snowball. Lin Xi could only wipe away the drool, pulling Lin Wuwu back and comforting it for a long while, assuring it that it remained her favorite, with everything else trailing behind, before it finally settled down. Moreover, who knows if its parents are still wandering outside the base? She could not deprive Snowball of its freedom. 7 days had passed, and being cooped up in the guest house was stifling for Lin Xi. So she decided to take them out for a stroll. Ye Chen had been quite busy, and during these days, he had only inquired about Snowball's recovery. Perhaps he sensed something, as he did not demand to visit Snowball personally. On the 7th day, when Lin Wuwu took Snowball out to play, Ye Chen finally realized that its injuries had nearly healed. Even though he was somewhat prepared for this, the snow wolf's recovery speed still astonished him. After all, he alone knew that Snowball had been on the brink of death. In just 7 short days, Lin Xi had transformed Snowball's appearance, making it seem like a completely different wolf. The house was too cramped to remain in comfortably, so Lin Xi decided to take them out. However, she caught Ye Chen's frown as he observed, "You taking both of them out will certainly attract attention. Those people might harbor ill intentions." Those individuals were the ones involved in the beast fighting arena. Although such activities were currently prohibited within the base, the industry had existed for a period at Base 39, and eradicating it entirely was no simple task. Lin Xi smiled cheerfully. "No worries. I'd be more concerned if they didn't come. Just don't follow me. We're off to hunt outside the city." As for what they would hunt, it depended on what baited their hooks. Ye Chen, already familiar with her antics, could only smile helplessly. "Fine. I won't follow you, nor will I let anyone else. Just be careful and return early if you get tired." He had no right to worry for someone capable of single-handedly dealing with a Tier 5 mutated beast. Lin Xi said nothing more, merely waving goodbye as she drove toward the center of the base. She wandered about the base with Snowball and Wuwu, purchasing tomatoes, watermelons, and a few mutated bird eggs, something she had not seen in other bases. Wu. "I want to eat tomato scrambled eggs." Lin Wuwu still remembered that dish. Snowball stared with its dreamlike eyes as Lin Wuwu requested this and that, feeling a twinge of envy. Just a little stir fry, but only if there's time. Do you even want to go out to play? Lin Xi poked its forehead. Even a little milk tiger had a notably large forehead. Lin Xi also bought a block of mutated cactus the size of tofu, costing 5 points. She had never had the chance to taste it in her previous life, so she was determined to savor it this time. After washing it, she placed a piece in a bowl, finding it juicy and slightly tangy, yet still tolerable after thorough chewing. Lin Xi planned to blend it into juice for another try. Lin Wuwu leaned in, mouth agape. Really, it wasn't anything particularly special, yet it insisted on tasting. Lin Xi placed a piece in its mouth, then noticing Snowball's eager gaze, she offered it a piece as well. The remaining portions were stored in her space. Awoo. Not tasty, Lin Wuwu critiqued, having no desire for a second piece after the first. Lin Xi extended her mental energy outward, confirming that at least 3 individuals were watching her. It was worth it for her to bring 2 mutated cubs, scattering points throughout the city. They had finally taken the bait. Lin Wuwu, bright and nimble, was still just a little tiger cub, destined to grow into a large tiger with time. Snowball, majestic and handsome, would certainly catch the attention of its previous abuser if recognized. Lin Xi intended to leave the base, as there were too many restrictions within. Those involved in the beast fighting arena would not comply with rectifications. Rather than allowing them to bring mutated beasts to harm the base, it was better to eradicate the roots. After explaining her plans to Lin Wuwu, the cub's round eyes gleamed with a unique light. She unsteadily drove the off-road vehicle toward the city gate. Chapter 197. So this is what Ying means. Lin Wuwu seized the moment to instruct Snowball in the backseat on how to act. Ah Wu, like this? No. You must pretend to be very frightened. Here and here, curl up like this and whimper until the bad guys take the bait. Then let the caretaker burn them alive. Humph. Poor Snowball was utterly bewildered. Ah Wu, you don't need to understand or be afraid. Just follow my lead and do as I do. Ah Wu, fine. Snowball understood this part and followed the elder's lead. Lin Xi frowned. What nonsense was this unreliable cub teaching? As they passed through the city gate, Lin Wuwu leapt out of the window. Snowball hesitated for a moment before following suit. Once Lin Xi parked the vehicle, she had no choice but to get out. She called out anxiously, "Come back. It's dangerous outside. You mustn't play." Lin Wuwu impatiently stomped its paws, making a ruckus that caught the attention of several passers-by. Snowball mimicked Lin Wuwu's antics, awkwardly stamping its feet and stretching its neck to whimper. Nearby, a person watching Lin Xi wore a face of regret. Wasn't this the snow wolf cub that had been on the brink of death that day? It had recovered so quickly. Truly, it was a snow wolf, and selling it that day had indeed been a loss. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he turned to leave. Unaware that Lin Xi had glanced at him. All right, I get it. I'm utterly helpless against you. Just go play. But only for a little while before coming back. Lin Xi sighed in resignation. The 2 little creatures were finally satisfied and hopped back into the vehicle. Once inside, Snowball couldn't help but shiver a bit. It sensed a frightening odor. Lin Wuwu nudged its head against Snowball, offering comforting words. Snowball's furry face scrunched up, letting out low whines. Lin Wuwu was incensed. Ah Wu, if he dares, don't be afraid. I'll bite him to death. Caretaker, that wicked person who harmed Snowball is following us. If you don't burn him to ashes, I'll go bite him myself. It stood upright, scratching the back of Lin Xi's seat. Put your claws away. If you tear up the seat, there'll be no food tonight. Lin Xi heard the seat creaking from its scratching. Glancing at the back seat, she reassured, "Don't worry, Snowball. None of those villains will escape today. We'll incinerate them all." According to intel gathered by Qingbao, during this period, they dared not operate the beast fighting arena within the base and had now relocated outside, waiting for those from the eastern and central bases to leave before moving back. Their plans were quite optimistic, but it would depend on whether Lin Xi agreed. When Lin Xi exited the city, she was stopped by the guards. The guards kindly reminded her, "It's very dangerous outside now. Mutated beasts may surround the city at any moment. It's best not to go out, I know. Safety is my own responsibility. I'm just going out for a stroll and will return," Lin Xi replied with a smile. The guards found themselves powerless against the audacity of certain self-important individuals who relished opposing the base, and no amount of persuasion could sway them. Thus, He quietly permitted the young girl to pass, oblivious to whether she was the daughter of some oblivious high-ranking official. Lin, she had hardly been out of the base for an hour when two vehicles trailed closely behind her. Initially, they maintained a distance neither too far nor too close, but soon they accelerated, seemingly on the verge of colliding with her. Lin Xi pondered whether it would be too contrived to simply surrender here. Lin Wuwu, still in the back seat, was incessantly imparting acting tips to Ye Chen in turn. Lin Xi began to accelerate, akin to a panicked individual attempting to flee. After a while, she had to apply the brakes to prevent those two dilapidated vehicles from catching up to her. The pursuers displayed a shrewdness, flanking her on both sides as if herding her towards a specific direction. So they intended to lead her to their stronghold? How delightful! Ye was unafraid, exclaiming, in a moment. We shall put on a show. You Wuwu are the finest actor. Learn well from it. We shall feign capture, allowing them to escort us to their headquarters, and then we will incinerate them to ashes, shall we? Lin Xi, concerned that Ye might harbor lingering fears, decided to clarify her intentions. After Lin Wuwu translated, Ye appeared considerably reassured, even adding, with the shovel-bearer backing us, fear not. Besides, I shall protect you. Do you wish to exact revenge? Would you like to sink your fangs into them? I'll ensure the shovel-bearer leaves them with just enough breath for you to choose your target. Lin Xi. Indeed. Ye seemed invigorated. Its desire for vengeance ignited. Suddenly, Lin Xi slammed on the brakes, exclaiming in dismay as she spotted a massive pit ahead, concealed beneath a mere layer of soil. Driving over it would surely lead to disaster, potentially damaging the vehicle. Such a loss was unacceptable. Just then, a gunshot rang out from behind. Lin Xi feigned terror, trembling as she cautiously stepped out of the vehicle. She gazed fearfully at the approaching figures. Stammering, "What do you want? Are you here to rob us?" Lin Wuwu and Ye exited the car, standing closely beside Lin Xi, with the former curling up and whimpering against Ye suddenly realized, so this is what whimpering means. From the trailing vehicle emerged four individuals, two of whom brandished firearms. Leading them was a middle-aged man, clad in a yellowed white tank top and gleaming jeans. Ha ha ha, old Xia, no wonder you refused to sell that wolf cub the other day. Look, it has recovered beautifully in just a few days. Its lineage is exceptional, remarked one beside him, dressed in a gray vest, who stroked his bald head. I've seen countless creatures at the zoo, and Arctic wolves are undeniably formidable. They just need training. I told you it wouldn't perish, but you insisted on selling it.